The Faden capital empire has just delivered a thunderous blow, smoothly acquiring a massive hotel chain and pushing their rival conglomerate to the absolute brink of bankruptcy. But what's even more shocking than this billion-dollar power move is the exact moment our decisive female CEO Yu Lingshuang steps into the conference room. Instead of the facial scar that everyone once pitied, the entire staff is left wide-eyed, utterly stunned, and absolutely speechless by her jaw-dropping beauty. What on earth happened? What kind of miracle has just occurred? Before we dive into this epic unraveling, we've got an extremely hot announcement. For those of you who stumbled upon this video by chance, Part 1, an absolute marathon of a video running nearly 12 hours long, is already waiting for you on our channel. The link to the full playlist is right down in the description and pinned in the top comment so you can binge watch the entire series seamlessly. Now back to Part 2, the game is about to be pushed to a whole new level. We are way past casually dropping billions and face-slapping pretentious rich kids. This time, global syndicates and the most ruthless conglomerates are starting to close in. Our MC's god-tier skills and infinite wealth are about to face their most brutal test yet. What insane method will he use to flip the chessboard and crush anyone who dares to stand in his way? Welcome back to Hali Recaps. Part 2 starts right now. Seeing this, Ling Shuang said in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Xiao Chen pointed at her face and stammered, "President Yu, your face." Hearing this, Ling Shuang felt displeased and replied, "What's wrong with my face? I told you not to worry about my face. Focus on your work when you have time, okay?" But she still wanted to say more. "Look at the scar on your face." Xiao Chen handed Ling Shuang a mirror. After seeing her own face in the mirror, she was shocked. Ling Shuang touched her face and sighed. "So it's true, the ointment from the higher-ups really works." Her cheeks flushed and she said shyly. He was so busy, yet he still went to the trouble of concocting a special medicinal ointment to save face. At the same time, a notification sounded from the system. Yu Lingshuang's favorability increased by 2 points, now at 97. Suddenly, Lingshuang's phone buzzed repeatedly and she answered immediately. The caller asked, "Is this Miss Yu? President Yan has sent you a mysterious gift and we've delivered it to the entrance of your company." Confused, she listened. A mysterious gift. Ling Shuang walked over to the glass window and looked down. She wondered to herself, what kind of gift is the boss being so secretive about? Then her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "This is..." People downstairs were gathered around a white airplane. She gasped, "A helicopter." At that moment, a massive luxurious ship appeared in the harbor. People on board had already started setting up tables and chairs. There were still 2 hours until the Yi family's daughter's banquet. Amidst this bustling scene, Chen Yuan lay leisurely on his bed, sipping orange juice and sighing with contentment. Being the boss was great, watching others do the work. Just then, the system suddenly chimed with a notification. Yu Lingshuang's favorability increased by 2 points, now at 97. He looked at the system panel that had appeared out of nowhere, puzzled. Chen Yuan lowered his head in surprise. Yu Lingshuang had struck again. And twice at that, however, on that day, the 6th, notifications from others kept ringing incessantly. Xiao Yayu's favorability, Zhao Yuqi's favorability, Quan Yin's favorability, Qian Mengming's favorability, Zhao Yuyu's favorability. He stared blankly at the pile of prompts before him. What was going on? So Chen Yuan opened his phone to see what had happened. There was already a string of missed calls from the girls. Xiao Yayu missed, Zhao Yuqi missed, Qian Mengming missed, Qin Bingshui missed, Gao Xiyan missed. He rubbed his head in confusion. Had he sent out planes? Old Yi's efficiency was too high, wasn't it? Then the sunset gradually appeared, casting its glow over the city. Yu Mo smiled gratefully. "Senior brother Xiao, thank you for seeing me home." Yi Jun replied, "Yu Mo, our fathers are good friends, no need to be so polite." She responded softly, "All right, but thank you anyway." Yu Mo thought to herself, in terms of family background and personality, senior brother Xiao was indeed a good choice for a boyfriend. Yet another figure surfaced in her mind, but lately that man's image kept appearing in her thoughts. Yu Mo asked herself wistfully, "Chen Yuan, have you cast a spell on me?" She subconsciously recalled how Chen Yuan looked back then. "But he likes Gao Kuanyin, not me. No matter what, there's no future between us." Just then, someone walked over and asked with a smile, "Are you Miss Chu Yumo?" Yu Mo immediately replied, "Yes, what's the matter?" Then a truck carrying a red helicopter drove up. "Your delivery has arrived." As soon as she saw it, she exclaimed, "There's a mistake, I didn't buy a helicopter." But he said with a grin, "No mistake, this is a gift from President Yan." Then the man handed her a paper, asking her to sign here. Yu Mo thought as she put her hand on the paper to write, "This is from Chen Yuan." On the other side, Yi Jun sighed, "Yu Mo, did Uncle Chu buy this plane for you?" "How generous," she immediately replied. "No, this is from Chen Yuan, the one known as Flag Supreme Sun Destroyer." As soon as he heard that, his face turned ugly. Flag Supreme Sun Destroyer was everywhere. At that moment, Yumo made up her mind and said, "Senior brother Shao, I think we shouldn't see each other anymore." Hearing this, Yi Jun's tears gushed out like a spring. "Yumo, why?" She turned away awkwardly and replied, "I'm afraid Chen Yuan will misunderstand. Chen Yuan, he likes me." At the same time, the system chimed with a notification. Chu Yumo's favorability increased by 10 points, now at 90. On the luxury yacht drifting at sea, a high society banquet was being held in the center of the ship. It seemed half of the top families along the Wangpu River had come. The Yi family's influence was truly extraordinary. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking utterly relaxed. Luckily this yacht was his own, so he could be a bit casual. Wearing a thick suit in such hot weather was too much of a hassle. Seeing his demeanor and shabby attire, some guests at the banquet sneered, while others found it strange. Wu Shuang heard the murmurs and turned to look. When she recognized the face, she was slightly taken aback. "Why him?" Wu Shuang raised an eyebrow at Chen Yuan, full of confusion, wondering if he was just eccentric or deliberately causing trouble by dressing so inappropriately for such an important occasion. She averted her gaze and turned to leave. "The banquet is about to start, let's go." Seeing Wu Shuang's strange reaction, Wu Feng quickly caught up and asked, "Sis, do you know this guy? He looks a bit familiar." "Don't walk away." On Chen Yuan's side, a figure blocked his path. Xiao Wei smiled and greeted President Yan. "It really is you." He looked at Chen Yuan, his tone a bit nervous. "I was wondering who had such a unique style." "It really is you." Chen Yuan sat up, took off his sunglasses and looked. "Xiao Wei, you're here too." He scratched his head and stammered, "My family's business in Magic City isn't going well, so I wanted to network a bit." Chen Yuan sighed, walked over and put his arm around his shoulder. "Great opportunity. I happen to have some business here. Are you interested?" Xiao Wei asked eagerly, "What kind of business? Can I handle it?" Chen Yuan smiled and extended his hand to Xiao Wei. "Real estate. Are you interested?" Xiao Wei immediately waved his hand in refusal. "Real estate is dead, forget it." Suddenly, the entire ship became lively, catching the attention of the two. "Young Master Li. Young Master Li is here." Xiao Wei turned to Chen Yuan with an awkward smile. "President Yan, the person my dad told me to network with, has arrived." "I'll take my leave." He nodded in reply. "All right, go ahead." Chen Yuan watched his figure gradually merge into the crowd and sighed softly. "What a shame," he muttered regretfully to himself. "I was going to give you a hand, but it seems you're fated to miss out on wealth." Xiao Wei. At the center of everyone's attention, Jia Mu walked in with a proud and aloof demeanor, drawing admiration from the noble ladies. The banquet guests praised him endlessly. "It's young Master Li, he's the highlight today, in the Magic City's circle of young masters. Only he seems worthy of Yi Han, the daughter of the Yi family." On the other side, Meng Ming asked anxiously, "Luo Luo, have you seen where my brother is?" Ji Luo frowned slightly, scanning around. "I'm looking for him. There are so many people." After searching for a while, she pointed excitedly in a direction. Meng Ming found him. "Brother Chen Yuan is over there." Meng Ming looked in that direction, a bit confused. "Why is my brother so strange, wearing sunglasses at night?" Ji Luo quickly grabbed the little girl's hand and pulled her away. "What do you know? That's called personality. Let's hurry over." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Meng Ming's wrist from behind. The little girl looked back in confusion. The person suddenly spoke. "We meet again, little beauty." The one grabbing her wrist was none other than Wu Feng. He flashed a sinister smile. "You can't escape this time." Wu Feng pulled Meng Ming closer, a lecherous expression on his face. "Last time someone interfered, but no one's here to save you now." Just then, Quang Han walked over and pushed his hand away. "Don't touch her with your dirty paws." She turned and grabbed Meng Ming's wrist. "Meng Ming, let's run." Wu Feng panicked and reached out to stop them. "Hey, don't go." Just as he was about to chase after them, a figure quickly walked over and blocked Wu Feng's path. He looked up angrily and cursed. "Damn it, who's blocking my way?" The person blocking Wu Feng was Chen Yuan. He stood with his arms crossed, chin raised, looking at him. "What are you barking at?" Ji Luo and Meng Ming hid behind Chen Yuan, sticking their tongues out at Wu Feng. He raised an eyebrow at Chen Yuan and replied contemptuously, "I thought it was someone special, but it's just President Yan." Wu Feng became even more arrogant, extending his hand with a smug smile. "Let bygones be bygones. Let's shake hands and make peace. Maybe soon I'll be President Yan's brother-in-law." The crowd, hearing the commotion, turned to watch the spectacle. It was President Yan. "I was wondering who dressed so uniquely. I thought it was a performance art act that just came on board, but it's President Yan. With all that negative news about him online lately, he still dares to show up in public. That's brave." Chen Yuan frowned at the crowd gathering to watch the fun, thinking, "They're just banking on me not hitting them." A calculating smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "This kid is too naive." Jia Mu stood in the back, silently observing everything. "President Yan, so you did come to the banquet after all." He squinted, revealing a sinister smile as if plotting something. "Good thing I prepared a big gift for you. Just wait for your downfall." Just as the tension was mounting, a scream rang out across the ship. "Brother Chen Yuan?" He turned around in confusion toward the sound. A girl suddenly threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Brother Chen Yuan, I'm Xiao Xiao." please don't leave me," she cried pitifully like a pear blossom in the rain. "Our child is already over 3 months old. I don't want your money. Just don't abandon me. I don't care if you have other women." Hearing this, Chen Yuan's mouth dropped open in shock. She continued to plead, "The child can't grow up without a father. How can I live without you?" The guests' faces froze, then gradually turned to horror. "We've caught a big scandal." They all pulled out their phones to record. "Isn't this Zhang Xiaoxiao from the video exposing President Yan? Everything she said is true. What a tragedy. The girl looks innocent, but she ended up with a scumbag." Ji Luo quickly stepped forward to push Meng Xiaoxiao off Chen Yuan. "You're lying, brother. Chen Yuan doesn't even know you," she screamed and fell backward. Xiaoxiao sat on the ground clutching her stomach and groaning in pain. "It hurts, brother Chen Yuan, it hurts so much." Beneath her feet a red liquid like blood was spreading across the floor. The crowd shouted in panic, "She's bleeding." Xiaoxiao remained lying on the floor casting pleading looks at Chen Yuan. "It hurts, brother Chen Yuan, it hurts so much." Ji Luo thought she had caused it and stepped back in fear. "I didn't mean to, I didn't push that hard." Jia Mu stood to the side observing everything from start to finish, a triumphant smile curling at his lips. This Miss Zhang is indeed a drama school student. She acts so convincingly. The money was well spent. Jia Mu's gaze fell on Xiaoxiao's bulging belly, thinking to himself, "Just whose child is this? This woman will do anything for money. What a ruthless person. Chen Yuan won't be able to clear his name this time, even if he jumps into the Yellow River." Jia Mu crossed his arms and stepped forward, lightly bumping the shoulder of the person in front of him. "Young Master Yi, Miss Yi Han's birthday banquet is about to start. Having such an ugly scene is bad for the atmosphere. Although President Yan has a special status, this is too disrespectful to the Yi family." The young man was Yi Tinling, son of Yi Yaozu. He replied displeased, "Young Master Li is right. I'll call the security to kick him out. What a country bumpkin, daring to disrupt our eldest daughter's banquet. How disgraceful." Tinling turned and walked toward the security shouting, "Security, it's these people. Call your supervisor over. Someone's causing trouble on the ship. Get him off." Wu Chegong walked out looking serious and asked, "Hello young Master Yi, who's causing trouble? Will take immediate action." Tinling crossed his arms and looked him up and down. "Are you the captain?" Then, pointing at Chen Yuan and the group behind him, he ordered, "It's this guy. Get him off the ship. I can't stand scumbags who bully women." When the 8 security guards and Wu Chegong saw who it was, they froze as if turned to stone. Wasn't that the boss? Kicked the boss off the ship? Was this Yi kid dreaming? Did he still want his banquet to go on? His face darkened, and he asked Tinling stiffly, Are you serious?" He replied without hesitation. "Do people from the Yi family not mean what they say? This is my Yi family's banquet today. Whoever I say leaves, leaves. I don't care who they are or what status they have. Magic City is the Yi family's territory." Wu Chegong didn't dare to offend him, so he led the security team over. "All right, you all follow me." Wu Chegong and his team walked up to Chen Yuan. The onlookers became even more excited. "The captain's here with the security. They're probably going to kick President Yan off. Serves him right, the scumbag." On Tinling's side, he was still gloating inwardly at Chen Yuan. "No matter how big President Yan's reputation is today, Yi Tinling, step on your face and I'll become famous across the country." The security guards lined up neatly, then bowed 90 degrees and shouted in unison, "Hello, boss." Tinling's face turned pale and he stammered in disbelief. "Boss?" Jia Mu was also shocked by the sudden news. His face drained of color. "Isn't this ship owned by the Dong family? When did Chen Yuan buy the Ocean Light?" Wu Chegong stepped forward, bowed respectfully and reported, "Boss, young Master Yi over there wants to have you thrown off the ship. How should we handle this?" Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "Do I even need to ask about such a trivial matter? If he wants to throw me off the ship, then throw him off the ship." He glanced at Jia Mu, who was sweating profusely, "And that so-called young Master Li over there. I've had it with them for a long time. Throw them all off." Chen Yuan ordered angrily, "Throw them off." Wu Chegong received the order and immediately executed it. "Yes, boss." He rubbed his hands together, turned and walked toward the 2. Security team, assemble. Tinling had long lost his earlier arrogance and stepped back in fear. "What do you think you're doing?" When a security guard grabbed his arm from behind, he struggled and shouted, "This is a ship chartered by my Yi family. How dare you touch me? This isn't over." Jia Mu wasn't afraid either and threatened loudly, "I suggest you think carefully before acting. You probably don't know my status in Magic City." But before he could finish, a slap like a thunderbolt landed on his face. Wu Chegong flexed his wrist lightly and reminded him coldly, "Too much talk. The boss said to throw you off, and you still dare to threaten me?" Jia Mu hadn't yet recovered from the shock. He dazedly reached up to touch his slapped face, letting the security guards drag him away. "Brothers, take him out." The banquet guests looked at each other in disbelief. "Holy crap, did I see that right? He actually dared to hit someone from the Yi family?" The famous young Master Li of Magic City, being dragged away like a dead dog. After being taught a lesson, the 2 resigned themselves to their fate, letting the security guards drag them off. Chen Yuan watched their backs, silently praising them. "Wu Chegong is a bit reckless, but he's loyal. I'll give him a raise when I get back. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him. President Yan, don't you think you've gone a bit too far? Yi Yao walked over with a group of people, his face dark as he questioned. Tonight is my Yi family's banquet for honored guests, not a stage for you to show off your power. Rui Cheng also couldn't help but step in. Throwing Li Jiamu off is one thing, but Tinling, no matter how much of a jerk he is still my son. What you did is too domineering. Chen Yuan was getting a bit impatient at this point and interrupted bluntly. All right, old Yi, your son was used as a pawn by that bastard Li Jiamu to make me lose face. What I did was already lenient. He walked over and leaned close to Rui Cheng's ear, a smug smile on his lips. Besides, I had someone hit Li Jiamu, but not your son. That's already giving you face. Rui Cheng's mouth dropped open in surprise as if he understood something. You make a very good point. Given his status, he didn't need to show our Yi family any courtesy, yet President Yan was still very kind. Reiching thought of her son Tinling, who was about the same age, but then turned to look at Chen Yuan, evaluating everything. However, when it came to President Yan's conduct, Tinling couldn't even come close. Outside the yacht, Jiamu was kicked to the ground, collapsing and lying face down. Get your mouth away from me. Qian, seeing her master treated like this, shouted anxiously. Young Master Li, are you okay? What happened? Have you offended the Yi family? Jiamu stood up, impatiently shoving Qian away. Get lost, he gritted his teeth. He looked utterly disheveled now. Chen Yuan, you cripple, I'll never let this go. In an upscale restaurant frequented by high society, a group of people sat in a corner whispering, finding it amusing. Even that troublemaker from the Li family suffered such a loss. I thought President Yan would lose face completely. One of them took a sip of wine, a sarcastic smile curling at the corner of his mouth. President Yan is no ordinary man. Zhang Xiaozheng was clearly an actor brought in by Li Jiamu, probably trying to get back at President Yan over the movie City incident. Another chimed in, his tone flattering. Looking at President Yan's ability, he can crush several big conglomerates. His methods and cunning are extraordinary. In the VIP room, a girl with long hair and a blue dress held a wine glass, gazing out the window. Sister Wushuang, what do you think of Li Jiamu? Wushuang looked at the glass, frowning slightly as if deep in thought. A man with cunning, methods, and ability. He entered the superstar industry at 19 and became the head of the Li family in 10 years. An outstanding talent of the younger generation. She rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful. Before, my third brother wanted to set us up, but Li Jiamu refused to meet. It's the first time someone has turned down a meal with me, and it actually makes me curious about him. The girl turned her head gently, a meaningful smile on her lips. Is that so? Maybe he's playing hard to get. Perhaps he's confident about you, and deliberately piques your curiosity. Wushuang nodded in agreement. That's possible, but he's achieved his goal. I'm curious about him. Hearing this, the girl's lips curved into an arc. Sometimes you can't judge a person by appearances. Logically, he's the overlord of the entertainment industry. With so many beautiful actresses under him, the better someone pretends, the dirtier they might be. Wushuang leaned back in her chair, looking annoyed. You have a point, but today he was unlucky. Running into that guy Chen Yuan and suffering undeserved misfortune. Thinking about it, she cursed angrily. Chen Yuan, that bastard, hit my brother and insulted the Li family. It seems he's offended everyone in the Magic City. I've never seen such a lunatic. Suddenly, Wushuang's face flushed. She thought to herself, and he did that to me. I'm not into SM. The girl approached, gently placing her glass on the table. President Yan, this person is very strange. I can't figure out what kind of person he is. Wushuang snorted, a trace of disdain flashing across her face. What kind of person could he be? His father back then. Look at what he did to that Zhang Xiaozheng. The girl countered. Not necessarily. She swirled the wine in her glass. Sister Wushuang, why don't you check out Zhang Xiaozheng's background? Maybe she's a pawn set up to embarrass Chen Yuan. Wushuang laughed, looking incredulous, but still pulled out her phone. Fine, I'll call someone to investigate and prove you wrong. 10 minutes later, Wushuang placed her phone on the table and pushed it toward the girl. She widened her eyes in surprise. Just as you said, that Zhang Xiaozheng is indeed an actress signed with the Superstar Company. The girl remained calm, even a bit excited. Superstar is the Li family's company, so Li Jiamu being targeted by him wasn't undeserved. It's President Yan getting revenge. Wushuang didn't reply, lowering her head guiltily. So he was wronged, but he didn't explain anything. I acted on my own. Qin Wushuang's favorability 10, current favorability 55 points. While Wushuang was still flustered, the girl suddenly stood up. The conflict between the Li family and President Yan has been clear for a while. Li Jiamu's move was insidious, but President Yan broke it with force. The girl with a birthmark near her eye was none other than Yi Han, the eldest daughter of the Yi family conglomerate. She smiled slightly. I'm starting to get interested in President Yan. In the main banquet hall, the host pushed out a cake and shouted, I declare the birthday banquet of Miss Yi Han of the Yi family officially begins. Chen Yuan sat between Meng Meng and Jila, leisurely enjoying himself amid jealous glances from others. Finally starting. Next, the #1 beauty of the Magic City, the Yi family, will appear. Just then a graceful figure slowly descended the stairs, her gaze fixed on the stage. In the afterglow of the sunset, a slender figure carrying a violin slowly stepped forward. The gentleman at the banquet blushed at her beauty. Such a beautiful woman, unmatched talent, so gorgeous. I regret marrying too early. Even middle-aged men were captivated by her beauty. I don't believe in love at first sight, but Yi Han started playing the violin, her slender fingers holding the bow across the strings. The melodious music rose, and Yi Han walked with the rhythm. Chen Yuan crossed his arms, scrutinizing her seriously. Not bad violin playing, not the kind you hear for $10 a tune. The piece ended, and Yi Han bowed to the audience, all lights shining on her. The crowd applauded thunderously, with some praising endlessly. So beautiful, so beautiful. The music is lovely, and the person is even more so. Such an extraordinary presence. I wonder who will win her heart. Some even shed tears. Just thinking of Miss Yi Han being with another man breaks my heart. At that moment Yi Han looked up, revealing the large birthmark on her face. The crowd froze, some choking on their wine. One person blurted out, "What the hell is that?" Seeing that ugly face, those who had cheered moments ago immediately turned sour. That's hard to take. No wonder the Yi family kept her hidden. A flaw in the jade. Forget it, I'll pass. She's too ugly. This is the #1 beauty. Hearing the disdainful remarks, Yi Han frowned slightly at them. Too ugly. A two-faced face. Wu Shuang suddenly walked over, holding her wrist to comfort her. Han, it's okay, hang in there. Yi Han looked back at her in surprise, smiling reassuringly. Thank you, Sister Wu Shuang, I'm fine. She calmly scanned the two-faced crowd below. I am who I am. Whether I'm beautiful or ugly is none of their business. What right do they have to judge me? Then she walked to the cake, picked up a knife and cut it. The man in the strange hat was Yi Tianjun, chairman of the Yi family's Longhua group and Yi Han's father. He wiped his hands on a napkin and spoke. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my daughter Yi Han's birthday banquet. Today I want to take this opportunity to announce something, Tianjun declared. As chairman of Longhua Group, I announce that I will transfer 20 of Longhua's shares to my daughter. The entire banquet hall was stunned by the announcement. He extended his hand, his expression serious. Yi Han will be the second largest shareholder of our Yi family's Longhua Group. Yi Han walked to the table at the center of the stage. She picked up a pen and signed the transfer documents. The young masters below were still reeling from the shock. Did I hear that right? 20 of Longhua's shares. That's about 300 billion. She's so young and already has that much wealth. I think Miss Yi Han's face is acceptable after all. Meng Meng said sadly to Chen Yuan, it's a pity about Sister Yi Han. I wonder if her face can be fixed. Unlike the little girl's sympathy, Chen Yuan crossed his arms, revealing a knowing smile. It's indeed hard to handle, but I feel Miss Yi Han might be doing it on purpose. She has her own thoughts. Meng Meng looked at him blankly, her face full of question marks. What girl likes to look ugly? Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, looking intrigued. I have a guess, but I need to interact with her to confirm it. The young masters no longer looked disgusted. They scrambled to present gifts to Yi Han, flattering her. Miss Yi Han, this is a genuine Wang Shiji calligraphy. I spent 30 million at auction for you. Miss Yi Han, this is an imperial green jade ruff. Do you like it? A man stepped forward, placing his hand on his chest, politely introducing himself. Miss Yi, I didn't prepare a gift, but I've prepared a piano piece. I hope you like it. Zheng Ba from the Zheng family of Shangzhong exclaimed in surprise. Playing the piano, that's like showing off in front of an expert. President Yan is here tonight. He's a piano master who went viral. Zheng Ba lowered his head humbly. President Yan's piano skills are extraordinary. I admire them greatly. Yan Zexi lightly bumped his shoulder. Why don't we invite President Yan to play a piece? The crowd immediately responded with applause and invitations, and the lights directly shone on Chen Yuan, who was watching. He clicked his tongue, looking a bit displeased. Well, this is the first time someone's invited me to show off. Fresh, but these guys don't look friendly. Chen Yuan recalled the guy in Jamu's demeanor, thinking, I've heard of this Zheng Ba. He's close with Li Jamu. This is probably a setup. Wu Shuang, standing nearby, waved her hand enthusiastically. President Yan, everyone's so eager. Go up and play a piece. Chen Yuan perked up immediately, cracking his knuckles. All right, I'll show off my skills. Zheng Ba immediately gestured for the waiter to bring up the piano. Hurry, bring the piano up. He walked over to the piano, examining it closely, a sinister look on his face. I've already tampered with this piano. Kid, you're done for this time. He turned to look at the approaching Chen Yuan. Blame yourself for offending young Master Li. Chen Yuan just glanced at the piano and spoke. Today is Miss Yi's birthday. I'll use my next performance as a gift. He was full of confidence, but this time he wouldn't play the piano. I'll play the violin. Chen Yuan turned to Yi Han. Miss Yi, could I borrow your violin? She looked up at him in surprise. Yi Han handed him the violin. Zheng Ba stared blankly. What, he can play the violin too? His face darkened in disbelief. This President Yan has too many hobbies. Yi Han looked at Chen Yuan and asked softly, President Yan can also play the violin. He smiled and nodded. A little. The bootlicking mission begins. The system began a detailed evaluation of Yi Han. Name, Yi Han. Height 170 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, appearance 9.7 points, female's favorability toward host none. Counterattack complete, reward 10 bootlicking funds, reward 60 enhancement points, reward skills, psychology mastery, violin mastery, English level 8, calligraphy mastery, Japanese level 8, King's awareness, peak canyon control. Seeing that info panel, Chen Yuan's face froze. 9.7. The highest since the start, even with a birthmark. She's 9.7. How beautiful is this, Yi Han? Yi Han looked at him with anticipation. I didn't expect President Yan to have such broad interests. Looking forward to your performance. Under the dazzling lights, Chen Yuan walked onto the stage with the violin. System, enhance my violin skill. Violin skill activated successfully, consuming 10 enhancement points. Enhance? His eyes sharpened. Enhance violin skill by 100 years. The system immediately activated the skill, a flash of light illuminating the entire banquet hall. After a moment the light faded, and the violin was enhanced. Meng Ming asked anxiously from below, when did brother learn to play the violin? Jilao raised an eyebrow and replied casually, probably around the same time he learned Go. Chen Yuan's hand gripped the bow tightly, pressing the strings to start playing. However, unlike the melodious notes Yi Han had played, Chen Yuan's melody was majestic, like a general leading an army into battle, a killing tune throughout. People could almost imagine a powerful army charging into battle. The sound of horses neighing rose with the melody. Enemies were cut down one by the general. The rhythm was suffocatingly intense. The nobles were silent, each feeling an inexplicable fear. The momentum is too strong, the killing intent too heavy. What piece is this? Yi Han swallowed nervously. Sweat beading on her forehead. This is the ancient piece. The king breaks the battle formation. He's playing a Chinese piece with a Western instrument. Yi Han looked at Chen Yuan, as if standing on a mountain of bones, feeling the space like a battlefield. He had even reached the highest level of performance, using music to evoke emotion and emotion to create scenes. Even her teacher couldn't match this level. After a while, the piece ended, and Chen Yuan stopped playing. The entire banquet hall was eerily quiet. After a long pause, the audience reacted. They applauded thunderously. The young ladies, enchanted by the piece, became infatuated with Chen Yuan. Brilliant. How will I live if I can't hear this again? Some shouted like madmen. Don't say President Yan isn't a real man. Even if he beats me every day, I'd still be willing. No need for that, sisters. Wu Shuang was no exception. She looked at him with admiration. This is a real man. She gazed at the dashing Chen Yuan on stage, sighing, talented and calm even when misunderstood by the whole world. Thinking this, her face reddened. And he's really strong. Qin Wuxuang's favorability. Chen Yuan immediately noticed the system prompt. Qin Wuxuang's favorability, current favorability 85 points. He smiled gently at Wu Shuang. That smile shattered her heart. Meng Ming, standing nearby, couldn't resist it either. Brother, can you stop radiating charm? The system popped up another prompt. It pierced Chen Yuan's heart like an arrow. Wang Meng Ming's favorability 1, current favorability 96 points. Bootlicking target Wang Meng Ming attracted by the host's talent and charm. Favorability breaks 96 points. Reward host enhancement points 10. He scratched his head helplessly. Favorability went up again, looking at the little girl's expectant eyes. Chen Yuan screamed inwardly, I just wanted to counterattack, little sister, stop adding favorability, okay? He returned the violin to Yi Han. She sighed, I didn't expect President Yan to be a string master. You've opened my eyes. Chen Yuan replied modestly, just a minor skill. Then he turned and walked away calmly. Yi Han watched his back, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Seems wild and unrestrained but truly refined. This person is interesting, in her eyes. Chen Yuan exuded the aura of a true musician, his performance full of soul. Comparable to the demon Paganini, even her teacher couldn't match him. Yi Han's favorability 10, current favorability 10 points. His back passed through the crowd and a young lady glanced at him. Man Ying gently swirled her wine glass, thinking, this man truly has substance, not just a wealthy boss. Zhang Man Ying's favorability 20, current favorability 0 points. She nodded, sighing, he does have real talent, different from the rumors. Wen Dong retorted angrily, so what, he's still a jerk. He frowned painfully, forcing out words through gritted teeth. Men who mess around and then abandon are the weakest. Sensing his displeasure, Man Ying quickly hugged Wen Dong's arm, acting coy. Right, no matter how good others are, they can't compare to you, my devoted boyfriend. My favorite is brother Wen Dong. When he's angry and gives a soft hum, I know it's time to rein it in. She tilted her head, revealing a gentle smile. Tonight's dinner party was attended by many big directors and production companies. I'll take you to meet them, it'll help your career. She held her wine glass and followed Wendong to strike up a conversation with a guest. "Isn't this Director Guo? Long time no see, let me toast you." He turned to look at Menying, raising an eyebrow. "Miss Zhang, what new drama are you working on lately?" It was the renowned screenwriter and director Guo Xiaolu. Menying sighed, gently brushing her hair aside to reveal her fair shoulder. "I've been bored stiff at home lately. I was just wondering if Director Guo has any suitable roles available." Xiaolu saw right through her intentions, his face full of calculation. "I already have someone for the lead female role, but there's still a fifth female role, a maidservant. Is Miss Zhang interested?" Menying's face darkened as she stared at him in shock. A maidservant, a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of Xiaolu's mouth. "Miss Zhang, I recognize your acting skills. You'd be perfect for the lead role, but the investors have already locked in the key parts here, so you understand." She lowered her head, gripping her wine glass tightly, stammering for a long time without forming words. "Well," Wendong shouted angrily, "Director Guo, you must be joking. My Menying has won 2 Best Actress awards at Binhe Husini. You want her to play a maidservant?" Menying quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. "Wendong, don't say that." She turned to Xiaolu, her voice soft. "I'm sorry, Director Guo, I didn't mean that." He smiled coldly, rejecting her politely. "I know you didn't, it's just that I really don't have a suitable role here." Xiaolu squinted at Menying. "And Menying, I have to remind you of something," he said, something cryptic. "People need to face reality and recognize those around them." Both Menying and Wendong were taken aback. He turned and left, sighing with regret. This Zhang Menying had started with a royal flush. How did she end up looking so clueless, and dragging down her own career? What a waste of a good hand. After Xiaolu left, Menying turned to confront Wendong. "Wendong, why did you talk like that? You offended him," he replied gruffly. "I just can't stand seeing you humiliated. You're a Best Actress winner, how could you play a maidservant?" "Menying, don't take it. I'll support you if I have to." Hearing this sweet talk, she threw herself into his arms, hugging him tidily. "Wendong, you're so good to me," he stroked her head. "You're my favorite little fairy, it's only right that I treat you well." He lowered his head, blushing, and whispered in her ear. "Menying, we've been together so long now, it's time for that, isn't it? How about tonight?" She looked up, refusing angrily. "No, Wendong, let's wait until we're engaged." We agreed. His tone shifted instantly. He whined, "Menying, you're too conservative. 2 years, I can barely hold on." Menying gently kissed his cheek to comfort him. "Wendong, I know it's hard for you, but we're getting engaged in just over a month. Hang in there a little longer." Wendong relented. "Fine, for you, I'd do anything. Who says I don't love you?" A flicker of barely noticeable malice flashed in his eyes. "I'll hold out 1 more month. Once I get her blood, I'll dump her." In the corner she couldn't see, his smile had turned calculating. "I've already latched onto Miss Ma from the Ma family. You, Menying, are now as fallen as a phoenix, less than a chicken, no use to me anymore." Chen Yuan, watching from the side, noticed them. "Isn't that my neighbor, the actress? How did she end up begging to play a maidservant?" He walked over to Meng Meng and handed her a note. "Meng Meng, go find Zhang Menying and give her my card. Tell her if she wants to act, she can come to my film studio. I can invest in a film for her." The little girl nodded and ran off. "Got it, bro." Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, calculating carefully. "Zhang Menying might have a temper, but she's way more famous than Gao Wanyan. If she comes to shoot for me, it'll bring huge returns, a sure win." Meng Meng approached Menying and greeted her warmly. "Sister Menying, do you remember me? I'm your neighbor next door." She smiled kindly, handing over the note Chen Yuan had given her with both hands. "My brother asked me to give this to you. He said he can help invest in a movie for you. If you're interested, give him a call." The note had a line of text with contact info below. A cigarette, a phone number, and a WeChat ID. Menying took it, focusing intently on the paper in her hand. "This is President Yan's card." The next day, in the financial Magic City Tower, skyscrapers stood in rows. In the office, Zheng Ba was both surprised and bewildered, his tone tinged with displeasure. The piano he'd prepared yesterday had malfunctioned, embarrassing him. And now this kid had shown off by playing the violin. Zheng Ba was clearly agitated, anger flashing in his eyes, his brows furrowed. He really stole the spotlight. Yan Zi also gritted his teeth and shouted, his face a mix of anger and schadenfreude. "That's right, and in the end even Mr. Yi, the chairman of Longhua Yi, gave him his card. That pest got lucky." The person next to him also grumbled indignantly. Exactly. Jia Mu looked very calm, but his eyes were sharp, carrying a hint of reproach. "That's because you were too obvious. Anyone could see it was a setup. How could someone as cunning as him fall for it?" Qian pushed open the door and rushed in, her face full of worry. "Young master, it's bad. The negative news online has been reversed." She clutched a tablet tightly, her expression tense, her eyes filled with anxiety, her voice urgent. "Young master, take a look." On the screen was a video with a striking title, "The True Face of President Yan, the Scumbag." Wanyan sat on the sofa, smiling confidently and professionally as she waved to the audience. "Hello everyone, I'm Gao Wanyan. Recently, there's been some negative news online smearing my boss, President Yan." She elegantly covered her mouth with her hand. Here, I'd like to say a few words on behalf of my dear boss, President Su Yan. Jia Mu was stunned, his face darkening with displeasure as he frowned. He continued watching. The whistleblower Zhang Xiaoxiao was actually an actress, Wang Yan explained in detail. This Zhang Xiaoxiao signed with Juxing Media. She revealed the dark side that no one sees. Her personal life is a mess. She's called an actress, but she's actually a party girl. Wang Yan's expression turned serious, her eyes sharp, her tone decisive, and she's always lived in the free shipping zone. While President Yan has been in Huda these past few years, how could they have had any contact? There's someone behind all this, she stated firmly. That person is the mastermind. The hand behind smearing President Yan. Jia Mu's face grew very grim. Wang Yan held up a photo and accused, he is Li Jiamu, famous in Magic City, and also the boss of Juxing who rules the entertainment world. Her gaze was steady, her expression serious, her voice clear, filled with anger and determination. The smear about me being a mistress was also orchestrated by him. President Yan protected me and earned his grudge, which is why these vicious rumors have come out against him recently. He was furious, slamming the iPad to the ground, roaring in rage. Bitch! Jia Mu was incandescent with rage, his face red, brows furrowed, hands clenched to contain his impending explosion, shouting orders, throw money at the PR department, get that video taken down now. Qian's face showed obvious worry and helplessness, fine sweat beading on her forehead, her eyes downcast, full of panic. We've already contacted them, but they refused to take it down. He was extremely angry. His face flushed, shouting furiously, what did you say? She maintained a composed demeanor, but a flicker of tension showed in her eyes. And this isn't the only video. The most trending one right now is this. Jia Mu's face turned pale, sweat on his forehead and neck, his eyes wide with panic, stammering, this, a loud noise echoed through the building. I advise you to think carefully before acting. You should know that in Magic City, in the video, Jia Mu's expression was serious and tense as he said, I advise you to think carefully before making a move. You probably don't know my status in Magic City. As he finished speaking, he was slapped hard, his glasses flying off, hair disheveled, face pale with shock. In the frame, Chegong closed his eyes, brows furrowed, mouth slightly open as if gritting out words, his expression indignant. Then stop wasting words. The boss said to throw you out, and you dare threaten me? Then he ordered Jia Mu dragged out. Brothers, take him out. Qian clearly showed her keen grasp of the situation, calm but cautious. This video is the top trending topic today. I suspect President Yan is trying to take you down. A hint of worry crossed her face as she reported this serious information. At the same time, it involves those dragged down at the Yi family dinner. Many are now guessing that you've made an enemy of the Yi family. The Yi family has tacitly allowed President Yan to oust you. He showed extreme anxiety and tension, sweat covering his forehead and cheeks, his eyes flickering with unease and fear upon hearing this. So now most of the upper crust in Magic City is siding with the Yi family, planning to isolate us. Jia Mu's face reddened with rage, sweat beading, eyes bulging as he roared, damn it, I've been set up and it's a chain trap. He realized this kid had been waiting for a chance to get back at him. In the frame, Chen Yuan was lounging leisurely, wearing sunglasses, a smug smile on his lips. Jia Mu's eyes were cold, full of resentment, his expression a mix of fear and despair. After this maneuver, even if he hadn't actually fallen out with the Yi family, others would think he had. Jia Mu was clearly angry and confused, but that's the Yi family. Zheng Ba said with a dry laugh. Brother Li, it's just a bit of slander, what's the big deal? Yan Zi quickly tried to smooth things over. Exactly. Someone like you doesn't need to care about their opinions, he exploded, shouting angrily, his eyes blazing, what the hell do you know, huh? The phone suddenly rang, breaking the tension. Jia Mu immediately looked at the vibrating phone, trembling, panicked, drenched in sweat, pale-faced, reaching out with a shaky hand to pick up the receiver. His eyes were full of anxiety and fear, his hand gripping the phone tightly, showing extreme unease and tension. Hello, Mom, an icy voice came from the other end. Take a break for a while, I'll have someone take over your position. He lowered his head, his body trembling with shock. The cityscape appeared, rows of skyscrapers standing under a gray sky. He sat on the sofa completely limp in a posture of exhaustion and despair. The three people opposite could only remain cautiously silent, not daring to speak. Zheng Ba's face was full of embarrassment, forcing a smile as he quickly said, Brother Li, I've got things at home. I'll be going now. Yan Zi quickly chimed in. Right, me too. The three hurried out, and the door slammed shut. Jia Mu's face was cold as ice, his eyes heavy, showing bitterness and helplessness. I never thought I'd see the day when Li Jiamu's followers scatter like monkeys from a fallen tree. He looked up, his eyes flashing with determination and pride. I don't need to be president anymore. I've still got my own stash, tens of billions in assets. I can make a comeback at Huda's new semester. A vast space, blue sky and white clouds. Groups of students dragged suitcases carrying things, laughing and chatting. Xu Tong stood in the crowded campus looking up at the blue sky, her eyes a bit dazed. Another semester starts. She frowned slightly, her expression a little lost, recalling past scenes, but the person who always chased after her was gone. A flicker of emotion crossed Shu Tong's eyes, mixed with some hesitation, her demeanor full of uncertainty. Chen Yuan Yiwa politely raised a hand to greet, a clear voice ringing out, "Hello, senior, have you done your PR?" Her face was full of admiration, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Do you know Senior Chen Yuan, the one called President Yan? We applied to this school just for him." Yunchuan was also beaming, smiling brightly, saying enthusiastically, Right, we're both huge fans of President Yan. Senior, do you know President Yan?" Shu Tong gave an awkward smile, her brows slightly furrowed, stammering, "Chen Yuan, of course I know him." Yiwa's eyes lit up with excitement, her face glowing with admiration. Really, what's he like? Is he handsome? Can I have dinner with him?" Yunchuan smirked slyly, squinting, gently poking her cheek with a finger. "You're too greedy. Wanting dinner? I'd be satisfied with just a photo together." She tilted her head, eyes slightly narrowed, her expression showing a hint of displeasure and disbelief. These two girls were young and pretty, their outfits probably worth 100,000 in total, and wanting to have dinner or a photo with Chen Yuan was considered an excessive request. Shu Tong recalled the past. He used to beg her to eat together, and she couldn't be bothered to respond. Back then she felt very annoyed, and every time they took a photo, she'd secretly delete it. Shu Tong's eyes held a hint of doubt and complex emotions, showing confusion and nostalgia. "Chen Yuan, is he really that great?" Yiwa widened her eyes, speaking rapidly with a hint of infatuation. "Of course, young, rich, charming. I want to have his baby." Yunchuan couldn't help but get emotional, frowning, her tone both gritting and regretful. "And he's especially devoted. Chasing one girl for 3 years, too bad that girl had no taste, it's infuriating." She turned around, flashing a bright smile, her eyes clear, showing friendliness and curiosity. "Oh, senior, do you know Lin Shu Tong?" She was slightly startled, her eyes wavering, both awkward and uncomfortable. "No, I don't." Yiwa frowned tightly, clearly showing anger and indignation. "If I ever meet this Lin Shu Tong, I'll give her a good lesson. Senior Chen Yuan chased her for 3 years and it was all for nothing." Shu Tong broke into a sweat, her face flushing with nervousness, unable to meet their eyes, clearly very embarrassed. "Well, I've got something to do." Suddenly, someone shouted Lin Shu Tong's name from behind, startling her, her eyes wide with fright. Ming Yun looked a bit hurried, but spoke slowly to Shu Tong. "The advisor is calling you. Go to his office." The two girls she'd been talking to had their faces fall, mouths wide open, eyes round with shock. Both showed obvious displeasure, brows furrowed, full of anger. "Senior, so you're that?" Shu Tong's face reddened with anger and panic. "I'm not." Then she looked up, eyes wide, fists clenched, showing suppressed emotion. I'm not Lin Shu Tong. I'm not Lin Shu Tong." She curled up under the covers, her face full of tears and despair. "I just wanted to find someone with good conditions. Was that wrong? Chen Yuan, I regret it so much." System prompt. Lin Shu Tong's affection for the target has broken through 99 points. After a while, Shu Tong sat up, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her expression was very sad. The room was silent, the quiet making her feel even more alone. Suddenly the phone rang, the screen showing it was her aunt calling. The voice on the other end was very urgent. "Shu Tong, your mother is sick. Come to the hospital quickly." She froze upon hearing this, her eyes widening in shock. Shu Tong rushed to Tongji City Han Hospital. At the door of the intensive care unit, she grabbed Huang Ning's shoulder. "Aunt, what's wrong with my mom?" She placed a hand on Shu Tong's shoulder, gently comforting her. "Shu Tong, don't worry, the doctor is examining her." Huang Ning recounted nervously. "Luckily, I went to see her mom today and found her passed out. I called an ambulance right away, but I still don't know what's going on." She felt shocked and terrified. Her mother had always been in good health, so why would she suddenly collapse? When the doctor came out, Shu Tong immediately stepped forward, her voice urgent and choked with tears. "Doctor, how is my mom?" The doctor looked at her seriously and asked back, "Are you a family member of Huang Shuwan?" He frowned slightly, analyzing her mother's current condition, and said that the situation was complicated. Based on the blood sample tests, a preliminary diagnosis could be made. The doctor informed her that it was leukemia, and it had already reached an advanced stage. She froze, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes hollow but with a deep-seated panic hidden within. He then spoke in a low, sorrowful tone, trying to stay calm. "This disease is dangerous, but not entirely untreatable. However, a bone marrow transplant must be done within a month, and at least 500,000 yuan in surgery costs need to be raised, or the patient's life will be at risk." Shu Tong burst into tears, tears streaming down her cheeks as she tightly gripped the doctor's hand, her eyes filled with pleading, her voice trembling as she asked, 500,000 yuan? That can cure my mom, doctor?" The doctor's gaze was stern, his tone heavy. "That can only control it. To completely cure her, it will take at least 1 million." Hearing this, she felt as if the world around her was collapsing. Shu Tong stood frozen, her eyes wide, vacant and dazed. 1 million? She leaned against the wall, tears in her eyes streaming endlessly, overwhelmed by a sense of utter collapse and helplessness. Where am I supposed to get $1 million? Shu Tong recalled her own miserable circumstances. As a child, her father was addicted to gambling, racked up huge debts, and then just took off. She had sworn to break free from her family background, to rise above others no matter the cost, even if it meant relying on a man. She picked up her phone, staring at the list of contacts, wondering if any of them could help her. 10 minutes later, Shu Tong was still curled up there, phone in hand. She lowered her head, her face shadowed, her lips slightly pursed, a heavy sigh filled with disappointment. Men really can't be relied on. Shu Tong stared at her phone, softly murmuring Chen Yuan's name. Her eyes were confused and desperate, sweat beading on her forehead, her lips trembling as if she was struggling to hold back her emotions. Do I have to swallow my pride and beg Chen Yuan? A plane descended in the brilliant twilight sky, the airport scene faintly illuminated by the soft sunlight. The plane came to a smooth stop on the runway at Tianhe City Han City Airport. The crowd was bustling, holding up welcome signs and banners. Welcome Mr. Chen Yuan on the flower path. Zhenian Laozi Yuan Da Ideal Pharmaceuticals. Zhenian Laozi Yuan Da Ideal. Yan Lan looked both surprised and curious. Why are there so many people at the airport today? Is there a celebrity? The young man replied excitedly. I heard it's the day the tycoon Yan Zong returns to Han City. Everyone's here to catch a glimpse of the richest man in legend. She was thrilled, her eyes sparkling. Yan Zong, the one who's super handsome and plays the piano. Oh my god, I'm in love with him. Yan Lan squeezed into the crowd. She acted fanatical. Is Yan Zong out yet? Let me see. Med. Chen Yuan lowered his head slightly, smiling awkwardly, not expecting such a warm welcome. This is too much, so many people picking me up. I shouldn't have been so flashy. Yuqi sat in the car, her eyes half teasing, half envious. Come on, a man as outstanding as you can't hide, like a firefly in the dark night. Get in the car. The young man recognized Chen Yuan, his tone full of surprise and excitement. Isn't that Yan Zong? He shouted and gestured, his face lighting up with discovery. Come over here. Yan Zong is here. Chen Yuan looked flustered, quickly scrambling into the car, shouting nervously. Chairman Zhao, drive. The supercar sped off, leaving a cloud of dust. Yuqi half teased, half probed, her lips slightly curled with confidence. Honey, what are you back for this time? He took off his hat, his expression calm but slightly tired. The school contacted me to give a speech to set an example for the juniors and for the school. Suddenly, Chen Yuan turned to look at her, confused and a bit embarrassed. Wait, what did you just call me? She tilted her head slightly. Her voice was soft with a hint of playfulness, deliberately making him flustered. Honey, is there a problem? The traffic light turned red, signaling the car to stop. Chen Yuan looked stunned, his mouth slightly open, eyes wide, his expression full of disbelief. You called me honey. Yuqi lowered her head slightly, showing clear regret and remorse, her eyes carrying a hint of worry. Sorry, I'm sorry, I overstepped. I was too eager to move our relationship forward without considering your feelings. I'm sorry. Her eyes were melancholy, carrying a sense of loneliness and inferiority, but she still tried to control her emotions. He had already soared to great heights, smiling proudly, and she was just an ordinary girl from this small city. He probably didn't even like her. Suddenly, Yuqi's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had realized something very unexpected. She looked at the car she was in, then suddenly became cheerful. A relatively rich and pretty ordinary girl. Chen Yuan leaned over, his eyes warm, reaching out to touch Yuqi's cheek, making her blush. What are you overthinking again? He leaned in, his gaze gentle, his lips smiling slightly, both teasing and sincere. If I didn't like you, why would I have asked you to pick me up alone? Yuqi's cheeks flushed. Too close. She closed her eyes tightly out of shyness, tilting her head up slightly, as if welcoming a kiss. Too close. Oh no, the two clung together, ready to share a passionate kiss. Suddenly a phone rang with a song. Girl, my story unfolds because of you. They both jumped apart. Chen Yuan's face reddened with anger, frowning as he picked up the phone. What is it? Calling at this time, the screen showed an incoming call from Lin Shutam. He was also a bit surprised. Why her? Chen Yuan didn't answer, just stared at the screen, perhaps frozen in thought. Yuji found it strange. She looked at him curiously and asked, Honey, who is it? He quickly pressed the end button, deciding not to take her call. Chen Yuan closed his eyes gently, explaining calmly after hanging up. It's Lin Shutam, probably asking for money. Just ignore it. She looked at him tenderly, her eyes showing contentment but still teasing him cleverly. What if it's not about money? Maybe she wants to make up with you. His eyes flashed with coldness, though a hint of sadness remained, but the past couldn't just be let go. I'm not who I used to be and she's not who she used to be. Chen Yuan rested his hand on the car window. He gazed into the distance out the window to calm himself. The past is like smoke, leaving only a bit of backbone. His phone vibrated again. Several messages coming in one after another. Chen Yuan opened his phone to check. They were 3 messages from Shu Tong. Lin Shu Tong. Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. I really need your help. Can you lend me $1 million? I'll work hard to pay you back. Trust me this time, okay? He sneered, his eyes sharp, then handed the phone to Yuqi. See what I said, asking for money again. She tricked me out of 50,000 last time. She looked at him. Her face showed a mix of concern and thought. Honey, the same excuse wouldn't be used twice. She might really be in trouble this time. Chen Yuan tossed the phone to the back seat, showing obvious arrogance and disdain. Still no use, my money didn't come from the wind. Treat me like an ATM, no way. He winked, smiled playfully, looking happy. The light's green. Let's go. The car sped off again on the bustling avenue. The main building of the school was majestic and modern. At the entrance of Lake City University, the crowd was massive, buzzing with chatter. Did you hear? Yan Zong is coming to give a speech today. Jing Zhao looked both curious and envious, her eyes bright. Really? I can see Yan Zong up close, but I heard only Lake University students can get in. Yi Ran replied in a tone that was both complaining and teasing. Yeah, a Lake University student ID is being scalped for tens of thousands now. Those damn scalpers. Just then, Shang Dao behind them tossed his hair, striking a confident pose. He walked over to strike up a conversation. Need some help, ladies? Jing Zhao turned around, her face showing surprise and confusion. Who are you? He pulled out a photo with Chen Yuan. His face beamed with pride. Yan Zong and I shared a dorm. We're good brothers. Shang Dao confidently pulled out several shiny VIP tickets and a phone with a QR code. He left us VIP tickets. We can bring people in. How about it? Add me? The two girls immediately showed excitement and admiration, their eyes sparkling, cheeks flushing. Really? I'll scan you. Then everyone walked into the event venue together. Let's go. He looked at Jing Zhao, feeling immensely grateful. Yuanzi, you're a living Buddha. If it weren't for you, we'd never get to pick up girls at this level in this lifetime. The venue was grand, the audience seats full, the atmosphere electric. Let's welcome our school's famous alumnus Yan Zong Chen Yuan to the stage. He appeared with a confident smile, his demeanor steady and charming. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Yuan, a senior in the College of Arts at Lake University. I'm glad to stand here and share some of my experiences and insights. Suddenly, a questioning voice rang out. Yan Zong, isn't that money ill-gotten? Chen Yuan glanced in that direction. Tu Wen's face was red, his tone jealous as he shouted, Dare you reveal the source of your massive wealth? He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with envy. He spoke in a provocative tone. If you've got the guts, make your wealth source public. Tu Wen sneered contemptuously, his eyes sharp, filled with jealousy and narrow-mindedness. This guy has embarrassed me multiple times and even kicked me out of the group. Let's see how I make him lose face in front of the whole school. Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, but his eyes were sharp, exuding overwhelming authority. Isn't that the guy here for revenge? Ridiculous, he asked disdainfully. Reveal my wealth? Chen Yuan smiled faintly, his tone calm but each word like a knife. Classmate, how many digits are in your bank account? How many properties and cars are under your name? And what's your family's specific assets? He showed confidence, the smile at the corner of his mouth exuding the aura of a victor. These are personal privacy. Why should I show them to you? Also, as a businessman, these are trade secrets. The audience erupted in applause. Tu Wen gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. Damn it, he got away with sophistry. He pointed forward, his eyes red with madness. But you're a rich man who only knows how to throw money at female streamers. Flaunting wealth on social media, that's an indisputable fact, right? Isn't this twisted value system wrong? Tu Wen pointed at the stage and shouted. What right do you have to represent Lake University in giving a speech? The audience buzzed. Yeah, Yan Zong does seem to love splashing cash on female streamers, millions at a time, terrifying. Every time I see news of him spending, I'm green with envy. Chen Yuan grinned, showing contempt, full of depth and authority. Oh, getting smarter, trying to use class resentment to attack me. He gently raised his hand to smooth his hair, his eyes calm, his tone flat. You're right, I have been somewhat of a heartless rich man, not considering things thoroughly due to my youth, and not fulfilling my social responsibilities. Chen Yuan spread his arms, chest out, voice loud, full of confidence and pride. I announce that I will personally inject 1 billion yuan. Starting now, I'm establishing a personal charity fund. All critically ill patients in Han City can receive free treatment. His eyes were sharp, full of confidence and challenge, his smile proud. I, Chen Yuan, mean what I say. Everyone in the stands, from students and teachers to the elderly, had their mouths wide open in shock. Tu Wen's face turned bright red, his brow furrowed, sweat beading, his eyes burning with anger and humiliation. Chen Yuan, you've got guts. Damn it, I can't catch him on anything. Cheers erupted, full of excitement and admiration. Yan Zong is amazing. Yan Zong is our role model. Among the tall buildings, some birds flew across the pale sky. A tiny figure stood on the edge of a high-rise, the wind blowing her hair and dress, creating a sense of fragility. Shutong curled up on the railing, already broken beyond reason. Chen Yuan, why don't you believe me? She finished a can of beer, her expression calm, but inside full of shattered feelings. If my mom's illness can't be cured, I don't want to live either. The small silhouette sitting on the rooftop edge was filled with regret and loneliness. Goodbye, my youth, goodbye, my regrets, goodbye. Chen Yuan, Shutong stood at the top of the high-rise. Against the clear, cold sky, she became small, alone in the vast world. Goodbye, Chen Yuan. Her foot had already moved outward, but suddenly a sound stopped her. Just then, Shutong's phone rang as if something was holding her back. The screen showed a call from her aunt. Tears streamed down Shutong's cheeks. Her eyes were hollow but eerily calm. Forget it, I'll say goodbye to my aunt and have her tell Mom. She answered the phone trembling. Hello, Aunt, a voice came from the other end. Tong Tong, your mom is saved. We don't have to pay for the treatment. Shu Tong's eyes widened, full of surprise, panic, but also hope. She gripped the phone tightly, asking urgently, "Aunt, what happened?" Her aunt explained in detail. "It seems some rich guy donated to the hospital so we can get free treatment. What's his name? Yan Zong. It's all over TV, so it should be true." Shu Tong lowered the phone, secretly relieved. "Yan Zong, it's him." Huang Ning, not hearing a response, asked repeatedly, "Hey Tong Tong, are you listening to me?" She quickly turned and went back inside. Shu Tong fell to her knees on the cold ground, tears dripping heavily. "Chen Yuan, I knew you hadn't abandoned me. You still care about me." She stood up straight, her tone firm. "If you don't leave, I won't abandon you. I, Lin Shu Tong, swear here and now willingly to give everything for Chen Yuan, even my life." System prompt. Lin Shu Tong affection 1, current affection 100. High in the sky, lightning tore through the night, her figure standing in the pouring rain. Her aunt's voice still echoed on the phone. "Shu Tong, what's wrong? Is it raining where you are? Why is there thunder? Who is Chen Yuan? Talk to me, Shu Tong." Under the twilight sky, the building was bathed in golden light. Chen Yuan looked up, frowning as he spoke, half joking, half suspicious. "What's this? Why is there thunder at this time? Which idiot is making a vow?" The system suddenly prompted Lin Shu Tong affection 1, current affection 100, surprising him. Another prompt popped up from the system. "Congratulations to the host for encountering a simp in your roster. The first one is a top-tier simp. This simp is genuinely devoted to you and follows your every word." Chen Yuan stared at the golden announcement board, sweat dripping down his forehead, his expression a mix of surprise and helplessness. "A top-tier simp, Lin Shutong. Didn't I reject her? Why has her affection increased?" The system announcement rewarded 100 enhancement points and 5 points to all attributes. He froze. The host has successfully cultivated a top-tier simp, completing the first phase of the task. System upgrade. The announcement continued. This upgrade will unlock the use of enhancement points. The points the host earns can be used to improve the simp's appearance, health, and physical attributes. Chen Yuan rested his chin on his hand, then chuckled lightly. "Enhance appearance? Why can't I enhance myself? Can't I be a little more handsome?" His phone rang with a soft melody. He stared at the screen, a displeased look on his face. "Lin Shutong, even if you're a top-tier simp, I won't forgive you." But still, he pressed the answer button for Shutong's call. He did this out of curiosity, though thinking about the enhancement points and contribution points, answering the call wouldn't hurt. He answered and said, "Hello, if you have something to say, say it." "I'm busy." On the other end of the line, she spoke rapidly. "Chen Yuan, I know you have me in your heart. I know you donated 10 billion to the treatment facility for my mom's illness. From now on, I'm yours in life and death. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. My body and heart belong entirely to you. You are my supreme master." Sweat poured down Chen Yuan's face, and he felt incredibly flustered hearing these words. "Wait, you've misunderstood. I haven't." He stood frozen, staring at his phone, his expression despairing to the point of misanthropy. Chen Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, his expression dazed and trembling. "Is this what a top-tier simp is like? So terrifying, completely brainwashed." The orange sunset bathed the campus, red brick buildings and green trees intertwining in the twilight. He put his phone in his pocket and quickly left. Chen Yuan walked with his head down, his eyes tired, his expression showing slight collapse and helplessness. "From now on, I need to be careful when converting simps. Lin Shutong's mental state doesn't seem right. It's frightening." He walked on, hands in his pockets, his face cold, as his phone rang again. "My story unfolds because of you, learning patience for you, changing all bad habits for you. Girl, my story unfolds because of you, learning patience for you, changing all bad habits for you." Chen Yuan shouted into the phone, his face twisted and red with anger. "Who is it now? I just want to go home." He picked up the phone and was surprised. "Chu Mo, haven't seen her in a while. Why is she suddenly calling? Because I gave her a helicopter earlier." Chen Yuan rested his chin on his hand, squinting as if plotting a scheme. "I heard she resigned from the police force. This military family heiress has deep connections, making her perfect to be the president of my budget committee." He smiled smugly, lost in his perfect fantasy. "I'm a genius. I can spend money and win the favor of a military heiress. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Chen Yuan's face was hidden in the shadows, leaving only a white smile and red-rimmed eyes. "With this budget committee, I won't stop until I've spent hundreds of billions." He flashed a brilliant smile, his eyes half closed with confidence, holding the phone elegantly. "Isn't this Miss Chu? Is there anything I can help you with?" Chu Mo's eyes held a hint of wariness, but she remained calm. "Nothing much. I just think the gift you sent is too valuable. I want to return it to you." "When are you free?" Chen Yuan answered cleverly to avoid awkwardness. "We'll talk about the gift later. When are you free? I'll treat you to dinner." A hint of surprise crossed her face. "Is this Chen Yuan? Has he lost his mind? Suddenly so gentle, he used to be so cold to me." Suddenly Chu Mo frowned, her eyes flashing with shock and a trace of disappointment. "Has Chen Yuan been getting close to me all along with an ulterior motive, wanting to use my military background? Was the helicopter a bribe?" She regained her composure, gripping her phone tightly, her eyes bright, her voice clear. Okay, tomorrow at 5 p.m. at Zhao's private kitchen. I have something I need to clear up with you, he agreed immediately. Okay, the scene shifted to a light orange sky. Swallows flew by. Chen Yuan stared at his phone full of confusion. Why does she seem a bit unhappy? Did something upset her? Chu Mo growled in frustration, unleashing suppressed anger. I knew it. All these men are the same, flattering me or using soft and hard tactics, all because I have a secretary father. She decided to cut off all ties to avoid getting hurt again. No matter what, I'll reject him decisively tomorrow. I'll return the plane too, system announcement. Chu Mo's affection decreased by 10, current affection 80 points. He frantically grabbed his head, his mouth wide open in a wail. Am I having bad luck today? Why is everyone targeting me? Big sister, why deduct affection? I just gave a gift and invited you to dinner. The scene shifted to the vast campus. Chen Yuan walked slowly, head down, hands in pockets, realizing he had been too hasty and ruined the impression. The budget committee got me excited. Thinking about the details, I still need more people. Chu Mo alone isn't enough to hold it together. His eyes sharpened, sensing unease and an extremely fast reaction. A killing intent. Instantly he turned and sprinted, leaving a trail of dust. When Chen Yuan threw a punch, he immediately recognized it was old Wang. The fist came with a gust of wind and blinding light, showing incredible speed and power. It blew Wang Hui's hair back, revealing its speed. The two stood face to face, covered in sweat, eyes wide with extreme confusion. He stiffened in panic. Damn, scared the hell out of me. Chen Yuan stammered too. Teacher Wang, why is it you? Wang Wei immediately snapped. Chen Yuan, you little brat, you've skipped over 60 classes. Do you still have any respect for me as your homeroom teacher? He waved his hand in denial. Teacher Wang, hear me out. No excuses. He gave a stern smile. Guilty conscience scared, huh? You've gotten rich and let it go to your head. Today I'll knock you down a peg. Chen Yuan tilted his head slightly, his eyes suddenly lighting up, his mouth slightly open, as if he'd thought of something. He jumped over and hugged Wang Wei tightly, his cheeks flushed, eyes squinting with a smile. Teacher Wang, you've come at the perfect time. I've missed you so much. Chen Yuan put on an adorable expression, saying flattering words. Teacher Wang, I've really missed you. Wang Wei frowned, his expression serious with suspicion. The sun must be rising in the west. The old Chen Yuan would run at the sight of me, and now you're being so nice to me. Wang Wei showed a kind smile, still trusting him. It seemed this kid still loved learning. Money hadn't tainted his pure heart. Chen Yuan clasped his hands, beaming, his eyes sparkling as he pleaded. Teacher Wang, I have a favor to ask. His expression turned serious, his voice full of righteousness. Go ahead, I'm your homeroom teacher. If you have something to say, say it. He put his hand on the teacher's shoulder and made a suggestion that left him stunned. Teacher Wang, why don't you come work for me, be my employee? Wang Hui's veins bulged with anger, his eyes wide as he shouted, You wretch, do you have any respect for teachers in your eyes? Wanting to make your teacher an employee? Where's the logic in that? He raised his hand to stop him. Teacher Wang, don't rush, hear me out. Chen Yuan calmly regained his composure, his smile light but his eyes bright, his tone sweet yet respectful. Teacher, you know about my charity budget committee. I'm short on people, you're my homeroom teacher and I've always admired you. Strong work ethic, responsible and upright. Wang Wei fell silent, his eyes showing contemplation as he listened. You're over 40, still just a homeroom teacher at school, not even a professor. Are you really content with that? Chen Yuan smiled confidently, his eyes bright and spirited, his hand gripping the teacher's shoulder firmly as he urged, Come work for me. At the very least, an annual salary of $1 million is no problem. He slowly persuaded, Your daughter is about to graduate from college. She'll need money for a house, a car, and property. Also, I remember your wife isn't in great health and expenses are high. Wang Wei looked into the distance, his voice trembling slightly. But quitting just like that would be too irresponsible to the students. Chen Yuan flashed a confident smile, raising his hand to show he had a solution. Who said you have to quit? You can do it part-time. Wang Wei frowned hesitantly. But won't that distract me? How could it? Many college teachers nowadays are influencers or run companies, and no one's distracted. Chen Yuan put his hand on his shoulder, his gaze unwavering. With great power comes great responsibility. Old Wang, listen to me. Wang Wei clenched his fist, showing determination. All right, I agree, boss. Thank you for the recognition. He pondered, his gaze drifting into the distance. I came to push him to study, and now I've suddenly become his employee? Strange, but I can get used to it. After steadying himself, Wang Wei showed a cooperative attitude. Boss, speaking of your budget committee, it doesn't have a name yet. Chen Yuan replied calmly. What do you mean my budget committee? It's our budget committee. A name? Let's call it Yuan Company Budget Committee. Wang Wei immediately showed an angry expression. That's way too casual. Isn't Yuan just the first letter of your name? Man, standing in the distance, saw the two and wondered, Hey, isn't that Chen Yuan? Who's that old guy opposite him? She opened her mouth to call out, Chen, someone's coming. Man, I finally found you. Man turned around at the sound and saw her friend Chi-Chi. She grabbed Chu-Chi's hand, her eyes full of worry. You scared me, she said with an urgent expression. Man, help me with something." Chu-Chi clenched her fist, her gaze incredibly determined as if making a very significant decision. "I want to sleep with Chen Yuan tonight." Man was startled, covering her mouth in surprise. "Chi-Chi, you, Chu-Chi said decisively. "I've already made up my mind." She lowered her head shyly. "My relationship with Chen Yuan needs a breakthrough. There are too many temptations around him. I have to seize him tonight," Man warned worriedly. "But Chu-Chi, a man who's too easily won won't appreciate it." "You need to," but Chu-Chi had already made up her mind and interrupted her. Man, don't try to talk me out of it." She clenched her fist, full of resolve. "Someone like Chen Yuan is hard to come by. Since starting my business I've been busier, and delays will only cause problems. I want to have a passionate romance for my youth." Chu-Chi thought of other girls surrounding Chen Yuan and said firmly, "There can only be one winner in this game. Since I've been given this chance, don't blame me for not valuing sisterhood." Then she leaned close to Man and said, "Later, go find Chen Yuan and invite him to the restaurant at the back gate of the school. We'll get him drunk together." Hearing this, Man panicked and was afraid. "All right, since you've said that, I'll definitely help you." Man's heart was in turmoil. Her best friend was about to sleep with the man she liked and she had to help. On the other side, he was waving goodbye when a call rang out. Chen Yuan heard it, startled, and turned around. Man walked over a bit flustered and said, "Chen Yuan, Chi-Chi said she's a bit hungry. Let's go eat at the back gate together." Chen Yuan listened and replied cheerfully, "Okay, sure." Then they walked together to a restaurant. The waiter guided them. "3 guests this way, please. There's a private room upstairs." After entering the private room, Chen Yuan looked at his phone in surprise. The menu they ordered was a bit strange: Motai liquor, Taishan beer. So he turned to ask Chu-Chi, "Chi-Chi, have you run into something lately?" "Something's off," she replied a bit shyly and guiltily. "No, I just wanted to drink a little. I'm happy to see you." Chen Yuan was startled and flustered. This much is a little, and it's only beer and liquor. Is she trying to get drunk, or does she plan to? Suddenly, another possibility crossed his mind and he blushed. Drunken indiscretion. Chen Yuan secretly got excited, tears welling up. "Finally, it's here. I'm finally losing my virginity." Man watched them smile. Then she raised her glass and said, "We girls will drink half a glass." "Chen Yuan, you can drink a full glass, right?" Chen Yuan replied with a smile. "Of course, no problem. That's fair." But inside he gloated, "Who's afraid of who? This is just giving me a buff." Then the 3 of them started drinking. Man watched him thinking, "Chen Yuan, tonight let me show you the power of a natural-born alcohol saint." Qian Man, heir to a brewing family. 3-time champion in the beer competition, honorary member of the Gin Tasting Association. After a while Man's voice rang out, "Come on, keep drinking." Before her eyes, Chen Yuan gradually blurred. Man asked with a red face, "Chen Yuan, why do I see 2 of you? Do you have a twin brother?" Alcohol content 160. Seeing her like this, he said, Man, stop, you're drunk." "Alcohol content 2, Man pointed to the side with a laugh. "Drunk? Impossible." "Chi-Chi, look, Chen Yuan has a twin brother." Chu-Chi looked at her and said, Man, you're drunk. How could Chen Yuan have a twin brother?" Alcohol content 140. The image of Chen Yuan before her became even blurrier. Chu-Chi laughed and said, "That's clearly triplets. There are 3 Chen Yuans." Watching the 2 of them, he sighed. "Not one of them can fight, and they thought they could get me drunk. Waiter, check please." Suddenly Man shouted, "Don't check out, don't leave." She hugged Chu-Chi, tears streaming, and said, "Chi-Chi, since you have 3 Chen Yuans, can you give me one? I like Chen Yuan too." Chu-Chi, now also drunk, replied, "Okay, I'll give you one. Let's both be Chen Yuan's girlfriends." Man cheered up at that. "Really, Chi-Chi, is it really okay?" Chu-Chi then spoke her true feelings. "Of course, I've long known you like Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan is so outstanding." Then she pushed Man away and said, "But why did you hide it from me? Chen Yuan is great, but why do you all have to compete with me?" She cried and hugged Chu-Chi's leg. "But I like him too. I can't help it. You be the main one. I'll be the side one. Let's be together, okay?" Chu-Chi immediately shouted, tears streaming down her face, "Get away from me. I don't want to be with you." Chen Yuan watched from the side, cold sweat pouring down. This is too terrifying." Half an hour later, the waiter came out and said with an awkward smile, "Sir, take your time." Because it was so embarrassing, Chen Yuan had to put on a mask and carry the 2 limp, drunk girls on his shoulders. "Thanks, with me like this I can't exactly take it slow." Recalling what had just happened, he couldn't help but sigh. Their relationship is completely ruined. How bad will it be when they see each other again after tonight? Chen Yuan walked worried. Carrying 2 drunk girls like this to a hotel probably wasn't appropriate. Where should he go? Just then a woman's voice suddenly rang out, "Sir, please wait a moment." A girl stormed out and said, "May I ask where you're taking these 2 young ladies?" He was annoyed and turned back to reply, "Where? They're my friends." "Do I need to report to you where I'm taking them?" The girl immediately retorted indignantly, "You're taking advantage of their vulnerability, which constitutes unlawful behavior toward women." Chen Yuan was baffled. "What advantage?" "They're my friends." The girl stubbornly blocked him. "No, I can't let you take them away," she even threatened. "If you force them to leave, I'll call the police." Just then, Meng suddenly blushed and shouted, "Who are you? Mind your own business." At the same time, she accidentally pulled down Chen Yuan's mask. The moment she saw his face, the girl was stunned. "Oh my God, you are?" the waitress blurted out in terror. "President Yan." Hearing this, Chen Yuan said coldly, "Now that you know it's me, are you reassured?" The waitress hastily bowed, blushing and apologizing repeatedly. "Reassured, reassured. I'm so sorry for mistaking you for a bad guy." As she watched Chen Yuan walk away, she thought to herself, "President Yan is even more handsome in person than on TV." A thought flashed through her mind. "I wish he were holding me instead." Then Chen Yuan brought the two girls to the apartment. He placed Meng Meng on the sofa. Next, Chen Yuan carried Yuki back to the room. She groggily opened her eyes, looking confused. What happened? In a daze, Yuki saw Chen Yuan holding her and was startled. "Chen Yuan," she couldn't help but blush and her heart raced. "It's coming, it's coming. Finally, Chen Yuan and I are going to be together." By then, Chen Yuan had already brought her to the bedside. Yuki was still thinking, "I wonder what it'll feel like. Will it hurt the first time?" Then he laid her down on the bed. Yuki looked incredibly alluring at that moment. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. Heaven rewards the diligent. After binding so many targets, I've finally made a breakthrough today. His expression turned sly. Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability isn't the act of a gentleman. Luckily, I'm not one. Just then, someone suddenly turned on the light. Luo Luo, rubbing her sleepy eyes, said, "Brother Chen Yuan, you're back?" The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. He stood there, looking at the two girls on his bed. 6 hours earlier, it was still afternoon at Chen Yuan's Qinyuan community. Luo Luo poured water into a bucket and said, "Mission accomplished." She wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled slightly. "This time I'll definitely surprise Brother Chen Yuan." By now the house had been scrubbed clean and looked brand new. Luo Luo chuckled to herself, calculating the time. Brother Chen Yuan's lecture should be almost over. If he's tired, he'll probably come here to rest. Then she excitedly planned, "I'll take a shower, put on my battle gear, and wait for him like a hunter." Shy images flashed through Luo Luo's mind, and she immediately blushed. "Luo Luo, you have to win him over today." 6 hours later, Luo Luo, the moment he saw Luo Luo, Chen Yuan was surprised. "What are you doing here?" She immediately apologized awkwardly. I'm sorry, Brother Chen Yuan. I'll leave right now." Luo Luo looked flustered and left with a red face. Just then she suddenly stopped at the door. Luo Luo turned back and shyly reminded him, I made some chicken soup and put it in the fridge. If you get hungry, remember to take it out." She felt a pang of sadness inside. Is that Brother Chen Yuan's girlfriend? The couple was about to get intimate, and I'm just here making a fool of myself. Just then, Luo Luo smelled something in the air. Why is there a smell of alcohol, and it seems like Maotai? As she turned back, she saw another girl lying on the sofa. Suddenly, Luo Luo's expression turned strange. "There's another person here." Just then, Chen Yuan came out and quickly explained, "Luo Luo, don't misunderstand. They got drunk and I couldn't take them to a hotel, so I brought them here to rest. I was planning to sleep on the sofa," but then he was confused. "Wait, why am I explaining this to her? This is my home. I can bring whoever I want." Suddenly, Luo Luo shouted, "I believe you." A hint of loneliness crossed her face as she continued, "I believe you, Brother Chen Yuan." Luo Luo began to speculate. "He didn't need to explain to me. I'm just an insignificant person. But he did, so I must be important to him." Just as they were talking, Meng Meng suddenly showed signs of discomfort. Both their faces turned pale with fear. "No way, no way." Meng Meng pursed her lips tightly as if holding something back, and then she vomited messily. The floor was now a complete mess. Chen Yuan immediately freaked out. "Damn it, if you're going to throw up, go to the bathroom. This is disgusting." Luo Luo quickly hugged him to stop him. All right, don't be mad, don't be mad." She smiled and pushed him forward. "I'll clean this up. Brother Chen Yuan, go take a shower first. You reek of alcohol too." As he walked to the bathroom, Chen Yuan looked back into the room, lost in thought. At school, everyone called her a gold digger. Watching Luo Luo diligently cleaning, he couldn't help but hesitate. "But she's doing this for me." Chen Yuan sighed to himself. "Luo Luo, what am I going to do with you?" The next morning at the Qinyuan community apartment. At 10 o'clock, Chen Yuan was woken by the sunlight shining on his face. He groggily opened his eyes. After clearing his head a bit, he sat up abruptly and let out a sigh. That sleep felt like a battle. Just then, a fragrance drifted into the room. So fragrant, he immediately guessed who it was. "Luo Luo is up this early?" Just then, she poked her head in and waved. "It was too late last night, so I let Luo Luo stay. Luckily there are 2 bedrooms. Chen Yuan then thought of the other 2. Chairman Zhao and Qian Meng Meng, they had a falling out yesterday but still ended up sleeping in the same bed. He couldn't help but worry and broke out in a cold sweat. "They won't fight, will they?" At that moment in the other room, sunlight streamed through the curtains. Yuki opened her eyes and called out, "My head hurts." She immediately realized the surroundings were unfamiliar. Looking to the side, she saw someone else lying there. She thought to herself, "The person next to me is Chen Yuan." Yuki blushed and pulled up the blanket. "Did we last night?" But she found it strange. Why doesn't it match what others said? It doesn't hurt and I don't feel anything. So Yuki shyly looked under the blanket. Then she discovered it was someone else and screamed, "Mengming, why is it you?" Mengming sat up groggy and asked, "What is it, Chi-Chi, so early in the morning?" The two girls stared at each other, stunned. Yuki immediately remembered what she had said last night. "Why did you lie to me too and try to take Chen Yuan from me? You jerk." Mengming also froze, recalling her own pitiful cries from that night. "Chi-Chi, share Chen Yuan with me. I'll be the junior, you'll be the senior." Then both girls turned away, unable to look at each other. Mengming was shy and anxious. "I'm such a green tea bitch. I actually tried to steal my best friend's boyfriend. Someone kill me." On the other side, Yuki was also thinking, "It's over. I said it all. How can we still be friends? 10 years of friendship all ruined." Then Mengming spoke first. "Chi-Chi, did you catch Chen Yuan last night? I was drunk and don't remember anything." Hearing this, Yuki cursed inwardly. "Don't remember? I don't believe you. Damn green tea bitch." But she worried that if she exposed her, they couldn't be friends anymore. So Yuki pretended to smile and said, "Really, actually I don't remember much either. I drank too much." Hearing this, Mengming was surprised. "She doesn't remember either. Good thing Chi-Chi forgot or I'd be too ashamed to show my face." Suddenly, Luo poked her head in and called out, "Hey, you two up, come out for breakfast." The moment she saw her, Yuki blurted out, "Tang Luo, what are you doing here?" 30 minutes later, the four of them gathered around the dining table. Yuki smiled and suddenly asked Chen Yuan, "Did Tang Luo give you this house?" He answered casually while eating, "Yeah, that's right." Luo also explained softly, "It's like this. My dad's internet cafe was in trouble. Chen Yuan lent our family some money, and this house was given to brother Chen Yuan as collateral." Seeing this, Yuki thought to herself, "She's not as pretty as me, but she knows how to please people. Buying a house for a man, why didn't I think of that?" An image of Xiao Ruoyu came to mind, and Yuki got angry. "I always thought my rival was Xiao Ruoyu, but I didn't expect to be outflanked." Then Mengming spoke up awkwardly, "Sorry Luo, did I throw up last night? I made a mess of your place." Yuki chimed in, "Yeah, and you even made breakfast. Come over to my place sometime and I'll cook for you." Luo replied cheerfully, "It's nothing, you're both friends of Chen Yuan, so it's no big deal." Hearing this, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Her words sound strange, like we're just ordinary friends. She's the one with a special relationship with Chen Yuan. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. A text message came in from Mengming. "Chi-Chi, be careful, this Tang Luo is a high-level green tea bitch. Her methods are very sophisticated." Reading the message, Yuki thought, even a green tea like Mengming is warning me. It seems Tang Luo is indeed a high-level green tea, hard to deal with. On the other side, Chen Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect them to get along so well. I was worried for nothing." He looked at the two, concerned they might be the same. Fighting last night and acting like nothing happened today. Women's friendships are terrifying. Just then, Yuki suddenly spoke up, "Brother Chen Yuan, I need to go to the company. There's a lot to handle. I'll head out first." He walked her to the door and said, "All right, go ahead. Call me if anything comes up and let me know if you need money." Then the door closed. Mengming turned around and said softly to him, Chen Yuan, I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Is she going to confess? This girl is really direct. Her friend just left and she's already making a move. Then they walked to another part of the room. Chen Yuan said awkwardly, "Mengming, just say what you need to." He couldn't help but feel narcissistic. "You sisters are finally going to fight over me." But then Mengming said innocently, "It's like this, our big cat company's shopping app just launched. I'd like you to help come up with a name." Hearing this, Chen Yuan was stunned. He turned away awkwardly. "That's it." She looked confused. "Of course, what else?" Then Chen Yuan turned back and explained, "Since you're big cat, just call the shopping app Little Cat." Hearing this, Mengming was speechless. "That's so casual," but then she became wary. No, he definitely didn't say that offhand. Various scenarios and articles flashed through Mengming's mind and she suddenly realized he had this planned all along. Chen Yuan still said calmly, "The name doesn't matter, just make it catchy. From now on you're in charge of online shopping. I'll invest 100 billion in you." Hearing this, both girls' hearts nearly jumped out. Mengming replied flustered, "That's so much money. I'm afraid I can't handle it." He put his hand on her shoulder and said firmly, "Don't overthink it. Believe in yourself." He added, "Your task is to make Little Cat a household app in the shortest time possible, no matter the cost." Hearing this, Mengming was shocked. Finally, she made up her mind and said, "Yes, boss. I'll do it." A fire burned in Mengming's eyes. "Maybe I really do have a talent for this. I just never discovered it before. I have to trust Chen Yuan's judgment." At 1 in the morning, Luo also left the house. She looked around thinking, what exactly is Chen Yuan's identity? He casually threw a few million at me before, and now he's talking in billions. Suddenly, Luo looked in surprise at another place. A large sign stood there with people coming and going. "This is a job fair." She then remembered, right, it's almost graduation season. Luo couldn't help but feel conflicted. Should I work after graduation or inherit the family's internet cafe chain? In the end, she walked straight into the job fair. Forget it, I'll go in and take a look first. After walking for a while, Luo began to observe. In front of her was a booth with no one around, bearing the sign Company Sponsorship Fund. Seeing this, Luo was puzzled. Company Sponsorship Fund. It looks really deserted. At that moment no one had approached the booth. Looking at the person wiping sweat, she felt curious. And this recruiter looks familiar. Just then, two girls walked by, chatting. Isn't that our College of Arts counselor, Teacher Wang? What's he doing recruiting here? Let's go. A sponsorship fund sounds like a charity. It probably doesn't even pay. Hearing this, she wondered. College of Arts counselor, company. Does this sponsorship fund have anything to do with Chen Yuan? So Luo walked up to him. Hello, Teacher Wang. I'm Tang Luo, a senior from the College of Arts. Teacher Wang smiled warmly and said, Hello, Tang Luo. Are you here for an interview? She smiled and asked, Excuse me, is this company sponsorship fund the charity fund that classmate Chen Yuan invested 100 billion in to build a hospital in Hancheng? Teacher Wang immediately replied, You guessed right. This classmate is really sharp. Luo hesitated and asked, Then if I want to join the company sponsorship fund, what conditions do I need? I'm not sure if I'm suitable. He quickly answered, Tang Luo, the teacher knows you've won awards in art competitions. You're fully qualified to join. Teacher Wang was inwardly nervous. I've been out in the sun all morning and finally found someone. I have to keep her. With a face like that, she'll definitely attract other students. Then he continued to act professional. Don't think we're just starting out and a bit basic. We've already applied to the school leaders. We'll have our own hall soon. Teacher Wang smiled and put his hand on her shoulder, persuading her. If you join now, you'll be a founding member. Luo listened and shared her thoughts. I want to join too, but I'm an art student. It doesn't seem like a good fit. Teacher Wang pulled her to sit at the booth and said, Fit or not is another matter. You can do recruitment work like the teacher. Let's recruit talent first. Company sponsorship fund recruitment. She replied awkwardly, Is that okay? Luo calculated in her mind. It's a bit unexpected, but joining the sponsorship fund will let me get closer to Chen Yuan. Thinking this, she felt a bit annoyed. Otherwise, when he talks work with other women, I won't be able to join in. As if saved, the teacher immediately waved and left. Tang Luo, the teacher has things to handle. You can temporarily take over the recruitment work. She watched his back, looking confused, but he ran off like the wind. No buts. Now you're the HR director. The teacher believes in you. You can do it. At that moment, looking at the empty, deserted scene, Luo couldn't help but feel something was off. Me doing recruitment. I'm the HR director, company sponsorship fund recruitment. Then she picked up the sign and thought, this sign doesn't seem very reliable. Company sponsorship fund recruitment. So Luo added a line and changed the name. Sounds better. President Yan's charity fund official recruitment. Just then, a few girls passed by and looked curiously. President Yan's charity fund official recruitment. Could it be that President Yan? At that moment another girl said excitedly. In the blink of an eye, President Yan's foundation was hiring. Lei smiled and looked up to reply. That's right, yesterday Yan invested 100 billion in charity. And that money will be managed by our company's foundation, so we all rushed over as soon as we heard. Really? In the blink of an eye, here's my resume. I want in too. I was first. Senior Lei, I'm an art student too. Give me a break. A few young people nearby were curious about the scene. What's going on over there? Why so many people? The guy next to him replied, It seems President Yan's foundation is hiring. Hearing this, the guy sighed. Didn't they say yesterday they'd invest 100 billion in charity? That's just throwing money around. After finishing filming with us, he saw a colleague taking off their badge, his limited company. He immediately ran over and said, If those students can do it, why can't I? I'm going to the interview too. Cut to the entrance of Zhao's private kitchen, where Chen Yuan had already changed into a fine outfit. Right on time, he answered the phone with a smile. Miss Chu, I'm here. Where are you? Inside was an elegant scene with a very beautiful pavilion in the middle of a lake. A girl sat quietly by the table waiting. As soon as he saw her, Chen Yuan blushed. This was Chu Yumo. He subconsciously recalled the past, thinking she hadn't seemed that beautiful before. At that moment, Yumo also noticed someone approaching. Chen Yuan smiled and politely extended his hand, saying, Hello. As soon as she saw him, she blushed. Chen Yuan, the man she both loved and hated, in Yumo's eyes at that moment. Chen Yuan was an extremely perfect image, handsome face, outstanding talent, every detail captivating. Her mood sank again, but he approached me because of my background and identity. How should I refuse? Just as Chen Yuan sat down, Yumo spoke. Chen Yuan, listen to me. He immediately smiled and opened the menu to look. Miss Chu, don't rush, let's eat first. She felt a bit flustered. What did he mean? Did he really just ask me out to eat? Soon, a table full of lavish dishes was served. Looking at the food, he silently praised it. Zhao's private kitchen was indeed expensive, but the taste was impeccable. At that moment, Yomo asked impatiently, Chen Yuan, what exactly do you want from me? Did you ask me out just to eat? Chen Yuan also smiled and replied, this time I asked you out, I do have something I want your help with. She felt a bit disappointed after hearing that. Tell me what it is. If I can do it, I'll help you, but if you want me to go against my principles and bottom line, absolutely not. Yomo's mood sank subconsciously. Although she had guessed it earlier, his direct approach still disappointed her. Then she added, and about the plane you gave me last time, I hope you'll take it back. I won't accept it. Chen Yuan smiled calmly and said, I understand, don't rush. You'll need the plane later. Hearing this, Yomo stood up abruptly. I won't need it. If you insist on giving it, let's just cut ties, he sighed and replied. All right, I give in. Chen Yuan smiled, propping his hand up and continued, you should know I recently set up a charity foundation, right? Yomo replied, of course I know, it was all over the news yesterday, but have you thought about it? That 100 billion isn't nearly enough, let alone building 10 hospitals. She also raised a few other issues, and the number of seriously ill patients who can't afford treatment is much higher than the records show. If news of free treatment spreads to other provinces, patients from out of town will flock here. Will you refuse or accept them? Then there's the potential chain reaction. If you refuse, could it spark negative public opinion? Yomo warned seriously. Many things aren't as simple as you think. After hearing her, he smiled and said, you're right, well said. The fact that you can say these things shows I didn't pick the wrong person. So Chen Yuan made a suggestion. Momo, I'd like you to be the foundation's chairperson, with full authority over all fund allocation. As soon as she heard this, Yomo was surprised. He wasn't trying to pull strings. He wanted her to be the chairperson. Chen Yuan quickly added, don't rush to refuse, I have my reasons for asking you. He then explained why he gave her the plane. I gave you the plane and you didn't accept it. That's the noblest human quality. You used to be a criminal police officer. You're full of a sense of justice. And you just resigned, so you're exactly in need of a job. Chen Yuan smiled and began listing. I'm shaping myself into a good image. As long as this money helps patients, whether they thank me or blame me, I don't care. I'll do my best and have a clear conscience. After hearing this, Yomo was moved. So today you asked me out. Chen Yuan stood up with a smile and confirmed, it's for this. She was surprised after hearing it. So he was testing her. Yomo couldn't help but feel guilty. He cared about the underprivileged, but I misunderstood him as trying to pull strings. Then she blushed, feeling petty herself. At that moment the system also prompted Chu Yomo's affection 10, current affection 90. Then Yomo turned and said, I'm sorry, Chen Yuan. I misunderstood you earlier. Hearing this, Chen Yuan was puzzled. Misunderstood? Then she asked again, but I've only been a criminal police officer. Can I really manage this money well? He immediately wiped his mouth and said, don't worry about that. You just need to ensure every penny is used where it counts. Chen Yuan smiled and handed her a card. Don't worry about the money, there's 100 billion here. Momo, take it for now. Later I'll take you to meet the rest of our team. After hearing this, Yomo couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my, just giving it to me like that, the system prompted again. Chu Yomo's affection 1. Her eyes welled up with tears. Was this what it felt like to be trusted? The prompt kept sounding. Chu Yomo's affection 1, current affection 92. She started to imagine things, and he had just called me Momo, even though he's younger than me, using my nickname. In the distance, Chen Yuan stood there dumbfounded, watching the shy Yomo as the sky gradually darkened. The lights around them flickered. Teacher Wang looked at his watch a bit worried. Oh dear, it's so late. He immediately called Lele and asked, hello, is this Lele? How's the recruitment going? She said confidently. Teacher Wang, the recruitment went pretty well, but the salary needs your decision. Lele added, we've moved the recruitment location to the activity center. Please come over when you have time. After hearing this, Teacher Wang was startled. The activity center, why did it change to there? He hurried over, thinking to himself, young people are so careless, how can you just change the recruitment location on a whim? Then Teacher Wang followed Lily's directions to the place. It was so remote who could even see it? But as soon as he walked in, he froze. A large crowd was gathered there, saying in unison, hello, Teacher Wang. Seeing this, Teacher Wang was a bit dazed. Oh my, so many people. He turned to Lele in confusion and asked, Lele, did you recruit all these people? Yes, Teacher Wang, she said a bit sheepishly. Time was short, so this is all I got. Please criticize me, Teacher Wang. But Teacher Wang was curious and asked, how did you do it? Lele immediately smiled and replied, it's all thanks to the student council. She then explained what she had done. I recruited a few people from the student council, and using them as a core, expanded to the whole student council and the entire school. Lele smiled at her achievement. One person brings two bring a group. Over 1,000 people in total. That's it. After hearing this, Teacher Wang broke out in a sweat. Then he pointed at the sign over there and said, Lele, didn't you say the salary hadn't been decided yet? Company foundation recruitment, salary 8,000, Lele awkwardly replied. Some classmates asked about the salary, so I just wrote a random number. This salary isn't too high, is it? After hearing this, he was stunned. Not high, I've been working for decades and my salary is only 8,000. You really don't know the value of money until you're in charge. He looked at the long line of people and worried. With so many people, just the labor cost is a huge sum. What do we do? Teacher Wang remembered how much Chen Yuan trusted him, and now he had messed up. He sighed, feeling a bit dejected. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's phone call came through, vibrating. On the phone he asked, "Teacher Wang, how's the recruitment going?" "Teacher Wang, how's the recruitment going?" he answered with a smile. "Everything's going smoothly." Hearing this, he didn't ask further and continued, "I'm at the school. I want to introduce someone to you." Teacher Wang was curious. "Who?" Chen Yuan happily replied. "Our foundation's chairperson." "I found the right person." He spoke softly into the phone. "Our new chairperson is Chu Tenghui's daughter. Be polite when you meet her." Teacher Wang blurted out, "Chu Tenghui's daughter? Who's Chu Tenghui?" Lei immediately remembered and said, "Teacher Wang, there seems to be a Secretary Chu in our city." At that moment the image of that powerful man emerged and Teacher Wang was terrified. "Oh my God, Chu Tenghui, that's the ambassador to a powerful country," he exclaimed. Chen Yuan brought his daughter in. On the other side the two were also approaching. So Teacher Wang's panicked voice rang out in the night, "Quick, the boss and the foundation chairperson are coming for an inspection." Then he turned to Lei and said, "The chairperson is the daughter of a big shot. Don't be rude." She was a bit stunned. Then Teacher Wang began, "Today I'll teach you a lesson about the labor market. Get ready. Welcome the new boss for an inspection." Seeing the crowd cheering, Lily's eyes lit up. "Is this the business world? So thrilling." The loud sound echoed from the venue to the outside. Chen Yuan walked to the door, curious and puzzled. "What's that noise?" When they walked in, a group of people had already lined up respectfully and said, "Warmly welcome Chairperson Chu Yumo for an inspection." Seeing this, he twitched the corner of his mouth. It hadn't even been 5 minutes since he called and they had managed to make it so grand. So Chen Yuan gave Teacher Wang a thumbs up and praised, "Old Wang, I was right about you." Then he walked up to them and greeted, "Hello Chairperson Chu, I'm Wang Zubing, the head of our foundation. This is our HR director Zi Lei." Seeing this, Yumo asked in surprise, "Chen Yuan, didn't you say the foundation was just established? How is it already this big?" He just shrugged and replied, "It really was just established." Seeing Chen Yuan's expression, she thought to herself, "This man is more reliable than I imagined. The hardest part is the beginning. Building a team takes time." Then Yumo looked around the venue again, but Chen Yuan had not only prepared the money but also the employees. She leaned close to Chen Yuan and whispered, "Thank you." Chen Yuan was a bit stunned. Then Chen Yuan turned to Teacher Wang and asked, "Teacher Wang, how many members does our foundation currently have?" He replied, "About 872 members." After hearing this, Yumo hesitated and calculated. "With so many people, the workspace is a problem." He quickly replied, "That's simple." Chen Yuan said calmly, "Buy a building." Chen Yuan secretly rejoiced, another chance to spend money. "I'm a genius." After hearing this, she still seriously pressed on, "Chen Yuan, are you sure? With Han City's property prices, buying an entire building with 100 billion won't leave much left." Then Yumo added, "Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. I've been misunderstanding you. I thought you donated just to deal with public opinion, but I didn't realize you had thought so far ahead." She smiled with trust and said, "We will definitely succeed." He felt a bit uneasy inside. "Girl, actually you're not wrong at all. I just couldn't stand those keyboard warriors moralizing me every day. So I used money to shut them up." Chen Yuan thought, "But if you can imagine it that way, I can't help it." Then he suddenly put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Momo, lean in close to Yumo." Chen Yuan said, "You're my soulmate. You understand me." Then he turned and walked away, watching Yumo ponder. He had prepared hundreds of billions for public welfare projects but only quietly donated 100 billion, letting others belittle him without explanation. His image grew even taller. China's wealthy are as numerous as stars, but he is the full moon, noble, elegant, illuminating all beings. At that moment the system prompt sounded. Chu Yumo's affection 1, current affection 93. So she followed Chen Yuan inside and the system sounded again. He was surprised to see Zi Lili's affection 1, current affection 99. On the other side, Lei thought proudly, "No wonder he's my brother Chen Yuan, so handsome." Then she looked at Teacher Wang. But the teacher at school was like the god of thunder, pointing wherever he wanted. Even the daughter of a big shot was used by him. This was the real skill of a superior. Teacher Wang still smiled harmlessly and waved, "Boss, take care." Lei felt a bit sad thinking about this. But she was just an ordinary girl, not as rich as Zhao Yuki, nor with a background like Chu Yumo's. So she silently resolved to work harder, as long as she could get a little closer to brother Chen Yuan. Even being a secret lover, she would be willing. That night they were still strolling through the city. Chen Yuan walked beside Yumo, thinking just a casual remark, and her affection went up. Then she suddenly spoke up. "Oh Chen Yuan, there's one more thing to settle," Yumo said firmly. "The plane you gave me, I absolutely cannot accept it." Chen Yuan continued playing the role of a perfect gentleman, smiling gently and saying, "Don't rush to refuse. Strictly speaking, that plane belongs to the company's charity foundation. Now you represent not just yourself, but the entire foundation." Hearing these words, she looked at him in a daze. Chen Yuan reminded her, "Your work will be very busy from now on, flying everywhere. Having a plane will make travel much more convenient." He looked ahead and continued, "Besides healthcare, we'll also invest in education in the future and donate more Hope primary schools." After listening for a while, Yamo felt a bit worried. With such a big operation, would Chen Yuan's foundation face funding issues? So she made up her mind. She'd have to go back and ask her dad for some policy support for Chen Yuan, otherwise he might struggle. Back at Yamo's house, Mr. Chu's voice rang out, "Momo, you're back?" She walked in and replied, "Dad, I'm back." Yamo looked to the side and said, "Uncle Zhang is here too." At that moment, the two men were playing chess, looking a bit tense. Uncle Zhang looked up and smiled, saying, "Yeah, Xiao Mo, your dad and I are having a chess match. This is the deputy secretary." Yamo's dad turned around and asked, "Xiao Mo, have you thought about what I mentioned last time? There's still a vacancy in our secretariat. This is Chu Tengwei." She walked closer to him and replied, "Dad, I was just about to tell you. I've already found a new job." Chu Tengwei didn't reply but instead moved a piece on the chessboard. Seeing this, Mr. Zhang was startled by the chess game before him and suddenly realized the issue. Chu Tengwei then turned to ask what the work was. Yamo replied with a smile, "I'm now the president of the company's charity foundation. What, I can make my own way without relying on my dad's connections?" Hearing this, he said in confusion, "The company's foundation? I've never heard of it," she said enthusiastically. "It's normal that Dad hasn't heard of it. Our foundation was just established with President Yan donating 10 billion to set it up." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang smiled and said, "Oh, it's him. I've heard of him. I've been seeing that young man a lot lately." Just then, Chu Tengwei suddenly stood up and said triumphantly, "The game is set." Mr. Zhang stood up with a smile and replied, "You old fox, I'm done playing. Time to go home." Yamo quickly said, "Uncle Zhang, let me see you out." So Mr. Zhang headed for the door. Suddenly, Chu Tengwei called her back. "Come here, Xiao Mo. Tell me about this President Yan and the foundation. What's he up to?" After hearing this, she turned and replied, "Dad, it's like this." As time passed, Yamo told him everything in detail. After learning all of it, Chu Tengwei said with a smile, "If it's really as you say, it's not impossible for me to step in and offer some help and support. This is a good thing." Hearing this, Yamo reminded him again, "Dad, you have to keep your word. Chen Yuan has already handed over the 10 billion donation to me. There are many patients waiting for treatment. This is a matter of countless families and lives." He was stunned upon hearing this. "He gave you all 10 billion? She looked up and calmly replied to her father, "Yes." Chu Tengwei still couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "That's 10 billion, and he gave it to you, just like that?" She then pulled out a black card and said, "I don't know why either. Maybe he saw my ability and trusted me a lot." Yamo looked down at her phone. "I've already checked this card, and it's exactly right." Just then a number appeared on the system. She exclaimed in surprise, 60 billion. Yamo turned to her father and asked, "Dad, am I seeing things? Tell me this isn't real." He looked at the phone and also exclaimed, "Momo, this is 60 billion. Chu Tengwei immediately turned to her and asked, "Wasn't it 10 billion? Why is there an extra 50 billion? Yamo was also stunned and picked up her phone to search. "Dad, wait a moment, let me call Chen Yuan." On the other end of the line, Chen Yuan answered the phone and asked, "Hey beautiful Momo, missing me already after just over an hour apart?" She got straight to the point and demanded, "Stop joking. I'm asking you, why is there 60 billion in the card you gave me? It scared me to death." Chen Yuan smiled while looking at his phone and replied, "Doesn't the foundation need to buy an office building? And there are other things that need money. I was afraid you wouldn't have enough, so I transferred another 50 billion to you." Yamo asked in surprise after hearing this, "Are you sure you want to use this much money for charity? How much money do you actually have? Won't taking out this much affect your business?" He calmly replied on the phone, "Momo, money is just a number." After hearing this, she widened her eyes in shock. Chen Yuan's voice continued, "For me, the money I've earned is already more than I can spend, so why not use it to do something meaningful? Sharing joy with others is better than enjoying it alone. That's my ideal." The Chu father and daughter heard this clearly. And even Chu Tengwei couldn't help but ponder, "This young man has a good mindset." He looked at Yamo and speculated to himself, "Xiao Mo has probably fallen for this young man named Chen Yuan. No one knew his daughter better than him." So he stood up and said to her, "Xiao Mo, find a time to invite Chen Yuan over for a meal. Dad wants to meet him." Chu Tengwei thought to himself, "Chen Yuan, huh? Let me see if you're worthy of my daughter." Chu Tengwei's daughter, Yamo, also turned to the phone and said, "Chen Yuan, did you hear that? My dad is inviting you to dinner at our place." Hearing this, Chen Yuan was a bit confused. "Really? I might not have the time," he worried inwardly. "Momo's dad wants to see me. I'm a bit nervous. If he asks about the source of my wealth and I can't answer and the state investigates, I'm done for." Just then, Chen Yuan's image appeared on various TV channels. The mysterious billionaire President Yan shocked everyone again, donating tens of billions to create the world's strongest charity foundation. Seeing this, the man opposite immediately smashed an ashtray at the screen. Damn it, that bastard Chen Yuan just won't stop. Jiamu gritted his teeth in anger. You're really good at playing the philanthropist, huh? Movies, live streaming, real estate, and healthcare, you have to stick your nose into every industry. Then he called out, Kei-yan. The man's eyes were now pitch black. He asked her, what do you think would happen if someone died from treatment in Chen Yuan's hospital? His words were filled with cruelty. Wouldn't that be interesting? Upon hearing this, Kei-yan's expression changed. She lowered her head slightly and replied, Young master, I understand. I'll take care of it right away. Jiamu raised his hand and waved, Don't rush. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes full of provocation as he continued, You have to eat your meal bite by bite. Jiamu crossed his arms, turned to her, and said, Chen Yuan wants to do charity, so what about the patients in other cities? It doesn't make sense to discriminate by region, does it? Then he showed a sly smile and said, Let's add some burden to him. Kei-yan immediately replied upon hearing this, I understand, young master. She thought of the scene of Chen Yuan being surrounded by patients and secretly praised him. The young master is truly brilliant. Even with 10 billion, many difficult diseases are still hard to treat. Add in the influx of patients from other provinces and cities, and President Yan will surely struggle. In the end, he'll spend the money and still get criticized. Thinking this, Kei-yan secretly rejoiced. This time, the young master will finally get his revenge. Then she spoke up, By the way, young master, there's something else I need to report to you. He still lounged with his arms crossed and replied, Go ahead. Kei-yan picked up a stack of documents and looked at the report. Recently, Yu Langshang has acquired 2 more construction companies, and the Film City project has officially started. The paper showed images of workers bustling on the construction site. She continued, Their progress is very fast now, with an extremely high worker ratio. They can even meet filming needs while building. Jiamu listened, furrowing his brow, and thought of Ling Shang, secretly admiring, Xiao Yu's management skills are truly outstanding. Managing a company of thousands of people so orderly, losing her is like losing an arm. It's a real waste that Chen Yuan got her. After speaking, Kei-yan placed a stack of photos of Ling Shang on the table and said, Young master, I heard that Yu Lingshang's facial scar seems to have healed. These are her recent photos. He picked them up, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, It's actually recovered. The photos showed Ling Zhang's beautiful, noble, and elegant image. Then Jiamu looked at Kei-yan and cursed inwardly, Damn it, I shouldn't have let her go. This Qin Kei-yan isn't bad looking, but her ability is far inferior. I regret it. She gently pushed up her glasses and said, Young master, look, Yu Lingshang betrayed the group long ago to join President Yan, and you still, before she could finish, he roared, Shut up. Then Jiamu slapped her hard across the face. He gritted his teeth and cursed at her, You bitch, stop sowing discord. Kei-yan's face was swollen on one side from the slap. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm sorry, young master, I spoke out of turn. Then Jiamu turned away in disgust and said, Get out. Don't be an eyesore here. He walked to the window, clasped his hands behind his back and gazed into the distance, thinking to himself, Damn it, just watching Chen Yuan suffer and get criticized isn't enough to ease the hatred in my heart. Jiamu thought about how Chen Yuan was manipulating and sweeping through the market, and mused, This guy has already dipped into many industries, expanding and developing, and now he's made a name for himself. But he still has a fatal weakness. He thought, money is the chain that cuts through shackles. Once the capital chain breaks, he's doomed. Then Jiamu looked at the phone on the table and continued thinking, But to strike at Chen Yuan, the amount of capital needed is enormous. I need the family's help. Thinking this, he picked up the phone and said, Hey Dad, I have something I want to discuss with you. The scene shifted to outside the city, where Chen Yuan rubbed his nose and sneezed. Driving with one hand, he tapped the car window with his knuckles, brought it to his lips, and said narcissistically, Is some girl thinking of me? Suddenly, the phone under the bouquet rang. Bing Shui said on the other end, Hey Chen Yuan, are you busy? Chen Yuan answered the phone and replied, No, Sister Bing, I just came out of the tunnel. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. She was happy to hear that and said, Good, I'll wait for you. Then Bing Shui pressed the red end button. After hanging up, she thought shyly, I'm so nervous. This is my first time having dinner alone with Chen Yuan. Then Bing Shui looked around the room. The sofa was still covered with a cloth, and various boxes were scattered everywhere. She thought to herself, And it's in our new home. She lowered her head and said softly, using the excuse of moving into a new home to invite him over, only to ask him for money. President Yu, you're really putting me in a tough spot. Bing Shui recalled a few days ago when Yu Jing said to her, Xiao Shui, sometimes I really envy you. President Yan is not only outstanding but also willing to spend money on you. If you catch someone like that, you might save 1,000 years of struggle. She asked, President Yu, just say what you want to say. The other party replied, It's like this. Our company is about to start its second round of financing and needs 10 billion. This is related to the company's valuation. so I hope you can step in and ask President Yan for help." After speaking, Yu Jing leaned in, placed her hand on Bing Shui's shoulder and continued, "All the brothers and sisters in the company are working overtime for better development. You won't let me down, will you?" She lowered her head slightly, thinking, "First they gave me a new apartment, then approved my leave, all to get me to ask Chen Yuan for money." Bing Shui's eyes were now full of worry as she continued to think, "What will Chen Yuan think of me? A shameless woman who only cares about profit." Suddenly the doorbell rang. She quickly ran to open the door, stepped aside, and said, "Chen Yuan, you're here." Chen Yuan handed her a bouquet of red roses and said with a light laugh, "Congratulations on your new home, Sister Bing." "I didn't have time to prepare a gift." Bing Shui took the flowers and watched him walk inside, silently calling out to Chen Yuan in her heart. Chen Yuan walked in, turned around and asked, "Is this the apartment the company gave you?" She said, "The place is still a bit bare. Don't mind it, make yourself at home." He looked around and said confidently, "Your President Yu is too stingy. If it were me, I'd give you a villa directly." Hearing this, Bing Shui just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's eyes widened as he focused and looked a bit surprised. He looked at the dining table where candles and flowers were set up. Chen Yuan marveled to himself, "A candle at dinner. Sister Bing has prepared so thoughtfully." By now, night had enveloped the entire city. Stars dotted the sky, seemingly illuminating the towering apartment building. The two began their meal. 2 glasses of wine were raised and clinked. Bing Shui softly asked Chen Yuan, "Do you know what day it is today?" Hearing her question, he replied in confusion, "Isn't it the day you're celebrating your move, sister?" Bing Shui rested her chin on her hand and said, "Today is also my birthday and..." She then put on a cool expression and continued, "I only invited you." Chen Yuan listened in surprise. "You only invited me." Seeing this, he raised his hand to scratch his head and replied with a light laugh, "So today is your birthday? I didn't prepare anything. I'm really sorry." But in his mind, he thought, "Why does Sister Bing seem so off today?" Bing Shui held her wine glass and said softly, "It's okay, your presence is the best gift." Then she lowered her head slightly and said somewhat sadly, "I've never had many friends since I was little. Even in college, I felt a distance from everyone. I always spent my birthdays alone." Bing Shui looked up, her eyes full of grievance, and said, "Sometimes I feel like I'm really a failure." Her words struck him like lightning. Chen Yuan listened intently and silently asked himself, "Is she feeling inferior? The top goddess of Hada University feeling inferior?" He smiled and thought, "It's not that there aren't people who want to be friends with you, you're just too cold." Then Chen Yuan spoke up, "Sister, look at you. You're a company executive at such a young age, worth billions, and you're beautiful. If someone like you is a failure, how are others supposed to live?" Bing Shui listened and asked somewhat sarcastically, "Executive, worth billions? Chen Yuan, you might think I'm being hypocritical for saying this." But then she looked up firmly and said, "I want to resign." Chen Yuan was a bit surprised and asked, "Resign? Why?" She lowered her head and said, "I just feel I'm not qualified enough. I don't deserve the position." He gave a wry smile and thought to himself, "Not qualified? Sister, half the company's shares are yours. If you're not qualified, who is?" Chen Yuan frowned slightly and silently concluded, "No, something's definitely off." Then he raised his glass and asked softly, "Sister Bing, is your company's President Yu short on money?" Hitting the nail on the head, Bing Shui immediately said, "How did you know?" Then Chen Yuan used his fork to pick up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, saying, "I've only met President Yu once, but she's an ambitious person." Then he rested his chin on his hand and continued, "Recently, the ads for Liu Media have been everywhere. That must have burned through a lot of money, right?" Chen Yuan added, "She wants to raise funds and asked you to talk to me, but you feel she's using you and talking about money with me feels tacky." Bing Shui then said, "I care about what you think. I'd rather resign than be in an awkward position." Hearing this, he rested his forehead on his hand and said, "Your worry is completely unnecessary. I'm very optimistic about Liu Media. The financing is no problem." She looked worried and said, "But you don't know how outrageous President Yu's terms are this time. She wants 20 of the shares in exchange for 10 billion in funding. It's practically robbery." Before she could finish, Chen Yuan raised his hand to stop her. "Wait, sister." Then he picked up his phone and operated it, and a transfer notification appeared on the screen. Bing Shui saw it and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Chen Yuan, you transferred 10 billion to me." Then he took her hand and said, "In my eyes, Sister Bing, you're much more important than that 10 billion. At this moment Bing Shui was extremely shy, her cheeks flushed and her eyes a bit dazed. The notification showed, Qin Bing Shui's favorability 1, current favorability 98 points. Then she hesitated for a moment, gently biting her lip. Bing Shui looked up and said decisively, "Chen Yuan, I'm touched that you value me so much, but I don't want this money." Hearing this, Chen Yuan raised his hand and said, "Sister, don't refuse so quickly. This capital is nothing to me, but it can make your shares exceed Yu Manqing's, and I'm sponsoring it for free." A hint of cunning now appeared on his face as he continued, "I'll send people into the company to gradually take control." Chen Yuan thought of that premeditated meeting and said, Then we'll kick you Manching out directly. In the scene, Bing Shui stood up, receiving enthusiastic applause from the board members, and he said, Li Yu technology will be yours. Hearing this, she couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her mouth in surprise and said, Chen Yuan, you're so scheming. Bing Shui thought gratefully. I originally thought President Yu was formidable, but I didn't expect Chen Yuan had already dug a pit for her to fall into. Just how ambitious is he? Seeing her staring at him blankly, Chen Yuan asked in confusion, Miss Qin, why are you staring at me? Bing Shui's face instantly flushed red and she waved her hands repeatedly saying nothing. Then she propped herself up, her face full of shyness, and said, Chen Yuan, you must be hungry. I'll go get you some food. But suddenly her legs tangled together as she stepped forward and she fell with a loud cry. Both Chen Yuan and she were startled. In the chaos he reached out and grabbed her arm, calling out, Sister Qin. A soft sound followed and their lips met. Their eyes widened in surprise, staring at each other. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit intoxicated, silently praising, so fragrant, so soft, so sweet. Is this the taste of Lake University's top goddess? She's mine now. Her eyes grew even wider as his face came clearly into view. Bing Shui quickly pulled away, saying, Sorry, Chen Yuan, I didn't mean to. But instead of pulling back, Chen Yuan reached out and hugged her, saying, It's okay. Even if you meant it, I wouldn't mind. Then he fixed her head with his hand and kissed her again. She immediately responded passionately, her hand stroking his hair. Lost in the chaos, Chen Yuan thought to himself, even the hardest steel, after being tempered, can turn into soft silk around the finger. The goddess I once looked up to has now been conquered by me. Then with possessiveness and determination he looked at her. Thinking that he must have her today, he pulled Bing Shui closer and reached for her clothes. At that moment her eyes were hazy, and she thought to herself, How strange, my body feels so hot. Then she stammered in her mind, What is Chen Yuan's hand doing? His hand was groping inside her clothes and his head moved downward. Seeing this, Bing Shui shyly said, Chen Yuan, no, she added, I'm on my period. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's hand stopped. His eyes widened in surprise. Bing Shui, her face flushed with shyness, gently pushed him away. Sorry, Chen Yuan, it's not that I don't want to, but today really isn't convenient. He stepped back and said, It's okay. I was a bit too excited and lost control just now. Then Chen Yuan turned and walked into the kitchen saying, Since you're here, I'll make you some ginger tea and brown sugar water. She was momentarily stunned, watching his back while Chen Yuan inwardly wailed, Oh my god, what kind of luck is this? She's got a shield. My fate is so cruel. Bing Shui tilted her head, looking into the kitchen, thinking, I thought he'd be really angry when he found out I was on my period. Or even walk away. Her eyes were full of gratitude as she thought to herself, This man is not only capable but also so gentle and considerate. I can't imagine how hard it must have been for him to hold back just now. After a while, Chen Yuan brought out a bowl of brown sugar water and placed it on the table. He scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to Bing Shui's lips, saying with concern, Come on, drink some brown sugar water to warm your stomach. Seeing this, she tucked her hair behind her ear and gently lowered her head to drink. Bing Shui looked up and asked, Chen Yuan, why are you so good to me? Chen Yuan smiled slightly and said, It's just a bowl of brown sugar water. Is that considered being good? You're too easy to please. A prompt sounded. Ding. Qin Wenzu's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability 99 points. Target Qin Bing Shui's favorability exceeded 99 points. Reward hosts enhancement points 10. Seeing this, he thought, It's already at 99? Is a bowl of brown sugar water that powerful? I've made so much for Lin Shutong before and she never seemed moved. Just then, Bing Shui suddenly called out to Chen Yuan. He turned to look at her and she rested her chin on her hand, shyly saying, Can you stay tonight? Don't go. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Stay? That's a bit much, isn't it? You've got a shield on so I can only look but not touch. Isn't this a challenge to me? Bing Shui lowered her head, speaking softly with shyness. If you really want to, I can try other ways to help you. The scene shifts to the next morning. The weather was gloomy, with a few dark clouds floating in the sky as if it might rain. Chen Yuan, bare-chested, revealing his toned muscles, woke up from a good night's sleep, stretched and yawned. Feeling refreshed, he turned to look at Bing Shui, still asleep, recalling last night, and silently marveled. Sister Qin's body is truly flawless, an unforgettable experience. Chen Yuan stared at her face, silently praising. Then he sat up, got out of bed, and left. Just then, she groggily opened her eyes, remembering the events of the night before. Bing Shui couldn't help but shyly pull the blanket over her face, thinking, So bold, so embarrassing. Then she pulled the blanket down to her chin, unable to hide her joy and secret delight. But this means my relationship with Chen Yuan has finally taken another step forward. A few days passed. On TV, a man was shown shaking hands with Ling Chong, smiling broadly. The announcer reported financial news. Phaidon Investment Fund, Red Umbrella, Lee's and Lin's have completed land acquisitions, totaling 300,000 mu of land, with investments exceeding 32 billion yuan, completed in one go. A girl stood in the crowd reporting financial news. Li Yu squeezes Manqing's chairman, announcing that Li Yu has completed its second round of financing 10 billion yuan. The girl made a convincing expression and said, after this round of financing, Li Yu's value will exceed 50 billion yuan. Chen Yuan was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, arms folded, watching the news and saying, I'm just throwing money around, so why does it feel like my business is getting better? He stepped forward, a bit dissatisfied, and continued, is making money really this easy? Suddenly the phone rang. Chen Yuan picked it up. Hello. On the phone, Yumo's scolding voice rang out sharply. Hello, you idiot, Chen Yuan. Last time I told you my dad invited you to dinner at our place, you didn't forget, did you? Hearing this, he awkwardly pressed the phone to his ear and said, How could I? I've been busy lately, researching at the hospital. Whenever Uncle Chu has time, I'll visit. But Chen Yuan had indeed forgotten, cursing inwardly, damn it, I was too caught up with Sister Chin and completely forgot about this. On the other end, she was still a bit angry. Then let's do it today. My mom cooked a feast to meet you. Hearing this, he couldn't help but sweat and asked, so soon? Chen Yuan frowned, thinking to himself, I showed off too much before and got noticed. I still have to go, either way I can't escape. After thinking, he replied softly, I mean I'll be at your place soon. I'm on my way. The scene shifts to Yumo's house. He walked over carrying a gift box and sighed, is this the provincial party compound, so low-key? Chen Yuan looked at the gift box in his hand, thinking, is this M-brand gift box I'm carrying appropriate for a first visit? Shouldn't be too rude, right? Then he entered the building and knocked on the door. A blond man opened the door and stood opposite him. He asked coldly, Delivery? Chen Yuan replied displeased. Do I look like a delivery guy? I'm here to see. Before he could finish, the door slammed shut, making Chen Yuan shudder. He looked at the scene, utterly confused. Chen Yuan looked up and muttered to himself, wrong door? The doorplate read, Building 5, room 302. Impossible, he said. Then Chen Yuan picked up the phone to call again. He pressed the phone to his ear and said, Hey Momo, what's your apartment number? It's Building 5, room 301, right? Yumo replied on the other end, yes. Chen Yuan recalled the man from earlier and said, Then why is there a guy at your place in his 20s with a terrible expression? On the other end, she covered her mouth with her hand and whispered apologetically, sorry, that's someone my mom brought back from the capital. Yumo looked at the man happily chatting with her mother and complained, I don't know what's wrong with my mom. She wants me to get close to him. He seems like some rich second generation. So annoying. Hearing this, he teased, So you invited me all the way here to be your shield? Inside, Yumo heard Chen Yuan's words and quickly denied, No, you misunderstood. My dad said to invite you for dinner this weekend. It's just a coincidence that these two things happened together. Then Yumo came out with the phone in hand to open the door. Seeing him, she quickly said, Sorry to keep you waiting. Then she turned and shouted sternly, Zhang Chanu, this is my home. Chen Yuan is my invited guest. How can you be so rude? Chanu looked surprised and then replied, Oh, sorry. I didn't see clearly earlier. I thought you were a delivery guy. This man is Zhang Chanu from the Zhang family in the capital. Chen Yuan sized him up, thinking, this kid is a bit arrogant. Suddenly, a man raised his hand to signal silence. This was Chu Tengui, Yumo's father. He rested his hands on his knees and asked softly, Xiao Zhang, how is your grandfather's health? Chanu turned back with a light laugh and replied, He's doing well. He tends to flowers and feeds fish. He was just talking about you yesterday, Uncle Chu. Chen Yuan stood aside, watching and evaluating. Sure enough, a rich second generation. The first thing he mentions is his grandfather. Then Tengui held a chessboard in his hands and said, Come, both of you are outstanding young talents. Come sit. He looked at Chen Yuan and continued, Xiao Chen, I heard from Momo that you're good at Go. How about a game with me? Hearing this, Chen Yuan didn't decline and replied, No problem. But before he could finish, Chanu interrupted, Uncle Chu, I also play Go. Let me play with you. Thinking of Yumo, he thought to himself, with my family background, this Chu guy is just a small fry. He doesn't deserve to be this close, but his daughter is indeed a rare beauty. Then Chanu showed a friendly smile but thought firmly, I must have her. Tengui heard this, touched his chin, thought for a moment and said, All right, Xiao Zhang, play a few games with your uncle. He then said confidently and arrogantly, Uncle Chu, don't underestimate me. I'm at a 9 Dan level. Chen Yuan, standing nearby, sneered and said, 9 Dan level, that's nothing. Chanu turned to look at him. Chen Yuan thought provocatively, The Zhang family in the capital has been boring for too long. I can't stand your attitude, mocked. Chanu was furious and said angrily, 9 Dan level is trash. Kid, do you dare to play a game with me? At this moment, the pressure of the Azure Dragon coiled around him, full of momentum. Chen Yuan smirked and agreed. All right, let me see what a 9 Dan level looks like. Then the two sat facing each other across the chessboard. Chanu confidently proposed a penalty. Whoever loses must kneel and call the other dad. Chen Yuan didn't back down and retorted sarcastically, Are you sure? I don't want another son. Yumo, watching from the side, worriedly said, Dad, aren't you going to stop them? Tengui heard his daughter's words, turned to look at the two and replied, Stop what? It's normal for young people to have this kind of temper. But inwardly he thought, This Chen Yuan is hard to read. It's a good opportunity for Xiao Zhang to test him. Then Tengui turned to look at his daughter, thinking, Daughter, You have no idea how cautious your dad is in choosing a son-in-law for you. At this moment, Chanu arrogantly said, Kid, I know you don't have much money, right? I advise you not to be too flashy, you'll suffer. Chen Yuan, hearing this, reminded him, Don't keep calling me kid. Didn't your dad teach you any manners? He then said a few more things to provoke Chanu's pride. Aren't you just a rich second generation relying on your parents? You have no real skills, a useless scumbag who bullies others. What are you pretending for? These words hit a nerve. Chanu stood up in anger, roaring, You mother FCKER. Then unhurriedly the game began. Chen Yuan's hand moved quickly across the board and finally he showed a pitying expression, lightly laughing. Oh, you lost. Is this the 9-dan level? Too weak. Chanu was now on edge, frowning, unable to believe it, and shouted, How is that possible? Kid, you cheated, distracting me. Rematch 10 minutes later. Chen Yuan won again. He spread his hands and said provocatively, I told you you're weak, but you wouldn't admit it. You can't even beat an amateur like me. Chanu was truly defeated, his head bowed, face full of anxiety, sweat beading. Seeing this, Chen Yuan continued, If this is your 9-dan level, then old Lu, who sells fruit at the stall downstairs, is also a 9-dan level. Chanu finally stammered. I'm no match. I admit defeat. He looked up at Chen Yuan, who was standing proudly with his arms crossed, and thought vengefully, I lost, but you've lost for life. Then Chanu, unable to hide his anger, his eyes red with determination, silently vowed revenge. I'll make you know what it means to offend me. Then, probably too angry, he stood up, adjusted his collar and walked out, saying in the stunned gazes of everyone, Uncle Chu, I feel unwell. I'll take my leave. Suddenly, a hand landed on Chanu's shoulder. Wait! Chen Yuan leaned in from behind and whispered, Young Master Zhang, you said it yourself. Are you going back on your word now? Forgot the agreement? If you want to leave, you have to kneel and call me Dad first. Hearing this, Chanu angrily cursed, What do you want? Let me go. Without further ado, he pressed down hard on his shoulder and whole body, shouting, Kneel. Instantly, Chanu's knees involuntarily hit the ground. Chen Yuan's hand remained on his shoulder. Chanu, head bowed, thought in shock and anger. How dare he? On the other side, Teng Wei and Yumo were utterly stunned by the scene. Yumo's mother also couldn't hide her surprise. Covering her mouth with her hand, eyes wide, Yumo stood frozen in place, watching Chanu kneeling under Chen Yuan's control. She widened her eyes, thinking, Am I dreaming? The legitimate son of one of the 8 top families in the capital is being humiliated like this by him. Has Chen Yuan gone mad? Li Wei finally shouted, What do you think you're doing? Do you know who he is? Let him go. Hearing this, Chen Yuan looked up coldly and said, I'll let him go, but he has to keep his promise. Then Chen Yuan turned to Teng Wei and said, Uncle Chu, you heard it yourself. How can a person go back on their word? By now, Chanu was furious, struggling to shake off his hand and roaring, You bastard, do you know who I am? He shouted in rage. You'll regret this. I'll make you regret it. Li Wei, now panicked and scared, added, Oh my God, do you know whose house this is? Even daring to touch someone here. Young people being reckless, be careful not to bring disaster on yourself and your family. Seeing the tense atmosphere, he said softly, Young people joking around, why take it so seriously? Xiao Chen, for my sake, let it go. Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied coldly, Since Uncle Chu says so, it seems I'm not welcome here. Then he turned and thought, Someone's mediating. This meal isn't worth eating anyway. Top figures, rich second generation, I'll remember this. I have to read their expressions. After saying that, he turned and left, slamming the door hard as a contemptuous farewell. She then turned to Yumo and said angrily, Chu Yumo, is this the friend you invited? Does he know who he just offended? So ungrateful. Ignoring her mother, she glared at Teng Wei and shouted, Dad, how could you be so unfair? It was clearly Zhang Shenwu who lost the bet. Seeing her daughter like this, Li Wei snapped, Shut up. You're out of your mind, unable to tell right from wrong, and you're questioning your father for that brat. Teng Wei, unconcerned with the quarreling mother and daughter, rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He had only meant to test the waters, never expecting such chaos. Where did he get the courage to slam the door of my Chu Teng Wei's house? Where did he get the confidence to offend the Zhang family in the capital? Teng Wei's eyes widened, his brows furrowed, thinking to himself, could he really be from the Chen family? He silently concluded that they would be the next family to inherit the dragon's head. Then, looking at Shenwu, he mused that with Zhang Shenwu's personality, he wouldn't let this go. Let them fight it out. This would be a good way to uncover Chen Yuan's background. By now he was furious and nursing a grudge, constantly plotting revenge against Yan Shu. Clenching his teeth, he cursed under his breath. President Yan, right, I'll make you regret this for the rest of your life. Outside, Chen Yuan was strolling leisurely back when his phone rang. He answered, and before he could speak, Yumo said, Chen Yuan, why did you leave like that? It'll make things harder for my parents after all. Chen Yuan glanced at the phone and replied, After all what? That Junior Zhang has always looked down on you. He has face there and I have nothing, right? She warned him with some concern on the other end. That's not what I meant, but Zhang Shenwu's status is special. Your family is wealthy and prominent, making you an easy target. You'll suffer. Hearing Yumo's words, he replied without hesitation, Suffer, let him try. Seeing Chen Yuan's firm tone, she lowered her voice and said, I know you won't tolerate being bullied and you have nothing to lose, but what about your employees? If you go bankrupt, thousands will have nothing to eat. His face had darkened, filled with suppressed anger ready to explode at any moment, yet Yemo continued. Chen Yuan, go apologize to Zhang Shenwu. The empty street suddenly echoed. Apologize? Chen Yuan shouted angrily. Are you crazy? He immediately pressed the red end button. On the other end, Yemo trembled with rage, thinking he dared to hang up on her. She turned and said decisively, forget it, let him be. The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Time flew by, and a few days later, a cry of alarm came from the company. President Yu, something's wrong. Ling Shuang sat at her desk and gently reminded, what's all the fuss about? Stay calm. An employee handed over an iPad screen looking anxious and said, President Yu, a big problem has arisen. She took the iPad and said softly. The screen displayed a purchase restriction order. Cities like Tianmen and Shentao had suddenly issued real estate purchase restrictions overnight. The employee continued, reaching out, yes, we sold a large number of properties in those 3 places, but the titles haven't been transferred yet. Now we're stuck. Ling Shuang stared at the iPad, thinking, the titles haven't been transferred and now there's a purchase restriction. Do we need to refund the purchase money? She then recalled public protests with people holding banners reading, I want to cancel my purchase. If they didn't refund, it might incite public anger. Ling Shuang frowned, deep in thought. But if they refund, the group would face problems. She then raised her hand to calm the female employee. Xiao Li, don't panic. Call the credit departments of several banks and ask about our loans. It's been a while. There should be news. The employee calmed down and replied, okay, President Yu, I'll check right away. 10 minutes later, the employee returned looking worried and said, President Yu, the banks were evasive, saying our loans can't be disbursed on time, but they won't give a specific reason. Ling Shuang turned, raised her hand to stop, and then thought the purchase restriction itself can't be reversed. The loan delays, all of this feels orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Outside the window, tall buildings stood and birds flew chaotically in the sky. She kept asking herself who it could be. Then Ling Shuang picked up her phone, secretly relieved. At this moment she could only turn to her all-powerful boss. She held the phone to her ear and said softly, Boss, it's Xiao Yu. Something's wrong. The female employee behind her looked puzzled. The scene shifted to a small noodle shop. Chen Yuan was eating noodles and replied, He put down his chopsticks, sat up straight and said into the phone, I know, it's just a problem with the group's capital recovery, right? On the other end, Ling Shuang sounded weak and guilty, saying, yes, it's my fault for not handling it well, lacking foresight, disappointing the boss. I should have. But Chen Yuan, with the demeanor of a CEO, said, how much do you need? I'll transfer it to you. He imagined transporting cash by helicopter, bills flying like paper as he scattered them. He said excitedly, finally, a chance to burn money. Heaven helps me. Then he picked up a strand of noodles and said confidently to her, we'll fully refund the purchase money. If the banks won't approve the loans, we'll pay ourselves. We're a big company. We need to act big. On the other end, Ling Shuang had already put down her phone, her eyes filled with tears, deeply moved, thinking, did the boss foresee this? Back at the company, facing the towering floors, Ling Shuang stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window and said hesitantly, but boss, if we fully refund, that's over 30 billion. Chen Yuan remained calm and replied softly, Xiao Yu, think long-term. It's just 30 billion. We can earn more later. She suddenly understood and thought, right, I see the boss's plan now. Ling Shuang imagined the vast scale of land. The more generous the refund, the more favorable the conditions. Everyone will think Faden Capital is more powerful, and the Film City project will have more potential. She looked at the rising buildings and continued thinking, the purchase restriction is also proof. The more restrictions, the more expensive the houses, the greater the potential. Thinking this, Ling Shuang couldn't hide her excitement, raised her hand and choked up in praise. Boss, your strategy of retreating to advance is brilliant. Boss, rest assured, I'll follow your orders and execute immediately. On the other end, Chen Yuan tilted his head, holding the phone between his shoulder and ear, busy handling the noodles. Hearing this, he wondered to himself, retreating to advance, what does that mean? He picked up the phone again, looking pleased, thinking, but Xiao Yu always understands my good intentions and willingly cooperates with me in burning money. Awesome. The scene shifted to the company. A crisp notification sound rang out, and Ling Shuang's computer showed that 200 billion yuan had been deposited into her account, ending in 7,687. She was shocked, eyes wide, mouth agape, and blurted out in disbelief, 200 billion. Then she composed herself, tucked her hair behind her ear, and thought, the boss must have foreseen this and prepared such a large sum. Thinking this, she blushed and silently praised, he's always like this, seeming carefree but actually strategizing and far-sighted. A notification sound rang out. Yu Lingshuang's favorability 1, current favorability 99. The target, Simp Yu Lingshuang, is now sincerely convinced by the host with favorability reaching 99 points. Reward enhancement 10. The scene shifted to a villa in Magic City. A surprised voice rang out in the spacious villa. What, purchase restriction? Jia Mu sat at his desk looking at a stack of documents and exclaimed in surprise, "Why the sudden restriction? This is trouble." He frowned, thinking his original plan was to launch a full-scale attack on Chen Yuan's various industries, overwhelm all his projects, then deliver a fatal blow. Jia Mu stood up, leaning on the table, deep in thought. Now Faden Capital's debt ratio is very low, and its liquidity will be very ample. His hand rested on a piece of paper, staring intently. The paper read Faden Capital Financial Status Assessment Report. Jia Mu reached out to loosen his tie and cursed, "It's completely messed up my plan, damn it." Then he lowered his head, furious, thinking, did that dog Chen Yuan sense my plan? Did he orchestrate the purchase restriction? After thinking, Jia Mu slammed the table and gave an order. Arrange a meeting with representatives from all financial groups. Put pressure on the authorities. The purchase restriction must be lifted. Qian immediately accepted the order and replied, "Yes, young master." The scene shifted to the city at night. Night fell, covering the glittering and bustling streetlights. A hand was using a bottle opener to uncork a wine bottle. In a noisy bar in the capital, amidst deafening music, praises rang out. "Still, Master Zhang is impressive." Shen Wu stood beside two seductive women and replied modestly, "Small matter, small matter." Suddenly, his phone lit up and rang. He picked it up. "Hello," a voice came from the other end. "Young master, things are a bit troublesome. The purchase restriction has caused interest rates to rise across the province, and I'm under a lot of pressure." Shen Wu asked in return, "Can't you hold on? Does Chen Yuan have that much power?" The other end continued, "Yes, several large financial groups have jointly pressured the local government. Chen Yuan's network is indeed very complex. You know some things aren't up to me." He was furious, slammed the table, and shouted, "You have to hold on even if you can't. I can't swallow this. I'll call Uncle Tang directly later. I don't believe Uncle Tang can't handle this." The hostesses behind him, frightened, shrank into a corner. But soon Shen Wu turned back to enjoy the two girls' services, then looked at his phone, deep in thought. He had thought this Chen Yuan was just relying on Chu Tenghui's influence, but he didn't expect his backing to be so terrifying. A dazed expression appeared on his face as he thought, truly surprising. In the silent night, a firm thought emerged in Shen Wu's mind. Once the Zhang family makes a move, there's no turning back, so they can't show weakness. Or where would their face be? The scene shifted to the next day at Huda Stadium. Chen Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, answered a phone call and said with a light laugh, all right, teacher, don't worry. This time I'll definitely win a good place for our school." On the other end, Jiande was excited and said, "Chen Yuan, for this provincial college sports meet, our school is counting on you." He looked at the trophies on the shelf and continued confidently, "With you this time, we'll definitely get first place." After hanging up, Chen Yuan raised his hand to his chin, closed his eyes, and said smugly, "Even the principal has come to ask me personally. I have to give the teacher face, right?" Then he looked ahead at the sea of people and couldn't help but smile wryly. But there were too many registrants. Suddenly, from a distance, Li Yang was also holding a registration form, looking at Chen Yuan, thinking, "Chen Yuan, what's he doing here?" He lowered his head slightly, a hint of hatred in his eyes as he thought, "Logically, I should hate him, right?" Then Li Yang looked at him again and reconsidered, "But now he's the famous President Yan, with a status worlds apart from mine. I can't even muster jealousy anymore." Suddenly a hand offered a cigarette to Chen Yuan. The person stood beside him, holding the cigarette high and said, "Want one?" But Chen Yuan raised his hand to refuse. "Sorry, I quit. Smoking is bad for your health." Li Yang then lit the cigarette and said softly, "Yeah, but life is just about having fun. Chen Yuan, I really envy you." He held the cigarette between two fingers and continued, "You're young and rich and Xiao Ruoyu likes you too. I can't catch up no matter what." Then Li Yang exhaled a puff of smoke, turned around and said, "Let's make peace." He continued, "I used to bully you and you bullied me. We're even." Chen Yuan looked confused, thinking, what kind of joke is this? Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder from behind and a soft voice said, "Chen Yuan, I heard you're signing up too. I'm here to cheer you on." He raised his hand and said hello. On the other end, Li Yang pointed and shouted angrily, "He Jian, what are you doing here?" She immediately turned around, crossed her arms and replied angrily, "None of your business. We broke up a long time ago. You can't control me." He felt as if slapped, lowered his head, clutched his chest and said tearfully, "Oh." Then Jian turned and said, "Chen Yuan, the principal assigned me as your personal assistant. From now until the competition ends, I'll handle everything for you." Seeing this, Li Yang's heart kept breaking and crying. He had just thought about letting go of past grievances, only to see his ex-girlfriend desperately fawning over someone else. He pulled a long face, reached out and said, "It really hurts." Then Li Yang suddenly noticed something and widened his eyes. He frowned and thought, but if they really get together, it might not be a bad thing. Then Li Yang reached out looking thoughtful and mused to himself, having his ex-girlfriend by President Yan's side is something to brag about. Seeing this, Jian felt a chill and thought, Li Yang's expression is disgusting. Good thing she broke up with him. He seems mentally unstable. At this moment, Chen Yuan and she were walking leisurely. Jian turned to ask Chen Yuan, How many events are you planning to sign up for? He glanced and asked, puzzled. There are many events. She held up 2 fingers and replied happily. Of course, 28 events. Jian pointed one by one. Sprints, middle distance, long distance, hurdles, 20 kilometers race walk, 50 kilometers race walk, plus high jump, long jump, triple jump, pole vault, weightlifting, discus, hammer throw, javelin. He raised his hand and said, all right, sign me up for the men's all around. She was surprised and said, all around, are you serious? The information panel showed. Day 1 schedule, 100 meters dash, long jump, weightlifting, high jump, 400 meters run. Jian held up 1 finger and continued, if it's the decathlon, it takes 2 days with 10 events total. It's extremely taxing on the body. The information panel continued, day 2. Discus, 110 meters hurdles, pole vault, long distance run. Chen Yuan clenched his fist, flexing his muscles, and touched the exposed mouse with his other hand, replying confidently, no problem. I exercise regularly at home. I'll definitely bring back a championship for you. The girls behind couldn't help but cheer admiringly. President Yan so handsome. All the girls raised their phones to take pictures. Envious voices rose one after another. Hey, isn't that President Yan? He's back at school. The scene shifted to a golf course, lush with green grass. Golfers focused on the ball near the hole and said, did you hear? President Yan is participating in the sports meet. Another man, kneeling, added, his Film City project is in big trouble, and he still has the mind to join a sports meet. At this moment, a young man behind adjusted his hat, standing and listening. The other continued, this shows those external issues don't affect him at all. President Yan has a solid foundation and ample funds. The scene shifted to Qinyuan community at night. A slender hand reached out and pressed the light switch. As the light came on, Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. A table full of sumptuous dishes lay before him, very tempting. He asked in confusion, has Lei been here? Then he noticed a note on the table and asked, and a note? Chen Yuan picked up the note, and the handwriting on it read, Brother Chen Yuan, I made the soup for you. Remember to drink it. I'm now in charge of a charity fund, so I'm pretty busy, but I'll work hard. And since you're so outstanding, I'll strive to become a girl worthy of you. Bye, your hardworking little Lei. After reading it, he immediately dialed her number. Lei. Chen Yuan was still holding the note, thinking that she seemed to have been quietly giving without expecting anything in return, while he rarely spent time with her. Then, thinking of Lei, he rested his chin on his hand and said, maybe I should use the enhancement system to help Lei improve. I haven't used it since that feature was unlocked. The scene shifted to 2 days later. In the office, a voice reported, young master, Chen Yuan's resume is a bit terrifying. Kei Yan, holding a piece of paper, continued, we applied pressure through various conglomerates, but not only was the purchase restriction not lifted, it also dragged in a big shot. I heard his surname is Zhang. Jia Mu, now a bit tired, rubbed his temples and said, I didn't expect him to have such strong backing. I miscalculated. She asked, so do we still need to target Chen Yuan? He raised his hand, still keeping his head down, and said, you can leave now. But Jia Mu was fuming inside, thinking, damn it, the Zhang family in the capital isn't easy to deal with either. How did Chen Yuan even get connected with them? The scene shifted to another huge villa where scolding could be heard. Shenwu, this time you were too reckless. This is the capital. This was Zhang Shenwu's villa. A man was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. It was Shenwu on the phone. The voice on the other end said, this time the purchase restrictions in 3 cities have already triggered infighting among the higher-ups. I used a lot of connections to suppress it. Shenwu tilted his head, listening as the voice continued, can you imagine how big the loophole in the purchase restriction is? Stay home and reflect for the next few days. Don't do anything else. He then replied coldly, got it. He reached out and pressed the red button to end the call. Shenwu raised his hand to support his forehead, his face full of anger as he cursed, this is so frustrating. I've only taken the first step and I'm already in a mess. He sat there blankly, then said, hey, let Chen Yuan go. The purchase restriction might actually turn into a good thing for him. He raised an eyebrow and continued, with such a big pie, as long as the bank doesn't approve the loan, I don't believe you can keep the cash flow going. At that moment, Jia Mu and Shenwu gritted their teeth in unison and said, Chen Yuan, I'll make you pay sooner or later. The scene shifted to the Hancheng 5th Ring Sports Stadium. The referee's voice rang out, and the first event, the high jump, began immediately. All athletes were asked to take their positions. Chen Yuan and the other competitors were warming up together. The female spectators in the stands were full of praise. President Yan is so handsome, he stands out like a crane among chickens. President Yan competing in the high jump. It's hard to believe, the girls said with admiration. I heard there's a top seed in this high jump competition. Suddenly, a man behind him, dressed somewhat sloppily, crossed his arms and said, so you're that President Yan, you look pretty weak. In the bustling stadium, a few thatched spectators in the stands were preparing to cheer. Chen Yuan, hearing someone ask a question, turned around in confusion to look at Lu Jianchang behind him. He was standing there arrogantly, arms crossed, saying, "The thing I despise most in my life is people like you who use sports to elevate themselves. With me here today, you're going to lose badly." Before he could respond, Jiancheng had already turned and walked away, leaving Chen Yuan looking bewildered. He raised an eyebrow and thought sarcastically, "Is this guy crazy?" After a while, the referee's voice rang out, and the competition began. Jiancheng watched the crowd jostling to watch the event and cheer, thinking to himself, "What a waste for that President Yan." The number of votes for this competition was unprecedented. Then he looked at the reporters and cameras coordinating with multiple live broadcasts, and continued thinking, not only is it fully live-streamed, but major sports news reporters are covering it. Jiancheng's face was full of determination and resolve as he silently affirmed, "I have to win." He immediately started running on the track as fast as the wind, thinking constantly, "As long as I win this time." Jiancheng immediately pushed off the ground with force, generating immense power that pressed into the earth, sending up a cloud of dust from the impact. In an instant he arched his body, jumped, and cleared the bar, holding the firm belief that he would succeed soon. The referee's voice rang out immediately, 2.2 meters. The audience was stunned. They all stared wide-eyed and shouted, 2.2 meters, is this still a provincial competition? Lu Jiancheng is truly the ace player, so strong. Chen Yuan, standing to the side watching this, also raised his hand to rest his chin and silently marveled. 2.2 meters doesn't seem that hard. As soon as he thought that, he assumed a starting stance and dashed out, pondering constantly. Given his physical traits, the hardest part wasn't how high he could jump. Chen Yuan's eyes sharpened as he silently affirmed it was to avoid being too exaggerated and scaring people. He quickly arched his body and cleared the bar. The referee's voice rang out, "Chen Yuan, 2.2 meters. Jiancheng, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. He turned around, eyes wide in disbelief. The referee's voice rang out again. Contestant Chen Yuan follows closely behind contestant Lu Jiancheng, also achieving 2.2 meters. Jiancheng blurted out in surprise, "How is that possible? He can jump 2.2 meters too." Unwilling to accept it, he immediately turned to the referee and said in a decisive tone, "I want to challenge 2.3 meters. Then the referee walked to the bar and adjusted its height. Jiancheng, now solely focused on winning, furrowed his brows and thought to himself, 2.3 meters is my previous record. I don't believe he can clear it this time. With that, he charged confidently toward the bar, but his body hit it, causing it to fall from the supports. His eyes widened, the bloodshot veins revealing his anxiety. He thought, "It's over." The referee's voice rang out, "Contestant Lu Jiancheng, 2.3 meters, failed." Chen Yuan stood to the side, watching Jiancheng fail and fall onto the mat and the bar, smirking as he thought, "So 2.3 meters is your limit? That's easy." Then he turned to the referee and said something that shocked him. "Please raise it to 3 meters. Everyone, including Jiancheng, opened their mouths wide, unable to believe what they had heard, thinking to themselves, 3 meters, is he crazy? They all blurted out, "From ancient times to now, not even the Olympics has seen anyone clear that height." The referee's voice rang out, "Contestant Chen Yuan, starting at 3 meters. The people below the stands were all astonished, asking President Yan, "What is he doing?" When they saw Chen Yuan still calmly walking into the arena, murmurs began to stir. "Why hasn't he started his run-up? Hasn't the competition begun?" someone said. "Is he going to give up?" Seeing this, Jiancheng also showed a contemptuous smile, thinking, giving up halfway, putting on a show by challenging 3 meters. "I've got this in the bag." Suddenly, a white airflow rose from under his feet, swirling around him. Chen Yuan, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, thought, "It's time to show real skill." In an instant, the force from his standing jump directly cracked the grass, sinking it into a large pit. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan's entire body arched like a shrimp and cleared the bar. He thought confidently to himself, 3 meters easy. Everyone in the stands couldn't hide their surprise, eyes wide and mouths agape. A young man in black thought he was dreaming and turned to say, "Hit me." "I think I'm dreaming," the young man in white replied expressionlessly. "Let's hit each other," the commentator above, equally shocked, shouted loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, at that moment this provincial competition just broke the world record, 3 meters. This is a new record set by the legendary tycoon President Yan. Jiancheng, now truly terrified, broke out in a cold sweat. Feeling utterly insignificant in Chen Yuan's shadow, he trembled and said, "How is that possible? 3 meters? At that moment Jian appeared holding a bottle of water, her eyes full of admiration as she said, "Chen Yuan, you're amazing, you won." He took the water bottle and replied confidently, "This is only the first round, but I'll keep winning." The scene shifted to 10 minutes later, the long jump event. Jiancheng was now bending over, preparing to start his run, thinking to himself, "There's still a chance, I haven't lost yet." With the thought, "I've trained hard for over a decade for this moment," he dashed out. Then after jumping, his feet landed in the sandpit. The referee's voice rang out, "Contestant Lu Jiancheng, 7 meters." After finishing, he walked out and saw Chen Yuan laughing and talking with Jian. He snorted lightly. "Chen Yuan, let's see how you win." Jiancheng walked past, pointing at the ground with his finger instead of admitting defeat, thinking to himself. But he felt as if a huge stone was pressing down on him, humiliated by being ignored. Chen Yuan and Jian were still talking, completely unaware of him. Jiancheng grew anxious and furious, thinking, damn it, he didn't even look at me. Soon, Chen Yuan also jumped. His legs stretched out in the air. In an instant, Chen Yuan's entire body planted his feet into the sandpit. The referee shouted, "Contestant Chen Yuan, meters." The commentator's voice rang out, "Another world record broken." The spectators below the stands raised their hands and shouted triumphantly. President Yan is the hope of national track and field. The scene shifted to a row of tall buildings and dense villas across the way, where two women were also watching the live broadcast of the competition, praising, "This President Yan is pretty impressive." The two girls were Wu Shuang and Yi Han. Wu Shuang said, "A double champion in high jump and long jump, and his level rivals top athletes. He's hiding many secrets." Yi Han, with a sharp look in her eyes, said, "President Yan always surprises me." She raised a finger and replied, "But it seems he's been having a lot of trouble lately. Faden is being targeted. Should we step in and help him? We could also take this opportunity to buy some shares in Faden." Yi Han replied, "He doesn't need our help." She rested her chin on her hand and said, "Faden's financial difficulties are still within normal proportions. The current minor setbacks will only slow their expansion, not cause serious damage." Yi Han, with a cunning look in her eyes, continued, "This isn't a good opportunity to ask for investment." Wu Shuang, upon hearing this, imagined Chen Yuan as a powerful figure in the business world and said, "According to the information I've received, there are currently two forces in the province fighting over the purchase restriction. One of them is a large conglomerate demanding its repeal." Her face slightly flushed as she softly continued, "Do you think that power source is related to Chen Yuan? I guess he has a lot of influence." But Yi Han immediately denied it. "No, quite the opposite. I think Chen Yuan has nothing to do with either force." She imagined a picture of two dogs chasing two prey with a bone tied to a rope and continued, "He's attracting both forces to create a favorable situation for himself." Wu Shuang understood and replied, "You mean both forces might be targeting Chen Yuan? Under his guidance, they're checking each other and creating a mistake?" Yi Han turned to leave, closing her eyes in agreement. "Exactly," she thought, "wow, he hasn't even played the major financial groups in the capital's families yet." Suddenly, the referee's voice came from the TV, "Let's look at contestant Chen Yuan." The two turned to look back. The scene shifted back to the competition venue, where Chen Yuan was holding an iron ball, his hand raised high, posing, thinking, "What event is this?" The referee's voice rang out again. "Next, let's welcome our all-around champion, Chen Yuan." The entire arena was now very lively and crowded. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat amused, thinking, "This shot put is pretty heavy. Let me try throwing it." Jiancheng, standing to the side watching this, smirked contemptuously, thinking, "What an amateur stance." He looked at Chen Yuan and thought to himself, shot put is a sport that demands immense physical strength. No matter how good President Yan is, he's still a rookie. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force swept past Jiancheng, tearing his clothes into countless pieces. He looked in the direction it came from, utterly stunned. In the distance, a plume of dust rose like a tornado, rolling violently. The referee, holding a yellow flag, stared in disbelief at the deep pit in the ground and blurted out, 225 meters? The referee shouted. "A new record has been set." Jiancheng was now almost truly terrified. He fell to his knees, surrounded by scattered shreds of cloth, and cursed under his breath. "Is this even human? Over 200 meters? The scene shifted to the next day at the venue for the second competition. The referee shouted, 400-meter champion, Chen Yuan." This was accompanied by the image of him crossing the finish line and breaking the tape. The scene shifted to another setting where Chen Yuan was looking forward, his arms swinging back to gather strength for a throw. In an instant, the javelin shot out fiercely, flying straight toward the spectator stands ahead, causing those who saw it to dodge in surprise. The referee shouted, "Javelin champion Chen Yuan." He was now resting. And Jian walked over, full of admiration, saying, "Chen Yuan, you're amazing." She came over, holding a water bottle, her hand on her face, full of respect, saying, "You've broken so many sports records all at once." Chen Yuan reached out to take the water bottle, sweat still on his face, and asked, "Jian, what's the next event?" Jian softly replied, "The next event is the 100-meter hurdles." Then she focused on watching him tilt his head back to drink water, thinking, no matter how many times I see it, Chen Yuan's perfection feels like an unattainable dream. Jian's face was full of admiration, but also a hint of confusion about this man. On the other side, Wu Shuang, watching this, commented, "Shao Han, President Yan is really putting on airs, having someone wait on him." The two had now arrived at the stands to watch the competition in person. Bodyguards held umbrellas around them. Yi Han, upon hearing this, raised her hand and lowered her voice, saying, given his background, having only one secretary to serve him is actually quite modest. She frowned slightly and said, it feels like there's nothing this guy can't do. Last time he single-handedly defeated my 5 bodyguards. She turned around and stammered in reply, 5 bodyguards? As far as I know, your family's bodyguards are all. Wu Shuang turned to add, exactly, that guy's strength is indeed a bit hard to believe. Yi Han, thinking of those bodyguards, and Chen Yuan, sighed. The Qin family's bodyguards earn $1 million a year and are all top-notch fighters who can take on 10. Even bodyguards from other countries can't compare. She frowned slightly, raised her hand to rest her chin and speculated, is Chen Yuan really that strong? A prompt appeared. Yi Han's affection 10, current affection 20. Wu Shuang, on the other hand, crossed her arms, recalling the scene of Chen Yuan raising his hand to slap her uncle hard across the face, and said dreamily, HMPH, that guy can not only fight but is also ruthless. Qin Wushuang's affection 5, current affection 90. Seeing this, he was a bit surprised, thinking, they're both in the stadium? Then Chen Yuan showed a friendly smile and raised his hand to wave. Seeing him wave at them, both were momentarily startled. Yi Fan turned to look at Wu Shuang, whose face was flushed red, a bit flustered. On the other side of the stands, Shen Wu was sitting with his legs crossed, arms folded, looking at Yi Fan and Wu Shuang, saying, oh brother Tang, I didn't expect there to be such outstanding girls in this place. The man beside him, also staring intently, replied, they look like they come from wealthy or influential families, but they're not from our local clans. This was Tang Aog, the eldest of the Tang family. Shen Wu, hearing this, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he blurted out, oh really? Then his face was full of calculation and scheming as he said, then I'd like to get to know them. This man was Zhang Shenwu of the capital's Zhang family. Tang Aog turned and asked, young Master Zhang is interested. Shenwu replied, I didn't expect to meet such beauties in a backwater place like this. He turned his head and laughed heartily. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I'll have someone investigate thoroughly. Being noticed by you is their blessing. Hearing this, he glanced over and chuckled, then I'll thank Brother Tang for that. Afterward, Shenwu looked down below thinking, Chen Yuan just keep being smug. Down below, Chen Yuan was still warming up for the next event, and he continued to think, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to avoid an arrow in the dark. Shenwu's face now showed a sinister look, and he silently resolved, this time I'll prepare a big gift for you. Then the referee shouted, Event 17 begins. As the words fell, he raised his gun and fired into the air to signal the start. He and the other athletes rushed out in a frantic dash. Like lightning, Chen Yuan and the other competitors had already reached the finish line. Suddenly his foot hit the hurdle. He noticed the anomaly, frowned slightly, and curled his lip. The referee shouted, oh no, Mr. Yan made a mistake. Up above, Yi Han's face was full of worry as she blurted out, he lost his rhythm and hesitated before the second obstacle. That's dangerous. Wu Shuang, upon hearing this, turned to ask about the mistake. She said nervously, that's right, rhythm is crucial in hurdling. Once it's off, mistakes happen. Then Yi Han's gaze shifted downward. Seeing Chen Yuan now trailing behind several people, she said, look, Chen Yuan is falling behind now. Hearing this, she immediately asked with concern, so his winning streak is going to end here. Down below, Chen Yuan was struggling to jump, admitting to himself, as expected, unfamiliarity leads to problems. Then Chen Yuan looked up at the 2 girls sitting above, thinking firmly, but this is a good chance to score points, I can't miss it. With that thought, his eyes sharpened, and he silently resolved, I need to take this seriously. Instantly, his legs lifted high, the veins on his legs becoming more prominent, showing that Chen Yuan was giving it his all. Like lightning, he shot past all the other athletes like a rocket. At the most critical moment, Chen Yuan crossed the finish line. The broadcast immediately announced 11.77 seconds. Champion Chen Yuan. Cheers erupted one after another. Chen Yuan. The entire audience stood up in unison, raising their hands and shouting loudly, Chen Yuan. Wu Shuang also grabbed Yi Han's hand excitedly and said loudly, Chen Yuan won. He still won even after making a mistake. It's incredible. Yi Han, seeing this, said somewhat helplessly, all right, you've been talking about Chen Yuan non-stop. Then Yi Fan turned his head, looking directly at her, and asked, you're not falling for him, are you? As if her thoughts had been exposed, Wu Shuang's face instantly turned red and she stammered, like Chen Yuan? She awkwardly waved her hand in denial. Just now I didn't. Han, don't talk nonsense. I just. Yi Han, hearing this, stopped pressing her and said, all right. But she still turned her head and gave a meaningful look, saying, there's nothing wrong with liking someone. Love between men and women is normal, it's just that your competition is a bit fierce. Hearing this, Wu Shuang blushed even more and retorted fiercely, Han, don't talk nonsense, I don't like him. A prompt appeared. Qin Wushuang's affection 2, current affection 92 points, Yi Han's affection 5, current affection 25 points. At this moment down on the field, Jian was walking toward Chen Yuan saying, there's one last event, the 1,500 meters. As she handed a towel to Chen Yuan, she asked, how are you feeling? Chen Yuan took the towel, wiped his head and replied to Jian, I felt like I was just warming up and now it's the last event. She nodded in agreement. That's right, your old rival Lu Jianan has also signed up for the next race. Chen Yuan looked puzzled and asked, old rival Lu Jianan? Who's that? I don't remember. The scene shifted to the rest area. At that moment, Jiancheng was sitting alone quietly on a bench. A man walked up to him, then slightly curled his lips and said, think it over. This is your last chance. Hearing this, Jiancheng suddenly looked up. Then the man pulled out a syringe, handed it to him, and said, take it, with this you can win the championship. Of course we're not helping for free. The man added coldly, we need you to find a way to cripple Chen Yuan during the race. At this moment, Jiancheng's face was full of hesitation, but then he immediately took the syringe and injected it, saying, fine, I'll do it. The scene shifted to the field at that moment. The referee announced the preparation for the 1,500 meters. All the athletes, including Chen Yuan and Jiancheng, assumed their starting positions. He glanced at Chen Yuan, full of resentment, and silently reminded himself, Chen Yuan, just you wait. Bang, the starting gun fired, and the race began. Jiancheng immediately lowered his body and sprinted out desperately. He rushed to the front like a gust of wind, turning back to say, this time I won't. Before he could finish, Chen Yuan's figure flashed past him. Seeing this, Jiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief and he cursed. Damn, what the hell, he thought in shock. Was this guy raised on gasoline running so fast? Suddenly he saw Chen Yuan lap him again. Jiancheng's mouth fell open in astonishment, struggling to understand. He's already lapped me once, can I really not outrun him even with the drugs? Then he gritted his teeth and cursed angrily and reluctantly. No, if I can't win the race, Chen Yuan, you won't have it easy either. I'll cripple you. At that moment, Jiancheng looked back and saw Chen Yuan catching up. He revealed a sinister smile, thinking, Chen Yuan, aren't you fast? Chen Yuan, unaware, was still running with full effort, breathing heavily. Then Jiancheng stuck out his foot while saying, running too fast. That fall must have hurt, right? He thought Chen Yuan would trip, but Chen Yuan suddenly ran past as if nothing had happened, leaving Jiancheng stunned. Chen Yuan's foot instantly stepped on his, twisting Jiancheng's foot to the side. He stood there blankly, not yet reacting, while Chen Yuan glanced back in confusion, thinking, how did I step on something? Must be my imagination. Jiancheng, watching Chen Yuan still running, was dumbfounded. How didn't he fall? Then his vision went dark, and looking down he saw a huge swelling on his foot. Jiancheng screamed in pain, my foot over there. The referee immediately grabbed the microphone and announced loudly, the champion of the all-around event at this provincial sports meet has been decided. Then he took Chen Yuan's hand, raised the gold medal and shouted, let's cheer for Chen Yuan. Wushuang and Yihan could barely contain their joy and admiration. A prompt appeared. Qin Wushuang's affection 1, current affection 93, Yihan's affection 5, current affection 30. Jian also couldn't hide her joy, her face glowing. A prompt appeared. He Jian's affection 1, current affection 98, He Jian's affection broke through 98 points. Bonus enhancement points 10. Over here, Meng Ming was also full of admiration. A prompt appeared. Qian Meng Ming's affection 1, current affection 98, Qian Meng Ming's affection broke through 98 points. Bonus enhancement points 10. Yumo's face was also full of excitement. Chu Yumo's affection 1, current affection 94. Over here, Jian ran over quickly and shouted, Chen Yuan, you're amazing, she said with a bright smile. The principal cried with joy when he heard you won the championship. I knew you could create a miracle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiancheng was being carried away on a medical stretcher. He was so angry he was foaming at the mouth, stammering, Chen Yuan, you'll die a miserable death. Jian saw this and asked, isn't that Lu Jianan, the genius from Hu University Sports College? What happened to him? Chen Yuan seemed indifferent and replied lightly, I don't know, maybe he fell. Sports are indeed a dangerous activity. The scene shifted outside the field where reporters kept raising cameras accompanied by shouts. Mr. Yan, have you considered participating in the Olympics in the future? Countless microphones were aimed at the two, flashbulbs flickering continuously, and questions came one after another. Mr. Yan, what's your training secret? Can you teach it to the men's football team? Jian immediately bravely stepped forward to block. Chen Yuan shouted, please everyone calm down and make way. Mr. Yan is very tired, please step aside. At that moment, Wenj and Xiaoyue walked over. He praised, Yuanzi is really something, I never realized he was this awesome. It's like he's the protagonist of a novel. Xiaoyue immediately turned and scolded Lu Yunj, you and Chen Yuan grew up together in diapers. Now that he's made it big, go ask him for help. Maybe he can give you a hand like some startup capital for a company. Wenj said awkwardly, this isn't good, is it? We're brothers, how can I take advantage like that? Hearing this, she gritted her teeth and cursed silently. Useless thing, I wanted to use him to get close to Chen Yuan, but this waste is completely useless. After thinking, Xiaoyue said harshly, Lu Wenj, I've had enough. I'm breaking up with you. Wenj was stunned as if struck by lightning, and asked blankly, breaking up? Then he said softly, I'm sorry Xiaoyue, I made you angry again, I'll change whatever I did wrong. Please don't break up, okay? She was now furious and waved her hand, replying, Stop talking, I don't like you anymore. Then Xiao Yue raised her hand and pointed directly at Wenj, full of mockery. What I want is definitely not a man like you. You have no ambition at all, you'll be like this for the rest of your life. With that she said no more, turned coldly and walked away. As she left she glanced back and snorted lightly, thinking, wasted a few months of my youth. Over with Chen Yuan, he looked around, his face falling, and thought, up ahead, all the beauties I know are gathered here. He wondered in confusion, why are they all here? Then Chen Yuan raised his hand to his forehead as if to cover his face and thought with a bitter smile, this is a bit tricky. Basically all the fish in the pond are here. It's too hard to keep the water level even. He imagined the beauties might tear into each other and couldn't help but feel scared. Then he thought again, if I handle this badly it could trigger a world war. But at that moment his eyes suddenly widened. Chen Yuan saw Wenj standing not far away, looking utterly dejected, and thought, Wenj is here too. Then he squeezed through the crowd of reporters, revealing a sly smile, and thought, got it. Sorry Zizi, I have to use you again. Chen Yuan quickly slipped out of the crowd and walked toward Wenj. At that moment a beauty was standing there, confused, and asked, Chen Yuan, where are you going? Chen Yuan quickly put his arm around Wenj's shoulder and said with an awkward smile, Old Lu seems to be in a bad mood, I'm taking him for a drink. With that he didn't say another word, hoisted Wenj onto his shoulder and walked away. The girl watched his back and thought to herself, damn, I never thought a guy could be this charming. But at least Chen Yuan isn't leaving with a girl. The scene shifted to a private dining room at East Lake Villa. Haoshan was patting Wenj's shoulder to comfort him while everyone else sat around eating and drinking, but Wenj was still sobbing uncontrollably, so heartbroken it hurt so much. Wenj was already drunk. His face was flushed, tears and snot streaming down in a line as he said, how can I win her back? How can I live without her? Xiao Yue, he kept patting his shoulder and comforting him. Wenj, stop crying. A real man doesn't worry about finding a wife. Bai Yi also agreed. Right, and besides you're blushing from drinking a sports drink, Wenj. Chen Yuan then also put his hand on Wenj's shoulder and said, Wenj, sweet talk is useless. What matters most for a man is having his own career. Once you're successful, girls will naturally come to you. Then he thought to himself, I've been busy making money lately, and haven't looked out for my brother. Women like Du Xiaoyue, who are just gold diggers, don't deserve him. He deserves better. After thinking, Chen Yuan raised a glass of wine and said, I have a plan right now that can make a lot of money, and I'm ready to share a bit with everyone. Haoshan, upon hearing this, rested his chin on his hand and asked, a money-making plan, what's Brother Yan up to now? Bai Yi raised his hand and eagerly said, Brother Yan, I'm at your service. Point where you want me to go and I'll follow. Shen Yi also asked curiously, yeah, Mr. Yan, spill it. Don't keep us in suspense. Xiaolon also said happily, it's an honor to be part of Mr. Yan's plan. Chen Yuan finally spoke, I came prepared this time. With that, he reached into his chest pocket and pulled something out. Then he took out a bottle containing a blue liquid and said, this is the key to our money-making plan. Haoshan reached out and took it, asking, what is this? Chen Yuan said confidently, this is the G-virus cure I developed. Bai Yi was stunned and shouted, This, you mean the G-virus that's spreading globally? He recalled everyone on the streets wearing masks and continued, that virus is really bad out there. It's even made it to our country. I've heard it's pretty serious. Chen Yuan, upon hearing this, recalled his days of hard work in the lab, proudly extended his hand and replied, that's right. It's a cure developed by my medical technology team. It can be made into capsules. Basically, taking 3 pills a day will cure you. Then Chen Yuan turned and asked, think about it. How much money can a cure for the G-virus make at a time like this? Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. Shen Yi was a bit puzzled and turned to ask Xiaolon, isn't Mr. Yan in real estate? How is he getting into pharmaceuticals? Xiaolon glanced at him lightly and replied, why do you care so much? He's worth billions. He wouldn't cheat us. This can make a fortune. Handu also agreed. Exactly. With an exclusive formula, it's hard not to make money. Chen Yuan continued, I plan to set up a pharmaceutical company. Everyone here can join and I'll give you 50 of the profits. Immediately, Haoshan stood up and said firmly, Brother Yan, I'm in. Shen Yi also said, count me in too. My family can handle product marketing. Then Xiaolan and Handu said in unison, I'm in too. My family has pharmaceutical equipment and resources ready. At this moment, Chen Yuan rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, and said, the company's name will be Hancheng Pharmaceuticals. It sounds impressive, but we're still missing a general manager. Then he put his hand on Wenj's shoulder and said, Wenj, you'll be the general manager of Hancheng Pharmaceuticals. Hearing this, Wenj spat out the water in his mouth. He quickly waved his hand in refusal. I can't. I'm just a college student. How can I be a general manager? No. Chen Yuan sat down still with his hand on Wenj's shoulder and said, Wenj, no one is born knowing everything. I believe you can be a great general manager, he added. You have principles and talent. You just lack opportunity. I'm not choosing you because of our friendship but because of your ability. Hearing this, Wenj trembled all over, tears had already fallen, and he silently called out in his heart, Yuanzi. Wenj recalled the scene of being called useless by Xiao Yue, and using that as motivation he lifted his head, his expression changed, reached out to shake Chen Yuan's hand and said firmly, All right Yuanzi, I won't let you down. Then with hatred in his eyes he thought, Lu Wenj, I'm not a waste to Xiao Yue, you'll regret this. The scene shifted to a medical testing facility a few days later. A doctor picked up a thermometer, glanced at it, and gave an okay sign. Outside, Han Yu and Shen Yi cheered excitedly. We did it, the fever broke, it's working. He turned and said, We've accomplished it this time. Wen Jie stood behind with his arms crossed, calculating nervously. The drug trial succeeded, but our work has only just begun. The real battle is ahead. We must immediately apply for a drug patent and head back to that city of towering skyscrapers. A banner was hung up reading Hancheng Pharmaceutical Inauguration Ceremony. Below, Haoshan and Wen Jie stood cutting the ribbon, then moved to the pharmaceutical factory. A box labeled G-virus-specific drug was rolled out. Elsewhere, a reporter handed a microphone to an elderly man and asked, Grandpa Lu, you're 114 years old this year. What's your secret to longevity? This is old Lu. He's almost lost all his teeth with just one left sticking out. Old Lu raised his hand and replied, Secret? Sure. I drink a liter of liquor a day, smoke 2 packs of cigarettes and have a sex life. Hearing this, the female reporter burst out laughing. Grandpa Lu sure knows how to joke. I heard you recently caught the G-virus but recovered quickly. Is it because of this secret? Hearing this, he scratched his cheek and said, Not really. I recovered because my son brought back a specific drug called H66. She widened her eyes and asked, H66 specific drug? The female reporter turned back to the camera and continued, Dear viewers, a specific drug called H66 has appeared on the market. This miraculous medicine can cure the H66 virus with no side effects. The scene switched to people scrambling to buy it and the report continued. This specific drug is currently being snapped up wildly, seemingly in short supply. The female reporter turned to a child and asked, Little one, are you buying medicine for your family? How thoughtful, the boy replied. I'm buying it to resell. This drug goes for thousands a box on the black market now. My dad doesn't earn as much in a month as I do. She handed the microphone to a black man and said, Foreign friend, I hear the drug is expensive now. Can you still buy so much? He replied, I'm a personal shopper. Though it's pricey, I can sell it to foreigners for several times more. They're scrambling for it. He pulled out his ID. His dark skin was from queuing in the sun to buy the drug. Pointing to his face, he said, By the way, I'm Chinese. I got this tan from waiting in line for 2 days to buy the drug. The scene shifted to Hancheng Pharmaceutical Company, where a red notice read, Hancheng Pharma, today's sales 10 billion. Wen Jie and the others were ecstatic, popping open bottles to celebrate, shouting, Congratulations, our daily revenue has exceeded 10 billion. A group of beautiful women sat together, and a voice rang out, Sisters, this afternoon tea cost 1,500. Let's split the bill. Xiao Yu picked up her bag and pulled out her phone saying, Okay, I'll transfer to you. Su Ni saw this and asked in surprise, Oh Xiao Yu, you got a new bag? Did that new rich second-generation guy give it to you? She stammered, looking at the bag in Xiao Yu's hand. But this bag, then Tony added, making her face turn purple, looks a bit old, doesn't it? At a bustling mall, Xiao Yu placed the H-brand receipt on the table and said, Impossible. He said he bought it at the boutique and there's an invoice. Ning Xin covered her mouth with her hand, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. That's not certain. An invoice could be fake too, Na chimed in. Exactly, did you see him buy it yourself? These rich second-generation guys are so good at pretending. Hearing this, she was both angry and afraid of losing face. She picked up her phone and pressed buttons saying, Impossible, I'll call him right now. Xiao Yu, a bit choked up as she dialed, muttered, He wouldn't lie to me. She made the call and someone answered, Hey Xiao Yu, missing your man already? Didn't I satisfy you enough yesterday? Hearing this, Xiao Yu blushed and shouted, What nonsense are you talking? I'm asking you, is that Hermes bag you gave me fake? A voice came from the other end. So you found out. Yeah, it's fake. This hit her like a suffocating blow. Xiao Yu suppressed her rage and roared, You liar, you bastard. Then the voice continued, Do Xiao Yue, don't be ungrateful, okay? That fake bag cost 800 bucks, he added. I pay you 10,000 for a night and you expect me to spend over 100,000? Do you think you're made of gold? Before she could speak, the voice on the phone dismissed her. I know what you want, we're just using each other. I've taken you out to eat and play these days and you've had your fun. Don't bother me anymore. Xiao Yu threw her phone aside, covered her ashamed face with both hands and sobbed. They're all liars. Ning Xin handed her a tissue and comforted her. Oh Xiao Yu, don't cry, there are so many jerks out there. Keep your eyes open next time. Su Yi also sympathized. Exactly, the more handsome and rich they seem, the more likely they're Pua players. Just a fling, don't get attached. Xiao Yu took the tissue to wipe her tears and through her blurry vision she suddenly noticed something and widened her eyes. She looked up at the big screen playing on the building and muttered to herself, "Ha, is that?" On the screen was Wen-jae's photo, accompanied by text. "Annual Advanced Business Elite, CEO of Hancheng Pharma, Lu Wenj." The group all turned to look. Na spoke up. "Hey, isn't that Lu Wenj, Xiao Yu's ex-boyfriend? How did he become CEO of Hancheng Pharma?" She continued. "Hancheng Pharma seems to be the company selling the G virus-specific drug, making a fortune. I heard its market value has exceeded 100 billion. Xiao Yu secretly rejoiced at this. Lu Wenj, CEO of Hancheng Pharma. Then she thought smugly, I knew it. How could someone who's brothers with Chen Yuan be a loser?" Then a glint of determination shone in Xiao Yu's eyes. "I have to win Lu Wenj back." But when she picked up her phone, she felt a bit worried, thinking, damn, I deleted Lu Wenjie's WeChat, so stupid. Remembering something, she thought, oh right, there's Alipay. She picked up her phone and mused, we're still friends on Alipay. Lu Wenj used to send me red envelopes often. Time passed and she sent a message. "Wenj, how are you? I kind of miss you." Another 15 minutes ticked by, but there was no response. Xiao Yu grew a bit impatient, wondering, still no reply, or hasn't he seen it? Now new messages kept popping up on the screen. "Wenj, how are you? I kind of miss you. I said those things in anger last time, don't take them to heart. I miss you so much without you by my side. I've realized I can't live without you. I was too petty before. I want to apologize to you. Wenj, I want to see you. Do you have time?" She kept typing, a flood of words pouring out. Xiao Yu recalled the past, thinking, before, whenever I sent a message, he'd reply immediately. Now he's ignoring me. A look of anxiety crossed her face, mixed with empathy as she continued to think, Wenj, is this how you felt back then? The feeling of waiting for someone. The scene shifted to Hancheng Pharma headquarters, where an invitation rang out. "President Yan, let me toast you." Bai Yi was now raising a glass to Chen Yuan, saying, "President Yan, thank you for helping me get rich." Everyone was seated around the banquet table with a banner overhead reading, Hancheng Pharma Shareholders Meeting. Chen Yuan, while putting food into his mouth, turned to ask Wen-jae, who was cooking food, "Wenzi, how much did we make this time? And what about your side?" Bai Yi, already drunk, kept tugging at Chen Yuan's hand and twisting, "Brother Yan, I want more." Wen-jae heard this and replied with a smile, "We made a lot. I'll send the report to everyone." Then he said proudly, "As of now, we've received orders worth over 5 billion, and most are large international orders." Wen-jae picked up an iPad and continued, "After deducting labor costs, various management fees and taxes, the profit is 300 billion. Everyone was stunned, exclaiming, 300 billion? Bai Yi crossed his hands, unable to hide his satisfaction, and said, "Divided per person, I get 3 billion. Shen Yi, with a blank face, said, "My dad earns less in a lifetime than I do in a month working for President Yan." Xu Wen smiled enviously. "President Yan is amazing. This round nets 150 billion. A young man nearby also said, "It's not over yet. H66 has even more profit potential." But then Wen-jae warned cautiously, "But don't get too excited. American companies have already started studying our drug. The H66 formula will be cracked soon, and then the drug's value will drop," he added with sharp eyes. "So this H66 wave won't last long." Xu Wen, hearing this, spread his hands and replied calmly, "If it doesn't last, it doesn't last. This wave is enough." Xiao Lan also agreed. "Exactly, we can just do something else." Wen-jae frowned seriously and said, "But I think since we've entered this industry, we should keep digging deeper. Launch a special fund to aggressively research other specific drugs. Since it's so profitable, why give up?" This made Chen Yuan turn to look at him. He was a bit surprised, thinking, Wenzi feels different from before. Then Chen Yuan's eyes darkened, silently affirming that this was a brother who could achieve great things. He put his hand on Wen-jae's shoulder and said happily, "I agree with Wen-jae's idea. That's actually what I came to talk to everyone about." Then Chen Yuan held up 2 other experimental agents and continued, one for treating S disease, and the other for tumors. Chen Yuan took out the red agent and introduced it. "This red one, I named H568, is an immune system regeneration and repair drug that can eliminate the S virus, but it's life-threatening for ordinary people to inject." Then he raised another test tube, his eyes sharp and dangerous. "And this one, named H696, is a gene agent for cancer, suitable for severe patients but very expensive. It only works for 1 year and needs to be re-injected after that." Everyone stood up in shock. "Is this a world-class medical problem that's been solved?" Haoshin spoke up. "So we're not a shell company. We do have a world-class medical research team behind us." Chen Yuan turned and asked, "What do you think?" Bai Yi, from behind, stuck out a finger and said excitedly, "I knew our H66 wasn't a fluke. It's the strongest scientific research power." Xiao Lan, one hand on the table and the other raised confidently, replied, "These 2 specific drugs will definitely open up the market further, making Hancheng Pharma a top international pharmaceutical company with a strong brand effect." Chen Yuan stood there, lost in thought, planning within a command tent, winning battles 1,000 miles away. This man always has a backup plan. Then he turned to express trust, putting his hand on Bai Yi's shoulder and saying, "Xiao Bai, this time we need to keep things confidential. Don't let anyone discover our hand. Bai Yi raised his hand and replied, Don't worry, I'm waiting to make more money with Brother Yan. Then Chen Yuan turned to everyone, Come on, let's keep eating. He glanced at Wen Jie, who had been silent, and wondered, What's up with Wenzi so quiet all of a sudden? Turns out he's looking at messages from Xiao Yu on his phone. Wen Jie read the messages, secretly pleased. Xiao Yu messaged me. The screen showed, I miss you so much without you by my side. I've realized I can't live without you. I was too petty before. I want to apologize to you. Wenj, I want to see you. Do you have time? He hesitated, thinking, should I reply? Would it be too desperate? But in the end he refused to reply. I'm in a meeting today, can't meet. The scene switched back to the mall. A group of people gathered around Xiao Yu's phone and she shouted. He replied. Wenj finally replied to me. Then Xiao Yu replied, It's okay Wenj, you've been busy lately. Can't today, how about tomorrow? I was too willful before, but you said you'd be tolerant and love me forever. Her fingers flew across the screen, typing line after line quickly. Wen Jie, on the other hand, was lost in thought. She still remembers what I said before. He replied, You were the one who broke up. Now you're making me look like the heartbreaker. I'm a man with pride, not a dog. Xiao Yu immediately put on a pitiful act and replied, I know I hurt your pride. You can scold or hit me if you want. I just want to see you. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'll come to your company. Ning Xin, curious, asked, How's it going? All set, she replied confidently. Almost certain. I know Lu Wenj too well, he's easy to handle. Na also congratulated her. Awesome, if you two get back together, you'll be the CEO's wife. Hami added, Lu Wenj is way better than that fake bag guy. Ning Xin continued. Xiao Yu, don't forget us when you're rich, introduce us to some eligible bachelors. Flattered, Xiao Yu replied proudly, Sure, we're all sisters, it's not a done deal yet. The scene shifted to Hancheng Pharma headquarters. Wen Jie was now looking at Xiao Yu's message. Tomorrow afternoon I'll come to your company. He replied, Okay, then he closed his eyes gently, thinking confidently. I worked hard to prove myself, wasn't it, for this moment, to show her I'm not a loser, that I'm worthy of her. Chen Yuan, who had been observing, asked, Wenzi, who are you texting with that creepy smile? Hearing this, Wen Jie awkwardly waved his hand and denied, No one. Chen Yuan lowered his voice and asked again, It's not Du Xiaoyue, is it? Wen Jie was surprised and a bit embarrassed. Damn, how did you know? Seeing him like this, Chen Yuan warned, You're already a successful man, on the cover of finance magazines. Why can't you let go of Du Xiaoyue? You can have anyone you want now. Wen Jie explained, Yuan, Xiao Yu and I have a history. Then he turned and gestured, full of longing. I fell in love with her the first time I saw her in the library. She has a bit of a temper, but she's kind, fun, and not materialistic. He turned back, his expression a bit serious, but still full of longing. She was willing to be with me even when I had no house or car. I felt guilty, but now I can finally give her all that. Chen Yuan put his hand on his shoulder and replied, You're right, a man should be responsible. But isn't your sense of responsibility a bit naive? Then he thought coldly, and the Du Xiaoyue in Wenzi's eyes is like a completely different person from the one I know. Wen Jie nervously suggested, Yuan, you've helped me a lot, but I want to decide this myself. Just let it go, okay? Hearing this, Chen Yuan pulled out a letter from somewhere and handed it to Wen Jie, saying, I can let it go, but there are some things I don't want to tell you. But now I think you have the right to know. He took it, opened it, and after looking at the photos exclaimed in surprise, This is Chen Yuan. Then he continued, After you broke up with her, I looked into it to see if she was right for you. The photo shows Xiaoyue intimately holding another man's arm. You went on, and it turned out she went to a hotel with someone else the next day. A rich kid from a well-off family. Then Chen Yuan asked coldly, Now she's come back to you. Do you understand why? He then reached out and patted Wenj on the shoulder, thinking to himself, Sorry. When Chen Yuan turned and walked away, thinking as he went, I just can't bear to watch you be toyed with any longer, leaving him standing there like a loser with his head down. After he left, everyone asked, Hey President Lian, what's President Lu doing in there alone? Chen Yuan replied, Nothing, just give him some space. Inside, Wenj was still holding the photo, unable to tell if it was tears or snot dripping down. But he thought, So it wasn't that you were disgusted, you were just disgusted with me. Wenj was now in agony, thinking, Why did you lie to me? Do you think I'm an idiot? Then he burst into loud sobs. Why? Cut to the next morning as the sun rose, its scorching rays heralding a hot day. At Hancheng Pharmaceutical headquarters, a phone was picked up calling someone. A man stood by the glass. Inside were a dining table and scattered bottles. Wenj picked up the phone and said, Yuanzi, do me a favor. His eyes were murderous. Wenj gritted his teeth and said, I want revenge on Du Xiaoyue. I want her to regret this for the rest of her life. Chen Yuan on the other end agreed, Easy, I'll arrange it right away. At that moment the time showed 12:50. Outside, a yellow car appeared at the entrance and two girls walked in saying, Hey, Wenj, Xiaoyue is here and Ning Xin too. She whispered, I'm at the company building. Wenj replied coldly on the phone, I know. She was a bit confused by the hang-up, looking at her phone, thinking he actually hung up on me. Ning Xin, overhearing, chuckled softly, placed her hand on Xiaoyu's and said, "His status is different now, and you're here to win him back. Don't sweat the small stuff, sweet-talk him and you can teach him a lesson later." Just as the two were about to enter, a hand suddenly reached out to block them, saying, "Miss, please swipe your card." Ning Xin immediately shouted angrily, "Swipe a card? Are you blind? This is your President Lu. Lu Wenjie's fiancé. Move aside and let us in," the security guard replied. "What fiancé? Everyone knows President Lu is single." "Stop dreaming." She was furious and turned to Xiaoyue, ordering, You, fine. Xiaoyue, call Lu Wenj right now." She did as told and called Wenj. "Wenj, we're being stopped by security at the company gate, can you?" He replied coldly on the other end. "Got it. I'll be there soon." Then he hung up without another word, leaving Xiaoyue flustered. She was furious, picked up her phone and cursed under her breath, hanging up again. "Lu Wenj thinks he's something now," Ning Xin, still haughty, said loudly. "See that? He answered your call. That snobbish security guard is about to lose his job." Behind her, Xiaoyue kept comforting herself, thinking, "Lu Wenj must still like me, he's just testing me. If I can just get through this, once I have him, I'll make him pay." Then she clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming, determined for the sake of money. "Come on, do Xiaoyue, you can do this. A life of luxury awaits you." Half an hour passed, and the two were now drenched in sweat from the heat. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's eyes widened as she looked to the side. A fleet of gleaming luxury cars was racing toward them. She thought, so many luxury cars, each averaging over 8 million. Then people from the company poured out. Suddenly, a private helicopter appeared overhead. It landed, and a very handsome man stepped out, followed by beautiful female secretaries. That man was Lu Wenj. Xiaoyue was stunned and stammered, "Lu Wenj." Behind her, Ning Xin's eyes were full of envy and admiration. "Xiaoyue, your husband is so handsome." At that moment, everyone lined up neatly, bowing respectfully. President Lu Wenj walked up to Xiaoyue and said coldly, "Say what you have to say, I'm busy." Seeing this, she quickly stepped forward. She immediately hugged him tightly and whispered, "I'm sorry, Wenj, can you forgive my willfulness? I really care about you. Let's make up." Xiaoyu's face was full of smugness, thinking Lu Wenjie's biggest weakness is his soft heart. "As soon as I cry, he'll soften right away." But things didn't go as planned. Wenj pushed her away with one hand and said, "Do Xiaoyue, please have some self-respect." Xiaoyue was shocked by the move and cried out, "Wenj, you." Ignoring her emotions, he turned and walked away, saying, "Don't look for me from now on, we're already broken up. Let's just pretend we never knew each other." Xiaoyue shouted angrily, "Why, Lu Wenj, you've changed. You said you'd protect me forever. It's true that men become bad when they get rich. You're all scumbags. Animals. I was blind." Wenj turned back at this, then casually threw the photo in her face, saying, "Then what are you?" The photo showed Xiaoyue being intimate with another man. He said coldly, "After breaking up with me, you immediately went to a hotel with a rich kid. Now that he's dumped you, you remember me?" Then, decisively, Wenj said softly, "Sorry, you disgust me." Seeing this, she panicked and quickly said, "No, Wenj, let me explain." At this point, he couldn't hold back anymore and roared, "The evidence is clear. Do Xiaoyue, do you really think I'm an idiot? You've never respected me, nor our relationship." Then Wenj frowned, his eyes murderous, and snapped, "Get lost." With that, he turned and left with his secretaries, leaving Xiaoyue standing there stunned. She then dropped the pitiful act, wiped away the tears streaming down her face, and said, "Wenj, I really do like you. I was blinded by greed. Can't you give me another chance?" The scene shifted to the Li Jiamu villa in Magic City, where a report came in. "Young master, we've found it." Kaiyan stood beside Jiamu and said, "We've traced the source of the purchase restriction order." He looked at the photo of Shenwu on the paper and said the name, Zhang Shenwu. Kaiyan continued, "That's right. He's the eldest son of the Zhang family in the capital. He's the one who issued the purchase restriction order." Jiamu's face darkened. She added, "This man is hostile to President Yan. He deliberately retaliated and imposed procurement restrictions on Feidan Capital, hoping to starve them of funds." He immediately jumped up and shouted angrily, "Are you saying that kid Chen Yuan has no backing at all? We're fighting Chen Yuan's enemies for him, being played for fools by Chen Yuan." Jiamu grabbed the paper and tore it in half, gritting his teeth. "How is that fair?" Then, with one hand on the table, he gave orders with the other, "Contact young Master Zhang immediately. The previous incident was just a misunderstanding. If we join forces, we can definitely take down that damn Chen Yuan." Seeing Kaiyan still standing there, Jiamu urged, "Go, what are you waiting for? I want Chen Yuan to pay." She gently pushed up her glasses, looking a bit troubled. Kaiyan looked at the torn paper pile on the table, propped her hand, and continued, "You tore up young Master Yang's contact information." The scene shifted to Qinyuan community. Luoluo stood at the door calling out brother Chen Yuan, then walked in. Chen Yuan was playing a game and replied, "Luoluo, it's you." Luoluo held up a bag of food and said with a soft smile, "I guessed you'd be home. I just learned a new dish and wanted to make it for you." Seeing this, he turned to help her carry the bag, walking and looking back, saying, "Luoluo, you're not my full-time maid. You don't have to cook for me every day. You don't owe me anything." Luoluo, resting her chin in her hand, said willingly, "Brother Chen Yuan, I'm doing this willingly." Then she walked over to tie on an apron, turned back, and added, "Besides, you lent me 5 million. This house only costs 3 million. I still owe you 2 million. Cooking a few meals is nothing." Chen Yuan silently praised her. "Luoluo is really a good kid." Then he turned to Luoluo and said, "Luoluo, put that down first. I have something to tell you." She quickly walked over to Chen Yuan, looked up and asked, "What's so mysterious, brother Chen Yuan?" Suddenly, he reached out and patted her head. She immediately started fantasizing, her cheeks flushing, thinking, "He touched my head. What does he want? It can't be that, can it?" Luoluo still stood there with her head down, waiting, thinking, if it's brother Chen Yuan, I'm really looking forward to it. But at that moment, Chen Yuan, looking murderous and restless, said, "Luoluo, this is a gift for you." Suddenly, a shiny golden hammer appeared in his hand. Chen Yuan continued, "A gift that money can't buy." The notification showed, name Z Luoluo, appearance score 7.9, upper class beauty, demeanor score 8.5, upper class demeanor, health score 7.6, slightly unhealthy. She looked at the hammer confused. The notification also showed, current enhancement points 269, spend 10 enhancement points to boost strength for Z Luoluo. No memories immediately surfaced. In the scene, Luoluo happily took the painting and asked, "Brother Chen Yuan, is this for me?" Then she reached out firmly and said, "Brother Chen Yuan, I'll work hard to become a girl worthy of you." And Luoluo standing at the door, reaching out, saying, "Brother Chen Yuan, dinner's ready." All the caring gestures and words came to mind while Chen Yuan was swinging the hammer. The notification showed, each hammered target only has 1 enhancement opportunity. After reaching 100 affection points, you'll have a second enhancement opportunity. Then he silently commanded, "System enhance Z Luoluo." At the same time, Chen Yuan pressed down on Luoluo's head and swung the hammer. The hammer struck her head heavily, making her eyes widen and roll back, her mouth open. Suddenly, new changes appeared on her, from her hair to her pink lips, to her chest, waist, and hips. Luoluo raised her hands, gentle with a hint of dreamy innocence. The notification panel showed, name Z Luoluo, appearance score 8.8, upper class beauty, demeanor score 9.5, top tier demeanor, health score 9.9, very healthy. Suddenly, Luoluo's face froze, facing her own transformation. She suddenly froze and asked, "Hey brother Chen Yuan, what are you doing?" He let out a sound. At this point, Luoluo was still lost in her dreamy fantasies, pouting, thinking, "I'm ready. Come on, brother Chen Yuan." Seeing this, Chen Yuan's face turned pale, and he waved his hand, saying, "Nothing, you keep going." She looked a bit disappointed, raised her hand awkwardly and said, "Oh." Then she turned and focused on her work. As Luoluo washed the vegetables, she thought, brother Chen Yuan wouldn't think I'm rejecting him, would he? If I had been more proactive just now, would it have worked? The scene shifted to Huda. She walked out thinking as she went, "So does brother Chen Yuan want to do it with me or not?" But Luoluo didn't notice the envious glances around her. Wherever she passed, many people, especially men, stared dumbfounded because Luoluo's figure was radiant. Some even dropped a stack of papers in shock. Now they were all mesmerized by her brilliance. Some had nosebleeds, others had heart-shaped eyes, exclaiming, "Is that Z Luoluo from the Art Academy? She looks so much prettier." Another said, "Yeah, why didn't I notice how beautiful she was before? I must have been blind." Someone compared her to others. "Yeah, she's even more beautiful than Zhao Yuki." At that moment, Luoluo was in the elevator with everyone. Only then did she notice everyone staring at her and stopped. Luoluo was full of confusion, asking herself, what's going on? On the way from home to the funding foundation, why are people looking at me so strangely? Then she went to the restroom to verify. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the restroom, "Hey, Luoluo." She stood in front of the mirror, touching her face and marveling, "How do I feel like I've become prettier? Could it be that women with careers look different?" A girl with a ponytail asked, "Hey Director Shu, you look amazing today. What makeup are you using?" She blushed modestly and replied, "Don't flatter me. I'm not wearing any makeup today." The girl praised, "Not wearing makeup and still this beautiful? I'm so jealous." Then the girl added, "Oh, by the way, Chairman Chu asked you to go to her office. She said it's something important." The scene shifted to the company surrounded by towering buildings. At that moment, in a company office, a man stood reporting, "Hancheng Pharmaceutical has recently risen to fame due to the special virus drug G and has developed a new drug." The man analyzed for the seated doctors, continuing, "This drug is called H696. Last night, a late-stage cancer patient injected with this drug has regressed to the middle stage." Yamo, sitting at her desk, spoke up, "If our organization can contact Hancheng Pharmaceutical to purchase the new drug at a lower price, it would be great news for critically ill patients." Z Luoluo opened the door and poked her head in, asking, "Chairman Chu, you wanted to see me?" Yamo was stunned when she saw her and exclaimed, "Oh my Luoluo, you look stunning today." Luoluo couldn't hide her shyness, her cheeks reddening as she replied, "Don't tease me. How could I compare to you?" You're the #1 beauty of our funding foundation. Then Yumo approached and handed her a piece of paper, saying, "All right, enough small talk. This is your appointment letter." The paper read, "Appointment letter, appointing Comrade Z Luoluo as executive director of the funding foundation." Luoluo was surprised and replied, "You're appointing me as executive director of the funding foundation?" Yumo said seriously. "Yes, I've observed your recent work style. You're kind to others and diligent. I appreciate you. Next I'm going to send you on a mission." Hearing Chairman Chu say this, Luoluo raised her hand, her face full of determination. "Chairman, just tell me. I'll do my best." Yumo didn't hold back and said with a light laugh, "President Lu of Hancheng Pharmaceutical, you represent the organization in contacting him to negotiate the channel for the new drug H696. Our purchase price must be below market value, and see if you can get Hancheng Pharmaceutical to sponsor some of our charity funds." After listening, Luoluo raised her hand and replied, "Hancheng Pharmaceutical, their president Lu, I think I know him." She was surprised and exclaimed, "You know him?" Luoluo recalled a time when she had playfully tugged on Wenjie's arm, whining, "Wenj, you scared me. The new car you just bought me almost got hit by this guy." She continued, "Chen Yuan and Lu Wenj are good friends. Once when President Lu was being bullied, I even pretended to be his girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Mo Yu rested her chin on her hand and said, "So that means Hancheng Pharmaceutical has a deep connection with Chen Yuan." Luoluo's eyes widened as she replied, "Exactly, isn't Hancheng Pharmaceutical just the company Brother Yuan started?" Mo Yu was stunned speechless, blurting out, "Ah," then resting her chin in thought she muttered to herself, "Damn it, Chen Yuan, you haven't answered my calls for days and it turns out you're the secret boss of Hancheng Pharmaceutical." Recalling his sly grin, she thought bitterly, making money from medicine while doing charity, shuffling funds from one hand to the other, and keeping me in the dark. She furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Could it be that he's holding a grudge because I advised him not to mess with Zhang Shenwu last time? He didn't tell me anything, and I've been diligently cutting costs, thinking the foundation was short on funds. With that, Mo Yu turned to Luoluo and said, "Luoluo, tell the finance department to give all employees a raise of 3,000 and 5,000 for top performers." Luoluo acknowledged, "Yes, yes, yes." Mo Yu is now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. With blazing eyes and shouting, "Double the salaries of all medical staff under the foundation. Relax the approval for all charity relief funds." She then frowned firmly, thinking, "HMPH, take from the people and use for the people. Chen Yuan, you capitalist, I'll use your goodwill to benefit everyone and see if you feel the pinch." Watching Mo Yu's fury, Luoluo grew worried, wondering if the chairperson was angry because her intelligence had been outshone by Brother Chen Yuan. The scene shifted to nightfall, with streets brightly lit and bustling with people. Chen Yuan stood at the entrance holding his phone and saying, "Wenj, I'm here." He stepped into the bar and the lights illuminated the surroundings. Walking in, Chen Yuan thought about how Wenzi had rejected Du Xiaoyue earlier that day. Though it was to preserve his dignity, it still stung a little. Inside the bar, women and DJs were dancing to the loud music. A girl named Fu Yun pointed upward and shouted, "Tonight's tab is on young Master Lu. Let's party." Cheers erupted. "Hoo-hoo, young Master Lu is the best." Standing nearby with a mask on, Chen Yuan thought to himself, "Young Master Lu sure knows how to make an entrance. Wenzi is really generous tonight, buying out the whole place." As he pondered, he squinted in confusion. In the distance, a white-haired man was surrounded by a group of girls fawning over him. "Young Master Lu is the best, I love you. Young Master Lu," Chen Yuan muttered to himself. "Isn't that Wenzi? Does he go by Lu too?" He then tiptoed, shielding his eyes from the glaring lights, and looked around for Wenj, thinking, "Where is that guy? Let me find him." Soon, he spotted him sitting alone at a bar stool, slapping the table. Walking over to Wenj, he shouted, "Waiter, a bottle of 58 Divine Dragon." Wenj looked surprised and said, "Yuanzi, isn't that a bit too flashy?" Chen Yuan, still wearing his mask, replied, "I want to be flashy." A waiter came out and said, "Sure, sir." "Will that be card or WeChat Pay?" Confused, Chen Yuan looked up and asked, Didn't you say young Master Lu is covering the bill?" The waiter chuckled and replied, "You're joking, sir. Young Master Lu's coverage only includes regular drinks. This Divine Dragon isn't included." Chen Yuan, resting his chin and closing his eyes, said calmly, "Fine, then a bottle of Ace of Spades for everyone here. I'm paying for Lu Wenj." The waiter smiled warmly and continued, "Sure, sir. Would you like to move over there? It's more spacious." The two moved to a larger sofa area. Wenj turned to Chen Yuan and said, "Yuanzi, a bottle of Ace of Spades for everyone? I don't have that kind of money." Chen Yuan retorted mockingly, "You're earning millions as a CEO, don't be so stingy." Sitting down and putting an arm around Wenjie's shoulder, he added, "Back in the day we couldn't even afford the minimum spend at bars. Now we've grown up, you're not the same person anymore. Better girls are waiting for you." Fu Yud raised her hand and shouted, "Everyone, young Master Lu is treating everyone to a bottle of Ace of Spades. Let's party." All the beauties rushed to Lu Yi, showering him with sweet words. "Wow, young Master Lu is the best," he stared in confusion, wide-eyed. Then Lu Yi called the waiter and said, "Wait, when did I say I was treating everyone to ace of spades?" The waiter replied, "How wasn't it you, sir? Did we get it wrong?" Lu Yi shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Suddenly his gaze swept to the side and his eyes widened in shock. Ha! In the distance, Yi Han and Wu Shuang dressed in sexy outfits walked over. Wu Shuang, looking nervous, tugged Yi Han's hand and said, Han, have you ever danced before? This is my first time in a place like this. I'm a bit nervous." Yi Han, struggling to hear over the loud music, raised her hand and shouted, "What did you say? Louder, I can't hear you." Wu Shuang leaned in and shouted even louder, "I said, have you ever danced before? Why are you so calm?" Yi Han covered her mouth with her hand and replied, "I'm faking it. I read a bar guide online. If you act cool, no one will think you're a newbie." Wu Shuang didn't respond, just scanned the room with a tense face. Suddenly her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. Wu Shuang saw two very familiar men. She stammered, "Hey Han, doesn't that guy look a bit like Chen Yuan?" Yi Han still couldn't hear and turned to shout, "What did you say?" louder, without another word. Wu Shuang grabbed Yi Han's hand and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't hear, just follow me." Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was still lecturing Wenj, "Money is meant to be spent. When your spending reaches a certain level, women will naturally be drawn to you." Suddenly, as he spoke, a hand pulled off his mask and a voice shouted, "Damn it!" Wu Shuang stood in front of him and said, "Chen Yuan, it really is you." She shouted angrily, "What a playboy, I run into you the moment I come to a nightclub." Chen Yuan was shocked to see Wu Shuang and Yi Han, thinking, that crazy woman from the Qin family. And Yi Han too, what are they doing in Hancheng? Raising an eyebrow and pointing a finger, she said, "Chen Yuan, do you always come to nightclubs to trick girls?" He lowered his head slightly, brushed her hand away and denied impatiently, "It's none of your business. Don't bother me while I'm drinking." Ignored, she fumed silently. "Damn Chen Yuan daring to talk to me like that. He said he'd treat me to dinner before. What a heartless jerk." Then Wu Shuang's lips curled into a sly smile as she thought, "I'll teach you a lesson." She immediately put on a pitiful act, stammering, You bastard, you already have me, so why are you still out flirting?" She then turned and hugged Yi Han, sobbing, "I've spent so much money on you, isn't that enough?" Sobbed. Chen Yuan watched the scene in confusion. "Ah," the waiters began whispering, "what a jerk, he's a kept man and still two-timing. He looks decent but turns out to be terrifying." Wenj, seeing this, covered his mouth and whispered, "Yuanzi, is what she said true?" Chen Yuan didn't answer, just turned with a bitter smile and said, "Qin Wu Shuang, are you crazy?" Oh, but before he could finish, another voice rang out. "I was wondering who was making me the fool. Turns out it's a kept man." Lu Yi stood before them, raising an eyebrow and asking, "You're Lu Wenj, right? You ordered a bottle of ace of spades for everyone here in my name." Lu Yi's eyes were wide and bloodshot. He swept all the bottles off the table, then shouted furiously, "The bill is millions. You'll pay for it." The entire space fell silent. No one spoke, only the forgotten music played on. A waiter quickly whispered, "Young Master Lu, calm down, calm down." Lu Yi closed his eyes slightly and said arrogantly, "I'll pay the millions for the drinks, but I also need to vent my anger." He then turned to Wu Shuang and Yi Han and said, "Ladies, why don't you move to my seat to avoid getting caught in the crossfire?" He smirked slyly, thinking, even though millions stings a bit, it's worth it to show off in front of beauties. Lost in thought, Wu Shuang suddenly stepped forward and shoved Lu Yi away, saying angrily, "Who do you think you are? Get lost." He fell to the ground, shouting in shock, You. She crossed her arms and said confidently, "You what? You think a few million is enough to show off in front of me?" Then she pulled out her phone, looked down mockingly and said, "See this? How many zeros are in my allowance?" Watching Lu Yi's panicked expression, she continued, "You think you're worthy of keeping me?" Then she raised her head, shook her phone and said dismissively, "I'll cover tonight's expenses. Now get lost." She then bent over, hands on her knees, and said to Chen Yuan, "Honey, don't come to places like this anymore. If you want to dance, I'll buy you a nightclub. I'll give you a monthly allowance, just don't leave me." A waiter couldn't help but marvel, "Is this what a top-tier kept man looks like? Hooking a sugar mommy of this level is terrifying." Lu Yi, humiliated and furious, cursed silently, "Damn it, why don't any sugar mommies notice me? I'm way more handsome than him." Chen Yuan reached out and said softly, "Qin Wu Shuang, can you stop meddling in other people's business? This has nothing to do with you." Chen Yuan frowned slightly, his gaze sharp, thinking, is this woman deliberately trying to humiliate me and cement my image as a kept man? Lu Yi struggled to stand up, shouting angrily, "Lu Wenj, you kept man, I'll remember this. Just stay behind a woman's skirt forever." He then turned and left, flipping the bird over his shoulder, saying bitterly, "Next time I catch you, it won't be so easy." A moment later, Wu Shuang stepped forward to scan the QR code for payment. Still wearing a pitiful expression, she crossed her arms and said, "It's getting late. Han and I are going home. Chen Yuan, will you come back with us?" Chen Yuan replied angrily, "Bro, I'm nursing a broken heart. I'm drinking with him. How can I escort you home? I'm not your bodyguard." He kept a straight face but thought impatiently, "Annoying, just go. Can't even drink in peace." Hearing this, Wu Shuang was furious and shouted, "Fine, have it your way, Chen Yuan." She grabbed Yi Han's hand and thought resentfully, "Damn Chen Yuan, I'm the number 1 and number 2 beauties of Maduo and I'm giving you a chance to get close, and you refuse. You'll regret this." By now they had reached the bar's entrance. Yi Han reached out and said, "Actually, you shouldn't have been so impulsive. Don't flaunt your wealth in a place like a nightclub with all sorts of people." Wu Shuang waved her hand and replied, "Han, you're overthinking it. Anhua is safe now, and besides we have bodyguards." She then looked at her phone and said, "I'll call the bodyguards to pick us up." Just then a car sped out of nowhere. It screeched to a halt in front of Wu Shuang and Yi Han. The door opened and several masked men got out. A man wearing a lion mask stood by the hood and urged, "Hurry up." The two were subdued, their mouths covered and dragged away, only managing a muffled Wu Shuang's phone fell to the ground and shattered. Back inside the bar, Wenj said, "Yuanzi, you should still escort them home. It's not safe for two girls walking alone at night." Hearing this, Chen Yuan turned and replied, "Wenzi, since when did you become such a gentleman? Are you really worried about their safety?" Wenj rubbed his head and chuckled, "Actually, I had my eye on a girl and wanted to chat her up, but with you here I can't perform well." Chen Yuan immediately caught on and said, "I knew it. Fine, I won't hold you back from picking up girls." He stood up, hands in his pockets, and walked out. Turning back, he raised 2 fingers to his head and reminded, "Stay safe." Wenj laughed and flipped him off, saying cheerfully, "Get lost." As Chen Yuan walked out, he felt happy for his brother. Looks like Wenzi has finally figured things out. That kid has grown up. Suddenly, Chen Yuan saw several masked men dragging Wu Shuang and Yi Han into a car. He blurted out in shock, "Kidnapping." A black car then sped down the street. A man inside shouted frantically, "The young lady has been kidnapped. Chase them." The car raced down the road, and seeing a green car blocking the way, a man leaned out and shouted angrily, "Damn it, old man, move, move." Meanwhile, a warning repeated, "Please stop the car." The elderly man in the car, hard of hearing, cupped his ear and asked, "What did you say?" The warning continued, "Please stop the car." The man gritted his teeth in frustration. "It's over. This is a disaster. How are we supposed to chase them? On foot?" Suddenly a foot slammed into the ground, cracking the pavement and shattering bricks. Chen Yuan sped past the car like the wind. The 2 men inside were stunned, blurting out, "What the hell?" His speed. Chen Yuan ran like lightning, stirring up gusts of wind. As he ran, he gritted his teeth and thought, Wenzi's mouth is really cursed. A flash of Chen Yuan's running figure appeared on the car window, and the driver immediately reported, "Boss, someone's catching up fast from behind. He's too quick." The man turned and said, "Third, speed up and lose him." The driver floored the accelerator. "Yes, boss." Watching the rearview mirror, the man sneered. "Does he think he's Superman, chasing us? Let's see if he can keep up." He then stuck his hand out and flipped Chen Yuan off. Seeing this, Chen Yuan cursed angrily. "You're asking for it. You dare to provoke me? I'll show you what despair means." He squinted, frowned slightly, and focused. A prompt appeared in his mind. System enhancement. 50 points to all attributes. The prompt read, host selection, strength, agility, spirit, and constitution enhanced by 50 points. All attributes cost 200 enhancement points. His body stiffened, but he felt surges of energy flowing through him, thinking this feeling. Then he blurted out in satisfaction, "So good." Instantly, his foot stomped the ground, shattering all the tiles. He then leaned forward and shot off like a rocket. On the other side, a henchman leaned out and reported happily, "Did we lose him, boss? That guy's gone." The man in the lion mask ordered, "Fifth, drive to the warehouse. We'll switch cars. There are cameras everywhere now." Suddenly, Wu Shuang's eyes fluttered open. She widened them in shock and stammered, Who are you? If you want money, name your price. Stop messing around." The man called the boss glanced down at him, then pressed the knife against her neck, making Wu Shuang tremble all over. He said, "It seems these 2 girls come from a well-off family. I'll give you an account number. Transfer 100 million into it and I'll let you go." She was truly terrified at that moment and quickly agreed, "Okay, I'll do it now." Just then Yi Han woke up and said, "Stop the act." She shouted calmly, "You're not ordinary kidnappers. The whole kidnapping was flawlessly planned, clearly premeditated." Then Yi Han glared at them angrily and yelled, "Who sent you?" A man wearing a Sun Wukong mask replied, "Boss, this girl's pretty sharp." He stretched out his voice and said, "But she's too noisy. Second, give them a stronger dose." They immediately obeyed, pressing a cloth soaked in drugs tightly over Wu Shuang and Yi Han's mouths. Suddenly, at that moment, the car window shattered with a crash, sending glass fragments flying everywhere. It was Chen Yuan who had just kicked the car body hard with 1 foot. Instantly, a violent tremor shook the car. Everyone inside looked out through the broken window in shock. "What the hell is that?" Suddenly, a hand reached up and grabbed the door. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan had leaped into the car, startling them all without a word. His eyes bloodshot and murderous, he raised his hand and punched the man hard in the face. The man quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth and urged, "Speed up, hurry up, what the hell is this thing?" Then Chen Yuan stomped hard on the ground, sending gravel flying. Without wasting words, he leaped high and delivered a deadly kick to the man's chin. The force was so immense that the man flew backward, crashing out through the broken window. All the henchmen in the car screamed in shock at the sight. "Boss!" Then one of them raised a knife and shouted, "Die!" But before he could finish, Chen Yuan had already rushed over and kicked him in the face. The knife fell from his hand. Chen Yuan followed up with a punch from below, sending the man flying into the air. Soon after, the other two were also thrown out of the car. By then the driver was truly terrified, trembling as he begged for mercy. "Big brother, sir, can you spare my life? I'm just a driver. I don't know these people." Chen Yuan ordered, "Pull over to the side and then you can get lost." The driver obeyed, pulling the car to the curb, then fumbling to unbuckle his seatbelt and saying, Okay, I'm out of here." He quickly got out and ran onto the road. Suddenly the headlights shone directly on him. He turned back in shock as a truck sped toward him, and blood splattered instantly. The truck driver got out and shouted in panic, "Damn, I hit someone, are you okay?" By then, the car was empty, with only scattered bloodstains left behind. The scene shifted to the next morning in the city. Yi Han woke up holding her head and frowning, saying, "My head hurts." Still clutching her head, she said in confusion, "I think I had a nightmare, something about a kidnapping." Just then, Wu Shuang suddenly sat up and shouted, "No, don't come near." Yi Han turned back and asked, "Sister Wu Shuang, did you have a nightmare too?" She replied, "Yeah, I dreamed about being kidnapped. Did you too?" They looked at each other and simultaneously exclaimed, "Was it not a dream?" Just then, a news reporter said, "At 10:26 p.m. last night, a serious car accident occurred on Fanhua Avenue heading toward Yangtze Riverport." She continued, "A truck with fake license plates was speeding when several men were thrown out of the vehicle. The driver was also hit by the truck, resulting in 6 deaths with no survivors." Hearing this, both turned their heads and watched in silent focus. The reporter showed pictures of drugs, towels, and knives, adding, "Police found ether and knives in the car. Witnesses say that last night at the entrance of Firefox Bar, 2 women were taken away in this car with fake plates." By then they had realized something and listened anxiously to the broadcast. Preliminary police investigations suggest these 2 women might be special agents. After being kidnapped, they fought fiercely with the criminals and escaped. Wu Shuang turned to Yi Han and said, "So last night wasn't a dream, we really were kidnapped." She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, and replied, "But why were we lying in the bar? There's no way we could have escaped on our own." Wu Shuang suddenly remembered something and said, "Could it be Chen Yuan? I remember he runs fast." Yi Han behind her rolled her eyes helplessly and said, "Sister Wu Shuang, watch fewer movies. That car was probably going 150 kilometers per hour. How could a person catch up?" After saying that, she turned and thought to herself, who could it be? Maybe a bodyguard. Wu Shuang picked up her phone and dialed Chen Yuan's number. He answered, "Hello, who's this, disturbing my sleep so early in the morning?" She replied, "It's me, Chen Wu Shuang. Where were you last night?" He rested his hand behind his head and said, "I was drinking with the guys last night, went all the way till morning." Hearing this, Wu Shuang felt a bit disappointed, thinking, so it really wasn't him. Then she replied, "Okay, never mind," and hung up. Just then, Yi Han heard a door open in front of her. Zhang Han walked in, bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry, it was our failure last night. Please forgive me, miss. But someone did save you last night." She asked in confusion, "Brother Zhang, what exactly happened last night?" He choked up and explained, "That person was too fast. Almost faster than a car, but I don't know the specifics." Hearing this, Yi Han said softly, "Okay, Brother Zhang, I won't tell my dad about this. Don't blame yourself too much. You've been with our family for over a decade. I know your abilities." Zhang Han wiped his tears and replied, "Thank you, miss." She lowered her head slightly, her eyes sharpening as she thought to herself, who wanted to kidnap us and who saved us? The scene shifted to a towering luxury apartment building. Chen Yuan sat down, relieved that he had managed to bluff his way through. Then he bit his nails and said, "It was a good chance to boost my reputation, but it was too over the top. It would inevitably attract unnecessary attention." Then Chen Yuan lay down, thinking, "My reputation is already big enough, too much is as bad as too little." Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he remembered something. He sat up, picked up his phone and said, "Oh right, I left Wenzi alone at the bar last night. I need to ask how things went." In another tall building, in a room, underwear was scattered messily on the floor. A phone vibrated, showing Yuanzi on the screen. A woman's hand reached out groggily to grab it. She answered, "Hello." On the other end, Chen Yuan was startled. "Ha, why is it a woman's voice?" A lecherous grin spread across his face as he covered his mouth, almost laughing until his nose bled, thinking, could Wenzi have finally grown up? Looks like he had a good night. Then he hung up. Chen Yuan put down the phone, chuckling to himself, can't ruin Wenzi's fun. Then he put on his clothes, stretched his arms, and yawned, saying, "No wonder he kicked me out last night. I was worried about him. Turns out this kid knows how to enjoy himself even more than I do." Then Chen Yuan put his hands in his pockets, looking down from a height, and continued, "A bit bored. Might as well go back to Tiananmen and see how my big villa is coming along." Then he thought of Gao Kuanyin and smiled slightly. Might as well check on how her filming is going. The scene shifted to the school where a private jet had landed on campus. Secretaries stood in a row with a red carpet laid out in the middle. Someone said, "Report from America, a plane worth hundreds of millions, parked right in our school." Another person replied, "You don't get it, do you? Who else could it be? Of course, it's our university's pride, President Yan." Just then, Chen Yuan walked over in sunglasses, looking cool with his hands in his pockets. He stepped onto the red carpet and entered the cabin. More exclamations of admiration arose. "It's President Yan, so impressive," a young man in the crowd kept asking enviously. "President Yan is so young, I wonder if he needs a son." Just then, the helicopter took off, soaring over the city. A flight attendant leaned in and said softly, "Boss, let me massage your feet. You've been sitting on the plane for so long your feet must be sore." Chen Yuan felt a bit excited and replied, "Ah, sure." He leaned back, enjoying the beautiful woman massaging his feet, thinking to himself, "This rich life is really nice." Then Chen Yuan lowered his head and wondered to himself, "But why aren't these flight attendants bound by the system?" He looked contentedly at the beautiful flight attendant. Chen Yuan thought, "It seems girls with too high a favorability toward me can't be bound. This system is really useless." Suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up, remembering the man who had knelt at his feet begging, "Godfather, please take me as your adopted son. I'll take care of you in your old age." He muttered to himself. "Yang Sijin, why him?" Chen Yuan answered. "Hello, Director Yang, what's up?" A panicked voice came from the other end. "Godfather, there's a big problem on set," Sijin on the phone continued. "The male lead of the movie Miss Gao is filming is a popular young star, but Miss Gao refuses to shoot a kissing scene with him. Now the filming is stalled." After hearing this, he immediately roared angrily, making the other person hold the phone away. "Yang Sijin, you call me Godfather, yet you let my woman shoot a kissing scene with someone else?" Sijin replied softly. "Godfather, my loyalty to you is as clear as the sky. What I mean is," he lowered his voice and continued, "since it's a kissing scene anyway, why don't you step in and play the male lead?" Sijin chuckled and went on, "Since it's a kissing scene anyway, why don't you step in and play the male lead?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan smiled awkwardly and asked, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Sijin encouraged him from the other end. "We originally chose a popular young star as the male lead because of their large fan base, but now who on the entire internet has more fans than you, Godfather, President Yan? This male lead is tailor-made for you." He listened, rubbed his chin, and thought, "That does make sense," the other side continued. "Besides, Godfather, you've tried singing and dancing. Coming to your son's set to act is just right." Chen Yuan clenched his fist over his mouth, his eyes flickering, thinking playing the male lead myself might not be a bad idea. Just then a hand slammed down hard, sending makeup boxes flying, and an angry voice roared, "This is too much," a man shouted furiously. "I'm a top-tier star coming to your shabby set to film, that's already a favor. Yang Sijin, he's just a washed-up director, what's he so cocky about?" This was the popular young star Xiao Yishan. He took a bottle of water and continued, "And Gao Kuanyin, a washed-up actress, dares to refuse to shoot a kissing scene with me. Does she think she's some pure saint?" Yishan tilted his head back, letting water flow into his mouth, then suddenly frowned and asked in surprise, "Huh?" Then he slammed the water bottle hard onto the head of a girl next to him, shouting, "Are you an idiot? How many times have I told you? I only drink imported mineral water. What the hell did you give me?" The girl, splashed with water, still replied, "I'm sorry, Brother Xiao, I'll go change it right away." Then Yishan stood up, turned around, and said, "Agent, contact all the heads of my fan clubs. Have them cyberbully Gao Kuanyin. I need to vent." The agent beside him quickly agreed, "Yes, yes." Then he walked out, muttering to himself, "This guy's mouth is really foul." Suddenly, Yishan's vision darkened, and he looked down in confusion. Downstairs, a large crowd of reporters and cameras had gathered. He leaned on the railing and asked himself, who are they waiting for? Is Yang Sijin that popular now? At that moment, in a room next to Yishan's, a voice said, "Sister Gao Kuanyin, why do you hate kissing scenes?" He leaned in to eavesdrop and found it was Gao Kuanyin's dressing room. Inside, Kuanyin was getting her makeup done. She glanced over and replied, "I don't hate kissing scenes. I just hate shooting them with Xiao Yishan." The girl doing her hair asked, "Xiao Yishan is pretty handsome." "Why?" Then she thought of Chen Yuan and said shyly, "The only one who can kiss me is the man I've chosen." Kuanyin continued, "Xiao Yishan, he's not worthy." Outside, Yishan was stunned by what he heard. She went on, "Besides, every time he looks at me with those eyes it makes me feel disgusted. I don't want to shoot a kissing scene with him." He listened, lowered his head, and his eyes darkened. Yishan kicked the door open in anger and stormed in, saying, "You cheap woman, Gao Kuanyin, how dare you look down on me? Today I'll teach you a lesson." Kuanyin was a bit scared and shouted, "Xiao Yishan, what do you think you're doing?" Just then, the helicopter downstairs had already landed at the entrance. Sijin and the others were standing to welcome. He extended his hand and said, "Godfather, welcome to the set for an inspection. On behalf of the entire crew, I extend my greetings to you." Chen Yuan walked over and asked, "Where's Gao Kuanyin? Didn't she come to pick me up?" Upstairs, Yishan was angrily grabbing Kuanyin's hand and shouting, "Am I not handsome? Don't I have enough fans? How dare you look down on me?" She struggled and said, "Let go, Xiao Yishan, are you crazy?" He roared like a madman. "Do you know how hard I've worked?" Suddenly, Yishan's eyes bulged, veins appeared on his face and his lips trembled as he cried out in pain, "I am Kuanyin." She had already kicked him hard in the groin and Yishan recoiled in pain. Kuanyin stood up straight and warned sternly, "Xiao Yishan, give it up. I won't shoot a kissing scene with you. Leave now and I'll forget what just happened. He crouched on the ground, cursing in pain. Bitch! Then he raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face, yelling, You cheap woman! Kuan Yin covered her red, swollen cheek and exclaimed in shock. Yishan, trembling with rage, gritted his teeth and said, What are you looking at? I hit you. I have tens of millions of fans, and I come to your shabby set only to be looked down on. I've had enough. Then she lowered her head, her eyes firm, and said, Xiao Yishan, you'll pay for this. He kept trembling as he approached Kuan Yin and asked, Are you threatening me? I suggest you back off. No one can save you now. Then Yishan lowered his head, revealing a perverted, lecherous grin, and whispered, You don't want to shoot a kissing scene with me, do you? Today I'll… Suddenly, at that moment, a tremendous force sent the door flying in, brushing past him and smashing into the wall. Yishan's mouth fell open as he stared at the door in shock. Chen Yuan stood there imposingly, one foot still in the kicking position. Kuan Yin was also stunned at the sight. All the tables, chairs, and furniture in the room were knocked over, and her makeup and lipstick cases were shattered on the floor. He turned to Sijin and said, Young Sijin, is this how you manage the set? Is this how you protect the leading lady? Sijin stammered beside him. Well, inside, Xiao Yishan roared angrily, Who the hell are you, do you know? But before he could finish, Chen Yuan casually kicked him into the air. Yishan then crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and his entire body was crushed and curled up, pressed tightly against the wall. The immense force even caused the wall to dent and crack. At that moment, a hand reached out, grabbing Yishan by the head and pushing it upward. Chen Yuan, his face twisted with rage, yanked his hair and gritted out, So you're Xiao Yishan, the one who messed with my woman. Before he could finish, another punch slammed into that scar-covered face, blood spraying from his nose. Yishan squealed in pain, covering his face in terror. Zijing and everyone outside were stunned into silence. Then Chen Yuan lifted his foot and pressed his pristine white shoe onto Yishan's face, a gesture of utter humiliation. Hands on his hips, he commanded with authority, Apologize to Gao Kuan Yin right now. Yishan, who had been so high and mighty moments ago, now knelt dejectedly in the rubble. He clasped his hands together and said humbly, I'm sorry, Miss Gao. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I really was wrong. Kuan Yin stood nearby, her cheek swollen, silent. While Zijing secretly edged backward, he crouched down, dipped a finger into the liquid on the ground that looked like blood and held it up to examine it. It's so realistic, this blood bag is so realistic, Zijing said. Then he turned to the door where everyone stared at him in shock and said, This is a screen test, don't be scared. Our investor, President Yan, is testing Xiao Yishan. A young man in the crowd asked, Is this really a screen test? The girl beside him replied, But it's too realistic. Xiao Yishan's acting is actually great, he's improved. Then Zijing raised his hand and waved, laughing, Come on, agent, take our lead actor to rest. He just gave an explosive performance and must be exhausted. Hurry up. Two men stepped forward to help Yishan out. By then the makeup room was tidied up. Kuan Yin unhurriedly threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms, sobbing. Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with admiration and shyness, thought, He didn't hesitate to stand up and protect me directly. This man. Kuan Yin lowered her head slightly, tears in her eyes, thinking, Is this what it feels like to be protected? A prompt appeared. Gao Kuan Yin's affection increased by 1, current affection 97 points. The Simp target Gao Kuan Yin, moved by the host protective act, affection broke through 97 points, reward 10 enhancement points. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said softly, It's over. I'll handle everything. Xiao Yishan will pay for his actions. Kuan Yin stammered, That Chen Yuan, Xiao Yishan only slapped me once. Nothing happened between us. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he said sternly, A slap is already unforgivable. Then with concern he reached out to lift her face and continued, I haven't even touched this face. How dare he hit it? I won't let him off. At this, Kuan Yin truly blushed, her cheeks flushed, thinking being kept by him might really be a blessing from my past life. The scene shifts to the next day. A news push notification pops up on the phone. A photo of a young man hospitalized in intensive care appears, captioned, Xiao Yishan injured and hospitalized. His agent says the police have been called, and the perpetrator will be severely punished. At that moment, in Gao Kuan Yin's lounge, Kuan Yin is holding Chen Yuan, her hand sweetly resting on the back of his neck. Kuan Yin leans close to Chen Yuan. The two are now in an awkward silence. Just as an emotional scene is about to unfold, Zijing suddenly bursts in, panicked, saying, Godfather, trouble. He holds up his phone with the news and continues worriedly, Xiao Yishan seems seriously injured, he's hospitalized, and his assistant called the police. Chen Yuan, however, remains calm and replies, If he's hospitalized, we'll pay compensation. If he wants to call the police, let him. I was being a hero yesterday, everyone saw it. Let him report it. Zijing nervously adjusts his glasses and says, These things are easy to handle. But the company behind Xiao Yishan has deep ties with the Li family in the Magic City. At this, the word Li family echoes in the makeup room. Chen Yuan raises his hand in confusion and asks, Is that Li Jiamu? Thinking of Jiamu, he smirks slyly, rests his chin on his hand and curses angrily, That dog is always against me, am I supposed to be afraid of him? Then Chen Yuan turns, waves his hand and says, It's fine, is the Li family so powerful? they're not qualified to compete with me. If they want trouble, I'll just directly acquire Xiao Yishan's company. Zijing, seeing this, rubs his hands together smugly and says, Godfather is still the best. Then he turns and reminds, but the priority is dealing with Xiao Yishan. Shut him up. He nods excitedly in agreement. Behind him, Kuan Yin is lost in a dreamlike train of thought. Chen Yuan, for her sake, is willing to go against a deeply entrenched conglomerate like the Li family, and even got sued. Then she covers her mouth with both hands and shyly thinks, outsiders call him a player, but this is clearly a real man, a true hero. A prompt immediately appears. Gao Kuan Yin's affection increased by 1, current affection 98 points. Then Kuan Yin extends her fair hand to grab his clothes. She moves closer and says timidly, Chen Yuan, I'm actually not worth you doing all this for me. Hearing this, Chen Yuan is full of question marks and replies, doing all this? What have I done? Kuan Yin places her hand on his chest and says loudly, how can you say that? You helped me pay off the compensation, bought me the Neptune necklace, took down a bad director, and even started a company for me to realize my dreams. She then intertwines her fingers with his and continues, I'll remember everything you've done for me. Kuan Yin's other hand lifts to caress the hair on the back of his neck, adding, maybe I'm just one of your many women, but I don't care as long as I have a place in your heart. With that, she says no more, directly cups the back of his neck and kisses Chen Yuan on the lips. He doesn't hold back either, reaching out to hold Kuan Yin's head, engaging in a lingering, passionate kiss. They only part when out of breath, mouths open, gasping. Then she pulls out a room card, and under Chen Yuan's bewildered gaze says, this is my room card. Kuan Yin then turns to leave, shyly adding, you can come keep me company tonight. She finishes and walks out, slamming the door shut, leaving him staring at the room card, momentarily stunned by what just happened. Chen Yuan holds the card up to his face, his expression sour, thinking, is this an invitation to a mixed doubles match? Outside, female fans see this, cover their faces shyly and say, what a perfect match. Honestly, that atmosphere just now is exactly what we need in our drama. A nearby man says a bit resentfully, I miss my wife. Then comes another praise. President Yan, my husband is so handsome. Zijing stands to the side, chin in hand, thinking he always knew Miss Gao would become his godmother, but he never expected there could be many godmothers. The scene shifts to night as darkness envelops the entire city. A notification pops up on the phone. Top star Xiao Yishan's parents announce withdrawal of the lawsuit, reason unknown. Combined with the past 30 days of trending topics, comments appear. Comment, heard Xiao Yishan's parents accepted 500 million. Could it be that the tycoon President Yan hit him? Comment, this is a setup, claiming to be a victim, then taking money and dropping the case. Authoritative release. News continues to pop up. Xiao Yishan's case takes another turn. Was he beaten because of misconduct toward a female co-star? All comments, life winner ma'am. My uncle's neighbor works on this crew. Heard President Yan was being a hero. Xiao Yishan is no good. 23 hours ago from unknown. Li family's Chunchuan agrees. I've always disliked that guy, supporting President Yan. 23 hours ago from unknown. But Chen Yuan doesn't care much. He's leisurely walking down the hallway saying 8106. Chen Yuan flips the room card over and over, then asks, where exactly is this room 8106? Soon, he spots the room with the 8106 sign. He walks in, thinking this is it, then swipes the card on the sensor. Before he can react, a hand suddenly appears in front of Chen Yuan, opening, then grabs his chest and pulls him inside, accompanied by a surprised cry. At this moment, Kuan Yin is wearing a semi-transparent tight lace dress that outlines her alluring curves. Pinning Chen Yuan against the wall, one hand resting beside his head. The two are now extremely close, feeling each other's breath. His gaze is fixed on her without blinking. Seeing this, she asks, Chen Yuan, why are you staring at me? Chen Yuan doesn't shy away and replies softly, you're actually more beautiful without makeup. Then he reaches out to lift Kuan Yin's chin. She explains, no, I'm not, but before she can finish, he has already claimed her lips, leaving only soft moans. Chen Yuan holds her tightly, one arm around her waist, the other around her shoulder. The two exchange a passionate kiss. Kuan Yin's soft moans continue. Then Chen Yuan pulls away from her lips and lowers his head to kiss her collarbone. The sensitivity of her chest makes Kuan Yin let out a seductive moan. In an instant he tears off the obstructive strap, revealing her fair chest and smooth skin. Chen Yuan, intoxicated, bends down and licks as if savoring a delicacy, while Kuan Yin moans more and more sensitively. Suddenly, his eyes light up as he remembers something and he stops, pushing her away, asking himself, wait, there's something I need to confirm. Kuan Yin, immersed in extreme pleasure, is suddenly interrupted and asks, Chen Yuan, what's wrong? Chen Yuan scratches his face and stammers, that is it, your time of the month today. She replies, no, why are you asking? He feels a bit awkward, scratching his head and saying, good. Chen Yuan inwardly cries, can't blame me for overthinking. Every time I'm in a good mood, some irresistible interference always comes up. Then his expression changes. Chen Yuan asks seriously, is there anything else? Since he's already asked, Kuan Yin stammers out the truth. Actually, there is something I want to tell you. Hearing this, Chen Yuan curses inwardly. Here it comes, she throws herself into his arms, tearfully saying, I don't want to act with Xiao Yishan anymore. Seeing this, he reaches out to hold Kuan Yin and comforts her. That's fine, we'll replace him. She suddenly breaks free, worried. But we've already shot so much. Changing the lead actor means reshooting, and who to replace him with is also a problem. Chen Yuan looks at her and says, it's fine, if we need to reshoot, we reshoot. I'll play the lead actor. Hearing this, Kuan Yin exclaims in surprise, you'll play the lead actor? She leans in, delighted, and says, Chen Yuan, are you really willing to be the lead actor in this drama? He replies, of course, no problem. Kuan Yin rests her chin on her hand, thinking with his status, spending months filming with me would cost him hundreds of billions. At this thought, her eyes turn into hearts and she dreams he's so devoted. A prompt appears. Gao Kuan Yin's affection increased by 1, current affection 99 points. The simp target, Gao Kuan Yin, moved by the host's sincere behavior. Affection increased to 99 points. Reward host 10 enhancement points. Kuan Yin excitedly hugs Chen Yuan tightly and cries out, why are you so good to me? I've messed up the film set and besides acting I'm useless. Boo-hoo. Now her bare chest presses against his and she says confidently, you're my woman. If I'm not good to you, who should I be good to? Kuan Yin leans on Chen Yuan's chest and says thank you. He silently commands in his mind, system view Gao Kuan Yin's panel. Then Chen Yuan reaches out to stroke her face and asks, does it still hurt? Kuan Yin looks up and replies, it doesn't hurt anymore. A prompt appears. Name Gao Kuan Yin, appearance 9.2, spirit 9.3, health 6.8, poor health condition, suffering from depression. Seeing this, a light bulb goes off in Chen Yuan's mind and he thinks depression. He looks at Kuan Yin pondering, she's just a young girl in her early 20s. After all she's been through at an age that should be like a flower, she's endured too much blame and humiliation. Then Chen Yuan places his hand on her lips, gently lifts her chin and slowly leans in. The two exchange another passionate, intoxicating kiss. Then what must come comes. His hands pull, still holding the alluring woman tightly in his arms. Kuan Yin is now lying on the bed. Chen Yuan braces himself above her, gazing at her with infatuation. Their hands clasp tightly together and she whispers, Chen Yuan, don't leave me. He promises, okay. Then a fierce lovemaking ensues. The scene shifts to the next morning. The massive information screen in the city center displays, Hancheng Pharmaceuticals releases another world-shocking research result. A news push pops up on the phone. Authoritative release, Hancheng Pharmaceuticals releases another research result, shocking the world. Information continues to update. Authoritative release. National-level academicians state that 2 new drugs from Hancheng Pharmaceuticals, one with excellent efficacy against cancer, cause Hancheng Pharmaceuticals' stock price to soar, breaking $1 trillion. Chen Yuan is now awake, propping his head up with his hand, thinking, I didn't expect the medicine I casually made to be this powerful. Then he recalls last night and thinks, last night was too wild. Luckily, I've been enhanced, or I might have been a bit scared. At that moment, the bathroom door opens. Kuan Yin comes out after her shower, wrapped only in a tempting towel. She walks over and sits on the edge of the bed, saying, honey, I'll head to the set first. Can you come out to the hotel later? Chen Yuan is a bit surprised and asks, why? Kuan Yin's face shows a hint of disappointment as she says, Chen Yuan, don't misunderstand. You're a national heartthrob now with many fans, she continues. If paparazzi catch you and me together, it could seriously damage your reputation. Kuan Yin imagines a newspaper with a photo of Chen Yuan and her. A sensational headline, National Heartthrob Secretly Stays Overnight with Actress, image shattered. He, resting his chin on his hand, thinks, I've already done things like beating up a young star. Why would I be afraid of public opinion? Then Chen Yuan thinks of those beauties and has some concerns. But if he gets caught, it might cause a stir in the fish pond. He'll listen to her. Then he lowers his hand and replies, all right, I'll do as you say. The scene shifts to the filming location. The young man sees her approaching and calls out, Sister Kuan Yin, you're here. The nearby girl also greets, Sister Kuan Yin, good morning. How come you look so much more beautiful after just a day? Kuan Yin is now radiant. She asks in confusion, no way, I haven't even put on makeup today. The girl raises her hand and laughs happily. Could it be the taste of love? Hearing this, Kuan Yin shyly denies, no, don't talk nonsense. Zijing walks out from the side and asks, President Gao, you look great today. Has Godfather agreed to be the lead actor? She happily replies, Chen Yuan agreed to be my lead actor. Seeing this, he raises his hand and says, great. Then Zijing rests his chin on his hand and continues, as long as Godfather is willing to act, even if his acting isn't great, I can use editing and post-production to make up for it. The effect won't be worse than Xiao Yishan, he thinks to himself, and even in terms of box office. I could also let my Godfather have a sip of soup, so even if things go wrong, I can fix it. On the other side, Chen Yuan was sitting in a chair resting, watching everyone set up the cameras, thinking, looks like we're about to start filming. He took a sip of water and sank into thought. Acting skill enhanced by 9 points. A system prompt appeared, enhanced by 9 points. Acting experience increased by 45 years. Host has acquired the acting mastery skill. After this enhancement, acting experience will rise to 65 years. At this moment, countless movie scenes flowed through Chen Yuan's body. He propped his chin on his hand and pondered. Acting experience, this is the ultimate skill for picking up girls. Suddenly, a hand landed on Chen Yuan's shoulder and a voice came through. Zijin nervously handed over the script from behind and said, "Godfather, do you want to try the role first? You'll need an hour to memorize this dialogue." He took the script and glanced at it, thinking, there are less than 50 lines total. Need an hour? Are you underestimating me? Then Chen Yuan turned to him and said, "No need, I've already memorized it." Zijin was stunned and asked, "How that fast?" He suddenly exclaimed, "Not just memorized, I'm going to rewrite the scene. Who wrote this script? The lines are too cliché." Zijin was now full of worry, thinking, damn, this is exactly what I was afraid of. Changing the script at the drop of a hat, he widened his eyes in thought, but he's the boss, so I can't say anything. Then he quickly handed Chen Yuan a pen and said, "All right, Godfather, here's the pen, you write." Zijin bowed his head slightly, silently praying that he wouldn't change it too drastically or else they couldn't film it. After a while, Chen Yuan put down the pen, picked up the paper and said, "Done." Zijin took the script and looked at it, a bit surprised, thinking, this script. His eyes lit up as he stared at the paper and blurted out, "This is brilliantly written." He hugged the script, overjoyed by the changes. The entire movie was instantly elevated to a new level. Then Zijin imagined the filming scene, thinking, it was as if he could see the romantic elegance and bold freedom of ancient Chinese culture from 5,000 years ago. The Yellow River coming from the west to clash with Kunlun, roaring 10,000 miles to strike the Dragon Gate. He looked at Chen Yuan with admiration, thinking to himself, this isn't just random writing, my godfather's talent far surpasses mine. Then Zijin asked, "Godfather, you've revised the script so well. What was your major in college?" He looked up and replied, "Literature," Zijin said gratefully. "No wonder it's so good, but the real test is in the shots. Don't worry about the lines. We have a teleprompter." Then Chen Yuan waved his hand, gently closed his eyes and said, "Enough talk, roll the cameras." "I don't need a teleprompter or dubbing, record the sound live." Everyone was stunned by this, and Zijin asked in surprise, starting now?" At that moment he was wearing headphones, focused on observing, thinking, my godfather is too impulsive. Zijin frowned slightly and thought, let's treat it as an audition and let him try. He thought of Yishan, recalling Xiao Yishan's performance before this scene was too exaggerated. I hope my godfather won't be like that. Just then a hand raised the clapperboard. 123. Action. Over here, Chen Yuan was already in character, staring straight at Kuan Yin and saying, "Is there anything else you want to say?" She stammered, but at that moment Kuan Yin was actually very embarrassed, thinking, what's going on? The pressure is so intense. She felt awkward. Then she thought, even facing those veteran actors I've never felt this way. Kuan Yin looked up at him, feeling immense, thinking, he's like a black hole about to swallow me up, it's terrifying. Seeing her frozen, Zijin asked, what's wrong? Forgot your lines? Kuan Yin turned around embarrassed and said, I'm really sorry, Director Yang. I forgot my lines. Zijin raised his hand to call a cut, and the makeup artist immediately came forward to fix her. Kuan Yin looked at Chen Yuan and said, is this really your first time acting? You're amazing, he replied modestly. I guess I have a talent for it. The clapperboard was raised again. 123. Action. Chen Yuan continued in character. What exactly are you trying to say? Kuan Yin steadied herself and shouted in character. Say what? You don't understand me at all. Zijin, sitting off to the side watching, silently marveled. This acting has surpassed the level of a best actor. He looked at Chen Yuan, thinking to himself, what's even scarier is that he knows how to use lighting and techniques to enhance realism. Zijin then looked at Kuan Yin and continued, even the smallest reaction or expression from his co-star, he can adapt to flexibly. Countless movie scenes swirled around him as he continued to evaluate. He's like a strategic general, and the camera is his battlefield. Just then, she turned her face and said, it's over between us. Suddenly, Zijin was still sitting there, staring at the machine without a word, lost in thought, while Dan Zhao didn't notice everyone looking at him. Chen Yuan called out, Director Yang, the scene's done. Just call cut and wrap it up. Zijin was startled, awkwardly said, and then called cut. Moving on to other shots, he kept sighing, thinking, I've really struck gold. Boss Yan's acting is explosive. Zijin continued to evaluate. Luckily, Boss Yan's mind isn't on this. He only likes making money, or else the entire Chinese film industry would be turned upside down. Then he happily shouted, cut. After several consecutive shots, a voice rang out, cut, perfect, next scene. He was thrilled and raised his hand in satisfaction, saying, pass, cut. Just then, 3 people walked onto the set, and one young man said, how's it going today? Director Yang didn't lose his temper, did he? Yuchi replied. Lose his temper? Fatty old Yang was grinning from ear to ear. Every scene was a one-take wonder. Boss Yan is incredible. Another person beside him laughed loudly. Yeah, today Director Yang shot over 600 shots in one go. The editor's going to be dead tired. He suddenly turned and asked, why aren't you leaving? Got diarrhea? The green-haired man immediately burst into tears. I'm the editor, and I'm going to be up all night. On set, praise rang out. Chen Yuan, you're amazing, Kuan Yin said gratefully. I never expected today's shoot to go so smoothly. Thanks to you. Chen Yuan replied, no big deal. On the other side, Zijin and his colleagues were staring at the screen in amazement. He picked up a pen and wrote something thinking, originally the movie was scheduled for a spring festival release. But Xiao Yishan delayed the progress. At this pace, a movie planned for 3 months of filming could be completed in half a month. Then, Chen Yuan's figure appeared in Zijin's mind and he thought gratefully, this godfather is truly a god. Nearby the beauties were also saying gratefully, Boss Yan gets more handsome the more you look at him. Truly a man with talent and money, perfect, yeah, and he's strict with himself. He does everything perfectly, the girls competed in praise. I wish he'd use his power to get with me. That's not him using power, that's us getting lucky. I could brag about that for life. Zijin listened on the side, hesitating. Should I warn my godfather? But there are quite a few actresses trying to get into his bed. Just then, a line of black luxury cars drove up outside. A pair of long legs stepped out, surrounded by bodyguards. It was Ling Shuang. Gasps rang out, holy crap, isn't that Ling Shuang from Faden Capital, the female tycoon worth hundreds of billions? Everyone's eyes were on her. Grateful voices sounded, it really is her. Our film studio was built by them, they whispered behind Ling Shuang. I heard the film studio project was a huge success, and now property prices around it have doubled. I regret it so much, I should have bought a unit back then. She walked up to Chen Yuan, respectfully handed him a stack of documents and said, Boss, this is this month's financial report. Please take a look. Ling Shuang stood by and continued, recently Hancheng Pharmaceuticals has risen sharply in the industry thanks to your relationship with Hancheng Pharmaceuticals. The Faden Capital you hold shares in is also highly sought after. She added, the properties we expanded into have seen prices rise to 20,000 per square meter. This sentence hit him like an arrow, making Chen Yuan spit out the water in his mouth. He asked in surprise, how much? She replied calmly, 20,000. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's vision went dark, thinking, 20,000 per square meter. What kind of money-making pace is this? He imagined himself crushed under a pile of cash, propping his chin on his hand, thinking, I wanted to spend money to make women fawn over me, blow through trillions in this lifetime, but these two are business geniuses. At this thought, Chen Yuan's eyes became firm and resolute, thinking, this can't go on. Then he lowered his head and let out a long sigh. Chen Yuan looked up and said softly, property prices are too high. They can't keep rising. Then he turned to Ling Shuang and asked, can we lower the prices on our properties? She replied, this price fluctuation is caused by market forces. Lowering prices won't help. Chen Yuan still propped his chin and answered, is that so? Then he flashed a bright smile and said, no problem. Then he raised his hand and ordered, then for all our properties, cancel the common area fee. Ling Shuang was stunned by Chen Yuan's words and said, cancel the common area fee. She raised her hand to her chin and said, canceling the common area fee goes against the entire national real estate industry. He remained calm, hands in his pockets, looking up and saying, that's right, from today onward all properties under Faden will cancel the common area fee. Ling Shuang smiled wryly at this, thinking, isn't this just throwing money away? But she obeyed the order, bowed her head and replied, yes, boss. Her eyes dimmed as she thought to herself, the boss is a miracle worker. He must have his reasons. Suddenly, Chen Yuan turned and put his hand on Ling Shuang's shoulder, asking, Xiao Yue, are you short on money lately? He showed a kind smile and instructed, if the company has any difficulties you can tell me, she happily replied. Boss, the company isn't short on money. You gave us 200 billion before, and now banks are fighting to lend to us. The company's account balance has exceeded 500 billion. Chen Yuan was displeased and said, all right. He raised his hand to cover his head, a pained expression on his face, thinking, you can't carve rotten wood, can't even take a hint from the boss. How can I find a reason to transfer you money like this? Then Ling Shuang handed him a document and said, boss, Longhua Group recently approached us, wanting to partner on building schools around the film studio. Chen Yuan glanced at it, propped his chin, and asked doubtfully, Longhua, the group that specializes in education? I heard that wherever they build schools, the surrounding properties immediately become school district homes, and prices skyrocket. He turned and continued, what are the conditions? Ling Shuang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied softly, they want 10 billion and 5% of our shares. Hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately tossed all the documents aside and said coldly, dream on. Only 10 billion? Reject them, she replied. Yes, he turned and confidently continued, we'll build the schools ourselves. Faden Education Group is officially established. You can develop some plots of land. Chen Yuan said that all the schools would be funded by him. From kindergarten to high school, all infrastructure must be top-notch nationwide. Splendid, with the best teachers, from kindergarten to high school to university. Then Chen Yuan turned to Ling Shuang and said, I'll transfer 500 billion to you later. Hearing this, she froze. 500 billion? Then he raised his hand to stroke his chin, thinking smugly, good thing I reacted fast. I found another excuse to spend money. Education and healthcare are both money pits. Heaven is really helping me. Ling Shuang offered an opinion. "Boss, I've thought about it, and your plan leans more toward public welfare. It would be more suitable to hand it over to a foundation. And Chairman Chu's father could also help." Chen Yuan agreed. "You're right. Chairman Chu is indeed more suitable." The key was that she heard him hesitating and pressed, "What's the key?" But Chen Yuan didn't answer, turned and walked away saying, "Forget it, I'll talk to her about this." Ling Shuang was a bit surprised, thinking, first time I've seen the boss so evasive. What happened between him and Miss Chu? The scene shifted to the company where Luolua was clearly worried and said, "Chairman Chu, we have a bit of a problem." She looked at Yumo and continued, "The foundation's account is running a bit low." Hearing this, she said, "So soon?" Yumo raised her hand and lightly bit her lip, thinking, "It's all my fault for acting impulsively." Thinking of Chen Yuan doing charity while selling medicine, he's been spending too much lately. Then she slammed the table hard and shouted angrily, "But I can't take back the money I've spent, and Chen Yuan hasn't been answering my calls lately, that cheapskate." Luolua quickly tried to calm her. "Chairman Chu, why don't we call brother Chen Yuan?" She was really angry now and shouted, "Don't mention him, he's driving me crazy." Suddenly, a secretary walked in and reported President Chu. "Today, another batch of critically ill patients has been admitted. The hospital doesn't have enough beds." Luolua turned and said, "Xiao Li, don't panic. Take me to the hospital and I'll coordinate." The female secretary replied, "Okay, President Chu." Then the secretary left and the door closed. Yumo lowered her head slightly, thinking, the foundation's finances are tight, but critically ill patients are still being sent to the hospital, their lives at risk. Then she looked at the phone on the table, thinking, should I really contact that guy? In the end, she decided to pick up the phone, thinking, forget it. Compared to the patients' lives, what's a little bit of my pride? Back on set, a phone rang and the screen showed the name Chu Yumo. Chen Yuan saw it and thought sarcastically, "Speak of the devil." He answered the call. "Miss Chu, what's up?" On the other end, Yumo replied softly, "Chen Yuan, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Can we meet?" Chen Yuan cheerfully replied, "What a coincidence. I have something to discuss with you too. Come to Tianmen. I'm filming here." Her surprised voice came through the phone. "What?" Yumo looked at her phone, thinking, filming? When did he start acting? She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, raised her phone and continued, "It's like this. The foundation has run into some trouble recently." Chen Yuan's voice came through the phone, not sounding surprised. "Oh, short on money, huh? I'll transfer the money to you later." With that, he hung up, infuriating Yumo. She looked at Dan Zhao again, raised her hand to her lips and cursed inwardly, "That jerk, hanging up before I could finish, so arrogant." Just then a prompt appeared. Chu Yumo's affection decreased by 2, current affection at 92 points. Yumo angrily waved her hand and shouted, "I'm so mad." Suddenly her phone lit up. She looked up. Yumo stared at the notification on her phone. "Your account ending in 6,789 has received 30 billion yuan. She listened closely and was shocked, saying, 30 billion. Then she let out a long sigh, placed her hand on her chest, closed her eyes, and said, "Transferring 30 billion just like that. It turns out the cheapskate isn't Chen Yuan, it's me." Yumo thought of Chen Yuan's consistently kind image and reflected on herself. She had never cared about his difficulties, only demanded from him and scolded him harshly. Then she clasped her hands together, looked up, and 2 streams of tears flowed down as she pondered. "I'm truly a bad woman." A chime sounded, and Chu Yumo's favorability increased by 1, now at 93 points. The scene shifted to the current filming location. Ling Shuang seemed accustomed to such situations, calculating in her mind that the transfer of 30 billion had been made so casually. She lowered her head, thoughtfully tallying up the boss's recent transfers, investments, shopping and property expenses, which likely exceeded 80 billion. Then, thinking of the dazzling Chen Yuan, she couldn't help but sigh. Even the crown prince of the Middle East probably doesn't have this kind of wealth. The boss's background is truly unfathomable. Ling Shuang raised her hand to adjust her collar and smiled confidently. As a professional manager, the first rule is don't ask what you shouldn't. I just need to trust the boss. Just then, Si Jin walked over and asked, "Godfather, you wanted to see me?" He turned around and replied, "Yes, there's something I'd like to ask of you." Si Jin scratched his head with a smile and said, "Godfather, you're joking. It's my honor to serve you." Chen Yuan put his hand on Si Jin's shoulder and said, "You're a famous director. Why do you always act like an old eunuch? Let's get down to business. I'm planning to throw a birthday party and a concert and invite all the top singers." He rubbed his chin with his hand, secretly smirking. "It's almost Jiluo's birthday. She probably thinks I've forgotten and will throw a tantrum, so I'll give her a surprise." After hearing this, Si Jin raised his hand and replied, "No problem, but time is tight. Schedules might conflict, and the cost." Chen Yuan's eyes immediately sharpened with a hint of arrogance as he said, "Money is no issue. Problems that can be solved with money aren't problems." Then he turned to Ling Shuang and said, "Secretary Yu, have someone buy up all the fireworks in the province and arrange a light show with 10,000 drones. I want this birthday party to be lively." She immediately bowed obediently and replied, "No problem, boss." Then Chen Yuan asked again, "Oh right, Secretary Yu, when is your birthday?" Ling Shuang was a bit surprised and replied, "My birthday." She bit her lip and stammered, Ling Shuang." She raised her hand with a light laugh, trying to hide her inner sadness, and answered, "I don't have a birthday." Recalling the past, she said haltingly, "I wandered the streets as a child and was later taken in by the Li family." Ling Shuang didn't continue, lowering her head slightly and whispering, "I've never celebrated a birthday." Chen Yuan understood and then cheerfully extended his hand, saying, "That's okay. I was only planning it for Jila, but let's do it together. I want the whole city to celebrate both your birthdays." After hearing this, she stammered in surprise, "Together, is that really okay? I'm just a..." He immediately placed both hands on her shoulders to comfort her, saying, "Just a what? You're my trusted confidant and my family. In my heart, you're as important as Jila." She choked up and cried out, "Boss," Chen Yuan continued, "what others have I want you to have too." Ling Shuang's mouth opened slightly in surprise, her brows furrowed lightly, and then her sparkling eyes filled with tears, her lips trembling slightly. She hugged him deeply and shouted, "Boss?" Seeing this, Chen Yuan also embraced Ling Shuang, but his eyes were full of cunning. This acting is really useful. Watching from the side, Seedzin thought, "Looks like there's going to be another godmother." The scene shifted to the conference room of the Dizan International Hotel in Hancheng, where Wu Shuang and Yi Han were sitting at the meeting table. A person walked over and reported, "Miss, the deaths of the 6 kidnappers have been handled and the relevant media won't report on it anymore." Yi Han was just about to take a sip of tea when she heard the person continue, "Also, Faden Capital has rejected our cooperation request with Longhua Group." Hearing this, she put down her teacup and asked, "Did the hotel cameras find anything?" Zhang Han lowered his head and replied, "All the videos from that night have been deleted and recovery technology can't restore them. It's clearly the work of a very skilled hacker," Wu Shuang exclaimed in surprise. "All deleted?" She turned around excitedly and said, Han, the person who saved us might not be just one person, but a highly professional team." Yi Han turned to Zhang Han and asked, "If we can't find out who saved us, can we at least find out the purpose of the mastermind behind the kidnapping?" He stammered in reply, "Well, the head of the family hopes you'll return to Modu as soon as possible and stop getting involved in these messy affairs." She raised her voice and said, "Enough, I know what I'm doing. I have a meeting later with President Liu of Hancheng to discuss a pharmaceutical cooperation deal. You may leave now." Yi Han frowned, thinking, "Going home and still treating me like a child. If I secure this pharmaceutical cooperation with Hancheng, the profits will be substantial, enough to shut up those old fogies in the family." Just then, a knock came at the door. Wen Jie knocked and asked, "Is President Yi of Longhua Group?" Before he could finish, his eyes widened as if a flash of light had passed, and he continued, "In." Recalling the scene at the bar, Wen Jie thought in surprise, "Damn, why is it them? How did Yuanzi's romantic entanglements end up on my doorstep?" Yi Han then spoke up, "President Liu looks very young, as if I've seen you somewhere before." He laughed humbly in response, "President Yi looks very young too. Didn't we meet at the bar last time?" Wu Shuang, standing nearby, also spoke up, "It's you. You're the one who was drinking with Chen Yuan. Don't mind me, President Liu. I didn't notice you at the time." Yi Han chuckled lightly. "Don't mind her, President Liu. Miss Qin speaks bluntly." Wen Jie just smiled and replied, "No problem, no problem. Let's get straight to business." Half an hour later, after discussions and signing the contract, Yi Han and Wen Jie stood up and shook hands. She said, "President Yi, you have great foresight. I hope everything goes smoothly in the future." He also smiled and replied, "President Liu, you're young and accomplished. I hope for a pleasant cooperation." Wu Shuang interjected, "Oh, President Liu, last time you were heartbroken and drinking with Chen Yuan. How late did you two stay?" Wen Jie recalled upon hearing this, "We didn't drink. After walking for a while, Chen Yuan chased after someone. He's a traitor who values women over friends, like a lightning bolt striking my ear." She asked in surprise, "You mean Chen Yuan wasn't with you that night?" Seeing her surprise, he said calmly, "Yeah, didn't Chen Yuan take you two home that night?" Then Yi Han and Wu Shuang exchanged glances, both thinking simultaneously, could it really have been Chen Yuan that night? Yi Han thought of Chen Yuan, resting her chin on her hand and asking herself, "But why won't he admit it?" Wu Shuang, furious, gripped her water glass tightly until it cracked with a pop. She cursed. "Damn it," frowning deeply, she thought, "am I not pretty enough? Is my family background not good enough? A hero saving a beauty and you won't even admit it. Chen Yuan, do you think I'd cling to you?" Seeing this, Wen Jie was full of confusion, thinking, "Did I say something wrong?" Suddenly, Yi Han seemed to remember something and looked puzzled. She crossed her arms, turned to him and asked, "Chen Yuan is in Tianmen City now, right? He said he went to film a movie." Wen Jie replied, "Yes." Wu Shuang, now truly angry, said loudly, "Han, let's go to Tianmen too and confront this guy about some things." Yi Han agreed, "All right." Seeing this, Wen Jie was a bit scared, thinking, what did Yuanzi do to offend these two rich second-generation heirs? Did he try to play both sides and get caught? Then he turned and left, muttering discontentedly, "Yuanzi, you're on your own." The scene shifted to a villa area where Chen Yuan was on the phone. "Meng, Jila, look, this is our new home." He raised his phone to show the surroundings and continued, "Isn't it spacious?" Meng Ming replied happily on the phone. Brother, we've landed and are almost at Tiananmen. Jila added, Brother Chen Yuan, I want to eat your egg fried rice. Chen Yuan's voice came through the phone full of affection. Okay, I'll cook tonight. Then he said, I have another call coming in. I'll talk to you later, be good. Chen Yuan then answered the call. Ha Yumo. On the other end, Chu Yumo was sitting next to Luluo, leaning into the phone and saying, Chen Yuan, it's me, Chu Yumo. Are you at the film set? He replied. I'm at my estate. I'll send you my location. With that, Chen Yuan hung up. Looking at his phone, he said, Looks like Miss Chu has finally lowered her head. This time I'll talk to her about education so she doesn't waste that 30 billion. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks anyway. Then Chen Yuan walked inside and shouted, Who's in charge here? A girl in a maid outfit came out, coming master. The girl bowed and introduced herself. Hello master. My name is Wang Susu and I'm your housekeeper. You can also call me housekeeper Mi. Chen Yuan instructed, Housekeeper Mi, prepare some ingredients for me. I'm having guests over. Also don't call me master from now on, call me boss. She bowed and acknowledged. Yes boss. Housekeeper Mi asked curiously, Boss, if you have requests, the estate also has a Michelin 3-star chef to serve you. He turned around and replied, No need, I'll cook myself. Seeing this, she thought, cook yourself. Then why did you hire so many people? Housekeeper Mi stood aside, watching Chen Yuan walk into the kitchen, thinking, does this guy have so much money he doesn't know what to do with it? The scene shifted to another villa, where Li Fang turned to ask Ruoyu, who was peeling fruit nearby, Ruoyu, do you know Chen Yuan went to Tiananmen? She turned and replied, I know. Chen Yuan told me a few days ago. He went to film a movie. Hearing this, Li Fang said, displeased, Ly. Then how can you still be in the mood to eat fruit here? Ruoyu didn't even listen, picking up an apple and taking a bite, replying, What else should I do? Li Fang grabbed Ruoyu's hand and gently scolded, My silly daughter, don't you know happiness is something you have to fight for? Recalling how she had fiercely grabbed her husband with a sword and horse back in the day, she said, Your dad was a hot commodity back then. I had to work hard to snatch him up. Then Li Fang grabbed her shoulders and said, Chen Yuan is alone in Tiananmen. If you go now with just the two of you, things will work out. Ruoyu blushed and scooted back, saying, Mom, what are you talking about? That's so embarrassing. Just then a knock came at the door. She remained seated, covering her mouth with her hand, thinking, Mom does have a point. And that troublemaker Wang Mengming isn't around this time. Ruoyu recalled the close encounter with Chen Yuan last time and continued thinking, If I go find him now, I can definitely make up for last time's regret. On the other side, a very cute watch appeared on her wrist and a voice said, It's getting late. Let's start. Housekeeper Mi replied, Yes, boss. Now let me introduce you to our estate's kitchen. She then introduced a man with a neat headband, Chef Lu, who specialized in Sichuan cuisine. A man with a mixed-race look and brown-purple hair, Chef Shay, specialized in pasta and desserts. A man with blonde hair and a headband on his forehead, Chef Zhou, specialized in Shandong cuisine. After the introductions, Housekeeper Mi turned and said, They are all top chefs from China. Just order whatever you want to eat, and they'll cater to your taste. Chen Yuan raised his hand and said lightly, All right, chefs, you'll assist me. The three men exchanged glances, thinking, Assist him, what a big mouth. They followed him into the kitchen, all wondering, can a boss like him cook, and he thinks we're only fit to assist him? Chen Yuan glanced behind him, thinking, The more talented people are, the more prone they are to complacency. Let me show you something. Then he reached for a sharp knife, his eyes lighting up and widening, and in an instant he swung it forcefully at the chopping board on the kitchen counter. The three men were stunned, their mouths wide open, asking, What the hell, is he chopping the chopping board? Lu Kai saw this and was amazed, resting his chin on his hand, thinking, This knife skill is truly masterful. Just then the chopping board had been split into many thin slices stacked like bread slices. Chen Yuan shouted, Done, raised the knife, turned around and asked, How about it, want to learn? The three men, now full of admiration, replied in unison. Yes. Chen Yuan wiped his hands and said, Then assist me obediently. You go wash the vegetables. 15 minutes later a hand reached out and lifted the pot lid. As the lid opened, a mouth-watering dish appeared. The three men looked on, their faces full of surprise, blurting out, This is treading snow to find plum blossoms, a lost imperial court dish, and it's been made. Xie Jun, with a look of pure enjoyment, smelled the rich aroma emanating from the dish and said, The fragrance lingers, fresh and enticing, mixed with a refreshing sensation. Just smelling it is satisfying enough. Zhou Qian picked up his chopsticks and asked, Boss, can I have a taste? Chen Yuan replied, Go ahead. He then picked up a piece and took a bite. Instantly he seemed to glow, his eyes wide with shock. Zhou Qian felt a surge of power as if he had transformed into a majestic white bear roaring. He spread his arms, feeling the satisfaction. This feeling was unprecedented. His body and mind seemed captivated, and his soul began to tremble. Chen Yuan crossed his arms and said, If you assist me well, I'll teach you all these lost techniques. Seeing the shocked expressions on the three men's faces, he continued, I'll also invest in you, so that Chinese culinary culture can spread around the world. Just then, Meng Ming and Jila arrived outside. The two walked in, and Meng Ming asked, This is the place, right? Housekeeper Mi came out with a beaming smile and asked, Are you Miss Wang and Miss Lin? The boss is waiting for you both inside. Jila heard this, her eyes narrowing into slits with joy, and said happily, "Great, I'm starving." Meng turned around and reminded her, "Jila, you need to be careful. You've gained a bit of weight lately." Jila, annoyed, shouted. "Nonsense, we weigh the same," Meng retorted without backing down. "But you forgot, I'm 5 centimeters taller than you." Just then, Yumo and Lulu arrived behind them and asked, "Excuse me, is this Chen Yuan's home?" "Housekeeper M.I. replied, "Yes, are you Miss Chu and Miss Shu? Please come in." "The boss is inside." Yumo looked around and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "I knew Chen Yuan was rich, but I didn't know he was this rich. This isn't an estate, it's a royal palace." Then, everyone entered the hall, and the bodyguards bowed respectfully. A kitchen server bowed and secretly admired. "Amazing. The boss is really a heartthrob. He's got 4 beautiful female guests here in no time." Thinking of himself, he silently wept, "If only I could live such a luxurious life someday." Suddenly, both he and housekeeper M.I. widened their eyes in shock. Ahead, Wu Shuang and Yi Han had also arrived, escorted by a group of tall bodyguards. Wu Shuang walked up to the server and said, "Tell Chen Yuan that Qin Wu Shuang of Modu is here. Have him come out and greet me," he stammered awkwardly. Yes. "Ladies, please wait a moment. I'll go check with my superiors." Mr. M.I. behind them picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Boss, a woman named Qin Wu Shuang has arrived at the manor gate and wants you to greet her in person. She's brought a lot of bodyguards. She doesn't seem easy to mess with." Inside, Chen Yuan, while flipping a pan over the fire with one hand, picked up the walkie-talkie with the other and shouted, "No time, can't you see I'm busy? Let her come in on her own." Outside, Wu Shuang was fuming, "Cooking for a trillionaire and I have to do it myself? He's clearly making excuses." Then she turned back with a light snort. "Fine, I'll come in myself. Let's see how the great President Yan descends to earth." Seeing Wu Shuang and Yi Han walking in, he thought to himself, "It seems a life of luxury and indulgence comes with its own troubles." The waiter, a bit bewildered, silently reminded himself to just focus on being a waiter. Just then, Jila walked in and blurted out, "Wow, it smells amazing, just the scent makes me hungry." Meng behind her also praised, "It must be you cooking, only you can make something this fragrant." She looked at the dishes on the table with delight. "Brother Chen Yuan is so sincere. They're all my favorite dishes. Stir-fried beef, braised pork, steamed fish. What's this dish? I've never seen it before." But then she turned around and saw the 4 people walking in one after another. Jila asked with some confusion, "Cousin, why are you here too?" Yumo was also a bit surprised and asked back, "Aren't you supposed to be in school in Shanghai? Why are you back so suddenly?" Jila leaned in and replied, "I kind of missed Brother Chen Yuan." "Cousin, are you here to see him too?" Upon hearing this, Yumo raised her hand and coughed alertly, saying, "I have some business with him, work-related." Suddenly, Meng reached out a finger and tapped Jiluo's shoulder, saying, "Luo." She turned around, looked at Wu Shuang and Yi Han standing nearby and asked, "Isn't that Miss Qin and Miss Yi from Shanghai? Why are they here too?" Jila replied, "I don't know, I'll go say hello." She then walked over to the 2 of them and raised her hand in greeting, "Sister Qin, Sister Yi, I'm Lin Jila. We met at a party in Shanghai." Wu Shuang recognized her after a moment and replied, "Oh, I remember, the second daughter of the Lin family, the richest in Hancheng. Your brother used to chase me, but I didn't think much of him." Upon hearing this, Jila thought of Chen Yuan and felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to herself, "My brother is so embarrassing. He brags all the time, but in her eyes he's nothing." Yi Han beside her also spoke up. "Miss Lin, haven't we met at Guangming?" Jila happily replied, "Yes, Sister Yi. What brings you to Tianmo City?" She chuckled and said, "We're here to see Chen Yuan to confirm something with him." At this point, the 6 beauties stood in a circle looking at each other, all thinking, "What does Chen Yuan need to ask about?" Yumo looked at Wu Shuang and thought, "This Miss Qin seems impressive. She's also here for Chen Yuan." Jiluo's eyes sharpened as she thought, "Ask about something? I've only been away at school for a few days and they've all followed me to Tianmen. How annoying. Brother Chen Yuan is too outstanding, everyone wants to snatch him from me." The girls now all looked tense. Suddenly a voice came from behind, "Excuse me, is Chen Yuan here?" Ruoyu walked in and saw this scene, wondering to herself why there were so many people. She spotted Yumo and thought, "Chu Yumo, isn't she Chu Tenghui's daughter? What's she doing here?" Jila then broke the tension, reaching out toward Yumo and saying happily, "Cousin, let me introduce you. This is the Deputy General Manager of Longhua Group. Miss Yi, this is the eldest daughter of the Qin Group. Qin Wushuang, this is my cousin Chu Yumo." Upon hearing this, Ruoyu was momentarily stunned and exclaimed inwardly, "Longhua Group? She's the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Shanghai. And that Qin Wushuang, could she be from the Qin family, the real estate tycoon in Shanghai?" Then she looked at these 3 faces full of power and felt a bit worried. "They're all here for Chen Yuan. In terms of family background and looks, I have no advantage at all." Ruoyu lowered her head slightly, anxiously thinking, "What do I do? They're not even on the same level as opponents. How can I hold on to Chen Yuan?" Meanwhile, Yumo was shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with Yi Han while Jila walked over to the waiter setting out the dishes, drooling. She took off her gloves, bent down and secretly pinched a piece, complaining inwardly. I can't take it anymore. I'm too hungry. Just one bite, only one stolen bite. Jila put it in her mouth and tasted it, exclaiming with delight, so delicious. Seeing her sister like this, Yamo walked over and reminded her, Luoluo, eat slowly. Don't choke. Jila pointed at the stir-fried beef and said, This beef is amazing, cousin. Upon hearing this, Yamo picked up her chopsticks and said, Really? Let me try. She thought to herself, what kind of beef could make Luoluo eat like this? Then Yamo also picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. At that moment her mood felt like fireworks going off. Yamo's eyes lit up and she kept picking up more, eating and praising at the same time. It's really delicious. Better than any restaurant Dad has taken me to. Jila then saw the empty plate and scolded her cousin for being mean. Cousin, you're so mean, how could you eat it all? She shouted angrily. Give me back that beef. At that moment a loud shout rang out in the spacious courtyard. Meng Meng, darn it, don't snatch mine. Seeing her cousin like this, Yamo turned her head and said, Aren't there other dishes? She picked up a piece of braised pork and continued, This one looks good too. Just as Yamo was about to put it in her mouth to taste, Jila rushed over. The braised pork is also delicious. Chew, Yamo. Don't fight me for it. But Yamo didn't care and still put it in her mouth, then waved her hand and said, Whoever eats it gets it. Over there, Wushuang saw this and judged inwardly. Is it really that serious? You two are young ladies from good families. Is a plate of food worth this? Then she said to Yihan, Han, this dish looks pretty good. Let's try it too. Yihan politely refused. That's not appropriate. This is someone else's home. It's rude to start eating before the host arrives. Upon hearing this, Wushuang still scooped up a spoonful of something that looked like soup and said, Who cares? Why bother with formalities with Chen Yuan? He's a big liar. After she finished eating, her originally displeased expression softened, her cheeks flushed, her eyes widened, and then she turned to Yihan and said, Han, I'm not lying to you. It's really delicious. The steamed egg tastes beyond my imagination. But Yihan still seemed unconvinced and stood there watching. Then she picked up a spoon, scooped up a shrimp and tasted it. Soon her expression changed too and she praised, It really is delicious. Who's the chef? With this skill I'd pay him $1 million a month. Upon hearing this, Wushuang raised her hand and argued, I'll offer $5 million. Han, don't fight me for it. Then Jila spoke up, Why don't we go into the kitchen and see? With so many chefs we can poach one each, right? Wushuang raised her hand, rested her chin on it and said, Makes sense. So all the girls followed the stairs toward the kitchen. As they walked, Meng Meng asked in confusion, With so many dishes, could they all be made by brother? Jila turned her head and replied, Although brother Chen Yuan is great at cooking, he can't possibly make all these dishes alone. With this many, someone must have helped. Overhearing this, Wushuang muttered to herself, Chen Yuan can cook? Is what he makes even edible? Thinking of Chen Yuan, she shook her head in denial. That playboy is good at chasing girls, but if you say he can cook, I don't believe it. Suddenly, in a room ahead of the girls, something was glowing. As everyone approached, the girls' faces immediately showed surprise. Jila smiled and asked herself, Is this? Meng Meng gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Yamo's eyes widened. Wushuang's mouth fell open in shock. Yihan looked as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Luolua stared intently, and Ruoyu was no less amazed, her eyes full of wonder. Inside, Chen Yuan was battling the stove with incredible skill, holding a spoon in one hand and flipping the pan with the other. He was very professional. Like a machine splitting into clones, he kept moving between the stoves, from one pot to another, leaving the girls utterly astonished and puzzled. One person cooking in 12 pots. Wushuang and Yihan were extremely confused and exclaimed inwardly, Wow, it really is Chen Yuan. Meng Meng clasped her hands together, full of admiration, thinking, As expected of my brother Chen Yuan, so amazing. Luoluo was also shocked, exclaiming inwardly, I didn't expect brother Chen Yuan's cooking skills to be so much better than mine, but why does he always make me cook? She clasped her hands together, her eyes full of reverie, thinking, So he's always liked me, and that's why he likes my cooking, right? Meng Meng was now holding her face in her hands, looking enchanted. A prompt appeared. Wang Meng Meng's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability 97. Bonus reinforcement points 10. Wushuang was still filled with disbelief and surprise. A prompt appeared. Qin Wushuang's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability 94. Yamo was also filled with disbelief mixed with fascination, watching intently. A prompt appeared. Chu Yamo's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability 94. Yihan remained the most emotionally stable, just watching intently. A prompt showed. Yihan's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability 30. Wushuang suddenly whispered, Han, I think I'm starting to like Chen Yuan. Seeing these prompts, Chen Yuan thought to himself, All this hard work wasn't for nothing. Then he crossed his hands and rested his chin on them, thinking worriedly, But there's a problem. Chen Yuan thought of the 7 girls now and broke out in a cold sweat. 7 love interests here at the same time. What should I do? I hope they don't start fighting. He thought of Meng Meng and then pondered. Meng Ming is my sister, I don't need to comfort her, although a sister having a favorability of 97 toward her brother is a bit dangerous. Then he thought of all the girls and ruled them out, continuing to think. Forget it. Among the rest I can only use Meng Ming. After thinking it through, Chen Yuan reached out and said, "It's a mess in here. Everyone go to the living room and have something to eat first. I'll be out in a moment." Upon hearing this, all the girls immediately headed back to the living room. Seeing this, Wu Shuang asked anxiously, "What's Chen Yuan up to?" Yi Han turned her head and replied, "The kitchen really isn't a place for talking, let's wait a bit longer." Back in the main courtyard of the villa, Jila, holding chopsticks in one hand and a bowl in the other, looked at the dining table and said, "Since brother Chen Yuan told us to wait, let's eat while we wait." The other girls didn't know what to say and just silently sat at the table for a while before finishing all the food. A sound indicated it was a very delicious meal. Meng Ming was now drinking orange juice and said, "I'm full. Why isn't Chen Yuan out yet?" Just then Amy appeared, bowed slightly and said softly to Yumo, "Hello Miss Chu. The boss invites you to the study." She replied, "Okay." Yumo left the table thinking as she walked, "Chen Yuan is so mysterious, what's he up to?" Then her expression changed as she thought, "And why do I have this strange feeling of being summoned and nervous to the point of fear?" By now, she had reached the elevator with Amy. Yumo felt a bit dazed, thinking, "I must be crazy. Why am I so excited and proud just to see him?" The elevator doors opened and she stepped out. Yumo saw Chen Yuan sitting not far away, wearing sunglasses, holding his phone horizontally, with music playing. She wondered to herself, "What's he so focused on?" A voice suddenly came from the phone. "Bid landlord, no bid?" She approached to take a look. Yumo was a bit surprised, thinking, "Playing landlord again?" Suddenly, Chen Yuan, still very focused on his phone, spoke up, "You're here about the 300 billion, right?" Yumo reached out and said, "I know 300 billion is a huge sum to you. There's no need to spend it on me just because of a momentary argument. Charity medical care doesn't need that much either." He glanced lightly and asked, "Do you think I'm giving you this money just to build a hospital?" She asked, puzzled, "What else?" Then Chen Yuan turned around, raised his hand, pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead and replied, "Well, actually, I have another project to discuss with you. I plan to establish an education group and promote it nationwide from kindergarten to university." Yumo asked, "Education? Do you know how much that will cost?" He calmly replied, "I know." She continued, "You don't know. Accommodation, meals and books, 100 yuan per student per day. For 1,000 students that's 100,000. If you want to promote it nationwide, with 10 million students you'll lose over 300 billion a year." Yumo's words struck Chen Yuan's mind like lightning. He was a bit surprised, thinking, over 300 billion a year. Chen Yuan then lowered his head slightly, looked to the side, raised his hand and rested his chin on it, calculating inwardly. 10 years is 3 trillion. It would take me 10,000 years to spend all my money. Too slow. Yumo crossed her arms and continued, "Now do you understand, many things aren't as simple as you think." As soon as she finished, he replied very directly, "I still want to do it." Then Chen Yuan raised his hand to touch his face and said with confidence, "Not only will I do it, but I'll also raise the students' meal standards. 100 yuan a day is too little." He approached her and continued, "Momo, I have more money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes. I want to do something for the country and for the children." Upon hearing this, Yumo thought of Chen Yuan casually spending huge sums and wondered, "Why does his figure seem so tall and I feel so small?" She lowered her head slightly, tears falling, and blamed herself. "Chen Yuan cares about the world, but I only care about money. I'm so petty." Then Yumo took Chen Yuan's hand and said, "I'm sorry, Chen Yuan. I misunderstood." He humbly replied, "It's okay. I never care about what others think of me." Then he continued, "People can't live as slaves to money. Money only has meaning when you use it to fulfill your wishes." Upon hearing this, Yumo sighed inwardly, "Chen Yuan, you're so handsome." She continued to think with reverie, "If only I could be with him," but then she quickly raised her hand to cover her head, blushing deeply, and said, "No, how can I have such fantasies about him? He's 2 years younger than me." Then Yumo thought, "And he's the man my cousin likes. How can I compete with Luoluo for a man?" Suddenly, a flash of light crossed Chen Yuan's eyes. He turned and left, leaving Yumo bewildered, thinking, "Silly girl, I've dazzled you with my words." Then he slightly turned his head and said, "All right, Miss Chu, please go downstairs. I have some other things to take care of." Then Chen Yuan walked away and she followed without saying anything more. By then, Yumo had gone downstairs and happened to meet Jila walking over. Jila raised her hand to her lips with some curiosity and asked, "Cousin, what did brother Chen Yuan talk to you about?" Yumo didn't hide anything and replied, "Nothing much. Chen Yuan talked about investing in building schools and asked me to help smooth things out." Jila said, "Oh, I see." Back in the main hall of the courtyard, Mr. Mi came out and said, "Miss Chin, Miss Yi, the boss invites you both over." The two immediately turned to look at each other in surprise. Wu Shuang then turned around with a light snort and led the way. The two then entered the elevator. She still carried a wary and angry tone, saying, "Let's see what tricks he's up to." Soon the elevator reached its destination and stopped. Wu Shuang and Yi Han walked over and saw Chen Yuan playing a game. A voice came from the phone, "Don't call, bid landlord." Then another voice from the phone said, "King bomb. I only have one card left." He angrily slapped his thigh and cursed, happily losing everything. Seeing Chen Yuan like this, Wu Shuang was very angry. Her eyes were red as she stretched out her hand and demanded sharply, "Chen Yuan, it's just the three of us here." He answered honestly, "Was it you who saved us that day?" He stood up, walked to the railing and turned back to ask, "Do you really want to know? Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing." Wu Shuang raised her voice and said, "Just because you don't admit it doesn't mean we can't find out. There's a witness who said they saw the mysterious person chasing the van at over 70 kilometers per hour. That person was you." Chen Yuan had already turned around by then, spreading his hands and saying calmly, "Since you already know, why ask me?" His words hit like a thunderbolt, and she and Yi Han gasped in shock. "It really was you." Yi Han frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Chen, the police said the van was going over 100 kilometers per hour that night, and the scene was chaotic. It's impossible for a human to do that. How did you manage it?" He closed his eyes and sighed upon hearing this. Chen Yuan replied, "I've been found out." Hearing this, both of them were too stunned to speak. He stepped forward and said to Yi Han, "You're very smart with a sharp mind, but the more you know, the more dangerous it becomes for you." She asked softly, "Is that so? I just want to know how you reached a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. Are you a superhero?" Chen Yuan turned back and asked, "Have you heard of Kunlun?" Wu Shuang replied skeptically, "Isn't Kunlun a brand of lubricant?" Then his face darkened. He lowered his head slightly and pointed a hand as he said, "Actually, I'm a cultivator from Kunlun." Hearing this from Chen Yuan, Wu Shuang and Yi Han exclaimed in shock, "A cultivator?" A prompt appeared. Cultivator identity revealed, acting skill activating. At that moment he appeared in a tang suit practicing with a glowing orb in his hand, saying, "Kunlun was once an ancient sect in China, but its spiritual energy has been thin for years. Practitioners have gradually dwindled as a result." Chen Yuan sat down and continued his practice, saying, "The path of heaven is vast. Following it makes you mortal, defying it makes you immortal. Now the great sects are fading one by one. How tragic and lamentable." He then turned his head with a light laugh and replied, "I am the current sect leader of Kunlun." The two exchanged a glance somewhat skeptical. Wu Shuang and Yi Han trembled, whether from fear or anger. Then Wu Shuang burst out laughing, "Chen Yuan, are you trying to fool a kid? What stage of cultivation have you reached? Golden core or nascent soul?" Yi Han chimed in. "Do you think I've never read web novels? You're trying to brush us off with this lie." Hearing this, Chen Yuan raised his hand to his head and replied calmly, "I didn't expect you two to know so much about cultivation. I'm unaccomplished, only at the qi refining stage. Golden core and nascent soul are the realms of my masters." Wu Shuang raised her hand mockingly and said, "Chen Yuan, you should see a psychiatrist sometime. You've probably been under too much stress lately." He spread his arms and leaned on the railing, saying, "The ignorant are fearless. You're just mortals after all. Immortals and mortals are different. From now on, don't pry too much into my affairs." Wu Shuang got angry and shouted, "What kind of look is that? Who are you calling ignorant?" Chen Yuan turned back and replied, "I mean you're big-chested and brainless." She charged over in a fury. Chen Yuan then, Wu Shuang and Yi Han's eyes went wide. Now Chen Yuan's entire body was plummeting through the air. Seeing this, their mouths dropped open and they thought, "Damn, what floor is this?" He fell. Wu Shuang turned tremblingly and asked, "Is he committing suicide?" Yi Han also trembled as she replied, "Was it because you provoked him? Is Chen Yuan really that fragile?" Then they leaned over the railing to look down, thinking, the esteemed President Yan has just ended it all like this. What do we do? But then Yi Han's face filled with surprise. Her eyes were wide as she looked down. Below, Chen Yuan was pushing himself up from the ground with his hands head down and panting, as if he'd just finished a run, not fallen from a height. Seeing this, she muttered in amazement, "Not a single injury." Then he calmly ran toward the stairs, which left Yi Han still astonished, thinking he can even jog. Wu Shuang saw this and turned to ask, Han, are we dreaming? This is the 6th floor." Yi Han replied, "You're not dreaming. This is real." Then she raised her hand to her chin. "There really might be things in this world we don't know about." A prompt appeared. Yi Han's affection increased by 10, current affection 50 points. Wu Shuang finally snapped out of it and exclaimed, "I get it now. Chen Yuan's family background is mysterious, but his talents and skills are endless, all beyond normal." Then she looked at Chen Yuan walking calmly downstairs and said, "Could he really be a cultivator?" Yi Han turned to Wu Shuang and said, Shuang, I'm sorry. I'm breaking my promise. I think I've fallen for Chen Yuan." Wu Shuang didn't overreact and replied, "But didn't you say before that you don't like overly flirtatious people?" Yi Han raised her hand and said, "I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. I really don't like womanizers, but Chen Yuan isn't ordinary, so he can't be judged by normal standards." She frowned slightly and continued, "I'm saying this now to avoid awkwardness later." Wu Shuang turned and leaned on the railing, replying, "All right then," she said firmly, "we'll compete fairly. I won't back out because of you." A prompt appeared. Qin Wushwang's affection increased by 1, current affection 95 points. The simp target Qin Wushwang's affection has reached 95 points. Congratulations host on a successful reversal. Bonus points added 50. Qin Wushwang's simp spending total is decent. Reward is decent. Another prompt appeared. Congratulations host, you have obtained the gun proficiency skill. Stock proficiency, combat proficiency, dance proficiency, appreciation proficiency, psychology proficiency, English proficiency, table tennis proficiency, racing proficiency, aircraft pilot proficiency. Chen Yuan saw this and held his head in confusion, saying, "How did I reverse it? I haven't even spent any money yet, damn it." Then he raised his hand to his chin, thinking, at least these skills are practical. Back in the lobby, Wu Shuang and Yi Han had already come down. Meng Ming asked, "Sister Qin and Sister Yi came down so quickly. I wonder what they talked about." Ruoyu over there asked Chen Yuan how he met these two ladies. The little girl replied, "Sister Qin I met when my brother took me to Shanghai, and there was a bit of a conflict. Sister Yi I met at a banquet." Ruoyu listened and gently bit her lip. So they weren't that close to Chen Yuan, and she secretly felt relieved that she still had a chance. Meng Ming turned and saw Chen Yuan walking over, sighed and said, "How is my brother downstairs? When did he come down?" At that moment Wu Shuang suddenly rushed past her. She spread her arms to block him and shouted, "Chen Yuan, teach me cultivation." He immediately shook his head and refused. "No, you don't have the aptitude, you can't cultivate." Wu Shuang quickly pressed, "How is that possible? Can't I try hard?" Chen Yuan continued, "Cultivation requires talent. I have it. I can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but you don't." She asked, "Can you really sense spiritual energy?" Then Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and asked himself, "I don't know if you can." Instantly, a golden stream of air swirled around Wu Shuang. He went on, "Anyway I can." Wu Shuang snapped back to reality and quickly asked, "What was that just now? Was it a gust of wind?" Yi Han appeared from somewhere and said, "Shuang, look at that." Then something like shattered glass appeared ahead, and the two exclaimed, "That's a great divine power." Chen Yuan picked his ear with one hand and said, "The quality of this tempered glass is terrible. I didn't even use much force." Yi Han crouched down, picked up a stone and threw it forward with force. The stone hit the glass hard but bounced back and fell to the ground. Yi Han rubbed her fingers, thinking, the railing glass is at least 3 to 4 centimeters thick and it shattered from air pressure. Then she turned with a puzzled look and asked, "Chen Yuan, how did you do that? Can what you just did compare to guns or hot weapons?" Chen Yuan quickly replied, "Simple." He spread his arms and closed his eyes, saying, "By using the power of true essence, I can hurt people with air alone. But my cultivation is too low, otherwise I could fly on a sword and roam the world." Yi Han thought of fairies and mused, flying on a sword, roaming the world. Then she clasped her hands together and asked softly, "Chen Yuan no Chen Zhenren, do you think I have the aptitude for cultivation?" Chen Yuan said mercilessly, "You don't have it either." He raised a finger and twirled it, saying softly, "The key to cultivation is spiritual roots. From my observation, neither of you has them." Yi Han's eyes grew determined as she said, "No matter what, I won't give up. Please add me on WeChat, Chen Zhenren, and I hope you'll be generous with your guidance in the future." Wu Shuang saw this and thought in surprise, "Strange, Yi Han actually took the initiative to add someone's WeChat. I've known her for over a decade, and this is the first time she's added a guy's WeChat." Chen Yuan didn't refuse and took out his phone to scan it, but thought darkly, "I was just making stuff up to mess with them, and they actually believed it. This acting is terrifying. Getting Yi Han's WeChat makes it easier to win her over." After finishing, he turned and warned, "Remember to keep today's matter a secret, you two. Cultivators hide in the world. If you blab, it might bring deadly trouble." The two immediately raised their hands and replied, "Don't worry, Chen Zhenren, we'll keep our mouths shut." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "What happened?" We heard a loud noise. Hearing this, the three turned to look back and a group of people approached, asking with concern, "Brother Chen Yuan, are you okay?" Seeing a crack in the glass, she asked, "How did this glass break?" Chen Yuan quickly smiled and smoothed things over, saying, "It's nothing. I was just checking the quality of the tempered glass and accidentally used too much force." Then he reached out and patted the alpaca beside him, saying with a smile, "Luo, don't you like alpacas? Big brother specially brought a few over." Jila saw them and excitedly rushed over, shouting, "So cute, thank you brother Chen Yuan." Then Chen Yuan put on a serious face and said, "Ruoyu, let's talk alone." Ruoyu was a bit surprised, and the two walked inside together. As they walked, Ruoyu thought, "What does Chen Yuan want to talk to me about? It's been so long since he contacted me." She looked up at him and continued thinking, "Now he has so many outstanding girls around him. Does he still have me in his heart?" But then Ruoyu's brow furrowed slightly, and her eyes grew determined as she thought, "No, Xiao Ruoyu, you have to work hard. You can't lose to anyone." Then she secretly rejoiced, "I've got an idea." She called out to Chen Yuan, "Wait." He looked back in confusion, and Ruoyu said, "Your shoelace is untied." Without hesitation, she crouched down to tie his shoelace. Watching this, Chen Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, thinking, someone who's always held her head high since childhood is willing to tie a man's shoelaces. Then he crouched down, took her hand, lifted it and said, "Ruoyu, look at me." Then he said, last time I went back to Hancheng and didn't contact you. It was my fault. I apologize. Ruoyu shyly lowered her head and replied, Chen Yuan, you don't need to apologize. I'm the one who should apologize. She recalled the past and continued. At the car show before, I had Boss Lin come to ruin my mood just to make you angry. I was too childish, and I hurt your feelings. Then Chen Yuan pulled Ruoyu into his arms and said, it's okay. I've already forgiven you. I forgave you a long time ago. Seeing this, she also wrapped her arms around his waist and asked, really, you really forgive me? Then Ruoyu rested her head happily on Chen Yuan's chest and asked, so am I your girlfriend now? He didn't hesitate and replied, if you want, sure. Ruoyu pressed on hopefully, then will you marry me? He answered flatly, no. Hearing this, she stepped back and said angrily, why won't you marry me? Chen Yuan replied unhurriedly, because I like more than just you. I need to consider their feelings. He then raised his voice somewhat strained, Ruoyu, I like you a lot, but I also like others. That doesn't mean you're unimportant to me. Tears were already streaming down Ruoyu's face. She choked out, more than just me. Do you want a harem? He clenched his clothes and replied softly, yes. Immediately, Ruoyu turned and ran off crying, jerk bastard, I hate you. Ruoyu ran past Meng Meng without a care, sobbing, Chen Yuan, I hate you. The little girl saw this and asked worriedly, brother, why did Sister Xiao run off crying? Did you two have a fight? Chen Yuan frowned impatiently and replied, it's nothing. Better to clear things up early so I don't waste her time. He raised his hand to his head, thinking, why did I have to bring up marriage? I'm still young, haven't had my fun yet. Suddenly a hand reached out and tugged at Chen Yuan's clothes, calling out, brother. Meng Meng looked up and said, actually I have something to tell you too. She shyly brushed her hair back and lowered her head slightly, saying, I want to become an entertainer. The scene shifted to a large center where a voice rang out, Young Master Li, I toast to you. Inside, Xiao Wei was raising his glass and asking, Young Master Li, I heard you recently signed a new artist and a rookie at that. Jia Mu laughed lightly and replied, kid, you've got a sharp nose, he said confidently. That's right, I plan to sign a newcomer named Wang Mengming. The contract is almost ready. Then Jia Mu thought of Mengming and cursed inwardly. Of course, more importantly, she's that damn Chen Yuan's sister. Xiao Wei continued, I heard she's only 18, I wonder if President Li, before he could finish, Jia Mu raised his glass and clinked it, cutting him off. Don't worry, we're all men. Jia Mu sat there, arms around two beauties who were attentively serving him and said, when I'm done having my fun, I'll let you have a taste too. Xiao Wei laughed heartily and said, then thank you, President Li. Let me toast you again. Jia Mu raised his glass, his eyes sharp, thinking, Chen Yuan, once I've had my fun with your sister and send you the video, I can't wait to see the look on your face. Back here, Chen Yuan heard his sister's words and asked, an entertainer? Meng Meng replied, yes, a big company is about to sign me. They want me to be an entertainer so one day I can be as outstanding as my brother. He then reached out and patted her head, saying with a smile, it's good to have dreams, Big Brother supports you. Meng Meng's eyes were full of gratitude as she called out, thank you, brother, you're the best. Chen Yuan continued, my company happens to be filming a drama, why don't you join the crew as an intern and try a few small roles? Consider it practice. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up and she asked, acting? Then he picked up his phone and dialed, Young Sijin, an entertainment company is approaching my sister. Check out their background. On the other end, Sijin replied, got it, Godfather. Give me 5 minutes. Chen Yuan held the phone thinking, the entertainment industry is chaotic and deep. As her big brother, if I don't protect Meng Meng well, she'll get devoured sooner or later. Sijin quickly responded, Godfather, I've found it. The company approaching your sister is a subsidiary of the giant Star Group. Upon hearing this, his eyes shot wide open, and Sijin's voice echoed on, it's controlled by Li Jiamu. Then Chen Yuan curled his lips slightly and called out, Li Jiamu. His gaze sharpened, filled with hatred as he cursed. That dog really can't stay still, he continued. Zijin, it seems Boss Li has been too busy lately. Let's give him something to do. On the other end, Zijin was puzzled and stammered, Godfather, what do you mean? Walking through the garden, Chen Yuan reached out to catch a falling petal and said, it's getting cold. Let's make Giant Star Group go bankrupt. Just then, Meng Meng approached from behind and asked, who were you talking to on the phone? He replied, nothing, just calling the director of the filming crew. Come with me to the set tomorrow. The scene shifts to the next day. A news alert on a phone shows that Li's Giant Star Group has been exposed for tax evasion and suspected massive money laundering. Madu's Young Master Li is also hit by a flood of explosive videos involving multiple actresses, sparking a storm in the entertainment industry. Seeing this, Kei Yan anxiously picks up her phone to make a call. The sky is falling. I need to inform the young master immediately. The scene cuts to Faden Group, where a secretary walks in and says, President Yu Li's stock has plummeted to its lowest point in nearly 2 decades. Ling Shuang, gazing at Dan Zhao through the glass window, praises, excellent. Buy up Li's stock. Her eyes sharpen with a murderous glint as she grits her teeth. Buy as much as you can. Meanwhile, at the Li family villa, Jiamu is still sound asleep with the 2 beauties from last night when his phone suddenly rings. Groggily, he picks it up, but before he can speak, a panicked voice comes through. "Hello, young master, you finally answered. Something huge has happened." Jamu gets up, walks to the window and pulls the curtain aside. "What's the big deal?" On the other end, Kei-yan is frantic. "No time to explain, just check the news." He puts down the phone, puzzled. "Check the news?" Suddenly, the door bursts open and a group of police officers appears. Jamu turns around in shock as a voice rings out. "Lee Jamu, we're from the Economic Investigation Unit. Your deeds have been exposed." Other officers echo in unison. They rush forward to restrain him, holding up a document. "This is your arrest warrant. Come with us and explain yourself." Still in a daze, Jamu barely manages to wrap a towel around his waist. Outside, reporters have already gathered. Seeing him, they shout, "He's out!" They swarm forward, shoving microphones in his face, eagerly asking, "Young Master Lee, are those videos online real? Is Giant Star Group really laundering money?" Humiliated, Jamu yells, "Where did these reporters come from?" "Get lost," a police officer behind him shouts. "Lee Jamu, behave yourself or we'll take compulsory measures." The scene shifts to Tiananmen Manor. Wu Shuang asks, "Do you feel it?" Han, the two are meditating. Yihan turns and replies, "I meditated for a long time last night but couldn't sense the spiritual energy Chen Yuan mentioned. It's too hard," she continues. "Following the mundane path leads to mortality. Defying it leads to immortality. Cultivation is inherently against the heavens." "How could it be that simple?" Wu Shuang nods in agreement, her expression resolute. "You're right, I've decided to stay here and cultivate for a month." Yihan turns, puzzled. "Aren't you supposed to start graduate school? Aren't you going back?" The friend replies, "Graduate school is nothing compared to cultivation. Besides, my dad already donated 100 million to the school. I can get the degree whether I attend or not." Yihan doesn't press further but says firmly, "Makes sense. Then I'll stay and cultivate with you." Wu Shuang asks curiously in a calm tone, "Didn't you just take over as vice president of Longhua Group? If you do this, won't your uncle send you to a mental hospital?" Yihan's expression turns ambiguous. She smiles lightly, her eyes hinting at mystery. "It's fine. Chen Yuan has too many secrets. I have to uncover them." Both gaze at the clear blue sky as if full of hope. "The path of cultivation is long, and I want to explore it all." Suddenly, Yihan's phone rings, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. She answers and a voice comes through. "Miss, Lee Jamu has been taken away by the investigation team. Lee's stock is plummeting and someone is buying it up." Yihan asks in surprise, "Buying? Have you found out who?" He replies, "Yes, it's Faden Capital." "This scandal with Lee's is likely their doing," she responds calmly. "Got it. Keep an eye on Faden's moves and continue investigating Chen Yuan." "Understood." With that, Yihan hangs up. Her mind is in turmoil. Faden, Chen Yuan, too shrewd. She recalls Chen Yuan's image, playing the role of a caring man, a home-cooking recluse last night and now a capital predator in the entertainment industry. Contrasting sharply with that is another extreme. Chen Yuan's icy, unprecedented gaze. "Chen Yuan, which one is the real you?" Thinking this, Yihan's eyes soften, filled with confusion. The scene shifts to Tiananmen Manor, where two people are chatting by a car. Chen Yuan and Yumo are making small talk. She reassures him, "Chen Yuan, don't worry, I'll start handling the education group matter as soon as I get back." He quickly replies, "Good, thank you, Miss Chu." Smooth sailing. Chen Yuan opens the car door for her, reminding Luoluo, "Drive carefully on the road." Jila smiles lightly and replies, "Got it, brother Chen Yuan." As the door closes, she starts thinking, "Strange, why does talking to brother Chen Yuan in front of President Chu feel like I'm sneaking around?" Chen Yuan stands behind, waving goodbye. "Safe travels." Suddenly, someone calls his name. Hearing it, he turns around. It's Wu Shuang and Yihan. The two girls approach him. "We've decided." Chen Yuan winks playfully and waves his hand. "Miss Chin and Miss Yi are leaving too. That's inconvenient." Wu Shuang quickly retorts, "Who said we're leaving? We've decided to stay here for a while." Yihan adds, "Mr. Chen will pay you at the rate of a 5-star hotel presidential suite." After hearing this, Chen Yuan turns and walks away, saying calmly, "Fine, suit yourselves. There are plenty of empty rooms." The scene shifts to a skyscraper. In the office of Li Chunwang, president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, his voice rings out, "What's the situation? Have you found out?" Unsatisfied with the answer, Chunwang is furious. Veins bulging on his face, he roars, "Who the hell is scheming against my son and opposing my Li family?" Suddenly, from the shadows, a mysterious figure in a white suit adjusts his glasses. He lowers his voice, "Dad, calm down. It's Chen Yuan and Yu Lingshuang. They're buying up Li's stock." Chunwang immediately bellows, "A brat who still smells of milk dares to touch my son? He doesn't know his place." He then orders, "Put a $2 million bounty on the dark web. I want Chen Yuan's head." The man replies clearly, "Yes, President." Still fuming, Chunwang picks up the phone, veins bulging. "My Li family has deep roots in Magic City. How dare anyone look down on us?" After a moment, the call connects and Chunwang's tone shifts to flattery. "Hello, Director Huang. Please take care of my son's matter. Once he's out, I'll discipline him strictly." The scene shifts to nightfall. The moon rises slowly, and the city lights up brilliantly. Clusters of fireworks ascend, ready to bloom. With a series of deafening booms, the entire city is immersed in a dazzling display of colorful fireworks flowing with light. The sight stirs the heart. Below, a sea of people is captivated by the beauty. A girl says, "So beautiful. What festival is it today?" A guy chimes in, "Don't you know, today is President Yan's sister's birthday celebration, along with Feidun's President Yu." People around start murmuring, "This much fireworks in such a short time must cost millions." The girl standing there sighs, "So cool, if only I could have an unforgettable birthday like this." Before the fireworks end, drones begin their performance soon. In the night sky, drones twinkle like stars, forming a line of text, "Happy birthday Lin Jila, happy birthday Yu Lingshuang." At Jiluo's villa, the birthday party is in full swing, livelier than ever. Jila, dressed in an elegant lady's dress, says playfully, "Brother Chen Yuan, you're so good to me." She steps forward and gently kisses Chen Yuan's cheek, exclaiming happily, "This is the happiest birthday for Luoluo. I thought you'd forgotten my birthday." He hugs Jila, doting, "How could I? I've been preparing this surprise for you." Feeling his sincerity, she says, "You're too good to me." Jila looks directly into Chen Yuan's eyes, her gaze flickering as if saying everything. "How about I give myself to you?" Hearing this, he awkwardly thinks, "Luoluo, this girl is too direct. There are others here." Meanwhile, Ling Shuang has somehow appeared behind him. She walks over to Chen Yuan, hands him a glass of water and shyly says, "Boss, have some water. Thank you for hosting my birthday party." Responding to Ling Shuang's care, Chen Yuan drinks the water. She stands there watching, her heart brimming with happiness. Ling Shuang drifts into dreamy thoughts. "I envy Miss Lin so much. When will I get to be hugged by the boss often?" Over here, Yi Han and Wu Shuang are chatting animatedly. Wu Shuang says, Han, I didn't expect Chen Yuan to be so generous to his subordinates. Even your birthday wasn't this grand." Yi Han agrees. "Yeah, he seems generous to all women, sending planes, houses, cars, as if money never runs out." As everyone enjoys the party in a lively atmosphere, Yi Han watches Chen Yuan with a cold gaze, carrying an air of superiority and condescending pity. "Chen Yuan, is this your secret to conquering the business world?" System notification. Yi Han's favorability 10. The scene shifts to Han City Airport in the morning. A hand swipes a phone, scrolling to a video of Chen Yuan playing basketball. It's Hannah, a girl with a unique style, blowing a bubblegum bubble. While scrolling, she hears someone ask, "Hannah, checking out this mission target?" It's none other than Sheng Mi, a cool handsome guy, leaning against the wall with arms crossed. "This target is just an ordinary rich guy, should be easy." Hannah turns and asks Sheng Mi, "Are the guns ready?" He replies, "Ready. Everything's going according to plan. After this job I need a good rest." She chuckles in agreement. "You're right, $2 million is practically free money." With that, they turn and leave. "Let's go." They are members of the top assassin organization codenamed Scorpion. The scene shifts to a clear sky. A car leisurely drives on a long bridge. The driver is Chen Yuan. He's casually on the phone. "Zijin, I'm almost there. Set up the lights and cameras as I instructed." Suddenly, he sees a truck coming straight at him. Chen Yuan snorts. Before he can react, the truck is right in front of him. It's a near miss as the truck swerves and crashes into the guardrail. Chen Yuan slams on the brakes, chaos erupting with loud noise. His eyes scan alertly, tension at its peak. Thinking quickly, he unbuckles his seatbelt to escape. Then the truck charges forward, slamming into the car, sending it flying. Glass shatters, the impact deafening. The scene suddenly cuts to a high vantage point. A telescope observes the aftermath below, thick smoke obscuring the view. It's the assassin's telescope. Hannah smirks triumphantly. It's done, wrap it up." Inside the truck, a young man who looks foreign, reportedly named Aing, responds. Suddenly, there's a knock on the truck door. Aing looks out blankly, only to find Chen Yuan. He raises a finger, his voice calm yet provocative. "Hey, driving that fast, trying to kill someone?" Without wasting words, Chen Yuan smashes the door open, ready to settle the score. Chen Yuan smirks, speaking mockingly. "Hello." Suddenly, a gun barrel points at him from behind. A deafening gunshot rings out, but Chen Yuan has already sensed it. He glances back alertly. He swiftly sidesteps, dodging the fatal bullet. The bullet embeds itself in the truck. Watching from above, Sheng Mi breaks into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. He dodged it. Seriously? With his long-range vision, Chen Yuan easily spots the assassin's position. He mutters, "Sniper rifle." Realizing their scheme, he sneers. His eyes icy. "Playing this big, someone wants me dead." The crash site is filled with smoke, the vehicle severely damaged. Chen Yuan approaches Aang, grabs his neck and demands, "Talk. Who sent you?" He roars and curses, followed by a crisp crack as Aang's neck is twisted. Done, Chen Yuan jumps out of the truck, saying calmly, "You're useless now." In the distance, a little girl sees this, trembling, covering her mouth, speechless. Then she turns and runs, shouting, "Help!" Spotting the target, Chen Yuan smirks. "One more." He bends down to pick up a small pebble, channels all his strength into his hand and prepares a powerful flick. The pebble shoots out, tearing through the air at incredible speed. With such precision and speed, it naturally pierces the girl's body, and she falls to the ground instantly. Watching through his telescope, Sheng Mi panics after witnessing the horror. The target is too tough. Retreat now, God, but it's not that simple. Chen Yuan already knows, trying to run, too late, still full of energy. Chen Yuan picks up another pebble, channels power into it, and a flash shoots into the sky at an immeasurable speed. It flies like a bullet straight into Shang Mi's head, blood splattering, and he falls to the ground in front of the other two. Hana shouts in shock, "How is that possible? A pebble not only hits Shang Mi's head, but its residual force even embeds into the wall." Seeing this, she turns pale, unable to speak. The pebble pierces the wall, cracking it and sizzling with smoke. The sight terrifies Hana, her eyes wide. Bloodshot veins flicker in her eyes. It's not a bullet, just a pebble. Leo, seeing this, urges her while running. "Hana, run, don't just stand there." As they flee, Hana remains uneasy, lost in thought. Strange. Killing with a pebble more accurate than a gun at that distance. Is this guy human or ghost? Lucky we're far away. We have enough time to retreat. After a while, they reach the elevator door. At floor B66, a chime sounds. The elevator doors slowly open, sweat still on their faces, fear lingering. The doors gradually part fully. They must have seen something that made their eyes go wide and their jaws drop. It could only be Chen Yuan. Standing in the elevator, he flashed a murderous smile and raised a friendly middle finger. Surprise, without wasting words, Chen Yuan dragged the two of them into the elevator. The doors closed, and everyone could guess what would happen inside. In the elevator, Chen Yuan angrily grabbed them by the necks and lifted them up, causing them to struggle in pain. He still wore that fierce grin. "Can you tell me who sent you?" Leo was lifted off the ground, unable to hold on any longer, his hand trembling as it reached for the knife in his pocket. He tried to strike at Chen Yuan, but Leo's scheme failed. Chen Yuan noticed and gave him a neck twist. Before Leo could react, his eyes bulged. Chen Yuan said coldly, "I don't like tricks, you're useless now." After dealing with Leo, it was Hana's turn. Seeing the scene, she struggled incessantly, her eyes filled with terror, knowing there was no escape. Hana begged for mercy, her voice urgent. I'll tell you everything, just spare me." Hearing this, Chen Yuan released her. Once let down, Hana gasped for air, coughing non-stop, rubbing her throat with her hand. After calming down, she began to confess. "I don't know who wants you dead. We took the job on the dark web. Someone offered Kerr 200 million for your life." Chen Yuan listened, rubbing his chin with a puzzled look. "Kerr 200 million, that's quite generous." Hana fidgeted nervously, picking at her nails. Her voice faltered. "I'm willing to do anything to make it up to you, just spare me." She tried seduction, leaning close to Chen Yuan, putting on a pitiful act. "I'll be your dog, forever submissive to you." Chen Yuan seemed unfazed. He looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze, lifted her chin and asked in a deep voice, "Let's set that aside for now. What's the dark web? But Hana, when did you hide a knife behind your back?" She still played innocent, pretending to spill everything. "The dark web is the world's largest hitman site, part of the dark web." Chen Yuan pressed on. "Can you find out who wants me dead?" Hana suddenly lowered her head, her face darkening with a dangerous expression. "No, unless—" She sprang up, brandishing a knife, charging with a fierce glare, "unless you die." But with his sharp reflexes, Chen Yuan quickly caught the blade between two fingers. He turned with a mocking smile, and Hana panicked again, letting out only a few garbled sounds. "You?" Chen Yuan looked down, a flash of angry red in his eyes. "I gave you a chance, and you didn't cherish it." In Hana's terrified, wide-eyed final moment, all that remained was Chen Yuan's furious figure. That was the price of Hana's foolishness. The scene shifts to the morning at Tianmen Film City. Seeing Meng Ming, her brother spoke angrily. "Brother, why are you so late?" she quickly added. "We're about to shoot. I was so anxious and I couldn't find you." Chen Yuan walked over and patted his sister's head, his tone gentle. "Sorry, Meng Ming, there was a car accident on the way. I came by helicopter, so I was delayed a few minutes." Back to the elevator scene, the two assassins had met a grim end, lying in a bloody mess on the elevator floor. "Lately there have been too many lawbreakers. As a good citizen, I'm really uneasy." In the villa, sunlight bathed the garden peacefully, creating a serene scene. Meng Ming tugged at Chen Yuan's hand, acting spoiled. "Brother, Luo and I have to go back to Magic City tomorrow. We've been delayed a few days, and the tutor has been calling to urge us." Only Luo saw this and joined in. Hugging Chen Yuan, "I don't want to go back to school. I just want to shoot with brother Chen Yuan. School doesn't teach anything useful," Meng Ming quickly scolded with some concern. Luo, don't be stubborn. What if you get expelled and can't get your diploma?" Only Luo frowned and retorted, "What do I need a diploma for? I'm already a CEO. Which school graduate can become a $1 trillion CEO? Chen Yuan patted only Luo's head, his tone indulgent. Luo, you should go back to school. Later, you and Meng Ming will take the plane back." On the surface he said this, but inside he was constantly worried. "It seems someone has their eyes on me. It might be dangerous for them to stay with me." A look of concern gradually appeared on his face. Only Luo pouted after hearing this. "Brother Chen Yuan, please don't send me away, okay?" At some point the two girls had stood at a distance, overhearing their conversation, and both said, "Hasn't Chen Yuan always teased this little girl? Why isn't he indulging her this time?" Yihan was eating ice cream, and chimed in with agreement, "It is a bit strange." Chen Yuan saw the two girls and calmly walked over saying, "Sister Xiao Qin, Miss Yi, you two can head back to Magic City. It's not really appropriate for you to stay at my place for so long." Upon hearing this, Shuang immediately got angry and raised her voice in rebuttal. "Your estate is so big, what's the harm in two more people staying? Besides, we've paid." Suddenly, several police cars appeared in front of the villa. The sirens blared loudly, and only Luo looked out in surprise. "Why are so many police cars coming all of a sudden?" Han Qian walked over to report. "Miss, something's happened." Yi Han looked worried and asked, "What happened?" He quickly said, "There was an accident on the road ahead and two foreigners were killed. The police found guns and weapons, and they suspect international assassins." Yi Han and Shuang exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, "International assassins, could they be after us?" The bodyguard who had just reported while speaking recalled the image of Sheng Mi lying motionless with a wound in the middle of his forehead, which was very strange, and someone else had been inexplicably killed by a stone. The police were still investigating. Yi Han and Shuang recalled the scene where the glass window had a huge hole and was shattered into pieces. "This is supernatural power." The two looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, "A stone," Shuang said to Yi Han with a confused look. "No wonder he was rushing us back to Magic City earlier. So that's what he meant, but why didn't he say it?" Yi Han continued to analyze. "This commotion is huge, and Chen Yuan's behavior is out of the ordinary. It might be hard to cover up." Shuang strategized. "Why don't we just tell the police that these assassins came for us and were killed by our bodyguards? Let them figure out the rest." Yi Han was a bit surprised. Going against the grain like that might actually work. Shuang's expression was serious, her tone firm. "If these assassins really are after us, then staying by Chen Yuan's side seems the safest." When the two girls thought about Chen Yuan's reclusive, immortal-like aura, they both had the same thought and blurted out, "Anyway, he's a cultivator." The scene shifts to Dai Chang's home. He was sitting and talking on the phone with someone when his face suddenly turned panicked and he blurted out, "What? The legitimate daughter of my Yi family was attacked in Tianmen?" After hanging up, Dai Chang ordered Lu Yu, "Spread the word and put pressure on Tianmen. This can't just be let go." He immediately bowed and accepted the order. Dai Chang frowned, his face showing worry. He rested his chin on his hand, crossed his fingers and continued to command, "Call the Qin family and send more bodyguards to Tianmen to protect the two kids." The scene shifts to Chen Yuan's place. He was sitting focused at his desk surrounded by various tech devices. The blue light from the screens making the air feel mysterious. He typed furiously on the keyboard and muttered, "Good thing Xiao Qian installed a supercomputer in the estate earlier." After finishing the command input, Chen Yuan continued to murmur, "If I didn't want to crack it, it would be really tough." He placed his hands on the keyboard, ready to press enter to see the results. "Let me see what this dark web really is." As soon as he pressed it, a red notification popped up on the screen, seemingly important information. "Found it." After a while, the system panel fully displayed the information on those assassins. After reading it, Chen Yuan was stunned. "This is the group that tried to kill me. They've completed 99 missions, meaning they've killed at least 99 people. Codename Lone Wolf, 99 missions completed, 99 success rate, ranked 36th in the world." The words "ranked 36th in the world" caught his special attention. After reading, a hint of disdain appeared on Chen Yuan's face. He said contemptuously, "Ranked 36th, and that's considered a top assassin? Doesn't seem that impressive, but I still don't know who's behind it." A puzzled look appeared on his face. Chen Yuan asked himself, "Since I'm here, why not find out which bastard is trying to set me up?" After a while, he searched for information and smirked. "Found it." The screen showed a series of bounty targets. Bounty cur 200,000, name Chen Yuan. Bounty cur 20 million, name XX. Bounty cur 100,000, name 30. Bounty cur 200,000. Chen Yuan muttered, "Why has the avatar turned gray? Does that mean the mission is completed or failed?" Then a chat window popped up. "The cur 20 million bounty mission failed. Ace of Spades, Viper also failed. Looks like this mission is tough. Quenching thirst with poison would occur 20 million bounty be an easy target. This President Yan is ultimately a wealthy man and very mysterious." Right next to the information about Chen Yuan's cur 200,000 and XXX's cur 100,000, Chen Yuan's name suddenly lit up green. He frowned, a mix of surprise and tension. Why did it suddenly light up? Chen Yuan moved the mouse pointer over the words "Blood Rose" to confirm the mission on the screen. Without hesitation, he clicked to view. The information panel popped up again. Codename Blood Rose, 36 missions completed, 100 success rate, ranked 5th in the world at this point. Chen Yuan was a bit worried. He rubbed his chin and asked himself, "A top 5 assassin is coming for me. That's terrifying. Let me see who the employer is." The scene suddenly shifts to an underground research base across the ocean. A shadow was cast on the cabinet and someone shouted, "Damn, our firewall has been breached." It was Owen. He was dressed in black with a hood over his head, speaking urgently and repeatedly. "The back-end admin privileges are being taken over. Defend, Ryan immediately got angry upon hearing this. He shouted, "Defend my ass, go pull the network cable over here." Lucas was also sweating profusely, his eyes fixed on the screen, his voice urgent and uneasy. "Too fast, it's too late. Pulling the cable won't help either. The back end is already out of control." Owen turned and asked, "What? Such a powerful hacker is it, Shah?" Lan answered worriedly. "Shah tried to invade last week, but we repelled them. They couldn't break through our firewall." Lucas wiped his hands and interjected with a warning, "Not good, he's stealing our data." After hearing this, the other two were startled. Owen stood up abruptly and said decisively, "We have no choice but to inform Founder X, even if we have to face his wrath." Agreeing with Owen, Lan also spoke up, "We need to relocate the base. Otherwise, besides facing Founder X, we'll have to deal with the wrath of assassins worldwide." Lucas was still shaken, holding his head and muttering repeatedly, "Who is it? Who's targeting us?" Back at Chen Yuan's place, he held his forehead, unable to hide his unease. That was close. Truly a top-tier global hacker group. But he knew who he was, quickly regained his composure, leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, "They almost traced my IP. Good thing I have the supercomputer's replication capability." Then Chen Yuan opened his eyes and muttered, "Next time, I'll buy a private satellite. Then things won't be as chaotic as now." The red light from the computer screen had now turned blue, reflecting on his face. Suddenly the screen displayed an error, unable to access. 404, Chen Yuan asked in surprise, "How did this dark web disappear?" But he wasn't too concerned, he continued, searching for other information, then gave up. "Let it disappear. Let me check the data I captured today." Chen Yuan clicked on a document named 9778 on the computer screen. After clicking, a series of text files popped up. Got it. As he read the information, a look of disgust appeared on his face. Registered for over 10 years, an old member. Speaking of this, he recalled the images of Tu Wen, Shen Wu, and Jia Mu, then rubbed his forehead and analyzed, "Someone who hates me enough to kill me and has the means to come up with 200 million. This person can only be Chinese." On the computer screen, the victim's information was clearly displayed. Previous orders: Zhang Jun deceased, Huang Chao deceased, 20 deceased. Chen Yuan continued to assess. He's paid to kill 2 people before. Starting from here, it shouldn't be hard to identify him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in extreme shock. "Wait, what's this?" A series of folders appeared on the computer with names like Viper, Fire Dragon, Poison Bee, Ghost, Rose, Dark Knight, Aurora gradually revealing themselves. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "The dark web actually has personal files on all assassins." Sure enough, the dark web is truly dark. He then quickly clicked on a folder to view. "Let me check the file on Dark Knight Rose." Strangely, the folder was empty, leaving no information. It showed, "This folder is empty." Chen Yuan was stunned, muttering, "It's been deleted." At this point, Chen Yuan was a bit worried. He frowned and said, "It's not just Dark Knight Rose. The files on the top 10 have also been deleted." An image of a figure in a black robe holding a long sword flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. This person seemed to be controlled by someone like a puppet. He then continued to speculate. So that means the top 10 assassins either have significant power themselves or are tools of certain organizations, allowing them to delete these files. Chen Yuan was still deep in thought. He rubbed his chin and muttered, "Could I also create a dark web and let them fight it out overseas? That seems interesting." Suddenly, from outside, Meng Ming's voice came as she walked in with a plate of apples. "Brother, want an apple?" Hearing his sister's voice, Chen Yuan was startled, his face full of embarrassment. He had no choice but to quickly turn off the computer screen. Instantly, the screen went black. Seeing her brother's actions, Meng Ming asked curiously, "What were you looking at? Why did you turn off the screen?" Chen Yuan was embarrassed, raised his hand to scratch his face with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. "Nothing," Meng Ming guessed wildly on her own, her face turning red, stammering, "Brother, you weren't watching that kind of stuff, were you? How embarrassing. Why are all you guys like that?" Misunderstood, Chen Yuan quickly defended himself. "It's not like that, Meng Ming, let me explain." But Meng Ming refused, covering her ears and shouting, "I don't want to hear it." Then she turned and ran, yelling as she went, "Guys really are all perverts." Chen Yuan chased after her quickly, pleading, "It's really not, Meng Ming, don't go." But before he could catch up, he suddenly bumped into only Luo. The collision made her close her eyes. Chen Yuan steadied himself, grabbed only Luo's shoulders, and asked, Luo, why are you here too?" She suddenly blushed, flashing a sly smile. "I came to bring Brother Chen Yuan something." Chen Yuan asked in confusion, "Bring something?" "Yeah." Then she handed him a roll of paper from somewhere, her cheeks still flushed. Only Luo said, "I heard what you and Meng Ming were talking about, and I thought you might need this." Before Chen Yuan could speak, she made a shy and cute expression. "Brother Chen Yuan, remember to use it sparingly." With that, only Luo turned and ran off. She seemed delighted, as if she had accomplished something remarkable. Before Chen Yuan could explain, he shouted in confusion, "No, I didn't." Suddenly, Jila stopped, turned around, blinked, and said in a suggestive tone, "If Brother Chen Yuan really can't help it, you can come to Luo's room." Chen Yuan stood there holding a roll of toilet paper and said helplessly, "Listen to me, I really didn't." the scene suddenly cut to an emergency meeting displayed on a monitor. A girl in red angrily shouted, "Mr. X, we need you to explain why the dark web was attacked." The person presiding over the meeting was Mr. X himself. He said calmly, "Everyone please calm down and don't worry. The main server of the dark web has been transferred. I assure you all that this won't happen again." After speaking, he immediately shut down the screen, and then Mr. X ordered his men, "This time, someone must be behind this. Go and find them." A masked strongman immediately replied, "As you command, I'll investigate right away. He is the top killer of the reincarnation apocalypse." The scene shifted to a peaceful morning in the city. Sunlight eagerly streamed through the skyscrapers. At Chen Yuan's home he walked out, stretched and yawned, clearly not having slept enough. Suddenly a voice sounded. "Mr. Chen, are you also out for morning exercise?" It caught Chen Yuan's attention. It was Yi Han, dressed in sportswear but still looking very sexy. She said, "How about joining me?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan seemed to snap awake, revealing a sly smile. "Sure, let's go together." So the two of them ran along familiar paths. As they ran, Yi Han suddenly turned her head in confusion and asked, "Mr. Chen, I've been meditating these past few days, but I still can't feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Does this world really have spiritual energy and cultivators?" Chen Yuan stopped, looking at her with some doubt. "You don't believe it?" Hearing this, Yi Han quickly explained, "It's not that I don't believe it, but as a staunch materialist, unless you let me truly feel the spiritual energy, it's hard for me to believe in such things." After hearing this, Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment, arms crossed, and said, "All right, since you insist." Suddenly, he placed his hand on Yi Han's head. "Watch closely." He activated a skill, and a surge of immense power flowed. "I grant you a great fortune." Chen Yuan's face darkened, his eyes flickering. "You command the system." "System, strengthen Yi Han for me." The system immediately read Yi Han's information. Name Yi Han, beauty score 9.7. Spirit score 9.5, health score 6.9. Her entire body seemed wrapped in an invisible force. Yi Han's eyes widened blankly. Subconsciously she was experiencing this sensation. After a while, Yi Han's cheeks flushed. "This feeling is so strange, like a warm current flowing into my body." After the enhancement, the system displayed, Name Yi Han, beauty score 9.8, spirit score 9.6, health score 9.5. Yi Han's face began to change. The birthmark under her eye slowly faded. It didn't stop, continuing to shrink and gradually disappear. Finally, the birthmark vanished completely, leaving Yi Han with a beautiful and adorable face. She looked at her body and asked herself, "Is this the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the immense power of cultivation?" Yi Han looked at Chen Yuan, who was still standing with his arms crossed, silent. Chen Yuan is truly amazing, like a transcendent master. The demeanor and bearing of an immortal are indeed unique. After a while, Chen Yuan spoke tiredly. "Now do you believe it?" Yi Han didn't hesitate, her eyes shining as she replied, I believe, Master Chen." The system notified Yi Han's affection 10, current affection 70 points. Afterward, Chen Yuan turned coldly and walked away. "Good that you believe." After taking a few steps, he suddenly coughed, startling Yi Han. She ran over to support Chen Yuan. "Master Chen, what's wrong?" He buried his face in Yi Han's shoulder, his voice somewhat weak. "Nothing serious, I just used up some true essence." Chen Yuan added, "To let you feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I've lost at least 10 years of cultivation." This panicked Yi Han. Seeing Chen Yuan's current state, he had willingly sacrificed his cultivation, yet he was still trying to comfort her. "It's okay, you were originally in poor health with blocked qi and blood, although it cost me 10 years of cultivation. You should be fully recovered this time." This only made Yi Han more worried. "Mr. Chen, don't talk anymore. Let me help you back," she said apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I didn't expect things to turn out this way." Chen Yuan replied in a heavy voice, "It's okay." Then Yi Han helped him home to rest, gently tucking him in. He was now completely unconscious, unable to hold on any longer. Yi Han felt a bit guilty in her heart. "Chen Yuan used his cultivation to improve my physique. How can I repay such a kindness?" Then she walked out. "Chen Yuan, rest well. I'll cook something for you." As soon as Yi Han finished speaking, she immediately closed the door. As if waiting for this moment, Chen Yuan immediately opened one eye. It turned out all of this was his scheme. "I'm a genius. With such a great favor, how will Yi Han repay it?" Just as Yi Han reached the living room, Wu Shuang called out, "Han Han." Then her father asked, "Why did you come out of Chen Yuan's room?" Yi Han just explained the situation, not knowing how to clarify it herself. "Chen Yuan is very weak now. I'm going to cook something for him." Wu Shuang was stunned. "Cook something for Chen Yuan?" Then she raised a question. "Huh? Chen Yuan? And you say Chen Yuan is weak? Why is he weak?" With her wild imagination, Wu Shuang had already guessed an unprecedented ambiguous scenario. Could it be from being too tired last night? Because of this thought, Wu Shuang was so angry she felt her blood boil. "Good for you, Yi Han, a proper young lady being so forward. What happened to fair competition?" Meanwhile, Yi Han noticed something strange about her body. "This big pot, why does it feel so light? My body really seems different." Soon, she brought out a bowl of hot soup. Yi Han gently picked up the spoon and brought it close. From the reflection on the water's surface, Yi Han saw her own face, her birthmark. Yi Han was truly happy. My birthmark is gone. Is this the power of spiritual energy? The system immediately notified. Yi Han's affection 10. Sunlight gently streamed into the spacious villa. Meng Meng shouted loudly, Jila, are you ready? We're going back to Modu today. At this moment, Jila was very relaxed. Touch, I'm taking a bath. Meng Meng quickly ran off. Okay, then keep bathing. I'll go tell brother. Before her was an empty corridor. Meng Meng sensed something unusual. It turned out to be Wu Shuang sneaking around. Isn't this Sister Qin? Meng Meng called out, startling her into a scream. Sister Qin, the little girl asked blankly. What are you doing here, watching Sister Yi cook? Wu Shuang broke out in a cold sweat. Nothing, I was just passing by. Just then the kitchen door opened. Meng Meng happily greeted Sister Yi. The little girl exclaimed, Sister Yi, you're so beautiful today, and the birthmark on your face is gone. Yi Han replied gently. No, Chu-Chu, you're beautiful too. But Meng Meng kept praising, no, Sister Yi, you're the most beautiful. Wu Shuang was furious. Why beautiful? Of course, because she's been moistened by a man. She was really jealous. Doing that kind of thing with a cultivator can even beautify you. So Wu Shuang could only curse in her heart. No wonder you wanted to pin him down in bed. What a vicious woman. Meng Meng continued chatting. Sister Yi, what's the secret? Yi Han said shyly. You'll have to thank your brother for this. This drove Wu Shuang crazy again. Geez, listen to what you're saying. How can you say such shameless things? Meng Meng was still naive and didn't understand. What does it have to do with my brother? Mentioning this, Yi Han felt a bit embarrassed. You'll have to ask your brother about that. The more she said, the more confused Meng Meng became. Ask my brother. Then everyone moved to Chen Yuan's room. Seeing him, Meng Meng immediately became anxious. Brother, what's wrong? Are you sick? Chen Yuan called out weakly. Meng Meng. He was about to answer, it's nothing, bro. Suddenly, Yi Han interrupted. Mr. Chen, are you feeling better? She smiled and told him. I made you breakfast. Chen Yuan coughed a few times. It's nothing, just caught a chill last night. Hearing this, Yi Han felt guilty again. He lost 10 years of cultivation for me, but didn't tell anyone. Is this what it means to be a man? The system immediately notified. Yi Han's affection 5, current affection 85 points. Now it was time for Meng Meng to leave. She shouted loudly, Brother, I'll miss you a lot. Just don't forget to show your love and remember me too. Chen Yuan stood frozen in place watching the helicopter. His gaze followed it as it soared into the sky. Then he made a phone call. Xiao Yue, help me add a top global security company to protect Meng Meng and Jila on their way to Modu. The voice on the other end immediately replied, Okay boss, don't worry, leave it to me. Before hanging up, Chen Yuan instructed, Oh, and buy me a private satellite. I have important things to use it for. His heart was full of worry. The enemy is in the dark and I'm in the light. Without any trump cards, I really don't feel safe. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Pacific, a voice reported, It's been confirmed. During the execution of the mission, all members of the Viper Squad were killed. Reincarnation Apocalypse reported the situation. Their scene has been secretly handled, but the target was unharmed. Each of them died very strangely. Mr. X listened and repeated, Strangely? Reincarnation Apocalypse tallied. Yes, some had their necks twisted, others had their heads smashed by stones. Mr. X asked, I can believe the twisted necks, but smashing a head with a stone, can you do that? Reincarnation Apocalypse replied, If it were close range and the stone was sharpened, I could do it, but the scene clearly indicated a long distance. His strength probably far surpasses mine. This piqued Mr. X's interest. Interesting. This man named Chen Yuan is very interesting. Too bad, he thought it was a pity. A person's power is ultimately limited. He's destined to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Didn't Blood Rose take his job? Send him. Mr. X had already decided. Chen Yuan must disappear. A week later, a sudden exclamation rang out. What? That kid from the Li family was actually released? After reading the news, Chen Yuan couldn't hide his anger. Even after all that, he gets released? Is there no law? Wu Shuang added. I heard the Li family used a lot of connections and found a few scapegoats. Yi Han expressed her opinion. But this time the Li family has also suffered a heavy blow. Chen Yuan could only sigh. That kid got lucky. Wu Shuang suddenly remembered something. Oh right. Recently, Della Ho will be coming to Wagwo for a tour concert. Some information about this person. The world's #1 diva, Della Ho, has been voted the world's most beautiful female star for 3 consecutive years. Her achievements are astonishing. At 23 years old, she has been in the industry for 8 years, with 2 billion fans. Not only that, but she has also won countless world-class awards like Oscars and Grammys. Wu Shuang excitedly suggested to Chen Yuan, Let's go to the imperial capital to see the concert. Maybe this trip will lift our spirits and open up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was still secretly worried. He suddenly had an idea. I've been waiting for a week. No movement from Night Rose. If I go to the imperial capital, maybe he'll fall for the trap with this plan. Chen Yuan agreed. Sure, I'll go with you to the imperial capital. I also like Huo Wei quite a bit. Wu Shuang was delighted. Great. She secretly felt happy. This trip to the imperial capital, I can finally be alone with Chen Yuan, Yi Han immediately suggested. Going to the imperial capital? I'll go too. Wu Shuang made an excuse to refuse. That's not quite right, is it? We're going to see a concert. Han, you don't even like Huo Wei. Knowing the other's intention, Yi Han interrupted. I just have some questions I want to ask Mr. Chen about cultivation matters, so Wu Shuang had no choice but to say helplessly, all right, suit yourself. She couldn't help but think bitterly, even after all this, you still want to cling to Chen Yuan. Damn sneaky woman, you don't want to give me any chance. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan silently commented, women are so complicated. Yesterday they were good sisters, today they're at each other's throats. Just then he suddenly thought of something. Chen Yuan questioned, could that Huo Wei be blood rosé? No one said a killer can't be a woman, but he quickly denied it himself. No, the data shows that when a target was assassinated, she was performing at a concert. It shouldn't be her. Not long after, the group landed at the airport preparing to head to the concert. The hotel staff politely guided them inside. Chen Yuan was playing a game in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He complained impatiently. Who is it so late? The person outside replied. It's me, Chen Wushuang. Brother Chen Yuan, can I come in and talk? As soon as he opened the door, Wushuang's seductive figure came into view, but it only earned her a rude response from Chen Yuan. Miss Chen, what brings you here so late? Wushuang coquettishly said. Can't I come see you if I have nothing to do? Brother Chen Yuan, don't you understand my feelings yet? Chen Yuan didn't even bother to look at her. What did you call me? You're a year older than me. Wu Shuang was furious. What, damn it? She was actually worried. Is this moving too fast? But if I wait any longer, Yi Han will have devoured Chen Yuan completely. At this point, Chen Yuan was getting impatient. Miss Chen, if you have something to say, say it. If not, go back. Wu Shuang slowly moved her hand onto her crush's leg. Chen Yuan, stop playing with your phone. Then she gradually rubbed against Chen Yuan's body. She said in a sweet voice, is playing landlord more interesting than me? The current situation put Chen Yuan in a bit of a bind. Is this woman on something, suddenly so forward? Just then there was a knock on the door from outside. Wu Shuang, annoyed at being interrupted, asked impatiently, who is it, so late and still not asleep? The person outside immediately replied, it's me, Yi Han. Seeing the figure behind her, both Chen Yuan and Yi Han were puzzled. She could only say randomly, I came to Chen Yuan's room because the tickets are almost sold out. We need to book concert tickets quickly. Yi Han assured, don't worry about that. Leave it to me. I can get front row tickets. Only then did Chen Yuan speak up. All right, a ticket issue is settled. I need to rest. Tomorrow I plan to go out and explore on my own. You two should get some rest too. Only then did Wu Shuang reveal her true colors. Han, what did you come to see Chen Yuan about? Yi Han replied. Just some cultivation matters. But Wu Shuang had already seen through it. Like I believe you, you came to find Chen Yuan as soon as you entered the hotel. If I hadn't come first, I'd probably be fooled by you again. She silently affirmed, just you wait. I will get Chen Yuan at Yanjing University, which was vast and magnificent. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Yuan wondered, is this Yanjing University? Then he took out his phone and snapped a few photos. What a pity. Back then I was just over 100 points short of getting into Yanjing University. But now I finally get to see it in person. Just then, Yi Han's call appeared on the screen. Daughter, my story unfolds because of you, Chen Yuan said, his tone a bit displeased. What's up? Yi Han replied. Chen Yuan, I've bought the tickets. The concert starts at 7 tonight, but we need to enter by 6, so remember to come early. He responded, okay, I'll head over soon. As Chen Yuan hung up, someone called out from behind. Hello, classmate, the girl asked softly. I'm lost here. Could you tell me where the restroom is? Yi Han enthusiastically pointed the way. Go straight for about 100 meters, then turn left and you'll find it. She immediately broke into a bright smile. Great, thank you. Suddenly, her mask fell off, revealing a beautiful face. It dropped to the ground in an instant. Della was caught off guard for a moment, and within seconds someone recognized her as Heavy. Then others started murmuring, it really seems like her. Am I dreaming? Della Heavy. The crowd swarmed around her. Della, give me an autograph. Della, I love you. Della, can you sign my face? I won't wash my face. Della glanced briefly at Chen Yuan, who was gradually being swallowed by the crowd, and even he was surprised. It really was Della Heavy. Della hurried away. Sorry everyone, I have a concert today. Thanks for your support. I need to go. This made Chen Yuan suspicious. How could Heavy be such a coincidence, or was it deliberately arranged? So he thought, whatever. As long as I get in touch with her, all her information will be exposed, and I'll be able to tell if she's a killer at a glance. By evening, everyone was gathered at the concert venue. Chen Yuan calmly stepped out of the taxi, and as soon as he entered, someone shouted, Chen Yuan, why are you so late? It's about to start. Chen Yuan was very composed. No worries, it hasn't started yet, right? Yi Han then handed him a ticket. Chen Yuan, here's your ticket. You can tell it's special just by looking. Miss Yi, how much did you pay for this ticket? It looks very unique. Yihan said, not much, over 600,000. Chen Yuan was a bit surprised. One ticket costs 200,000, Yihan repeated. It's 600,000 for one. After hearing that, Chen Yuan looked at the ticket again, truly rich. Can't spend it all. Soon the three of them reached the seating area. Feng Wei commented, young Master Zhang, look at those two girls over there. They're punctual. Shen Wu followed his gaze. Not bad. Just then, Chen Yuan bumped into him again. Shen Wu's face flushed with anger. Chen Yuan, you bastard, you dare come to the imperial capital? And he was mocked by Chen Yuan. Young Master Zhang, what a coincidence. Healed the scar and forgotten the pain? Shen Wu instinctively covered himself. Chen Yuan calmly scratched his head. Young Master Zhang, what are you doing? I'm just fixing my hair. Shen Wu, already resentful, thought, damn it, the imperial capital is my turf. And I'm scared by a country bumpkin? How can I show my face if this gets out? Feng Wei looked down in confusion and asked, young Master Zhang, do you know him? Shen Wu introduced him. Know him? This is the famous President Yan. Then he sneered. Got a bit of money and comes to the imperial capital to show off. Shen Wu pressed on. Do you think this is Han Cheng? Keep a low profile or I guarantee you won't leave the imperial capital. Chen Yuan immediately retorted, young Master Zhang is threatening me. I just survived an assassination attempt. Can I suspect you hired someone to go after me? By the way, just now, I recorded what you said. If anything happens to me next, I'll immediately sue you for intentional injury. Young Master Zhang, you put a 2 million bounty on my head on the dark web. Shen Wu swallowed another insult. You're slandering me. Who assassinated you? Do I need to resort to assassination? Feng Wei struggled to calm him down. Young Master Zhang, calm down. Shen Wu sized up Chen Yuan privately. So he was assassinated. Serves him right for being arrogant. Too bad the killer was incompetent, he sneered, relying on his current advantage. I can't deal with you, but there are plenty who can. Yihan asked worriedly, Chen Yuan, are you really under a bounty? Chen Yuan said directly, it's fine, those killers came after me last time and I have to thank you and Miss Yi for helping me clean up. Wu Shuang asked, Chen Yuan, if the killer fails, does the bounty get cancelled? He shared, no, as far as I know. Cancelling a bounty on the dark web costs the employer a 50 penalty, so they probably won't give up. Yihan suddenly felt guilty. Chen Yuan lost 10 years of cultivation because of me. If his strength drops because of this, then I'd be a sinner, Wu Shuang exclaimed anxiously. Chen Yuan, I shouldn't have dragged you to the concert, it's too dangerous, let's go back. But Chen Yuan comforted her. No need, it's not a big deal, let's just enjoy the concert, nothing will happen. He had his plans anyway. It was hard to get these tickets. Chen Yuan's demeanor impressed Wu Shuang even more, unfazed by a mountain collapsing before him. That's real manliness, so domineering, system prompt. Qin Wushuang's affinity increased by 1 point, current affinity, 96 points. Target Qin Wushuang. Attracted by the host's charisma, affinity breaks 96 points. Reward 10 points. Current enhancement points balance 130 points. The concert officially began. Thunderous music echoed all around. Chen Yuan's eyes, however, were fixed on a certain spot. Della shone on stage in gorgeous attire. The fans below screamed wildly. Della continued singing sweetly, captivating countless hearts. Shen Wu thought, Heavy is truly top tier. If I can win her over, I'll be able to brag for a lifetime. After the show, I'll have someone invite her to dinner. This reached Chen Yuan's ears. What's so impressive about inviting a star to dinner? The real skill is having the star invite you. Shen Wu was choked again. You, Chen Yuan continued to taunt. Stop blabbering. As if Heavy would invite you to dinner. Do you think she would invite me? It doesn't matter. I'm just a nobody. Chen Yuan deliberately hit a sore spot. The Zhang family of the imperial capital, aren't you influential? Let's see if you have the nerve. Feng Yu had to intervene. All right, aren't you here to see Heavy? Let's stop arguing. Meanwhile, the audience was still immersed in Della's performance. Wu Shuang was especially excited today. Chen Yuan, look, Heavy is coming to interact with us. Just then, fans scrambled to shake hands with Della, and her gaze fell on Chen Yuan. Della froze for a moment, and the system prompted. Name Della Heavy, age 23, height 175 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms, appearance 9.8. This woman's affinity toward the host is 0 points. System note, bonded as a simp relationship. When this woman's affinity toward the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack succeeds and the roles reverse. She becomes the host's simp. Completion rewards 10 of the simp's spending amount, 60 enhancement points. Enhancement points can be used to strengthen the host's physical attributes, including strength, physique, agility, and spirit. Skill rewards, mastery in music composition, master-level singing, master-level performance, master-level dance, master-level charm, proficiency in Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and English. Chen Yuan was puzzled again. She's really not a killer? Am I overthinking? Then he looked at Della again. But I still think this woman is suspicious. Chen Yuan noticed an anomaly. For someone as handsome as me, she's seen me twice, yet her affinity is still 0. From this he concluded that this woman was not just suspicious but deeply so. A dark thought crossed Chen Yuan's mind. Better to kill the wrong person than let the wrong one go. Should I eliminate her to prevent future trouble? Seeing his terrifying expression, even Shenwu shrank back in fear, breaking into a cold sweat. What's this kid thinking? The atmosphere suddenly turned scary. After a night of fun, the concert finally ended. On the VIP passage, Wushuang couldn't stop praising. Happy times are too short, but Heavy is really beautiful. A male staff member announced, "Hello sir and ladies. Tonight VIP seat holders can receive Heavy's signed album." Shenwu, walking behind, was thrilled by the news. Heavy's signed album, Wushuang was ecstatic. "Great, we get one too," the male staff member added. "And the album randomly contains a grand prize." Wushuang was curious. "What prize?" Chen Yuan commented. "So many gimmicks, why copy the iced tea lottery?" When he saw what was inside the card, Chen Yuan was a bit surprised. He recognized it as an invitation. The male staff members immediately set off confetti and applauded. "Congratulations, sir. You've won tonight's grand prize." Chen Yuan couldn't believe it. "The honor of having dinner with Miss Heavy up close with the idol," Wushuang exclaimed. "Oh my god, Chen Yuan, you're so lucky." But Chen Yuan wasn't convinced. Dinner together and such a coincidence, it feels like a trap. His eyes inadvertently met Shenwu's. Why not use this fool to test the waters? Chen Yuan deliberately turned to taunt. "Young Master Zhang, didn't you want to invite Heavy to dinner? Too bad, she's inviting me." Luck is unstoppable, this infuriated Shenwu. Chen Yuan, Feng Yu also shouted, "You're going too far, I'll call the organizers right now. How was this arranged?" But Chen Yuan remained calm. "No need for that." Then he executed his plan. "I have something to do tonight. I'll reluctantly transfer this invitation to you for 1.8 million. What do you say, young Master Zhang?" This move stunned everyone. What is he doing? Many wealthy people have offered tens of millions just to meet Heavy and were rejected, yet he can turn down dinner with her. Yi Han and Wushuang couldn't believe it either. Chen Yuan fanned the flames. "Young Master Zhang not interested, then I'll have to consider someone else." A man immediately spoke up. "I'll pay 2 million. Give me the invitation." Wushuang raised her hand. "I'll pay 3 million. Others nearby also started bidding. "I'll pay 5 million. I'll pay 7 million. Finally, Shenwu snatched the invitation and shouted angrily, "Enough, I'll pay 10 million. Give it to me." Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "Young Master Zhang, calm down. Deal done." He inwardly cursed. "Damn it, hesitating for a few seconds cost me over 8 million more. I can't win against him." He handed his phone to Shenwu to scan. The phone showed, "Your Alipay account has received 10 million yuan." Before leaving, Chen Yuan turned back and waved. "Thanks for your generosity, young Master Zhang. See you around." Wushuang looked at him in confusion. "Chen Yuan, why did you give up the chance to have dinner with Heavy? That's not like you," Yi Han added. "And you don't need those few million." He looked at them and replied, "If I go to dinner with her, what about you two? I can't leave you behind. Now that a fool has paid, we'll eat and drink to our heart's content tonight." These words made both girls blush and silently marvel. Chen Yuan is so considerate. After some deliberation, Shenwu held the invitation, finally getting a chance to get close to Heavy. "With my skills, maybe I can win her over tonight." Just then, Della's assistant walked over. "Sir, are you Mr. Zhang who received the invitation? I'm Heavy's assistant." "Yes, that's me. What's up?" She explained the situation. "Miss Heavy is feeling unwell tonight. She's a bit exhausted from the performance," the assistant announced shocking news. "Tonight's dinner is cancelled." The invitation fell from Shenwu's hand and he stood frozen. "Cancelled my 10 million? Shenwu clung to a last hope. "It's okay. If Miss Heavy is unwell, we can reschedule," the assistant said. "Sir, you misunderstand. Miss Heavy is very busy and has no more openings. As compensation, we can give you a small gift." This handling infuriated Shenwu. "What? Treating me like a beggar?" He started throwing his weight around. "Tell Della Heavy to come out. Do you know who I am? I'm eating this meal whether she likes it or not." The assistant calmly called for security to drag him out. The bodyguard immediately responded, "Yes." Shenwu's face turned red with rage. "This is outrageous. Do you know who I am?" He even got kicked. Too talkative. Get lost. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital Grand Hotel, Chen Yuan and his group had already left the commotion and returned to the hotel. He commented, "So this is the Imperial Capital Grand Hotel. 7 stars, pretty shabby." The group stood and observed their surroundings for a moment. Chen Yuan suddenly turned his head as if he saw someone. It was Della getting out of a car. This appearance really surprised Chen Yuan. "Heavy," he wondered why she was here too. Wushuang asked in confusion, "Am I seeing things? Is that Heavy?" Yi Han also found it strange. "Why isn't that Zhang Shenwu here?" Chen Yuan walked straight in. "Who cares about him? Let's eat. No matter how good-looking a star is, they can't fill your stomach. The specialty here is the top-floor Sky restaurant. Let's go, I'm starving." He couldn't help but glance back at Della. Coincidentally, she also turned toward Chen Yuan at that moment. He immediately became suspicious. "Why is this girl looking at me again? Is she really after me?" Late at night in this hotel, the lights were still dazzling. Now, in front of the 52nd floor door, Wushuang commented on the scene. "So this is the Sky restaurant, looks pretty good." Yi Han agreed. The overall layout isn't bad either. Suddenly, the group was stopped by bodyguards. Sorry, the Sky restaurant has been booked out by us. Please dine downstairs. Wu Shuang firmly declared. Booked out? Did you reserve it in advance? Who can't afford to book? I'll pay double to book it out. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Mike, no need to clear the place. It's just dinner. No need to be so cautious. It was Della. She walked over and apologized humbly. Sorry, my bodyguard was a bit rude. He was just doing his duty, worried I'd be harassed or photographed. Please forgive us. Hearing this, Wu Shuang quickly explained, It's okay, we understand. But we're not paparazzi. We just came from your concert and ran into you by chance. Chen Yuan and Yi Han stood by watching blankly. Upon hearing this, Della's face flickered with surprise. She asked back, You went to the concert too? Wu Shuang's eyes lit up. Standing before such a star, she was brimming with excitement. She immediately replied, Yes, we sat in the front row and even shook your hand. Della said shyly, Is that so? I think I have a vague memory, but there were so many people. Then she extended her hand toward Chen Yuan, her voice soft. I only remember this gentleman. He looks very familiar. Later, as they all took their seats, Wu Shuang continued the conversation. He's somewhat of a celebrity back in China. You might have seen him in some videos. As if suddenly remembering something, Della said, I recall now. Upon learning Chen Yuan's identity, Della's face brightened even more, her eyes sparkling as she whispered, So you're that hugely popular President Yan, a super rich man with immense talent. It was only then that Della formally greeted him. Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. After chatting for a while, she spoke with a hint of shyness. Mr. Chen, I've watched videos of you playing the piano. Your musical skill amazed me. Could I hear you play a piece? Chen Yuan was taken aback and let out a surprised ah. He regained his composure, leaning on his arm with a teasing tone. Has my fame crossed the ocean? Wu Shuang and Yi Han chimed in agreement. Both girls were eager. Chen Yuan, give us a performance. I want to hear it too. I wanted to hear you on the cruise last time, but I missed it. I really want to listen. Chen Yuan didn't refuse. He stood up, flexed his finger joints, and prepared for an impressive performance. All right, I'll play then. It's been a while. I hope I haven't lost my touch. Soon. Chen Yuan sat down at the piano, immersing himself in the notes. He was still pondering what tricks this foreign girl might be up to, but he quietly continued watching. On the keys, Chen Yuan's hands remained soft and agile, producing pure tones. He closed his eyes, feeling the melodious notes flow out. The sound seemed capable of leading one through different emotional layers. Wu Shuang and Yi Han listened intently, their emotions rising and falling in sync. The piano music was plaintive and sorrowful. As Della listened, her face clearly showed complex emotions, as if weighed down by thoughts. This man seems carefree, yet his emotions are so delicate. Even Della's bodyguard was moved by the music, unknowingly shedding 2 streams of tears. He silently recalled a peaceful place. This music reminds me of my homeland. Wild horses, rhinos, and the sunrise over the highlands. After a while, Chen Yuan finished the piece. His hands rested on the keys. When the music stopped, the entire room fell silent, and the system immediately showed Hartway's favorability 10. Though the music had ceased, its echo lingered. She stood still, as if her soul had merged with the melody Chen Yuan had just played. This performance was even better than in the videos. Even my teacher can't compare. A magical Eastern man. System prompts followed in succession. Hartway favorability 10, current favorability 30 points. After that impressive piano performance, Yi Han was also moved, her expression thoughtful as she thought to herself, Chen Yuan truly surpasses our understanding. Perhaps only such talent can possess spirituality. At that moment, Yi Han's favorability 5, current favorability 90. Even Wu Shuang was no exception. She remained silent, lost in thought after hearing Chen Yuan play. Is this Chen Yuan's level? I thought he was on the 10th floor. But he's actually on the 50th floor. A series of system prompts appeared. Qin Wu Shuang favorability 1, current favorability 97. Enhancement points reward 10, current enhancement points 140. The room was now filled with admiring applause. Everyone's face glowed as if they had just heard a soul-healing melody. But no one knew that on the rooftop of another building, a sniper had already aimed at Chen Yuan. Back in the room after receiving a wave of praise, Chen Yuan gratefully placed his hand on his chest, though a hint of vigilance remained on his face. Sometimes standing at the peak is really lonely and cold. I'm probably the best piano player on this planet. Sigh. Before he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. The bullet tearing through the air at lightning speed, its sound shattered the peaceful atmosphere. As if anticipating the bullet's flight, Chen Yuan agilely ducked his head to dodge. The bullet grazed by, only carrying away a few strands of his hair. It whistled into the liquor cabinet, shattering not only the glass but also several bottles of wine. Witnessing this, Della covered her mouth in panic. Yi Han quickly let out a warning shout. Wu Shuang stood there, her face showing both worry and fear. People in the room scattered and ran upon hearing the gunshot, shouting, "Help, there's an assassin." Only Chen Yuan remained calm, his face darkening as a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a glint of chill in his eyes. "Trying to assassinate me? Dream on." Chen Yuan glanced at the bullet hole in the glass. "Lately these assassin brothers have no creativity. They deliberately leave a flaw for you to see and you think there'll be some trick, but it's still a sniper rifle." He stroked his chin, his expression playful and dangerous. "Should I give him a chance?" By then, Wu Shuang had already hidden under the table, urgently shouting, "Chen Yuan, do you have a death wish? Get down." Hearing this, he showed no fear and calmly replied, "It's fine, I'm naturally lucky. Ordinary bullets can't hit me." With that, Chen Yuan walked leisurely. "Where's the staff? Waiter, I'd like to order." The floor was littered with debris from the violent impact. After the tremor subsided, the space was rearranged, and everyone calmed down to take their seats again. The atmosphere was now much quieter. Wu Shuang suddenly slammed the table, angrily shouting, "How dare they? This is the capital. Using a sniper rifle to kill someone. Is there no law?" Yi Han turned her head in concern and whispered, "Are you really okay?" Chen Yuan confidently replied, "Never better." He continued arrogantly, "Too bad he didn't fire another shot. Otherwise I could have shown you how to pierce a head with chopsticks." This remark startled Yi Han as well. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead and she panicked inwardly, "Better not demonstrate that." Suddenly, a restaurant manager approached respectfully and said, "I'm very sorry for the unpleasant experience. The police are on their way. Please don't worry." Wu Shuang quickly turned to Della with concern. "Ms. Hartway, are you okay?" "The police are almost here." She calmly replied, "Thank you, I'm fine." At this point, Chen Yuan seemed to guess something. He lowered his head, his face dark and angry, his gaze furious, already forming his own judgment. "This woman is putting on quite an act. She asked me to play the piano and then I'm ambushed. That's no coincidence." Immediately, he declared loudly, "You're the Blood Rose, aren't you?" Upon hearing this name, Ms. Della's face turned pale. Chen Yuan stood up, crossed his arms and looked at Della with a cold demeanor. He asked, "Was the sniper just now arranged by you?" Della looked bewildered. "Mr. Chen, I don't understand what you mean. But was she playing dumb or genuinely clueless?" Chen Yuan listened. He curled his lip, still pretending. He recalled that while playing the piano, he had analyzed that his position faced the distant twin towers. "You deliberately had me play the piano so the sniper would have a clear line of sight." Then Chen Yuan continued in a deep voice, "If I weren't lucky, my head might have been blown off." Hearing this reasoning, Wu Shuang and Yi Han both widened their eyes in shock while Della lowered her head nervously, saying nothing. Chen Yuan calmly went on, "Your international diva persona is a disguise. Your real job is an assassin." Suddenly, Della's agent Jeffrey indignantly shouted, "Ridiculous. Hartway is a world-class superstar. Please stop these baseless accusations. I suggest you get a neurological checkup." Hearing the loud argument inside, the bodyguards immediately rushed in. Rapid footsteps echoed. The imposing bodyguards surrounded the table to protect Della. Then she spoke, her voice soft and slightly hurt. "Mr. Chen, you've misunderstood me. I'm really not an assassin." With that, Della placed her hands on her chest, feeling guilty. She lowered her head. "But I'm very sorry that my request nearly cost you your life." That gesture made Chen Yuan waver slightly. He thought to himself, could it really not be her? No way. Chen Yuan's gaze still held some suspicion as he looked at Della, recalling their previous encounters. Were they really just coincidences? Yi Han stood nearby, frowning, and quickly said, "Chen Yuan, don't act rashly. The police are almost here." He calmly replied, "I'm not acting rashly." Though he couldn't yet confirm whether Della was the assassin, perhaps Chen Yuan should be more polite first. Chen Yuan addressed Della. "I'm sorry, I've been a bit paranoid because I've been targeted for assassination before. Please forgive my rudeness, Ms. Hartway." Outside, the police have arrived. A SWAT officer's voice rang out. "Mr. Chen, we've investigated. We found a sniper rifle and other heavy weapons at the Twin Towers. They belong to Fu Yu." He walked into the room and continued, "After investigation, we've cleared Hartway of suspicion, but it's certain that someone wants you dead. We'll provide 24-hour protection from now on." Hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately grabbed Fu Yu's hand, putting on a vulnerable act. "That's great. With you police around, I feel safe. Can you tell me how many people are assigned to protect me?" Fu Yu held up 2 fingers and said indifferently. "2." Chen Yuan could only force a smile. "2 people. You've assigned protection to Hartway too, right? How many for her?" Fu Yu casually replied, "Her status is special, so we've arranged 12 people." With that, he opened the door and walked out, leaving Chen Yuan standing there dumbfounded. He frowned angrily, thinking, "I'm the richest man in China and I only get 2 protectors while a singer gets 12. Where's the logic?" Scene shift. Night fell. The bright moonlight and twinkling stars gradually faded, and the sky took on a pale yellow dawn hue. At this point, the sun began to rise. Morning in a tall building, the warm sunlight started a new day. Chen Yuan was woken by the persistent ringing of his phone. He answered with a yawn. "Hey Xiao Yu, what's up?" On the other end, in Ling Shuang's office, she urgently reported, "Boss, we've identified Zhang Jun and Huang Chao's backgrounds." Chen Yuan perked up. Really? Spill it. He thought to himself that Zhang Jun, Huang Chao and he were all targeted for death by the same person. Finding them would lead to the one who put the bounty on him. Ling Shuang continued in a deep voice. Zhang Jun was a shareholder of Superstar Group. He died in a traffic accident 5 years ago. Huang Chao was the vice president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce and died in his villa 3 years ago. She read the information as she reported. Both of these men had dealings with Li Chunwang, the current head of the Li family before their deaths, that is, Li Jiamu's father. On Chen Yuan's end he coldly replied, "All right, I understand." But then his face darkened as he sank into thought. "It's almost certain that this old geezer put the bounty on me. Can't beat me in business, so you resort to underhanded tactics." Chen Yuan gritted his teeth as if on the verge of erupting with rage. "You're forcing me to be ruthless." Back in Ling Shuang's office on the phone, Chen Yuan continued to order, "Xiao Yu, spare no expense to suppress all listed companies under the Li family. I want their stock prices to hit the daily limit down." He gritted his teeth, fury blazing. "I'll transfer you 500 billion. I want the Li family bankrupt." Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang's phone dropped to the floor. Probably too shocked, she bent down to pick it up but seemed frozen, unable to speak. Fine beads of sweat formed on Ling Shuang's forehead, and she was extremely flustered, thinking, 500 billion? The boss's total assets and miscellaneous expenses have already exceeded 1 trillion, and he can still pull out 500 billion? In an instant a phone notification sounded. "Your account ending in 5678 has received a transfer of 500 billion yuan. It arrived so quickly." Ling Shuang closed her eyes and let out a long breath, making a judgment. "I thought the boss and Li Jiamu were on the same level. It seems Li Jiamu isn't even fit to tie the boss's shoes." After regaining her composure, Ling Shuang continued, "Boss, I have something else to report." Outside the tall building, sunlight still streamed through every window on Ling Shuang's floor. Her report came through. "Boss, I've found a supplier for the private satellite you need. The cost is 120 million. Rocket fees, launch fees, plus other expenses, roughly 2 billion. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said nonchalantly, "Only 2 billion, buy me 20. This left Ling Shuang dumbfounded, her throat feeling choked as she coughed and stammered, Boss, you." After hanging up, Chen Yuan opened his computer, his face glowing with joy. "Truly, happiness brightens one's spirits. Soon I'll have satellites on the computer screen." Code began to appear continuously. "Now I just need to restore the dark web system and use it immediately." Chen Yuan envisioned scenes beyond the cosmos, those dazzling golden lights. Surrounded by satellites quietly orbiting, his eyes sparkled. "That way, once I have satellites, I can set up a satellite server, boost computing power, and directly replace the dark web." Thinking this, Chen Yuan revealed a smug smile. "When those assassins log into the dark web one day, they'll jump straight to my site. Then the fun begins." The camera shifted behind Chen Yuan as if someone was observing his actions. In another place, a person held an iPad, the screen showing Chen Yuan sitting and working. That person was Jeffrey. He had a hideous face and sinister eyes, watching Chen Yuan through the screen. He gritted his teeth and said, "You think having SWAT protection means you're safe? When a person feels secure, that's when they're most vulnerable." Jeffrey held a wine glass, smirking maliciously. "Chen Yuan, you must die today. Over here." Chen Yuan was still unaware. He stretched, ending his intense work. His hand picked up a bottle of water beside him. Unsuspectingly, Chen Yuan unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he widened his eyes in terror. "No!" As soon as he spoke, Chen Yuan clutched his stomach and spat out blood. "The water is poisoned." On the other end, Jeffrey chuckled darkly to himself. "Realized it's poisoned? Too bad it's too late." Through the screen he could see Chen Yuan now collapsed on the ground, continuously vomiting blood, clutching his stomach in painful convulsions. Jeffrey was even more satisfied. This poison, even a single drop, can kill a person within minutes, let alone such a big gulp. Watching the screen, he widened his eyes with an evil grin, uttering nauseating words, "I never get tired of seeing this. Life is so fragile, fleeting like a candle in the wind. It's beautiful." Back to Chen Yuan, he lay motionless, the space now engulfed in a terrifying silence. "No way, if this keeps up I'll die." Chen Yuan immediately ordered the system. "System, add 50 points to my physique." At this moment his face was deathly pale and lifeless. After the enhancement was complete, the system prompt sounded, "Enhancement complete. Name, Chen Yuan, age 22, height 185 centimeters, weight 77 kilograms, strength 135, physique 185, spirit 135, agility 135, average for an ordinary adult is 10, remaining enhancement points 90. Chen Yuan collapsed on the floor, drenched in sweat, breathing weakly, a single thought echoing in his mind. After adding 50 points to his physique, only his stomach still ached a bit. Chen Yuan struggled to sit up, his face pale, his eyes full of exhaustion. He muttered to himself, sweat streaming down his cheeks, "Trying to poison me? Dream on. But I was careless this time." Chen Yuan looked at the water bottle lying on the floor, the water spreading across the tiles, glistening under the light. He thought to himself, I didn't expect even an unopened bottle of mineral water to be poisoned. The killer must be right beside me. I underestimated their skills. The figures of 3 men and 1 woman kept flashing through his mind, and at that moment Chen Yuan realized he might have been wrong. He had always assumed Blood Rose was a woman, but it could also be a man. The scene of a bunch of red roses falling to the ground, a few petals scattered, and you lying beside them as if unconscious, a cold thought echoed in his mind. Blood Rose always left a bouquet of roses after each kill. Just then, a person wearing a hat, a mask, and a yellow coat holding a bunch of bright red roses was walking quietly down the hotel corridor. The room number 3602 was clearly displayed on the door. The person's gaze stopped, and finally they raised a hand and gently knocked on the door of room 3602. Suddenly, from a distance, a task force rushed over, signaling to surround and capture him. One agent charged forward, pinned the flower deliverer to the ground, and shouted, "Stay still, who are you?" The man tried to explain frantically, babbling non-stop, sweating profusely, both scared and confused. "What are you doing? I'm just delivering flowers. Someone ordered them. It was really ordered half an hour ago to be sent to room 3602. Fu Yu stepped forward, his gaze falling on the red roses on the ground. He frowned. "Roses?" Fu Yu's expression changed instantly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He muttered, "Not good, something's wrong." With that, Fu Yu rushed forward and pounded on the door of room 3602, shouting loudly, "Mr. Chen, are you there? Are you okay?" The entire team waited in silence, but there was no response. An agent reported in panic, "Captain, no answer." His face darkened and he yelled, "Kick the door down." Fu Yu slammed his foot into the door, forcing it open, his shouts echoing down the corridor. "Mr. Chen!" What met his eyes was Chen Yuan lying on the floor motionless, his face deathly pale. An agent exclaimed in shock, "He's dead." They wanted to move forward, but Fu Yu stopped them. He took a sharp breath and said, "Wait." Then Fu Yu's urgent voice rang out, "Mr. Chen has likely met with misfortune. Secure the scene, call headquarters for backup and get the forensic and trace evidence teams here." He clenched his fists, his eyes red. Fu Yu looked down at the unconscious Chen Yuan, his heart churning, filled with self-blame. "Damn it, to kill someone right under my nose, Mr. Chen, I've failed you. I couldn't protect you. What kind of agent am I?" Just then a hand rested on his shoulder. Fu Yu still hadn't noticed anything unusual. Tears still in his eyes, the person said softly, "Don't blame yourself too much. The killer was too cunning. It's not your fault." He kept his head down, his hands trembling, his breathing heavy. Still, Fu Yu's eyes flickered with self-reproach. "No, it's my fault." If I had. In that quiet room, Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor, his expression clear. Seeing the scene, he called out in confusion, "Ha!" Officer Fu Yu was startled, seemingly unable to believe his eyes, and shouted, "You're not dead?" Chen Yuan jumped up, his expression half joking, half serious, crossing his arms with a hint of smugness in his tone. "Of course not. You didn't even check my pulse before declaring me dead. That was too hasty, buddy." In a room, Jeffrey was angrily holding his phone, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared, his voice trembling with shock. "How is this possible?" On the screen, Chen Yuan stood calmly, a slight smile on his lips. Seeing this, Jeffrey gritted his teeth and shouted in frustration, "He's still alive." On the other side, Fu Yu stepped forward, his tone serious. "Mr. Chen, for safety reasons, I suggest you leave here and go to the hospital for a checkup." Chen Yuan replied with a calm smile, "We'll talk about that later. I have some urgent matters to attend to." In the silent room, the orange light of the desk lamp cast a glow on Chen Yuan's serious face. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping incessantly, his sharp eyes fixed on the computer screen as he muttered to himself, "To poison me so precisely and know my movements, he must have installed a camera in my room." Chen Yuan quickly opened a search engine, his fingers flying across the keyboard, his eyes scanning every line that appeared on the screen as he searched. His gaze was now sharp, and he analyzed calmly, "Those ordinary cameras have range limitations and need to be connected to an electronic device to work. Once I find the device, I can pinpoint Blood Rose's location." Suddenly, a notification dialog lit up, "Hidden camera found, beginning to trace associated devices." Seeing the notification, Chen Yuan gritted his teeth so hard they ground together. There really was a hidden camera. The screen displayed a map of the hotel, and among the dense room numbers, a red marker flashed at room 3602. He immediately frowned, staring intently at the screen. The system clearly showed the distance between the cracked camera and Chen Yuan's current location. A thought instantly flashed through his mind. The system traced the location associated with the camera device. "It's only 2 meters from my room. It's either upstairs or downstairs. I remember the manager of Heartway lives in room 2602, right below me. He's the prime suspect." As Chen Yuan was lost in thought, 2 beautiful girls suddenly ran into the room. One asked worriedly, "Chen Yuan, are you okay?" He stood up calmly, and the 2 girls stepped forward, constantly checking if Chen Yuan was injured. A girl's voice rang out, filled with barely concealed concern. "I heard a loud noise just now and thought something had happened to you." In the corner, watching the scene, he could only stare wide-eyed, thinking to himself, Such stunning beauties and two of them at once. Mr. Chen is truly lucky. The scene unfolded, with two beautiful girls standing against a backdrop of gently falling cherry blossoms, neither outshining the other. Amidst the tense atmosphere, he smiled slightly, but his eyes flickered with vigilance. Chen Yuan gently reassured them. "I'm fine. I was just poisoned when I drank water earlier." "Poisoned?" The two girls were stunned, exclaiming, "Poisoned?" Then he stepped forward and picked up the water bottle from the floor. Chen Yuan continued seriously, his voice steady and sharp. "This is the bottle of mineral water. Please have it tested. Also check the hotel's surveillance footage from last night to this morning to see who entered my room." Another man, who looked like an investigator, stood opposite him, listening attentively. "There might be hidden cameras in this room. You all can check." A tiny camera was discovered lying in the palm of a police officer's hand. He shouted angrily, "Captain, there really is a hidden camera in the ceiling." Fu Yu's expression grew tense, a look of determination in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Mr. Chen, we'll conduct a thorough investigation of the entire hotel." The scene cut to Jeffrey, standing by a window on a high floor, quietly looking at the city. He frowned slightly, his low voice sounding, "I didn't expect the mission to fail. It looks like I'll have to activate another plan." With that, Jeffrey decisively pulled open the door. He turned sideways, revealing half a smile, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Jeffrey said softly, his voice as light as the wind but carrying weight, "I can avoid direct involvement in everything, and no evidence will point to me." Without hesitation, he approached the window, holding a black computer that might contain all the secrets of the case. Then Jeffrey threw the computer down. The sound of it hitting the water echoed, creating ripples that spread outward. On the deep blue water's surface, the computer slowly sank. His voice followed, full of provocation. "Chen Yuan, you want to catch me? Impossible." The scene shifted to a luxurious high-rise building, sunlight shining on the modern glass curtain wall, a solemn atmosphere hanging over it. At that moment, in front of a screen, a woman was sneaking around. Fu Yu's voice rang out. "By extracting the surveillance footage, we found that a room service attendant entered Mr. Chen's room. Sir," he paused, then continued, "but we discovered that he met with an accident half an hour after you were poisoned." Chen Yuan sat in a chair, his gaze cold, listening and pondering every detail. Hearing this, suspicion and anger appeared on his calm face. Chen Yuan frowned slightly and said coldly, "An accident, they're silencing witnesses." Recalling the bouquet of bright red roses delivered by the courier, Fu Yu held the file, his tone serious and calm. "As for the roses, we checked. Hartway's assistant ordered them as an apology." Chen Yuan crossed his legs, revealing half a smile, his voice soft but cold, as if testing the other's reaction. "So all the leads have dried up." Fu Yu lowered his head, forcing a wry smile as he replied, "That's right." He stood at the door, his tone polite and sincere. "Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry. We need solid evidence to make an arrest." Chen Yuan crossed his arms and replied calmly, "I understand. You have your rules and I fully understand." The door closed softly, the soft light disappearing, leaving only cold blue shadows covering his face. Chen Yuan's gaze suddenly turned exceptionally fierce. "The police need evidence, but I, Chen Yuan, never need evidence to act." He sat in front of a set of modern multi-screen computers, the blue light reflecting on his face. He showed a faint smile, his fingers gliding lightly over the keyboard. "Isn't it just a bounty? Who doesn't know that?" The computer screen lit up red, and the sound of rapid keyboard clicks filled the air. Chen Yuan's fingers moved like lightning, inputting commands into the dark web system. A notification lit up, bounty amount 100 million. A middle-aged man's face appeared. Name Jeffrey Dawson, occupation celebrity agent. Bounty amount $100 million. Then his mocking voice rang out, "I'll pay him back in his own coin." Chen Yuan wore a confident expression, a slight smile on his lips as he said, "If 1 million isn't enough, I'll offer 2 million. If 2 million isn't enough, I'll offer 1 billion. I've got more money than I know what to do with." A panoramic view of New York unfolded, with the Statue of Liberty standing tall, and the news of the $100 million bounty spreading through the underworld. A group of killers were discussing animatedly. One of them spoke up. "There's a $100 million bounty," his companions chimed in. "This is a big job." Nearby another person said skeptically, "Who is this Jeffrey? Just an agent, and he's worth a 100 million bounty?" The person next to him immediately said seriously, "Why do you care so much? Take the money and do the job." In a small bar, two chefs in aprons were working. One of them looked at the message and said happily, "I'll take this job. I'll finish it in 3 days." The other replied with a smile, as if to dash his hopes, "Brother, you're too late. That 100 million job has already been taken by someone else." Under a clear sky, a modern high-rise building stood tall, its glass curtain wall reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Jeffrey, dressed in a sharp suit, walked quickly down the corridor, obvious tension on his face, holding his phone. His gaze was fixed intently on the screen. Jeffrey stopped abruptly, his eyes widening in terror. What appeared on his phone made him freeze in place, his face turning pale. The phone screen clearly displayed a shocking notification. Jeffrey's hand trembled as he gripped the phone, unable to believe his eyes. Someone has put a bounty on me. Name Jeffrey Dawson. Occupation, celebrity agent. Bounty amount, $100 million. $100 million? How is that possible? Reading this, he immediately became angry and fearful. Jeffrey muttered to himself, "These killers will cling to me like jackals smelling blood. What bad luck." Then a sound broke the silence, making him jump, turning his head sharply, his eyes scanning around, sweat trickling down his temples. "Who's there?" Jeffrey's shout echoed down the corridor. "Who is it? Show yourself." Before him stretched a deep dark hallway, leaving Jeffrey alone in the cold space. The shadow behind him swayed slightly, and a small fair hand gently pushed open the door. Jimmy poked his head out, his green eyes wide open, and he called out softly, his voice trembling, "Dad?" Hearing the call, Jeffrey turned around, looking at Jimmy in surprise. "Jimmy, what are you doing here?" Jeffrey hurried over, his expression a mix of confusion and delight, his tone laced with concern and reproach. "Jimmy, how are you in China? Where's your mother?" Jimmy looked up, his eyes bright and sparkling, but his lips were pursed meaningfully. He said softly, "Dad, I missed you. I brought you a gift." Jimmy lowered his head, his hand slowly unzipping his backpack. He said in a low voice, his tone dropping, "It's the most suitable gift for Dad." Jeffrey's figure froze, as if sensing something ominous approaching. He called out softly, his voice trembling, "Jimmy, my child." But before he could finish, Jimmy had already raised a gun, pointing it straight at Jeffrey, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Like it, Dad?" Jeffrey stared wide-eyed ahead, his pupils seeming to burn, and then a scream tore through the space. He fell to the ground, his head tilted to one side, his eyes open in despair, blood flowing out, soaking the cold floor tiles. The boy looked up, gently removed the mask from his face, a slight smirk on his lips, his voice full of contempt. That's all he was. He turned out to be the dark web killer Maskface. He stood up, turned his back, and walked down the long corridor, his footsteps echoing, letting out a wild laugh as he went. "I've got that $100 million bounty." Jeffrey still lay there, blood flowing endlessly. A panoramic view of the city unfolded under a fiery red sunset, with towering skyscrapers standing before the eyes. In a high-rise room, two men were talking. Fuyu's expression was serious, his gaze cold as he spoke. "Mr. Chen, you'd better not run around lately. You've already been targeted for assassination twice." Chen Yuan listened, smiled slightly, holding a wine glass, his tone full of confidence. "But I think the most dangerous place is the safest." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the person standing beside him was startled and shouted, "What kind of twisted logic is that?" Suddenly, another person rushed in frantically, looking panicked. He shouted in a fluster, "Captain, something terrible has happened. Hartway's manager Jeffrey has been killed." The news hit like a thunderbolt. Fuyu was stunned, stammering, "Dead? He's dead?" Chen Yuan just raised an eyebrow. He calmly raised his glass again, took a sip, and thought to himself, "Died so quickly." Chen Yuan held his phone, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he typed a line. "Mission shows as complete, really efficient." Just as the two agents were talking, he stepped forward and said, "Since you all have urgent matters, go ahead and handle them. I'm planning to take a walk." They nodded cautiously in response, replying, "Mr. Chen, please don't let your guard down. It's best to send me a safety message every hour. I'll be back soon." Then they hurried off, leaving Chen Yuan alone in the room. As soon as the door closed, he picked up his glass and drained it in one gulp. Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, his expression relaxed but his eyes carrying a hint of weariness. He pursed his lips and murmured, "It's almost over. No cops watching, finally free." At the entrance of the Beijing Film Academy, a girl with long brown hair stood out in the crowd, her bright eyes radiating confidence and sharpness. Students around were buzzing with chatter, and he sighed, "I really picked the right day to come. There's a girl sitting on a stone bench, stunningly beautiful." In a distant corner, Chen Yuan appeared, now wearing a mask and hat, blending into the crowd as he observed covertly. There were plenty of beauties, each with their own charm, far better than in Hancheng. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. "Who should I pick? Wouldn't this be too inefficient?" He raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly under his mask, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "With my current status and wealth, there's no need for such cliché methods." His phone screen lit up, showing the contact name Yang Sijin. Chen Yuan brought the phone to his ear and said softly, "Sijin, I'm planning to host a beauty and talent competition." The scene shifted to a corner of the city, where among towering skyscrapers an office was filled with screens and microphones. Sijin was leaning back in his chair, hand on the desk, listening intently to the voice on the phone. He blurted out, full of confusion, "A talent show?" Instantly, the atmosphere changed. In Sijin's mind, images of young, beautiful girls in alluring, flashy outfits appeared, and he grew excited, thinking, "Dad has finally taken this step." On the other end, Chen Yuan continued in an enthusiastic tone, "This selection targets top university beauties. I'll invest $100 million to produce this show." Sijin's eyes widened as he listened. And then Chen Yuan added, "And the winner, I'll invest over $100 million to make a movie for her." He was stunned and asked back, "So you'll personally handle the show?" The response was Chen Yuan's smug grin and decisive words. "That's right, I'll screen them myself. Today's variety shows have too much backdoor dealing. Since it's inevitable, I might as well be that backdoor." Hearing this, Sijin's face lit up with excitement. His eyes sparkled as he shouted, "Got it, Dad, I'll get it done," Sijin thought to himself. Dad isn't even pretending anymore. He's laying his cards on the table, he's building a harem. A moment later, he pressed the end call button, accompanied by the familiar beeping sound. Chen Yuan tilted his head, gently pushed up his hat and said smugly, "This way I don't have to bother kidnapping anyone. Just wait by the tree for the rabbit." As he spoke, he raised his hands triumphantly toward the sky, with light bursting behind him. Chen Yuan shouted proudly, "Genius, I'm a genius." In New York City, the majestic Statue of Liberty stood by the bay. In a modern room, a large round table appeared, surrounded by a group of people in black robes holding a secret meeting. On the screen, a photo of a dead man was displayed. A low voice echoed in the cold space, "Blood Rose is dead." They sat around the round table, which glowed with a map of the earth. One of them spoke up. "This man named Chen Yuan is indeed dangerous." Blood Rose not only exposed her identity while approaching him but was also used by him to turn the bounty against her. The atmosphere in the room grew noticeably colder. A female member lowered her head and spoke urgently. "To avoid causing bigger trouble, I suggest launching a global manhunt for Chen Yuan. He has already touched too many of our secrets and must be eliminated." The entire table fell silent for a few seconds. Then an authoritative voice from the leader rang out, "Activate the global manhunt with a bounty of $1 billion. All dark web assassins will hunt Chen Yuan until death." 100 billion. An image of the world map appeared on the big screen, accompanied by the glowing number of $1 billion. Another person leaned forward, eyes flickering, voice cold as steel. "A global manhunt? Isn't that overkill?" Another person chimed in. "This kind of move affects everything. What if Chen Yuan fights to the death and leaks our secrets?" After hearing everyone's opinions, Mr. X revealed a sarcastic smile. He crossed his hands in front of him and said softly, "Let's vote by a show of hands. Those in favor of launching the global manhunt, raise your hands." A series of black-robed arms went up. I agree, I oppose." A few hesitated and didn't raise their hands. Finally, Mr. X spread his hands, his voice echoing through the space. Then it settled. "Notify the dark web admin to release the global manhunt." In a sunlit modern city, skyscrapers stood against the blue sky. People everywhere received urgent notifications on their phones. A global manhunt had just been issued. The target was a man named Chen Yuan, with a handsome face but cold eyes. The description read, "Global manhunt, name Chen Yuan," accompanied by a photo. Identity, Chinese tycoon, age, 22, location, China, bounty, $1 billion. The news spread quickly, causing chaos everywhere. In offices, labs, and cafes, everyone stared wide-eyed at their screens, unable to believe what they were seeing. At the Beijing Film Academy, under the warm dusk sky, students streamed in and out of the campus gates. Chen Yuan, the wanted man, remained remarkably calm. Suddenly, a call came from behind and he turned around. "Mr. Chen Yuan?" A blonde beauty in an elegant dress stood before him, her gaze serious yet tinged with tenderness. She said softly, "Miss Hartwell would like to invite you to dinner to discuss something." He gently pushed up his sunglasses, revealing a gaze that seemed to see through her, then replied in a low, slightly mocking yet curious tone, "Inviting me to dinner?" A tree-lined avenue appeared before them as she walked beside Chen Yuan, explaining the reason. "Miss Hartwell's agent was murdered. She herself is stuck in China assisting the police with the investigation." She turned to look directly at him, her voice soft but meaningful. "She doesn't have many friends in China, and she'd like to have dinner with you." With professional poise, she gently invited Chen Yuan into the car. "Mr. Chen, please get in." The scene shifted to an upscale European restaurant called Mon Ami Restaurant. She led him inside and Li Jia said, "Mr. Chen, please." In the cozy dining space, they sat face to face at a richly set table. Exquisite dishes were arranged neatly. She smiled and introduced, "Mr. Chen, this restaurant's veal steak is excellent, you must try it." Chen Yuan smiled and nodded in agreement, replying briefly, "Good." He picked up his fork and stabbed into the golden, tempting steak before him, instantly whetting his appetite. His expression then turned lively as he ate with relish, chewing and making pleased sounds. Seeing Chen Yuan enjoy the food so much, she was a bit speechless. She asked, her tone laced with concern, "Mr. Chen, aren't you afraid I poisoned the steak?" He looked at her calmly, as if surprised by her question. Della explained patiently, her voice curious, "I heard you drank poisoned water from an unopened bottle a few days ago." But Chen Yuan just smiled faintly and replied calmly under her expectant gaze. His voice was soft and confident. "Miss Hartwell, I believe you're not a killer. I never believed it from the start. Saying you were a killer that day was just a test. I can feel from your music that you have a pure heart." Hearing this, Della stared at Chen Yuan, wide-eyed with surprise, and softly repeated his words, From my music, Chen Yuan smiled slightly, light flickering in his eyes. The scene shifted to him standing under a blue sky surrounded by circling white birds with a rainbow in the distance. Chen Yuan gently reached out his hand as if merging into a world of music and freedom. He said confidently, "That's right, I can feel your longing for freedom and your helplessness when trapped." Chen Yuan's face now shone with a mysterious and proud expression. He thought to himself, "And besides, I'm immune to all poisons now, can't kill me." Her eyes grew heavy and she gently raised her hands in front of her, speaking with deep remorse. "Mr. Chen, you are an upright gentleman, but I'm not as perfect as you think. The assassination attempt on you is indeed related to me." As she finished, a prompt appeared. Hartwell's affection 10, current affection 50. Della looked up, her gaze deep as she faced Chen Yuan and said softly, "Mr. Chen, there exists a killer platform in this world that offers murder for hire services. The assassination you faced was likely because you offended someone and got a bounty placed on you." Chen Yuan replied softly, "I know a bit about that too." The atmosphere turned gloomy, and the scene shifted to her past memories. Appearing in a dark setting, Della curled up in a corner, hands over her head, surrounded by tall figures threatening her. Her voice trembled as she recounted, "In high school I was often bullied. I was scared every day, afraid to go to school, and even thought about giving up." Blue light reflected on his face. Chen Yuan thought, "Bullied? Even a girl this beautiful goes through that?" The space was bathed in a cold blue hue. Just when Della was at her most desperate, Jeffrey appeared holding a packet of drugs. As she spoke, her eyes showed deep sorrow. That's when Jeffrey showed up. On the surface he was a talent scout, but in reality he was a devil. He gave me a packet of drugs. Then a young girl was seen slumped over a table, blood trickling from her mouth, her eyes wide with despair. On the table a red coffee cup had tipped over, spilling everywhere. Della's voice rang out like a confession of extreme pain. "The classmate who looked down on me was poisoned to death, and he had leverage over me, keeping me under his control." She leaned on the table, her face sorrowful. Della said in a trembling voice, "But at the time he only told me it was laxatives. I didn't know it would kill someone." The words seemed to freeze the space. Across from her, he calmly asked, "Miss Hartwell, why are you telling me all this?" She looked up, her voice choked but her words full of suspicion. "Mr. Chen, Jeffrey's death, it's related to you, isn't it?" He heard this, and the corner of his mouth lifted, and he replied elegantly, "Miss Hartwell, I don't understand what you're saying." The vague answer made the atmosphere even colder. She gave a sad smile, as if understanding something. "Mr. Chen, I'm very grateful to you regardless. After this ordeal, I might retire because no one controls me anymore." A moment later, the plates were nearly empty. Chen Yuan broke the silence, half-jokingly saying, "This restaurant is decent, but the steak is average. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, Miss Hartwell." She was very surprised and asked softly, "Mr. Chen, can you cook too?" Chen Yuan confidently handed his phone to Della, smiling gently and firmly. "Of course, Miss Hartwell. Let's add each other on WeChat. Maybe we'll have a chance to collaborate." She stared wide-eyed and replied bluntly, "WeChat? I don't have WeChat." Chen Yuan kept his warm smile, leaning closer to Della and said confidently, "No problem, I'll teach you." They sat face to face in the romantic setting. He patiently guided her step by step. After a while, the WeChat screen showed Chen Yuan's name in her contacts. Chen Yuan said softly, "There, we're good friends now." With that, they walked side by side toward the door. Della spoke as they walked, her face showing concern. "Mr. Chen, the danger around you hasn't passed. As a wealthy man, you should hire some bodyguards." He chuckled lightly at her words and said teasingly, "Miss Hartwell, are you worried about my safety?" Della immediately blushed, a bit flustered, but still replied proudly, "I'm just offering friendly advice. And I'm curious, after this meal we might never see each other again." Chen Yuan smiled and answered cleverly with meaning, "That's a shame. I was planning to make a movie and invite an international superstar to join. I've also prepared a talent show to find new faces, and I wanted to invite Miss Hartwell to be a mentor." She looked at the man before her, her lips slightly pursed, her eyes both surprised and probing. Della chuckled, half-jokingly saying, "Really? Asking me to be a mentor? That's expensive." He got what he wanted and immediately replied with a number that left her almost stunned, $100 million. Della froze for a few seconds, then a series of shocked thoughts burst into her mind. Do Chinese people always spend money in the hundreds of millions? I was going to say 10 million. She walked along, looking up at Chen Yuan. Her voice trembled slightly. "Mr. Chen, are you joking with me?" Without hesitation he replied frankly, "I'm serious." Her cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes remained wary. "He's so eager and willing to spend so much. Nothing in this world comes for free. Does he have ulterior motives?" Thinking this, she smiled lightly at Chen Yuan and said, "Mr. Chen, collaboration matters should be discussed with an agent, but mine is out of commission. Let's talk when I find a new one." He wasn't in a hurry and readily agreed. "Fine, I'll need some time to prepare the show anyway." With that, they walked out of the hall together. The sky suddenly darkened, with strong winds howling, dark clouds gathering, and lightning splitting the night. She shivered slightly. while Chen Yuan stood calmly beside her, his gaze fixed on the approaching storm. Night fell, and a black luxury car was parked by the roadside, its engine still warm. His steady voice warned, "Looks like rain. Miss Hartwell, you'd better head back to the hotel early." The atmosphere seemed calm, but then the screech of tires against the road rang out. A white car rushed toward them from a distance at a terrifying speed, tires grinding violently, sending up golden sparks, heading straight for Chen Yuan and her. Before they could react, the car had already slammed into the two bodyguards in front, making Della scream in shock as blinding light engulfed everything. In that light she stood frozen, her face pale, Della's eyes wide with terror, her piercing scream tearing through the night. The white car charged at them at a horrifying speed, leaving them both staring in dread. In an instant, Chen Yuan's eyes turned cold, his pupils contracting as he sensed the danger was imminent. Without hesitation he clenched his fists, unleashing a surge of power through his body. Chen Yuan stomped hard, launching himself into the air, and delivered a thunderous blow, smashing into the oncoming car's hood. The voice rang out like a command. Immediately, the car was sent flying like a lightweight toy from a single punch, the terrifying impact shattering its frame instantly. Then the next blow caused the vehicle to explode in a violent collision. Smoke, dust, and flames shot into the sky. Bang! Amid the hazy smoke he landed on the ground as lightly as if weightless, leaving chaos all around. Because of Chen Yuan's strength, Della behind him hadn't yet snapped out of it. Staring blankly at his back, she stood frozen, her blue eyes wide open, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Della exclaimed, "Oh my God, he actually threw a speeding car aside." The scene was utter chaos. The road cracked from the terrifying impact. The gathered crowd was stunned by the surreal sight before them. Among the crowd, a man in a brown hat, with eyes as cold as knives, stared motionlessly toward the explosion. He remained silent, his hand tightly gripping the hem of his coat before slowly lowering it. Suddenly, Chen Yuan whipped his head around, his sharp gaze flashing through the crowd, his breath caught as if sensing a chilling, murderous intent heading his way. The air grew suffocatingly tense. Standing opposite him, his face icy cold, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and without a word he drew his gun. He pulled the trigger, and a gunshot rang out. The bullet tore through the air, heading straight for Chen Yuan. At that moment his hand gently lifted, suspended in midair, just as the bullet was mere centimeters from his forehead. Chen Yuan reached out and caught it. The gun smoke hadn't yet dissipated, and the entire viewing platform seemed petrified, with cries of astonishment rising one after another. He stammered, his lips trembling, unable to form words. "Holy crap, what the hell? Catching a bullet with bare hands?" He squinted slightly, a flicker of fiery red in his eyes. A cold smile gradually spread across his calm face. Without a word, Chen Yuan charged forward like lightning, his movements too fast for the naked eye to track. Before he could react, the bullet had already pierced straight into his head. The impact was deafening. Blood splattered, and his entire body was flung backward. She covered her mouth in panic, trembling all over. Before Della's eyes was a horrifying scene. A man lay motionless on the ground, blood staining a large area, flowing endlessly. In the tense atmosphere, his gaze grew even colder, his hands clenched in anger. Chen Yuan stared at his own hand, a thought flashing through his mind. Thank goodness for it. He raised his hand, revealing a deformed piece of metal in his palm, and pondered for a long time. Though a pistol bullet wasn't as powerful as a sniper's, catching a bullet with bare flesh was still a bit risky. She was still stunned, Della's heart racing, her mind filled with confusion. Am I dreaming? This man can actually catch a bullet with his bare hands? The majestic image of Superman appeared against a backdrop of fluttering American flags, with neat rows of soldiers below highlighting his heroism. At that moment, Superman was flying through the night sky. In his arms was a blonde beauty he had rescued, looking fragile and helpless. America is a country that emphasizes individual heroism, and every girl has fantasized about being saved by a superhero. Della's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed, and her heartbeat quickened. She thought to herself, could this be a superhero? Just then, the system's prompt sounded. Hartwell's affection 10, current affection 80 points. Everyone present kept cheering, applause thundering. Della blinked her watery blue eyes, gently hugged Chen Yuan's arm, and exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Chen, are you Superman? Is this the mysterious power of the East? You're amazing." At that moment, all her pride seemed to vanish. She clenched her fists and said joyfully, "Oh my God, I accept your invitation. I'll join your show." It's settled. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone calm. "Didn't you say you were going back to America?" She paused, then immediately and firmly raised Chen Yuan's hand. "I'm not going back, Mr. Chen. I look forward to working with you." The city's nightscape, with lights brilliantly reflected on the river, formed a gorgeous picture. Inside the police headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Jiu was talking with Fu Yu nearby. "This assassination attempt has had a very bad impact. Any progress?" Hearing the question, he suddenly frowned, a puzzled expression on his face. He murmured softly, "Not yet, The statements from Mr. Chen and Miss Hartwell are fine, but the way the assassin died at the scene is a bit strange. Gu, standing nearby, took over, his tone tinged with fatigue. If there's no problem, just take their statements and let them go. But Fu Yu was still uneasy. Recalling the scene, his eyes sharpening, he spoke up. But the assassin's death at the scene is suspicious. No gun, yet the head exploded. I suspect, he was half convinced and impatiently retorted. What do you suspect? That wealthy tycoon Yan is a master of the Tang sect, who pierced the assassin's brain with a hidden weapon. Fu Yu was stunned by Jiuyu's urgent questioning. Seeing this, he patted his shoulder and said softly, "Read fewer online novels. How could a person pierce another's head with bare hands?" But Fu Yu still seemed to trust his instincts. However, the atmosphere between them grew heavy. Jiuyu turned and walked toward the door, not forgetting to remind him before leaving, "Send them back and strengthen security." Night fell. The city glittered under neon lights and the full moon shone on the skyscrapers. In a luxurious apartment, Chen Yuan sat calmly on the sofa. Beside him were two beautiful girls, their eyes full of curiosity. Wu Shuang spoke up. "Chen Yuan, were you assassinated again today?" "The police already called me." Chen Yuan smiled faintly, his deep eyes seeming to hold the entire night sky. "It's nothing really, I'm used to it." Xiao Xiao glared at him, her voice trembling with anger and worry. "Chen Yuan, at a time like this you're still in the mood to joke?" The earlier images kept flooding back. The one called Blood Rose, a notorious killer, was now lifeless. Blood Rose was just killed. Aren't these assassins afraid of death? Thinking this, Chen Yuan frowned slightly, a thought flashing through his mind. Starting again so quickly is a bit strange. Chen Yuan then recalled that night. The two standing in the middle of the road, a car speeding toward them from afar, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Thinking of this, he frowned and analyzed. Moreover, compared to previous assassinations, this one feels sloppy, even too perfunctory. Is something wrong with the black net? Xiao Xiao looked at him worriedly. "I think Hartwell is a big problem. None of this is a coincidence." Chen Yuan didn't deny it. While continuously typing on the computer, he responded softly, "If there's a problem, we'll find out by checking." As everyone focused on the investigation, Wu Shuang suddenly jumped up, full of anger. Really? Is she deliberately getting close to Chen Yuan? Faced with her intense reaction, he, sitting in front of the computer, remained focused on the investigation and didn't say much. Seeing this, she lost her composure and shouted, "Chen Yuan, we're talking to you seriously. Can you pay attention?" Chen Yuan stared intently at the laptop in front of him and replied calmly, "I am paying attention. Stop making noise." But when Wu Shuang approached, her expression was full of irritation. Wu Shuang snapped, "At a time like this, you're still." The thing on the computer immediately made her blush. Wu Shuang shouted, pointing at him, "You actually have the mood to watch this kind of stuff, you pervert?" Then Chen Yuan chuckled lightly and explained calmly, "Don't be surprised. This is the Black Net's dark web page." This statement made Wu Shuang's eyes widen in surprise. Dark web? Xiao Xiao beside her seemed to understand and pressed further. "The dark web where you can trade to hire killers, smuggle weapons, and launder money?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense, the computer screen's light casting a glow as his hands flew across the keyboard at incredible speed. Finally, Chen Yuan stopped and forcefully pressed the enter key, finishing. The three looked curiously at the screen, and then a bright red skull logo and a string of strange encrypted characters appeared. He stared at the screen in confusion. Wu Shuang leaned in curiously and asked Chen Yuan, "What's this?" Chen Yuan stared at the screen, his voice suddenly dropping. "It seems like some kind of global kill order." The air in the room seemed to freeze. Without hesitation, he moved the mouse and clicked enter to view. Immediately, the screen displayed detailed files. Name Chen Yuan, age 22, gender male, specialty unknown. All three were stunned, looking at each other with expressions of both confusion and fear. Wu Shuang couldn't help but jump up and shout, "Chen Yuan, what does this global kill order mean?" He curled his lips into a faint smile, his eyes cold, and replied flippantly, "Simple. The target of a global kill order will be hunted by all the world's assassins. As far as I know, no one has ever survived." Chen Yuan's words made the atmosphere even heavier. Xiao Xiao asked softly, "So all the assassins in the world will come to kill you?" He frowned slightly and replied calmly, "Probably." Hearing this, Wu Shuang tilted her head, bit her lip, and asked, "So, Chen Yuan, what are you going to do?" After this question, Chen Yuan showed a confident smile, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "I think the Black Net is testing my patience. They keep asking for death. A global kill order? Bullshit." He immediately called the system, "Enhance my hacking tech skills." A crisp prompt sounded, and the entire space was suddenly flooded with intense light. Chen Yuan seemed to merge into the digital world, his body radiating powerful technological energy. A prompt panel appeared. Host's current hacking skills have reached Earth's peak. Further enhancement will break Earth's technological bottleneck, reaching Super God level hacking. Super God level hacking requires 60 enhancement points. Confirm enhancement. He opened his eyes, sharper than before. Chen Yuan muttered to himself, "Super God level requires so many points." The air was thick with dense streams of computer code like rain. He stared ahead, his voice echoing fiercely in his mind, "Hope it's worth it." confirm enhancement. A burst of intense light exploded, characters filling the space like a violent storm. Then the screen displayed enhancement complete. A beep sounded. A strong light flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes. He raised his hand, illusory characters and blue circuits covering his body, his voice as cold as steel, echoing in the shimmering space. Black Net, face my wrath. At the global Black Net tech base, a massive technological building stood in a lush forest. A panicked voice rang out. He's here, that guy is here again. In the control room, someone was frantically typing on the keyboard, their face tense. Wu Hao shouted, "It seems target Chen Yuan has entered our backend again." Mr. Lun nearby immediately stood up and yelled at him, "What are you panicking about?" He clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, and roared angrily. Mr. Yi anticipated this. All firewall vulnerabilities have been patched. Him breaking in again is a pipe dream. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded simultaneously. A man shouted, his face pale with fear, "Bad news, the firewall has been breached." Mr. Lun immediately stood up, his eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. He cried out, his voice trembling with terror, "Holy crap, how is that possible?" Wu Hao stared at the plummeting parameters. "He's seizing the back-end management authority of the Black Net. We can't control the back-end anymore." On the screen, a funny panda icon suddenly appeared, wearing a sly grin. It seemed to mock, "Are you kidding me?" Mr. Lun turned around, extremely furious, and urged, "Damn it, go inform Mr. X immediately." The employee who ran in was also terrified. "Yes, sir." Wu Hao sat in front of the red computer screen, desperately trying to regain control. "Bad news, he's already changed the permissions and started issuing global kill orders." Then, seeing the screen display, he immediately shouted, "What the hell? What is he posting? Holy crap, he's issued 10 global kill orders." Mr. Lun looked at the images appearing and couldn't help but feel a chill. Global kill order. Global kill order for the US President, global kill order for global super-rich CEOs, global kill order for the EU CEO. These are all key figures in global politics and top wealth. He was now sweating profusely, finally understanding the ultimate scheme. He wants to make the Black Net an enemy of the entire world, targeted by everyone. They all felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, convinced that the sky was falling. Social media was buzzing. Lonjo Big Whore, is the Black Net boss crazy? 10 kill orders at once, Sleepdog, who would dare take such a mission? It's just walking into a trap. Wang Defa, Yan's kill order seems to have been deleted. Capybara, stop arguing, don't act rashly for now. Wait for the Black Net to explain. Mr. X was sitting in front of the screen, typing on the keyboard in confusion. The highest admin authority isn't mine. Seeing the text on the screen, he panicked and realized, the company's highest admin authority, the company is the abbreviation of Huasha Pinyin. It's Chen Yuan. Mr. Yi was not to be outdone, determined to show this arrogant young man what the world's top hacker was capable of. In an instant the screen changed, and the highest admin authority was changed to Mr. X. Yi Han turned around looking nervous. "Chen Yuan, your authority has been taken back. Is the opponent a very skilled hacker?" But he crossed his arms very calm. "No problem. I left a virus and backdoor in the Black Net long ago. They can't find it. Whenever I want, I can paralyze the entire Black Net again." Her eyes lit up, full of admiration. "Even the Black Net which gives the US a headache is being toyed with by him." Wu Shuang beside her also widened her eyes in surprise. Chen Yuan's hacking skills were beyond imagination. Was this what it meant to be a cultivator? Just then he stretched and tiredly made a request. "I've been busy for so long, I'm starving. Let's order takeout." She suddenly remembered a question and reminded him, "Ordering takeout at a time like this? Is the Black Net okay?" Yi Han, sitting nearby, also agreed. "Yeah," but Chen Yuan very calmly picked up his phone. "It's fine, we can hack them again after eating." On the other side, in a massive grand base, everyone inside raised their hands and cheered in unison. "We won." As expected of Mr. Yi, he solved it as soon as he stepped in. Mr. Lun quickly assigned tasks. "Since authority control is complete, quickly change the website and delete the global kill orders." A person in the crowd quickly acknowledged, "Yes, boss, leave it to me." Suddenly, at that moment, the screen display changed, and the highest admin authority was changed to company. Wu Hao, who was typing on the keyboard, didn't understand what was happening. How did the highest authority become company? And he's issued a new global kill order. Mr. Lun hurried over, observing worriedly. "What the hell? Let me see." The kill order on the screen had changed. Global kill order. Name Mr. X, identity Black Net leader, world's top hacker, no photo. Global kill order, kill Mr. X, bounty 100 million yuan. Everyone's faces turned pale with fear. Hadn't they just gained access? How were they already taking action? It was then that Wu Hao suddenly realized the truth. He had left a virus in our backend. It couldn't be killed, and it had spread to all the assassin accounts. To eliminate the virus, all assassin accounts had to be deleted. At that moment, Mr. Lun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Hao quickly asked with concern, "Supervisor, are you okay?" he didn't have much time left and immediately urged, "Go notify Mr. X quickly." Upon hearing the news, Mr. X immediately smashed his keyboard. "Damn bastard." His face turned pale, filled with reluctance and disbelief. "I can't believe I lost to a nobody. Damn it." Then, Mr. X picked up the phone and demanded the servers be shut down. The website went offline temporarily. In an apartment building, a room still had its lights on. Wu Shuang cupped her face, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exclaimed, "Chen Yuan, you're incredible. You even broke into their website. Where did you learn your hacking skills?" She tilted her head slightly, her gaze filled with fascination. This man was truly mysterious, his talents layered like an onion, each layer more astonishing than the last. It was the first time she had been drawn to a man like this. The system then updated. Qin Wushuang's affection increased by 1. Current affection 98. Chen Yuan immediately received a notification. Target of sycophancy. Qin Wushuang, moved by the host's extraordinary talent, felt genuine admiration, and her affection broke through 98 points. Regular reinforcement added 10 points, current reinforcement points 40. Yi Han noticed this and felt deeply guilty. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have lost 10 years of cultivation, and his ability to protect himself in danger would be much stronger. She must have foreseen this problem. Though he downplayed it, the dignity of a top international assassin organization wasn't so easily challenged. The dark web wouldn't let this go. Yi Han's gaze became exceptionally resolute. "Chen Yuan, rest assured, I will use the Yi family's influence to protect you well." The system immediately updated the changes. Yi Han's affection increased by 1, current affection 91. In a skyscraper in the city center, reporters and the crowd had already gathered. It was the press conference for Hui, the international diva. A reporter picked up a microphone and asked, "Miss Hui, I heard you don't plan to return to the US anytime soon. Is that true?" Della confirmed the plan in front of everyone. "Yes, I've changed my schedule and won't be returning to the US anytime soon. Next, I will collaborate with Chinese tycoon Mr. Yan to create a show. I will serve as a mentor." The crowd was stunned into silence. Mr. Yan's collaboration show. The scene shifted to another old apartment building. A disheveled man was ecstatically holding his phone. "Has my godfather's reach extended to the US? He's already hooked up with an international diva?" It was getting dark. In an apartment building, Zi Jin spoke up to ask for advice. "Godfather, the show's main panel needs at least 3 mentors. Miss Hui can count as 1. What about the rest?" Chen Yuan sipped his drink and made a suggestion. "Let Gao Kuanyin soak in it. She just finished filming a new drama, right? Perfect timing for her to be a mentor here." Zi Jin's expression turned serious as he emphasized, "This President Gao herself is a newcomer and doesn't have many representative works. I'm worried people won't accept her as a mentor." He repeated the word with a contemptuous tone. "Won't accept." Chen Yuan slammed the table and stood up, declaring nonchalantly, "They'll have to accept it even if they don't. I'm fully funding this show with no other investors as long as Miss Hui agrees. I think Gao Kuanyin is fine as a mentor. Your eyes look worried. Do you have your own ideas? This show is meant for selecting beauties. No need for so many rules always bringing this up. I invited Hui not because I really want to create a national variety show, but to make money and be a sycophant." His attitude was exceptionally firm, and he complied with the opinion. "If Mr. Chen has no objections, naturally I don't either. I trust all of Mr. Chen's decisions." She looked at Chen Yuan with a fascinated gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. "It's been a long time since a man made my heart race like this. His heroic posture from yesterday is still vivid in my mind." He nodded repeatedly, observing the strange atmosphere. "All right, I understand. Good." Meanwhile, Zi Jin secretly admired in his heart. "Godfather is amazing. He's already got one in the bag." Suddenly, Chen Yuan remembered something and urged, "By the way, Miss Hui, you can send me your account." She quickly opened her phone and did as asked. Okay, in the blink of an eye a text message came through. Dora panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. She immediately asked again, "Mr. Chen, did you accidentally add an extra 0? Why did you transfer 200 million to me?" Zi Jin choked and spat out water upon hearing this. But Chen Yuan calmly confirmed again, "No mistake." He slammed the table with his hand and replied firmly, 100 million of the 200 million is your fee. You've come all the way to China and don't have a place to stay yet. Use the remaining 100 million to buy a courtyard house and experience Chinese culture." She still couldn't believe it and asked again, "Is Mr. Chen serious?" Chen Yuan confidently affirmed again, "Of course I'm serious. I even want to buy out your contract. No amount of money is a problem." Della's face darkened and she lowered her head with a worried expression. "Is he trying to keep me? It must be that." She then explained her situation. "I currently have a contract with Warner that's about to expire. If I don't renew, there's no penalty." After hearing this, he enthusiastically extended an invitation. "That's great. I wonder if Miss Hui would be interested in joining our company. If you join, we can give you equity." Chen Yuan's face darkened after hearing this, and he thought resentfully, damn it, no sky-high penalty, where can I spend money? Dora didn't want to bring it up immediately, and evaded, let's talk about that after we collaborate. Her eyes were melancholic, her mind racing. He's so eager, no wonder he's so generous with money. Chasing a girl like this, he's underestimating me. The system immediately updated the notification. Huawei's affection -10, current affection 70. Seeing this, Chen Yuan immediately panicked, utterly confused. How does giving money lower affection? His face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat, speculating on the reason. Was I too rash and had the opposite effect? Then Chen Yuan looked at her, puzzled, and rubbed his chin to deduce the cause. It seems this little diva values freedom and doesn't like being constrained. Her mindset is different from ours. Immediately after, Della rejected the payment she had just received. I can't accept the 200 million. I'll only take what I've earned. That's my bottom line. Chen Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, all right, since Miss Huawei insists, I won't force it anymore. A notification appeared on his phone screen. Your transfer has been returned. Please check. Chen Yuan stared, sweating coldly, unable to understand. She really returned it. This is the first time someone has returned money to me. Suddenly his phone rang. Wang Mengming. As soon as Chen Yuan answered, the little girl excitedly boasted, brother, good news. Mengming's voice was unusually cheerful as she recounted. A big director has taken a liking to me and wants to invite me to be the lead in his new movie. He smiled and praised. Our Mengming is amazing. Which director? The little girl immediately named the director she had contacted. The director is Huang Jing, and his company is Jiaolong Film. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the name. I've heard director Yang mention this director and company. It's indeed a big company with a good reputation. The little one has grown up. Let her go and gain some experience. At the villa, Kei Yan was reporting, our giant star's stock price has dropped from 370 to 150. She described the situation worriedly. Young master, after you went in, Feidun's Yu Lingshuang took the opportunity to acquire a large number of shares and assets of the Jiamu Group. He was furious, grinding his teeth. That bitch Yu Lingshuang. I should never have let her get away. Now even a dog can ride over its master. He immediately turned and ordered. Organize a board meeting. I can't swallow this insult. Go quickly. Kei seemed to have more to say, hesitating. Young master, she lowered her head and reported. After you went in, Yu Lingshuang became the group's largest shareholder. She called a board meeting a few days ago. He roared in disbelief. What? Jia Mu was so angry that veins bulged on his face. Kei added with a grim expression, and she removed you from your position as chairman. The group no longer bears the Li name. He stood up in disbelief and slammed the table. Outrageous, Yu Lingshuang, you're something. Chen Yuan, you're something. Jia Mu narrowed his eyes and turned to assign tasks. If you do the first, don't blame me for doing the 15th. Secretary Qin called Director Huang. She immediately obeyed and turned to do as told. Yes, young master. His gaze turned malicious and cunning, secretly gloating. Chen Yuan, you've schemed so hard, but you didn't expect your sister to fall into my trap. Wait until she's played with. Kei turned around, her expression somewhat disappointed. The young master is becoming more and more extreme, resorting to such unscrupulous means just to target an innocent little girl. She recalled the past, which had become difficult. Yu Lingshuang and I started from the same point, and she's already built a city in the business world while I, Kei picked up the phone and did as told. Director Huang, the young master, orders the net to be cast. In a building, Ji Luo nervously pressed, Mengming, are you really going to Jiaolong Group to film with them? Modu Tongshan Yippen. The little girl was excitedly packing clothes, happily saying, yes, I had an audition yesterday. This opportunity is rare. Director Huang is directing personally, and I've already told my brother. She crossed her arms confidently and suggested, Huang Jing is indeed a big director. But girl, you have such a rich brother. Why not have him invest in a film for you? Just transfer a few $100 million and the whole crew would be at your command, right? Mengming blushed immediately and wanted to emphasize, that won't do, making money isn't easy, and I don't want to always rely on him. Ji Luo put her hands on her hips and affirmed, he doesn't make money easily. If he doesn't, then no one in the country does. She closed her eyes, recalling his assets. Not to mention the money printer he has, Hanqing Pharmaceuticals and the Feidun Group worth hundreds of billions. Ji Luo firmly affirmed. He also has Feidun Capital and that piece of land at Tianmen which has increased in value more than 30 times. Even robbery doesn't have such a high profit margin. She knew Chen Yuan's assets inside out. Tianmen, Xinjiang, Moyang, Shentao plus Damao TV, Liya, and Qian Mengming's shopping platform. Ji Luo pushed Mengming's head and asked seriously, little fool, and you still say he doesn't make money easily? After hearing this, the little girl's cheeks flushed with surprise. My brother already has such a huge business empire? Then Mengming's eyes sparkled with interest. He really is the person I admire most. Then she leaned in close and confidently taught Ji Luo, even if he makes money easily, I can't always rely on him to live. We should be independent. But Ji Luo didn't listen and asked again. Why be independent? She just turned to wake Meng Meng up. Look how comfortable you are now as the vice president of Feidan, with more face than when you were at the Lin family. Hearing her words, the little girl broke out in a cold sweat. I don't want to be independent. Lying down is really comfortable. Ji Luo lifted Meng Meng's chin and proudly reminded her. Meng Meng, you're President Yan's sister. Just play that card. Wherever you go, who would dare not show you respect? But the little girl resolutely refused, very firm. No, I don't want to. Stop teasing me. Finally, she turned and agreed to the request. All right, I know you're humble. I'll stop teasing you. Meng Meng felt a bit sad inside. But I'm not his real sister. How do I say something so hard to speak? Ji Luo suddenly remembered a problem and turned to ask for advice. By the way, the crew is a mixed bag. You're so honest you might get bullied. Want to bring a few bodyguards? But the little girl thought it was inappropriate. Forget it. If I, a newcomer, bring bodyguards into the crew, people will say I'm throwing my weight around. The next scene shifted to the distant US, in the conference room of the dark web headquarters, where the black-clad figures had all gathered. A video about Chen Yuan was playing clearly. The frame froze on the moment he threw that punch. Mr. X's attitude became tense as he emphasized, everyone has seen it. Cars can't kill him. Bullets can't kill him. Our enemy Chen Yuan has surpassed the realm of humans. He had already thought of a solution. With our current capabilities, unless we use missiles, we can't suppress him in terms of force. But Mr. X still had concerns about the plan. But using missiles would trigger an international war, which is unacceptable. His eyes were bloodshot as he reached a final decision. So I've decided to change tactics and strike at the people around him. One person immediately cheered and praised, Mr. X is brilliant, that's a great idea. Mr. Lun also deeply agreed and suggested, we can investigate his parents, friends, and loved ones. A superhero might die because of a woman. Chen Yuan is the same. Hearing this, Mr. X found it coincidental. Alan, your thoughts align perfectly with mine. Flattered, he pretended to be modest. You flatter me. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. He was even more satisfied and quickly assigned the task. Good, then investigating Chen Yuan's loved ones is your job. Alan hadn't expected this and stammered in panic. Okay, yes, then he turned and blamed himself. Damn it, I wanted to show off too much. Now I'll have to work overtime all night. Still too inexperienced in the workplace. Time passed. After a night of overtime, Alan concluded the next day after a thorough investigation. Target 1, Lin Shutong. He had investigated very detailed information. Chen Yuan's ex-girlfriend. He pursued her hard for 3 years and still secretly took care of her after the breakup. Mr. Lun's eyes lit up as he offered his opinion. When Lin Shutong's mother was hospitalized, Chen Yuan immediately planned to establish a charity hospital. I think she can be considered a key target for negotiation and capture. Mr. X listened to the report and nodded in satisfaction. Good, this woman is indeed a breakthrough. Then he immediately introduced 2 more targets. Target 2, Zhao Yuki, the school beauty of Hubei University, president of Damao TV, who has received gifts worth hundreds of millions and a villa from Chen Yuan. Suggest key capture. Target 3, Xiao Ruoyu, school beauty of Wuhan University. Chen Yuan once helped her family and gifted a building. Key capture, he continued, sweating to the next target. And target 4, Chu Yumo, daughter of I Ching. Suddenly, Mr. X interrupted mid-sentence. Alan, let me interrupt. He spread his hands and asked, how many targets are there in total? Then he raised his hand and counted one by one. There's also Chu Yumo, He Jian, Qin Bingshui, Lin Jila, Wang Mengmeng, Yi Han, Qin Wushuang, Yu Lingshuang, and Gao Kuanyan. Finally, Mr. Lun concluded, there are dozens of people in total. Mr. X's attitude became tense at this point. So you mean we might have to kidnap dozens of women to blackmail Chen Yuan? He stammered, sweating profusely. In theory, yes. He couldn't help but stand up and question. Bullshit, is that your work conclusion? Kidnapping dozens of women from Wagwo? Do you have any idea how much work that is? Mr. Lun quickly waved his hands in panic. Mr. X was speechless and sighed. Then he began scolding his employees, you lack initiative and critical thinking. Then Mr. X raised his hand to offer his own opinion. I think the key is to capture Lin Shutong and Wang Mengmeng. One is his first love. As Confucius once said, first love is infinitely beautiful. The other is his sister. He won't stand by and let her die. Everyone immediately cheered in unison. Agreed, long live Mr. X, and Alan also admitted with immense admiration. Is this what leadership looks like? Seeing the crux of the problem at a glance, instantly grasping the essence. Admirable. There was a mountain path leading upward. At that moment, Meng Meng got out of the car with her luggage. Huang Jing was already waiting outside. Miss Meng Meng, you've finally grown up. In a few days, the crew will start filming. This is the life assistant prepared for you. He led the girl inside and introduced the treatment befitting the lead actress. The crew had also prepared an RV, a driver, costumes, and bodyguards for her. Meng Meng felt a bit uneasy upon hearing this. I'm still a newcomer. Isn't this too much? But Huang Jing was very confident and said decisively, how could it be? These are standard perks for the lead actress. I think you have potential, and you deserve this treatment. Then he took the girl to a place and instructed, this RV is your accommodation, get some rest first. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll go now. Meng Ming obediently nodded. Okay, go ahead with your work. The environment was quiet, with the sound of birds in the trees. Then Huang Jing walked behind a tree and made a phone call to report, tell young Master Li that Wang Mengming has joined the crew. Director Huang Jing was Li Jiamu's lackey. On set, Huang Jing was persuading, Mengming, there's a dinner party tonight. You should come too. I'll introduce you to a few producers. He specifically emphasized, you're new to the industry, so networking is important. Make sure to toast a lot. Meng Ming hesitated and turned back to ask, but Director Huang, I can't drink alcohol. Can I have cola instead? But Huang Jing's face darkened as he warned, at such a big dinner party, you want to replace alcohol with cola? The producers there will think you're acting like a diva. The girl firmly confirmed, but I really can't drink. If not, I won't go. He didn't give up and continued to coax, don't be like that, you still have to go to the dinner. Just swap the cola for Sprite. No one will notice. Meng Ming hesitated but eventually agreed. Really? Okay then. She looked at the mirror with a somewhat disappointed expression. Is this what the real entertainment industry is like? Besides the glamorous exterior, it's all about socializing and drinking at banquets. Huang Jing smugly walked out of the fitting room. What a naive girl. Once you're at the dinner, even if you can't drink, you won't escape. A moment later, he had poured the drinks. Come Meng Ming, let me introduce you. Huang Jing pointed to a young man who looked like a playboy and said, this is Du Xiaowei from the Du family in Shangjiang. Master Wei. He already had a malicious plan in mind. The Du family of Shangjiang is the leader in the entertainment industry there, and Master Wei is a good friend of young Master Li. If he's happy tonight, I'll be set for life. Meng Ming understood and immediately offered her glass. Master Wei, I toast to you. But he suddenly reached out to stop her. Wait. Suddenly, the cup was snatched from her hand. The sinister Xiaowei had keenly noticed, this isn't alcohol. Waiter, switch to baijiu and fill it up. Huang Jing sneered in agreement. Meng Ming, you're being disrespectful. How can you toast Master Wei with Sprite? The girl was nervous and sweating, unsure of what to do. Sorry, I can't drink. He immediately changed his expression and threatened. Meng Ming, don't make a scene. How can you not drink? Don't you want to be the lead actress anymore? The girl turned back, resolute, and confirmed again. Director Huang, I got the lead role based on my ability. If I have to drink to get the part, then I'd rather not. A moment later, Meng Ming shouted firmly, feeling that Director Huang was acting strange today. This place is weird too. I'd better leave before something happens. My brother said the entertainment industry is dangerous. Director Huang, I'm quitting the crew, but Xiaowei declared with a sinister face, quit the crew? Do you think this is some kind of place? You come and go as you please. Stop her. Everyone at the table immediately stood up. They immediately stood up to obey. Yes, Master Wei. Meng Ming was grabbed and kept shouting, what are you doing? Restricting someone's freedom is illegal. At that moment, Xiaowei licked his lips with a treacherous expression. Miss Wang, don't be scared. I'll take good care of you soon. He was already thinking about how to handle the aftermath. I've seen plenty of these chaste women. Just pay enough compensation. Even if the price isn't right, I have other methods. Meng Ming was pinned down and kept cursing. Du Xiaowei, you bastard, my brother Chairman Yan won't let you get away with this. Xiaowei quickly poured a yellow drink into her mouth. Meng Ming's vision blurred, and she was filled with regret. I shouldn't have disobeyed my brother. If I lose my innocence, how can I face him? Then she closed her eyes, tears streaming down. Brother, Xiaowei was ecstatic, showing a sinister smile. Success. He turned back and praised smugly. The drug works well. Just a few drops and she's out cold. Director Huang, you've done well this time. He humbly and obediently instructed, not at all. Enjoy yourself tonight, Master Wei. It was getting late. A tank with soldiers was observing outside. According to BlackNet headquarters, the target Wang Mengming has left Manhua University and is participating in a film shoot with the crew. He reported to everyone via walkie-talkie. High Command orders a quick capture. The info has been sent to you. Capture alive, understood? The BlackNet's direct armed forces, the BlackNet's cleaners. They wore headsets and received the order. Understood. A figure flashed past the tent. Xiaowei was walking step by step toward the lying Mengming, his face turning incredibly sinister and greedy. Little beauty, I'm coming. Xiaowei suddenly turned outward, struck by an idea. I almost forgot to set up the camera. What a fool, thinking with his dick, he maliciously set up another camera. I'll record everything. When you wake up and see this video, you'll become my toy. Just as Xiaowei was taking off his pants, someone burst in. He cursed. Who is it? Didn't I say not to come in? Get out. He immediately received a dowed slap on the face. Xiaowei's face twisted as he snarled. You dare hit me? Who are you? Let go, I'll... His eyes widened in shock. A sharp dagger plunged straight into Xiaowei's body. Before he could react, blood gushed from his mouth. Xiaowei's eyes rolled back and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Then he lay on the ground, powerless. Someone took out a photo of Meng Ming, carefully identified her, and announced target confirmed. Take her away. A moment later the police arrived at the scene. Huang Jing looked at the scene, his face pale with fear. Master Wei is dead. Wang Mengming is missing. This is going to be huge. A scream came from a tall building. Oh no, Chairman, a secretary walked in with terrible news. Chairman, the young master has been killed. He immediately stood up in disbelief. What? How is that possible? Du Tian, the head of the Du family in Shangjiang, clutched his head in pain, cold sweat pouring down. Lina quickly supported him and asked, Chairman, are you okay? Du Tian's face was dark, but he forced himself to stay calm. I'm fine. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with grief and rage. Who did it? Who would dare? The employee reported fearfully. The police are still investigating, but Director Huang Jing from the crew said the young master was with a woman named Wang Mengmeng before he was killed, and now she's missing. Du Tian's face flushed red as he ordered furiously, Spare no expense to find out about Wang Mengmeng. I want that bitch to pay. The employee quickly ran off in panic. Yes, it was late. In the hospital ward, Shatong was recounting, with Chairman Yan's charity medical plan, our family doesn't have to pay a cent for treatment. Shu Wan lay in bed looking tired but relieved. That's good, that's good. Then she suddenly remembered something and continued. By the way, Shatong, that boy Chen Yuan who used to come to our house often, I haven't seen him in a while. Did something happen between you? Her hand, peeling an apple, stopped. Shatong's face darkened as she sadly confirmed, we broke up. Mother Shu Wan was somewhat dissatisfied. What a shame, that kid Chen was a good person. Hardworking and responsible, but maybe we just weren't meant to be. She stood up dejectedly and walked toward the door. Mom, I'm going to the restroom. Shatong walked silently through the hospital corridor. Her mind was racing. Chen Yuan, can we ever mend what's broken? Just as she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded. Are you Miss Lin Shatong? She was a bit surprised and immediately turned around. Yes, what is it? He, a doctor, appeared before her, then slammed the trunk shut. Shatong was already gagged with tape and thrown inside. He took off his white coat, drove away and reported. Report, target captured. Returning, Mr. X received the news and was very satisfied. Good. Both targets are caught. He was planning the next step. Now all we have to do is lure Chen Yuan to the US and find a way to kill him. A towering building stood in a prime location. Juxing Group. A black luxury car pulled up. A luxurious high heel stepped out. Ling Shuang proudly opened the car door. An employee was already waiting outside the gate. President Yu, please come in. Welcome to Juxing Group. The person directly led her inside. The shareholders' meeting starts in half an hour. Please wait in the conference room. Others saw her appearance and whispered, Isn't that Xiao Yu? Long time no see. Wasn't she fired? What, Xiao Yu? Call her President Yu. Now she's the CEO of Faden, and President Yu has become the largest shareholder of Juxing. Everyone speculated anxiously. Times really change. Juxing is about to change hands, finally. They arrived at the designated place on time. In the conference room, Ling Shuang led her team in. The person quickly whispered an order, be thorough. Secretary Qin, go get President Yu a cup of coffee. Kei Yan was very angry and loudly confirmed. I won't go. I'm the young master's personal secretary, serving only him. You have no right to order me. The nearby employee sneered mockingly. I have no right. Li Jiamu has been removed. You're no longer his secretary. Go get President Yu coffee. She couldn't argue and couldn't bear the humiliation, so she announced, Then I'll quit. The person taunted even more contemptuously. Then go. Do you still think you're the Secretary Qin of the past? Kei Yan didn't linger and turned to leave. Dog looks down on people. Even though the young master has been removed, the Li family is still a prominent clan in Modu. Just you wait. Jiamu watched the news on his tablet. Du Xiaowei was killed. He broke out in a cold sweat, deducing the situation. This was Chen Yuan's doing. Does he dare? He's the only son of the Du family. Jiamu sat in his chair, scratching his head in panic. It's a mess anyway. Just then, Kei Yun came to dissuade him. Young master, stop. He looked up, his eyes angry and unwilling. Stop, Jiamu shouted, unable to contain his humiliation. Stop, what does Yu Ling Shuang think I am? Stop and swallow all the humiliation Chen Yuan has given me? Impossible. Kei Yan was also scared and very worried. The young master now looks like a defeated dog with a broken leg, completely lacking dignity. Then he decisively ordered, Kei Yan, I want you to stay at Juxing Group. She opened her mouth in disbelief. He sat back in his chair and speculated confidently. You grew up with Yu Ling Shuang. She won't kick you out. I want you to stay at Juxing as my spy. Kei Yan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling troubled. But I've already publicly resigned. Jiamu suddenly changed his attitude and took her hand. Kei Yan, he leaned in, putting on a show of trust. Now you're all I have left. You're the one I trust most. Don't let me down. She was thus infatuated and promised, Young master, I'll do my best. The scene shifted to the office space of Juxing Group. The same employee from yesterday came to provoke again. Secretary Qin is back, here to handle your resignation. Kei Yan had to suppress her anger and emphasize, President Fang, you're joking. I was too impulsive this morning. Can I come back to work? Fang Bin taunted slickly. You're Secretary Qin, aren't you? Don't you want to pour coffee for President Yu? Now you want to come back to work? He deliberately stirred things up, making Kei-yan grit her teeth in anger. But the chairman's secretary position has already been filled. If you want to come back, you'll have to start from the bottom. However, she didn't argue and just swallowed her pride. That's fine, starting from the bottom is okay. When do I start? Then the story continued at Juxing Group, and Kei-yan was eventually demoted to a janitor, staring blankly at the cleaning tools in front of her. The scene shifted to a helicopter landing point. Chen Yuan picked up the phone. Xiao Yu, have you arrived at Juxing? Ling Shuang stood in an office and reported. Yes, boss. The acquisition of Juxing is successful, but there's no suitable chairman candidate yet. Hearing this, he curled his lips and casually instructed, Why do you need a candidate? Do it yourself. This was like a direct order from the boss, making her quickly retort, Boss, I'm already swamped, developing the film city, merging and acquiring assets, and coordinating with various funds. Chen Yuan looked out the helicopter window and continued, All right then. During this trip to Modu, I'll inspect Juxing and consider a suitable candidate. Then he decisively hung up. Chen Yuan rested his chin on his hand, looking contemplative. I wonder how Meng Meng is doing with her filming. I should go see her. Adong, sitting next to him, asked curiously, Brother Chen, is this trip to Modu for business? Chen Yuan turned his head, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Acquiring a small company, just taking a look. The scene shifted back to the towering Juxing Group building, then to the women's restroom area. Two girls were fixing their makeup in the mirror. One said, Xiao Ju, have you heard? Chairman Yan is coming to our company. Hearing this, Xiao Ju immediately got excited. Chairman Yan, he's the boss of our boss now, young and handsome. Fu Hao, the heartthrob, is he going to the company? She replied, Of course, if President Yan takes notice of me, I won't have to work hard every day to earn money. Xiao Ju continued touching up her lipstick in front of the mirror, speaking as if it were only natural. You're right, I'm in the PR department. If President Yan really comes, my chances of seeing him are much higher than yours. I need to freshen up too. In the innermost restroom, they had no idea that Kei-yan had overheard their entire conversation. She stood there, pondering to herself, Is Chen Yuan coming? Her facial muscles twisted, her expression contorted. Given the current situation, there was no other way to regain a position in the group and complete the young master's task. Kei-yan schemed in her mind, realizing that getting close to Chen Yuan was her only chance. Then she examined her own appearance. In terms of looks and ability, she was no less than Yu Lingshuang. If she could be a spy before, so could she. Just as she was striking a pose, one of the two girls over there noticed her. They openly gossiped about her without any restraint, their tone contemptuous. Isn't this Secretary Qin? Xiao Ju sneered. What secretary? She's a cleaner now, scrubbing toilets, she mocked her openly. Back when she was secretary to young Master Li, she was so arrogant. Now she still has to scrub toilets. Kei-yan silently harbored resentment. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, you two sluts. Just wait. Once I become Chen Yuan's trusted aide, I'll fire you first. In contrast to the internal infighting among employees, the area outside the building was eerily quiet. As if waiting for a new owner, she looked up at the giant star group and asked blankly, Brother Chen, is this the small company you acquired? She pointed ahead again, emphasizing, This is a top global entertainment company with a market value of over 300 billion. Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, unfazed by the information, and calmly confirmed. It should be this company, no doubt. Just then, Ling Shuang appeared with a professional demeanor. Boss, you're finally here. I have so much to report to you. She flashed a spirited smile. It's fine, let's talk upstairs. As soon as the employees spotted Chen Yuan's arrival, several female workers immediately gathered around. It's President Yan, it's President Yan. He walked over amiably and waved, making them blush. Hello everyone. With just that simple gesture, countless girls were overjoyed. President Yan is greeting me, so handsome, some even argued randomly. He's clearly greeting me, one girl, too excited, felt a bit dizzy. I can't handle this. After a commotion, he headed to the chairman's office. Ling Shuang carefully placed a stack of documents and reports on the desk. Boss, this is our recent work results. Chen Yuan opened the files and flipped through them as he listened to her continue. Currently, we've acquired and merged several of Li's companies, 25-star hotels, 30 chain bars, a wine group, a liquor group, and a new energy vehicle chain KTV. Hearing this, he thought to himself, acquiring and merging so many enterprises must have cost a lot, right? Chen Yuan looked up and pressed further. So how much money is left in Faden Capital's account? This time, she was very confident, and boldly reported the book figures. Although the acquisitions and mergers cost a lot, we've made substantial gains in the securities market. Combined with the 500 billion you gave last time, the company currently has over 2 trillion left. This astonishing number left him utterly shocked. What? Not only did we not lose money, but we earned this much. You're really good at making money, however. Ling Shuang also specifically reminded Chen Yuan of an important matter. But we still have a problem. Our assets are vast, but I hold the most shares. This might not be appropriate, she continued by handing over a piece of paper, speaking in a serious tone. This is a share transfer agreement. For the group's development, the boss must hold the equity. He smiled, seemingly unconcerned about the issue. What difference does it make whether you or I hold the shares? Xiao Yu, you're the person I trust most. This matter did make Ling Shuang hesitate, but before she could decline further, he tore the contract in half. No need to say more. Between us, why draw a line? This move wasn't impulsive, clearly. Chen Yuan had his own calculations. Are you kidding? If I take back the equity, how can I use you to make money? Conversely, Ling Shuang's sense of responsibility surged again. She silently vowed that her boss trusted her unconditionally. A scholar dies for a confidant. Almost simultaneously, a system prompt appeared. Ling Shuang's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability is 100. As she was immersed in her own emotions, he also noticed the prompt and saw that the second target of his flattery had reached full value, with extremely high loyalty and obedience. Congratulations, host, on completing the counterattack mission. The system gave a series of special rewards, surprising Chen Yuan. Reward host with basic attributes, all attributes 10, reward 20 enhancement points. The displayed content read, name Chen Yuan, age 22, height 1.85 meters, weight 78 kilograms, strength 145, spirit 145, agility 145. Average adult baseline is 10, status breaking physical limits, remaining lifespan 80 years, remaining enhancement points 110. He suddenly noticed a prominent item, remaining lifespan 80 years. Chen Yuan leaned in to examine this clause more clearly. Is there an additional option for lifespan? System, can I increase my lifespan? The system immediately gave an affirmative answer. Yes, 100 enhancement points for 1 year of life. He stood in a rain of dollars, constantly marveling. Although it's expensive, I can infinitely increase my lifespan. This time, I'm really going to cultivate immortality. Awesome. After a moment, Chen Yuan suddenly reached out and gently grasped Ling Shuang's slender waist. This sudden move caught her off guard. Boss, before she could react, Chen Yuan leaned in and pressed a kiss to her lips. After this intimate kiss, he remained close and whispered, Xiao Yu, you're really my lucky star. Ling Shuang's entire body turned red like a boiled shrimp. How can the boss be like this? Finally, too embarrassed, she turned and hurriedly ran away. So embarrassing. Watching the flustered figure, he let out a playful smile. Ling Shuang ran all the way out, passing through the crowd of employees outside. Her expression caught everyone's attention, and they whispered, Isn't that President Yu? Why is her face so red? Did President Yan and President Yu just do something inside? At that moment, Yan was carrying coffee toward the chairman's office and overheard. She pushed the door open and gently placed the cup on the desk. President Yan, your coffee. Yan now appeared incredibly soft and docile. This demeanor stirred a slight flutter in him. So beautiful, a pure face, a sexy figure. Truly a killer of innocence and desire. Does Giant Star even have such high standards for cleaners? However, Chen Yuan just smiled faintly. He rested his chin on his hand and pointed at the coffee cup on the desk. I don't need coffee. Who told you to bring it in? Like a conditioned reflex, Yun stammered an explanation. President Yu asked me to bring it. Chen Yuan immediately countered, exposing her lie. Xiao Yu knows I don't like coffee. I like cola. She panicked. She quickly waved her hand to apologize. Yan was too flustered and had to take a risk by confessing. President Yan, I like you. But she had no idea that he had already seen the information about her. Flatterer begins action. Name, Shin Qian, age 25, height 167 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, appearance score 9.8, favorability -80. So after hearing that confession, Chen Yuan's expression stiffened. You say you like me, have a crush on me. But Yan didn't notice this detail and insisted, That's right, I've been following you for a long time. I know everything about you. This time he maintained a cold, stern face and remained silent. The system continued displaying Yan's parameters. Favorability -80. Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. -80, that's practically an enemy, right? This girl can act. I almost thought she was a real fan just then. Ling Shuang pushed the door open again. Seeing the person in the room, she was a bit surprised. Yan, it's you. This time he was taken aback. You know each other? Ling Shuang stepped forward and briefly introduced. Yes, we've known each other since childhood. We were both pawns cultivated by the Li family financial group. She cast a pointed glance, emphasizing Yan's identity. She was also Li Jiamu's right-hand assistant. At this point, Chen Yuan finally understood part of the issue. No wonder she hates me so much. With Li Jiamu's downfall, even a secretary turned into a cleaner. In his mind, he imagined Yan's face as a giant Godzilla. If Chen Yuan's expression was somewhat amusing, he chuckled inwardly. If I handed Giant Star over to her, she'd probably run the whole group into the ground. However, he made a decision that surprised both of them. Since you were once a president's secretary, you must be very familiar with all kinds of business. Being a cleaner is a waste of your talent. Amid Kei Yan's surprise, Chen Yuan instructed, "How about this? You'll be the president of Giant Star Group." Hearing Chen Yuan's decision, Ling Shuang abruptly turned to look at the person beside her, her expression changing. "Is it settled just like that? She's not one of us, she might be a spy for the Li family." Kei Yan forced a smile and bowed to hand over another document. "Boss, I have a list of recommendations. Would you like to reconsider?" This time his face darkened. "Are you questioning my decision?" Ling Shuang stammered in fear, denying it. "No, I'm not." Finally, Chen Yuan made the final call. "This is settled. From now on you report directly to me." Kei Yan also obediently agreed. Yes, on the surface she wore a standard smile, but inwardly she was smug. "I'm the chairman? Is Chen Yuan that stupid, trusting me to be chairman? Is this a trap?" Conversely, Ling Shuang seemed to calm down and think through the whole matter. The boss has never made a wrong decision. He must know about Qin Qian's spy identity. There must be a deeper meaning to this. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere from the person beside her, Kei Yan grew uneasy. Does Chen Yuan have that much authority? When he says something, Ling Shuang doesn't dare to contradict him. Can I definitely become president? But the immediate matter was important, so she pushed those thoughts aside. Although I don't know why the plan succeeded, the next step is to win Chen Yuan's trust. After being appointed, Kei Yan spoke loudly. "Boss, I was indeed part of the Li family before, but from today on I'm your person." She clenched her fists and shouted, then pulled out a piece of paper covered in writing. "To prove my determination, I will use actions to show that I've completely cut ties with the Li family." Looking at the documents on the desk, Chen Yuan hadn't yet processed this. This was Kei Yan's display of sincerity. "This is an employee list, including information on spies planted by the Li family financial group in Giant Star. With it, you can uproot all their eyes." At that moment both Chen Yuan and Ling Shuang had the same thought, showing loyalty. However, neither interrupted, letting her continue. "There's also evidence of some group leaders abusing their power for personal gain, money laundering, and embezzling public funds. With this, you can easily clean up Giant Star." Ling Shuang secretly rejoiced and couldn't help but admire his decisiveness. Indeed, the boss is far-sighted. This is turning the tables on them. The boss is one step ahead, and Giant Star's problems are easily solved. Chen Yuan stood up, reached out, and patted Kei Yan's shoulder in praise. "You've done well. From now on, you're the chairman. Tomorrow, I'll have Xiao Yu convene a shareholders' meeting. Go ahead and act. I'll take responsibility for any issues." Her face showed some tension, and doubts kept surfacing. Is the appointment really settled? Does Chen Yuan truly trust me? No, I need to be more cautious. Kei Yan suddenly thought of something to add. "Boss, there's one more thing I must report to you." He wondered what it was. Unexpectedly, she then revealed a shocking piece of news. "Your sister Wang Mengmeng signed with Jiaolong Company, which is connected to Giant Star. The movie she's starring in is funded by Hong Kong's Dulia." Kei Yan didn't hide any details. "But this morning on set, Du Xiaowei, the son of the Du family, was killed and your sister is missing." She spoke word by word, and the pressure around Chen Yuan dropped a few degrees. "The police suspect Du Xiaowei's death is related to Wang Mengmeng." As soon as Kei Yan finished reporting, Ling Shuang bowed her head in apology. "Boss, it was my oversight. I should have arranged proper bodyguards for Mengmeng. This is my fault." Chen Yuan's attitude was calm enough to understand the issue. "It's not your fault. Bodyguards wouldn't have helped. Their target isn't Mengmeng, it's me." He crossed his hands under his chin, tapping the desk in thought. Such ruthless methods must be the work of the Black Web. Chen Yuan's sharp eyes narrowed, full of danger. "The wrongdoer pays with his life. It shouldn't involve family. If you do this, don't blame me for being ruthless." Just then, the phone rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. He answered, and the information on the other end made things even more complicated. "Hello, Mr. Chen Yuan. I'm the sweeper of the Black Web. I regret to inform you that your sister Wang Mengmeng and your first love Lin Shutong are both in our hands." A hint of doubt arose in Chen Yuan's mind. "I can understand kidnapping Wang Mengmeng, but why Lin Shutong?" He lowered his voice to reply. "What do you want? What's your purpose?" Mr. X didn't beat around the bush and directly responded. "Headquarters invites you to New York. We want to talk. You should know exactly what for." With that, he hung up, leaving silence in the room. Ling Shuang couldn't help but worry. "Boss, should we call the police?" But Chen Yuan raised his hand to stop her. "No need. The police can't go to the U.S. to rescue people. I'll go myself." As he said this, his tone and expression changed, revealing a terrifying and dangerous look. "I'll pick up some local specialties while I'm at it." Only one person felt differently from the others. Kei Yan. Chen Yuan's sister was kidnapped by some international underground organization. That's a lot of information, but it's good news. From an angle where the two couldn't see, she flashed a smug smile. I need to find a way to plunge Giant Star into a major crisis. He's in the US, beyond my control. I want to take revenge on Chen Yuan and vent for the young master. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan then turned to Ling Shuang and said, Xiao Yu, please step out for a moment. I have a few words to say to Kei Yan. Without asking further, she immediately agreed. Okay, boss. This left Kei Yan very confused. What does he want, suddenly wanting to be alone with me? Could it be? She watched the door slowly close, her face reddening. Could it be? Kei Yan's imagination started running wild. He wants to take advantage of me. Clearly, Chen Yuan had no idea about these thoughts and casually asked, Chairman Qin, what are your views on the company's future? She stammered, falling into a state of panic. Although she had thought about it, it was still unclear. A casual reply unexpectedly made him clap and praise. Great. But Kei Yan's expression was barely holding up. Was it really that good? What was so good about it? Chen Yuan took out his phone and calmly negotiated. How about this? Give me your personal account. Just then, a bank notification appeared on her phone. Your account has received 100 billion. Kei Yan was stunned. 100 billion? He gave a thumbs up, looking very encouraging. Having no ideas is the best idea. Do whatever you want to do. I support you. This gesture seemed utterly foolish to her. Had this guy named Chen Yuan always done business like this? Kei Yan was dazzled by the wealth displayed on her phone, unable to hide her surprise. The money just transferred into the account, no procedures or formalities at all. She also recalled the scene of Chen Yuan carrying Ling Shang away under Jia Emu's desperate gaze. She silently confirmed, sure enough, President Yan is really generous. Henry Yu Ling Shang had switched sides again. Working for a boss like this was way too satisfying. She remembered how Jia Mu had been handsy and lacked any sense of chivalry. Although the young master valued her, she was just a secretary with no real authority. At that moment, the scales in Kei Yan's heart began to tip toward him, maybe, but she still felt conflicted, scratching her head incessantly. I've been professionally trained, how could I betray? Yet in her mind, she thought, so what if you're rich? I'll make sure you go bankrupt. But on the surface, Kei Yan kept a bright smile. If there's nothing else, boss, I'll head out first. Chen Yuan readily let her go. Go ahead. As soon as Kei Yan left the room, she ran into Ling Shang waiting. She faced her with the calmest demeanor. President Yu, waiting for me? Ling Shang showed no kindness, instead warning sternly, Kei Yan, I know you won't betray the Li family as easily as I did back then. But let me remind you, don't do anything stupid, she spoke harshly. In the boss's eyes, the Li family is nothing. They'll be wiped out soon. I don't care what little schemes you're pulling behind the scenes, stop doing shady things. Meanwhile, in the towering building of Qingqian Group, the system pulled up her info. Name, Qin Qian, age 25, height, 1.67 meters, weight, 48 kilogram. Appearance score, 9.3, affection, -80. After reading this data, Chen Yuan found it intriguing. Even 100 billion couldn't boost her affection. Good. He hoped she'd keep up this stubborn refusal. Bring on a few more spies like this. In no time, the return profit had already exceeded 10 billion. Her matter wasn't important to him now, but the urgent priority was handling Meng Meng. Chen Yuan quickly accessed the computer data. Now he could tap into the satellite person's computing power. No longer afraid of failing to find clues on the dark web, suddenly something caught his eye. On the screen, the bookworm was being guarded by two bodyguards in black suits, left and right. It seemed to be Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan recognized the familiar pink jacket and the purple watch on her wrist. He was certain. Yes, that pink hoodie was one he'd given her, and the watch too. Chen Yuan quickly identified the location. It was McCarran Airport in Las Vegas. If Lin Shutong was there, then Meng Meng must be there too. He leisurely rested his hands behind his head, leaning back in his chair. Those despicable old farts from the dark web invited me to New York but brought them to Vegas, clearly trying to mess with me. But Chen Yuan quickly stood up, calmly put his hands in his pockets and walked out. Looks like I need to take the initiative. Las Vegas, I'm coming. In the pitch-black night, with only a few stars twinkling, a plane sped through the high sky. The owner of this plane was none other than Chen Yuan himself. President Yan sat in the cabin. After some manipulation, he had finished his disguise, temporarily acceptable. Chen Yuan had now transformed into a bald old man. With this disguise, no one can find out who I am. Two flight attendants were stunned by the series of actions, whispering among themselves. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe this is the boss. The disguise technique is amazing. Then he turned and made a request to the flight attendants. For this trip to Las Vegas, you must keep my identity a secret. Next, I'll pick a lucky one to play my mistress and act with me. Chen Yuan bluntly held up a finger, offering a reward of 5 million. Hearing this, Xiao Li and the other two attendants excitedly raised their hands high, hoping to be chosen. Me. After consideration, Chen Yuan pointed at the prettiest one. Xiao Li, you're it. She cheered happily. Xiao Li quickly got into character, snuggling into his arms and acting coy. Honey, I love you to death. The two who weren't chosen fumed with anger. So annoying, so infuriating, she stole it. She secretly rejoiced. Xiao Su had already calculated. 5 million. She'd be willing to play a mistress or even be one for real. Time passed and Las Vegas airport was bustling with people coming and going. Xiao Li had changed into a sexy dress, linking arms with Chen Yuan as they walked out of the airport. People brushed past them. Well done, that's what I was thinking. He waved to hail a taxi to leave. Hey taxi. The taxi drove toward the busiest downtown area. The buildings there were brightly lit, truly Las Vegas. As soon as Chen Yuan stepped inside, employees lined up in 2 rows, bowing respectfully. This is the final location, the place where I found Lin Shutong. They must be hidden somewhere in the casino by the dark web. So he headed straight to what was said to be the largest casino floor. People were endlessly immersed in games. Chen Yuan noticed a group gambling heavily nearby, curling his lips slightly. To find out their exact location, the best way was he had already concocted an extremely vicious plan to gamble big. Then Chen Yuan and Xiao Li walked to the counter where a quick-handed employee greeted them. Sir, need to exchange chips, right? He, with a shiny bald head and a kind face, replied, of course. But Chen Yuan reached into his pocket for his card, fumbled for a while, and found nothing, his face darkening. Then it hit him. Damn, I left the card on the plane. No money in my pocket. He awkwardly turned to her immediately and asked, Xiao Li, did you bring any money? She was taken aback. Xiao Li, hearing this sudden question, felt a bit embarrassed. So sudden? She put her handbag on the table and hurriedly rummaged through it. Let me check, I only brought one. Xiao Li found some cash and handed it to Chen Yuan. He quickly took it, confidently reassuring her, it's fine, this is enough, okay, I'll pay you back later. He excitedly commanded the system. System, enhance gambling skills. A faint golden light flashed in his eyes. The system's mechanical voice sounded, initiating skill enhancement. Detected that the host does not yet possess this skill, requires 10 enhancement points to activate. 50 enhancement points can reach the gambling emperor level, defeating all opponents in the world. Enhancement complete. Ready. Chen Yuan comfortably wrapped his arm around her waist. Cheerfully, he and Xiao Li entered the lively casino. Let's go, I'll take you to win big. The first game Chen Yuan chose was dice, betting on big or small. In a round of dice, the dealer calmly lifted the lid. Lin read the result flatly. 5, 6, 6, 17 points big, he won. Xiao Li happily returned with the winning chips. Honey, we won, however. Chen Yuan went all in, pushing all the chips forward. This time I'm betting everything on 13. This sudden move surprised the other players. This guy's going all in. One of them was annoyed by his playstyle. Clearly a newbie gets carried away after one win. He lifted the lid again, revealing the dice. 5, 5, 3, 13 points big. Seeing this result, everyone around was stunned. Exclamations erupted. Holy crap, the casino's scene was all captured on the surveillance screen. Pan Jun was displeased with Chen Yuan's performance but immediately instructed Chloe, he's a pro, have someone watch him, see if he's cheating. She slowly adjusted her glasses. Yes, boss. Chloe leaned close to his ear and cautiously reminded him, boss, the dark web has news. Chen Yuan's private plane has landed at the airport. He's likely already here. Pan Jun was a bit nervous. He's here? She straightened up, resting her chin on her hand as she speculated. Given his abilities, he's probably already hacked into our network. We should move the hostages quickly. He leisurely smoked. Got it, I'll move them. But for now, the priority was keeping an eye on this guy. Back at the casino, Xiao Li worriedly said to Chen Yuan, boss, we've already 2 billion won. Will the casino try to kill us? He knew it well and was actually looking forward to it. That's exactly the effect I want. How else can I stir things up here? Lin was flustered by Chen Yuan's streak of wins. Sir, you've already 2 billion won. Would you like to consider taking a break? He just tilted his head and calmly taunted, what, getting anxious? A big casino like this can't even afford 2 billion? He was provoked, grinning slyly. Of course we can afford 2 billion, but only if you don't run into any accidents. Chen Yuan also noticed the people playing cards at the back table. Finally, they started threatening me. Too bad your grandpa here doesn't buy it. After a few rounds, Mariel lost everything, despairingly slumped over the table. Suddenly a bag of chips flew over from nowhere, landing in front of him, with chips of various denominations spilling out. Mariel jumped up angrily and shouted, what's your deal? Think you're hot stuff because you won? Showing off? Chen Yuan calmly interlocked his fingers. You're broke, he announced arrogantly. From now on you work for me. This million in chips is yours. Hearing this, he was stunned, frozen for several seconds. Mariel immediately pledged allegiance, shaking his hand and calling him Dad. Boss. Ah no, Dad, my life is yours now. Chen Yuan asked smugly. What's your name? He looked up cheerfully with a bright smile. Dad, my name is Mariel. He grinned slyly and ordered, good, Mariel. Now gather a bunch of guys for me. I'll give 100,000 chips per person. I want people who aren't afraid to fight or kill. He beamed with joy, picked up his phone and called people. Yes, Dad. 10 minutes later, Lin was sweating in fear at the overwhelming crowd. The guys Mariel called up created an imposing atmosphere for Chen Yuan. Outside the brightly lit building, rows of motorcycles were already in place, shining their headlights continuously at the massive casino. Everything arranged, he calmly said to him. Thanks for the warning. Now my safety should be guaranteed. Right. In the surveillance room, Chloe saw this and worried. Boss, he's called so many people. Are we really going to pay him 2 billion later? Pan Jun, even more irritated by this, shouted, Pay my ass. He decisively turned and waved to Richard. Richard understood and bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, boss. Pan Jun looked at Chen Yuan's arrogant face, unable to hide his smugness. Damn old Asian man, I'll make sure you win but never live to spend it. He Lin forced calm and asked, Sir, are you sure you want to keep gambling? At this point he was extremely excited, his eyes showing even more madness. Of course, Chen Yuan bluntly threw out a huge pile of chips. 1 billion. I'm betting everything on 13, however. Sniper Richard was also in position, the crosshairs aimed at none other than him. But Chen Yuan still leisurely lit a cigarette. The odds now are 30 to 1. If I win, that's 30 billion. Let's gamble with our lives. He Lin felt his life was at stake, sweating profusely, while Mariel's guys were thrilled. Boss is awesome. Xiao Li worriedly turned to Chen Yuan and urged, Honey, maybe we should stop. The odds of this round are too low, and even if we win, they might not have that much money to pay. He was quite confident in his information and gently reassured her. It's fine. I checked beforehand. This casino belongs to the HB group. The total assets of this group are probably about enough for 30 billion. Thinking of those who had won before being stuffed into barrels and kicked into the sea, Xiao Li was terrified. The boss actually knows this, looks like he came prepared, but I'm afraid the casino might go crazy if they lose. Still, she trusted Chen Yuan's abilities. Her eyes sparkled as she silently resolved, Boss, you've got to win. The ball rolled for a while and stopped on slot 13. He Lin and the other players were stunned. 13, Mariel's guys cheered endlessly. A miracle, it's a miracle. He calmly adjusted his suit. Sorry about that, I got lucky. The people behind him had already opened champagne to celebrate. He refused to accept the result, angrily pointing at Chen Yuan and accusing him, Impossible, you cheated. Then He Lin raised his hand, signaling to the people in the casino. A group of thugs strode out aggressively, all looking cocky. Kill this cheating old man. He showed no fear, waving for his guys to come forward. Want to fight? My guys outnumber yours. Get them. However, they were scared of the weapons the casino thugs had. Boss, they have guns. Hearing this, Chen Yuan had to suppress his anger, his hands trembling. Don't Americans learn to shoot guns in kindergarten? Why are they so cowardly? Then he swiftly charged over, grabbing a guy by the collar. He'd have to do it himself. Chen Yuan grabbed his hand and with a few moves broke the man's wrist. Damn it. Another guy kept firing at him. Chen Yuan snatched his baton and used it to continuously deflect the incoming bullets. Several other security guards joined in, bullets pouring out like they were free. He swung his arm rapidly, knocking all the bullets away. The guy kept pulling the trigger, but no bullets came out. Only then did he angrily realize, out of ammo, his eyes nearly popped out in shock, cursing inwardly, is this guy even human? Yet Chen Yuan remained calm, standing amidst the crowd. It was only then that Richard found his chance to shoot, firing a bullet. Chen Yuan also sensed something tearing through the air, speeding toward him. Outside, the sky was pitch black. In an open window high above a building, someone was aiming a gun. Without hesitation, they pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out at incredible speed. Chen Yuan quickly detected the movement, glanced contemptuously, and curled his lips. A sniper rifle again. Don't foreigners ever learn? Then he casually reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 small coins, thinking, this gun is clearly not a Barrett, but it's still tricky to catch. Just as the bullet was about to arrive, Chen Yuan timely tossed the coin, placing it in the bullet's path, looking smug. He Lin's face turned pale with fear, and he exclaimed in disbelief, holy crap. Catching a sniper bullet with bare hands? You tightly gripped the coin, still bearing the scorch mark where the bullet embedded. Mel is also stunned, watching the bullet pass through the firmly held coin, blurting out, what kind of Eastern mystical power is this? A man frowns, retorting with displeasure. How can there be such unscientific people in the world? Contrary to the shocked expressions of the crowd, Xiao Li's eyes light up, blushing with admiration. The boss is amazing. The coin, tightly gripping the silver bullet, falls gently to the ground. Then Mariel stands before her group of underlings, raising her arm and shouting, for money, we settle scores. The HB casino welched on its debts. I want to get justice for the boss. Get justice. As soon as the man's words fall, a group of underlings rush forward, fiercely brawling. Chen Yuan lowers his eyes, looking at the fallen chips in his hand, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he announces, arrest the casino staff. Whoever brings me the casino boss gets 100 million. At this moment, a panicked voice keeps ringing out. I know. He Lin, terrified, kneels before him, tightly clutching Chen Yuan's thigh, looking up and pleading. I know where the boss is, I surrender. I'll take you to catch him. Inside the surveillance room, Pan Jun sits arrogantly in a chair, looking up and cursing. Damn it, what's going on? He quickly looks at Chloe, ordering her to call the police. Call the police. She hesitates, looking at Pan Jun and advising, "Boss, the situation is out of control now. We should find a place to hide first." He still holds a cigar, his face dark, muttering with annoyance, "Right, find a place to hide first and move the hostages." Then Pan Jun and his underlings escape into a car and drive off. "Damn old Asian man, just you wait." Chen Yuan also arrives at the place, kicking the door to pieces and charging in. The room is pitch black. After Chen Yuan and his underlings enter, it's empty. He reaches out and presses the mouse on the table, and the figure of Meng Meng appears before his eyes again. Model rushes in frantically, sweat on his face, asking, "Boss, the police are here. What do we do?" Chen Yuan calmly replies, "Do what needs to be done, debts must be paid." He raises his hand to stroke his chin, scrutinizing repeatedly, looking smugly at the screen and saying, "If the HB group has no money, they can pay with a casino. Their chain of casinos will be confiscated as our assets." At this point, a nearby subordinate chimes in, "Boss, I'm a renowned lawyer. I'll definitely win this case for you." He looks at Chen Yuan, still with worry on his face, saying that the Las Vegas casinos have deep connections with the police and even with council members. He turns back with a calm smile, replying, "No problem, just throw money at it. Whatever they offer will double." Suddenly, Chen Yuan's phone gets a signal showing a connection. He looks at the screen thinking, "Thought you could run and I wouldn't find you? I've got over a dozen satellite cameras." On a desolate road, the car speeds along the asphalt. Smith and Daniel are sitting in the car, operating, driving with one hand and holding a walkie-talkie with the other. He reports that they are in an emergency retreat and he can't catch up. In the rearview mirror, Meng Meng and Shu Tong are tied up, sitting quietly in the back of the car. She is dirty, her head slightly lowered, with a sad look in her eyes, thinking that it's all her fault for not listening and falling into someone's trap. Now she's being used to threaten him. If anything happens to him, she would be irredeemably guilty even if she died 10,000 times. Looking at the silent girl beside her, Meng Meng pouts slightly and stares. After a while, she softly asks Shu Tong, catching Smith's attention, "Sister, are you also someone he cares about? Those foreigners caught you. It must be because you're important to him." She slightly tilts her head, saying gently, "I'm Wang Meng Meng, Chen Yuan's real sister, the one he cares about most. He will definitely come to save me." After she finishes, Shu Tong's face darkens. She lowers her head, biting her lip tightly, looking aggrieved. Chen Yuan probably hates her to death. If it weren't for Wang Meng Meng, he probably wouldn't have come to the US, right? Suddenly, Meng Meng's soft words shock him, making him open his mouth wide as he eavesdrops. "Actually, I'm not his real sister. Nishi told Shu Tong everything." She looks a bit surprised and confused at Meng Meng. "Uncle Chen ran off with my mom. My dad found out I'm not his biological daughter, but Uncle Chen's." As she speaks, she buries her head lower, her voice full of sadness. "So Brother Chen Yuan thought I was his half-sister. But actually, Brother Chen Yuan's mom, Aunt Ma, can't have children. He's not the biological son of Uncle Chen and Aunt Ma, so we're not blood-related." Sweat starts to bead on Shu Tong's face. The information she's receiving is too much to fully process, so she can only force a smile. This is too messy. After hearing this conversation, Smith quickly pulls out his phone and presses a notification. Who would have thought there's such a huge secret? Wang Meng Meng is not Chen Yuan's real sister. I need to report to BlackNet headquarters immediately. He frowns slightly, looking seriously at his phone screen. BlackNet's top mercenary. Smith, a seasoned Chinese enthusiast, holds a Mandarin Level 1 certificate. The sky is clear as washed, the sun glaring down, and the headquarters building gradually appears. BlackNet headquarters. Mr. EYT points ahead angrily, shouting, "Something's wrong, a bunch of useless idiots." Mr. Loon, scared, holds a document and reports cautiously, lowering his head, "Yes, an old Asian man came. His visa says his name is Huang Tianba. He won tens of billions in one night and took over the casino with a group of people." He sits cross-legged in a chair, looking up at him with authority, cursing, "The HB Group's casinos also have 30 of BlackNet's operating fees. What about that money?" Mr. Loon trembles from the questioning, stuttering in fear, unable to speak. The money's all been taken, and Huang Tianba also bribed the gang's government, starting to take over other casinos in Las Vegas. Hearing this, Mr. EYT angrily stands up, slams the table hard, and then curses, "Damn it, shit!" He clenches his fists in fear, sweating, lowering his head, constantly thinking, "This old man named Huang Tianba is so terrifying. Could he just be Chen Yuan's subordinate? Someone so powerful is willing to be a lackey. What kind of overwhelming power does Chen Yuan have?" Suddenly, another subordinate rushes in frantically from outside, pushing the door open, shouting, "Sir, there's news from the mercenaries escorting the hostages." Mr. EYT looks up at him, asking, "What news?" He listens quietly to the report, then is shocked by what he hears. The subordinate carefully observes his expression, saying cautiously, "Wang Meng Meng is not Chen Yuan's real sister." Mr. EYT pauses, then speaks sternly, "Not his real sister." Images from the past keep flashing through his mind, and Mr. EYT seems to suddenly understand, muttering, No wonder an ordinary farmer's son has so much wealth. Sure enough, he's a descendant of a hidden family, and that old man Huang Tianba is also his subordinate. Then he sits back in his chair, crosses his legs, raises his hand to stroke his chin and orders his two subordinates. If Wang Mengming isn't his real sister, then Chen Yuan's goal must be to rescue Lin Shutong. Keep a close eye on her. We still have a chance to turn things around, the two shout in unison. Understood. On the barren land, the helicopter hums, gradually appearing. The map positioning screen shows a moving target. Chen Yuan sits in the helicopter, lowering his gaze, chuckling softly. The satellite shows it's nearby. We're almost there. Soon, the fleeing convoy below appears. Seeing the target, he quickly blurts out, "Found it." The cars speed along, and Chen Yuan maneuvers the helicopter directly above them. Smith is driving, hearing the noise, turns and asks, "What's wrong?" Daniel leans out and shouts back, "A helicopter has appeared. It must be coming for us." He immediately picks up the walkie-talkie, shouting ferociously, "Shoot it down." The person on the other end hears and replies, "Understood." Soon, someone at the rear of the convoy stands up, aiming a gun at Chen Yuan and firing. Then a large group of subordinates stand at the back of other cars, shouldering grenade launchers aimed at the sky. They open fire immediately, and thick white smoke appears. Seeing the huge shells flying toward him, Chen Yuan grips the controls tightly, shouting in panic, "Damn, that's ruthless, they're trying to kill me." Then the massive shells fly straight at him. Chen Yuan skillfully maneuvers the helicopter to dodge. Seeing his moves, Smith quickly picks up the walkie-talkie and looks out the window, ordering. He dodged, "Keep firing." With his command, all the subordinates behind keep shooting at him. The gunfire is continuous, and the white smoke from the muzzles increases. Those men shoulder their guns, aiming at the target in the sky and firing. Chen Yuan is gradually getting angry. His eyes have already turned a terrifying red. Chen Yuan agilely reaches out, firmly gripping the controls, decisively maneuvering the helicopter. The huge shells explode on their own upon contact with the sky. He carefully pilots the plane, constantly dodging. However, no matter how cleverly he dodges, Chen Yuan's plane is hit on a component and starts wobbling. Instantly, the massive plane explodes violently. The convoy speeds away, abandoning it. Tiny fragments in Chen Yuan's body fall helplessly and rapidly. The soldiers, seeing they've hit the target, celebrate their victory joyfully. Hit, suddenly his eyes glance, his hand grips the gun tightly, raising it to aim and shoot at the soldiers. The two soldiers, before they can react, are hit in the head by one of Chen Yuan's bullets. Then a strong light streaks straight down in a line, crashing violently into the ground, blasting dirt and rocks everywhere. Smith still holds the walkie-talkie, looking up a bit flustered, thinking, "Damn, what kind of marksmanship is that?" Shooting while jumping out of a plane, he quickly shouts orders to his men, "Stop, volley, fire." The soldiers then immediately stop, pulling out their guns, aiming straight ahead and firing. The soldiers grip their guns tightly, firing continuously at Chen Yuan. They don't stop, pouring out bullets, shell casings flying everywhere. Bullets hit the ground, kicking up tiny sparks. He is now gritting his teeth, lying on the ground, struggling to hide behind a rock. Chen Yuan's face is dark. He purses his lips, clenches his fists, and looks up, thinking, "Damn, trying to suppress me with firepower. I'll show you what it means to cheat. System, I want to enhance all attributes." Immediately, the system panel appears before him, notifying, "The host currently has 60 enhancement points remaining. Enhance all attributes: strength, agility, constitution, spirit, each attribute enhanced by 15 points. Confirm enhancement? Yes. No. After the system executes for a while, a prompt sounds accompanied by a huge explosion. Enhancement complete. The system panel begins to display information. Name, Chen Yuan, age 22, height 1.85 meters, weight 78 kilograms, strength 160, constitution 210, spirit 160, agility 160, average for a normal adult is 10. On the other side, Smith also anxiously grips the walkie-talkie, shouting orders into it. Continue suppressive fire, prepare to throw grenades. Receiving his orders, the soldiers pick up grenades, pull the pins, and then the subordinate unhesitatingly throws them far in Chen Yuan's direction. The grenades explode violently upon landing. He quickly jumps aside to dodge. Bullets keep flying, and Chen Yuan excitedly runs quickly, constantly dodging attacks. He grips his rifle tightly, kicks off the ground to leap high, then points the muzzle straight ahead. A soldier about to throw a grenade is suddenly hit by Chen Yuan's bullet. Then the grenade in that soldier's hand is knocked away, falling straight to the ground. Seeing this, the nearby soldiers' faces almost stiffen with fear, shouting, "Dom, get down!" But before they can react, the grenade's explosion sends them flying, eliminating them. He quickly picks up his gun, then dodges behind a nearby pickup truck. "Trying to kill me?" Chen Yuan's eyes light up, his face darkens, angry and confident. "Now I'm terrifyingly strong." Then another explosion occurs. The soldiers' shouts fill the entire space. "Shoot, he's just one man, damn, a monster." In the car, Shutong slightly raises her head, tears in her eyes, full of hope. "It's Chen Yuan. How can he be so foolish, coming here alone? I'm not worth it. Then images of their past flash through her mind, recalling how Chen Yuan struggled for her. Shutong weeps in self-blame. She has never done anything for Chen Yuan in all these years. It was like this before the breakup, and it's the same after. She raises her hand to wipe away her tears, her gaze becoming determined. This time she must do something. Without hesitation, Shutong, with her hands tied, lunges toward the driver's seat. Meng Meng, sitting there, asks in confusion, "Sister Lin, what are you doing?" She reaches out, grabs the steering wheel, and shouts loudly and resolutely, making the little girl in the back seat turn pale with fear. "Chen Yuan, I'm here to help you." The car starts quickly, tires skidding on the ground as if about to spark. The truck charges straight at the soldiers standing ahead. They turn around in bewilderment, asking themselves what's going on. "Dodge!" Chen Yuan, hiding behind a car, hears the noise and curiously peeks out. Shutong's car keeps swerving left and right, charging straight at the car he's hiding behind. She screams in terror, crying, "Why is this car so hard to drive?" Seeing the car heading toward him, Chen Yuan is startled, frozen, cursing inwardly. "Damn!" The small pickup truck charges forward, ramming into a large truck. His hiding spot is now exposed. Chen Yuan's face is covered in sweat. He turns around blankly, silent. Seizing the opportunity, a soldier quickly reloads his gun. Chen Yuan is cornered, rows of guns all aimed at him. Chen Yuan angrily teleports quickly, running away. He keeps cursing as he runs. "Lin Shutong, damn you, do I have a grudge against you?" The soldiers behind start shooting at him, shouting, "Good opportunity, fire!" Smith stands in the distance, raising his hand to order forward. Group A, control the hostages. Group B, continue suppressive fire. Bullets keep flying toward Chen Yuan. He uses his hands to vault, jumping behind a nearby car. Chen Yuan safely hides behind a car, gripping his gun close to the body, when suddenly a voice rings out, "Give up resistance, or we'll kill her." Shutong is quickly captured again. Daniel points a gun straight at her, ordering, "Chen Yuan, surrender or we'll kill her." Despite the threat, Chen Yuan is fearless. He hides behind the truck, raising his gun and firing. The soldiers can't dodge in time and are quickly hit by Chen Yuan's bullets. They quickly run behind cars to hide. "Damn this lunatic!" Smith also hides nearby, pressing against the car and cursing. "Damn, isn't he afraid we'll kill Lin Shutong?" Then Daniel tightly grabs Shutong's shoulder and drags her away. Smith quickly runs toward the car, shouting loudly, "Retreat, retreat, run fast." Then the truck sped away quickly. At that moment he slowly walked out. Chen Yuan's gait was a bit strange. He silently surveyed the surroundings. One of Chen Yuan's legs had been shot and blood was streaming down the wound. He gently raised his hand, looked at his palm and muttered to himself, "Don't pursue a beaten enemy. At least I've rescued Meng Meng, but this body still isn't strong enough." Suddenly, the door of a nearby truck was kicked off, catching Chen Yuan's attention. Meng Meng rushed over and shouted at him, "Brother?" She clung tightly to him, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother." Chen Yuan reached out and hugged Meng Meng, gently stroking her head to comfort her. "It's okay, it's all over." After a moment, Meng Meng stopped. She widened her eyes, sensing something. Noticing his leg was injured, she cried out in fear, "Brother, you're hurt." Chen Yuan lowered his head slightly, following her gaze, and said, "It's just a minor injury." Then he lifted his leg a bit, bent down, and reached out to touch the wound. He dug the bullet out with his bare hands, showed it to Meng Meng, and said, "See, I've trained in the 18 Guardians hard Qigong, so it's fine." Without hesitation, Meng Meng quickly tore a strip from the hem of her skirt. Meng Meng knelt down, gently bandaging Chen Yuan's wound with her hands, thinking about how he had risked everything to save her. Then she thought of that matter. Her eyes dimmed and her mood suddenly turned melancholic. If he found out she wasn't his real sister, would he still treat her this way? Just then, the space system's electronic panel popped up another notification. Wang Meng Meng's affection won. Meng Meng quickly stood up and threw herself into his arms, reluctant to let go. "I don't want to leave him." The space system chimed again. Wang Meng Meng's affection won, and her tears began to fall again. If only it could be like this forever. The system's electronic panel kept beeping, continuing to pop up notifications. The simp target Wang Meng Meng was moved by the host's selfless love-driven sacrifice, affection reaching 99, reward 20 enhancement points. Chen Yuan stared at the system panel, almost furious, cursing inwardly, "Shut up, will you? We're brother and sister." Meng Meng then looked up at him and asked, "Oh brother, what about Lin Shutong?" Chen Yuan lowered his head slightly, his voice a bit deep as he replied, "She was taken away." Seeing his expression change subtly, her eyes softened, thinking, could it be that he feels guilty for not saving Sister Lin? Chen Yuan gently turned his head away, and Meng Meng noticed his gloomy expression, worrying inside. He's always like this. He doesn't say it, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care. Maybe he's sad too. But on Chen Yuan's side he was gritting his teeth in anger, his thoughts completely different from the girls. Are those foreigners out of their minds, leaving Wang Meng Meng behind and taking Lin Shutong instead? Even a kidnapping should prioritize correctly. The car sped along the dirt road. Haiwang's mercenaries sat in the vehicle. Smith turned back to ask his teammate, "How is it? That devil didn't chase us, did he?" The blonde in the back reported the situation. "I remember he seemed injured. The boss was terrified too. It was horrible. He killed over 30 of our men alone." Devil, he can't be as composed as before. Being hurt means he's not invincible. And besides, the most important target is secured, so we still have a chance. Call headquarters for backup. Keep an eye on this girl. Shatong listened carefully when they mentioned him. Chen Yuan is injured? She was so moved she almost cried. I thought he didn't want to save me. Turns out it wasn't that. Shatong believed Chen Yuan still had feelings for her. He's always tough on the outside but soft inside. He's been like that ever since I knew him. He once flatly declared he wouldn't hit women. Wasn't that embarrassing enough? I announced that I will personally invest 10 billion to set up a private charity fund. All critically ill patients in Hancheng can receive free treatment. She silently vowed, Chen Yuan, I will love you forever, until death. The system issued a notification. The Simp target Lin Shatong was conquered by the host's heroic and invincible demeanor, evolving into an infinite Simp girl, rewarding the host 50 enhancement points. An infinite Simp never leaves, can endure all the host's bad temper without limits, without principles, without boundaries, forgiving all the host's mistakes and fulfilling all the host's demands. Note, you don't need to deceive her, she deceives herself. Even Chen Yuan didn't expect this. Damn, he stared at the control panel, shocked. What the hell, 100 points isn't the limit, the system added. Simping has no limits, you never know how blindly obsessed someone can become. The mercenary convoy had already driven into the city. Xiao Li lay in bed answering the phone. She excitedly picked up Chen Yuan's call. What? The boss is back, want me to prepare a room? Okay, Xiao Li's imagination was already running wild. This time, the boss had me pretend to be his lover and asked me to prepare a room. Could it be? She thought of a steamy scene. Did he want to make the fake real? Xiao Li quickly got out of bed. Then I need to prepare properly. She pulled out her seduction weapons. Good thing I had a few sets of battle robes ready. If I could get something going with the boss, I'd hit the jackpot. Meng Ming helped Chen Yuan to rest. Brother, you're injured, let me help you. Is this the room? He handed her the card to swipe. Yes, it should be this one. Meng Ming took the room card. She swiped it to open the door, and as soon as it opened, Xiao Li appeared in a maid outfit. Master, I've been waiting for you for so long. The atmosphere among the three suddenly became awkward. Xiao Li was flustered and embarrassed. Sorry. Chen Yuan was very puzzled. Xiao Li, why are you here? She was sweating profusely, stammering. Xiao Li hurriedly ran out of the room. Boss, I'm sorry. Meng Ming didn't understand what was happening. Brother, is she your employee? Why is she in our room? Even he was baffled. Maybe she got too into character. Chen Yuan thought to himself. I remember Xiao Li already has a boyfriend. Why is she acting like this? The next day at some casino, people were buzzing with discussion. Did you hear? Our casino has a new boss. And not just ours, several others have changed hands too. The employees were also in the dark. Who's the new boss? The blonde only got a bit of info, saying it's a mysterious old Asian man. Even Bald Head was impressed. I heard he turned 1,000 bucks into 10 billion, faster than robbing a bank. Everyone's eyes sparkled. He's the god of gamblers in Las Vegas Mado Airport. Before leaving, Chen Yuan gave the girl some advice. Meng Ming, study hard when you get back to school. Meng Ming obediently listened to him. Got it, brother. She promised Chen Yuan. I won't run off again and I won't cause you any more trouble. Meng Ming couldn't help worrying. I wonder how Sister Lin is doing. They must be waiting for the rabbit, expecting brother to walk into the trap. His phone suddenly vibrated, and a threatening message appeared on Chen Yuan's phone. Sender, Chen Yuan, Lin Shatong is in our hands. If you don't want anything to happen to her, come to New York for negotiations or face the consequences. You probably think it's a scam, you lunatic. Meng Ming was curious about the sender. Brother, who is it? Chen Yuan didn't care. It's nothing, a scam text. Mr. Yi wants to see your reaction. How is it? Did the subordinate see a reply? Not yet. He was determined to take out Chen Yuan, so he decided to send him the video of Lin Shatong. This time we have 300 mercenaries, plus ammunition and armored vehicles. We can definitely kill Chen Yuan. The subordinate trembled. Yes, sir. When he checked the message again, he found he'd been blocked. Mr. Yi was furious. Blocked. Isn't he afraid of us? Where does his confidence come from? He didn't understand the purpose of Chen Yuan's move. Chen Yuan, is this your strategy? What are you trying to do? There weren't many cars on the road. And he almost wished it were true, threatening me with Lin Shatong. I want her dead. The tall building ahead was Superstar Group. Secretary Cao read out the company notice. Sorry, Jimmy, you're fired. He couldn't accept this harsh reality. Jumping up, he shouted, Fire me? What? Do you know I'm T4 level in the group? To fire me, you need Director Zhou's approval. She said firmly. I know. Director Zhou is also fired. This left Jimmy stunned on the spot. What? How is that possible? Two names were crossed out in red ink. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. She felt much lighter. This way, the Li family's loyalists and confidants were all cleaned out. Qian decided to uproot everything. I was going to keep a few, but that bitch Yu went too far. I can't leave any loose ends, but she had already planned it. This way, Chen Yuan would surely believe she had cut ties with the Li family, fully trust her, and the big plan could succeed. Secretary Cao suddenly opened Qian's office door. President Qin, something's wrong. Director Feng and Director Zhang both want to terminate their contracts with the company. Agent Wang also says she's leaving and she's taking a batch of artists with her. She didn't take it seriously at all. Let them go if they want. Can't the company run without them? Secretary Cao didn't know what to do, but she leaned in and whispered to Qian, recently, people in the company have been very unsettled, and some shareholders even want to withdraw their investments. Qian, however, was unusually calm. What's the panic? She remained unfazed by the adverse situation. Terminations and resignations all require compensation. External threats need to be guarded against, but internal troubles must be stabilized first. You can leave now. Qian immediately closed the door tightly. She revealed a smug smile. Mission accomplished. Soon, Superstar will go bankrupt. I can't wait to see Chen Yuan's worried face. The landline phone kept ringing. Qian lowered her voice as she answered. Young master, what business do you have with me? Why call directly without notifying me first? The anger on the other end exploded. President Qin is quite impressive now. Do I need to ask for permission to call you? She was a bit embarrassed by the interrogation. No, young master, let me explain. He didn't give Qian a chance to defend herself. I'm only asking you this. Did you fire Jimmy and Director Zhou? Don't you know they're my people? She tried to explain clearly to avoid misunderstanding. It wasn't me who fired them, but I have my reasons. If I didn't do this, I couldn't earn Chen Yuan's trust. Yu Lengshuang has been suspicious of me. I really had no choice. I am utterly loyal to you, young master. With no second thoughts, Jiamu didn't forget to issue a warning. I'll trust you for now, but remember whose side you're on. Who gave you everything? If you try any tricks, I won't let you off. Qian's tears welled up and she began to doubt her life. The young master actually suspects me. The young master has really changed. The tallest building in the city was Thompson Riverside, but they didn't expect a visit. Brother Chen Yuan, Mengming, she truly cares about Mengming. You had me worried to death. The girl understood Jil's feelings. Jile, I'm sorry for worrying you. Her eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. Brother Chen Yuan, Lele missed you so much. Chen Yuan's face flushed. Damn, who could resist this? Too cute. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Last time you came to Superstar, you didn't come see me. I thought you didn't like me anymore. Chen Yuan certainly didn't think that. How could that be? Didn't I come now? Lele is so cute. Mengming turned to leave. Brother, I'll go tidy up the room. He found it hard to understand. Just back and already so eager to clean, Jile stayed close to Chen Yuan. Brother Chen Yuan, come to my room. I have a gift for you. He was curious. What gift? Show me. He didn't expect her to lock the door. Chen Yuan looked around. Jile, your room smells so good. What perfume are you using? He heard Jile call his name and turned around. Chen Yuan's face was burning red. She felt at ease beside him. I am the gift. Chen Yuan was captivated by Jile's beauty. He couldn't control himself. Lele, thank you, it surpassed everything. This was the gift Brother Heng had always longed for. Chen Yuan lifted her chin. They exchanged a sweet kiss. Mengming stood outside the door, guessing wildly. It's been 10 minutes. They must be done with their intimacy by now. The girl looked for the two. Where did they go? A strange sound caught Mengming's attention. What's that sound? Jile's voice came from the room. Brother Chen Yuan not there. Mengming suddenly realized they were being intimate. Her mind was filled with images of Jile and Chen Yuan entwined. Have they already gotten to this point? Tears streamed down Mengming's cheeks. Her favorite person and her best friend. She slumped down in front of the door. In the apartment at night, Mengming tried to comfort herself. Lele has liked Brother for a long time. It's only natural this happened. She struggled to adapt. I'm just his sister. Mengming quietly left. She didn't dare stand outside anymore. I've just been monopolizing Brother's love with lies. What right does a liar like me have to judge them? The moon faded. The sun rose. The next day at Modu Academy, Jile struggled to get out of the car. My back. Mengming kindly asked about her condition. Jile, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? She could only force a smile. No, nothing's wrong. I'm perfectly fine. The girl keenly noticed. You seem much prettier today, and your complexion looks better. Jile blushed deeply. Really? I thought I wouldn't be able to get out of bed today, but I woke up feeling more energetic than usual. Mengming thought about not being able to get out of bed. Someone suddenly spoke up. Are you Wang Mengming? The girl hadn't reacted yet. You're Mengming? Before she knew it, she was slapped. Wang Mei and a group of bodyguards looked at her contemptuously. What is this? Jile scolded on Mengming's behalf. What are you doing? Is there no law? Hitting someone in the street? She blamed everything on Mengming. Law? This bitch seduced my away. If it weren't for her, how would I have lost my child? The girl recognized Wang Mei's identity. Away, she's young Master Du's mother. She wouldn't let Mengming off. Men, arrest this bitch, I'll make her pay. The bodyguards responded in unison. Yes, madam. Wang Mei angrily wanted to deal with the girl. Send her to the police station. I'll make sure she rots in jail. Mengming struggled desperately. Let me go, the girl in the pink hat whispered. Isn't that Wang Mengming? I heard the death of the heir of the Du family in Shangjiang is related to her, the purple-haired girl chimed in. Truly a femme fatale, someone nearby said. That's Madame Du, right? The boy added fuel to the fire. Not just Madame Du, her brother is the head of the Li family. Li Wangchun's power and connections are terrifying. She realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Something bad is about to happen. Jila immediately pulled out her phone, needing to notify brother Chen Yuan. Outside Tongchen Yipan, Chen Yuan's phone screen kept flashing. Ji Li's message appeared on the screen. Brother Chen Yuan, Du Xiaowei's mother came to Modu Academy. She stopped Meng Meng and hit her. Come quickly, he thought calmly. The Du family was in Shangjiang. Chen Yuan couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn it, I wasn't looking for trouble with you, but you dare to come to me. The university entrance was packed with onlookers. Wang Mei noticed Jila sneaking into the crowd. She angrily ordered the bodyguards, that bitch over there. You two are in cahoots, right? You're no good either. Arrest her, yes. But Jila countered with a panicked threat. You're finished. Someone will come to save us soon. This seemed to hit a nerve with Wang Mei. Save you? Slap her mouth, the white-haired bodyguard cautiously reminded. Madam, isn't she the second miss of the Lin family? Her face twisted even more and she said rudely, the Lin family, so what? Even if her brother came, I'd still hit her. Jila gritted her teeth and cursed, you crazy woman. Your son deserved to die. A piece of trash like him only does evil deeds alive, and he'll rot in hell when he dies. Wang Mei, enraged, rushed to slap Jila. You little slut, I'll tear your mouth apart. Jila fought back angrily. Go ahead and hit me. I'm the vice president of Faden Capital. If you hit me and Meng Meng, both the Du family and your Li family will pay. Wang Mei raised her hand to signal the bodyguards behind her. Pay? I'll make you pay right now. She frantically tore at their clothes. I'll record a video and see how they face the world. The bodyguards stepped forward with lecherous expressions. Sorry for the offense. Jila trembled in fear, watching the hand about to touch her. Suddenly Chen Yuan appeared, angrily twisting one bodyguard's arm behind his back. What do you think you're doing? Jila exclaimed in surprise. Brother Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's gaze was like a knife, staring straight at the bodyguard behind Jila, making him break out in a cold sweat. He didn't hesitate and kicked him in the face. The kick sent the bodyguard crashing heavily into the wall. Wang Mei rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward to teach Chen Yuan a lesson. What stray dog is meddling? The moment she finished speaking, she received a straight punch. The force was so strong that it sent Wang Mei flying. The bodyguards rushed forward in panic. Madam, Wang Mei screamed like a stuck pig. My teeth, my mouth. At that moment, Jila and Meng Meng ran over. Brother Chen Yuan, you. Chen Yuan sincerely comforted Jila and Meng Meng. I failed to protect you. It's my fault for letting you suffer such humiliation. I promise I'll make it right. Wang Mei pointed at the three of them like a madwoman. You damn beast, kill him. The bodyguards hesitated, not daring to move. But Wang Mei shouted irritably. Hurry up, however. The bodyguard still didn't dare, but he gritted his teeth and reported, Madam, that's President Yan. The crowd immediately stirred. Several girls gathered around, their eyes full of admiration. It really is President Yan. I didn't expect Wang Meng Meng to be President Yan's sister. I thought she was just a streamer, but she's actually a chaebol heiress. Wang Mei didn't care. I don't care who he is. If he dares to hit me, he'll pay. She immediately ordered a call to the district bureau chief Li, claiming someone had committed intentional harm. Though a bit worried, Wang Mei comforted herself. I'm the wife of the Du family chairman, and my brother is Li family patriarch Li Wangchun. She glanced disdainfully at Chen Yuan. President Yan is just a nouveau riche, what's there to fear? Chen Yuan then said coldly into the phone, within a day I want the Li family to disappear from Modu. Wang Mei still stubbornly said, anyone can talk tough. Do you think you're acting in a domineering CEO drama? I'll see how you make the Li family disappear. Chen Yuan replied, then let's wait and see. At that moment, a large number of police cars arrived. Wang Mei pointed straight at Chen Yuan. The police are here. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. She frantically tried to complain. Chief Li, it's this man, intentional harm. You have to help me. But handcuffs were firmly locked on her wrists. As she was being escorted into the car, Wang Mei turned back and begged. Hey, what are you doing? There's a mistake. Chief Li, it's me, Li Wang Mei. Wang Chun's sister, the police officer impatiently shouted. Behave yourself. Chief Li smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Chen Yuan. President Yan, sorry for the scare. Chen Yuan calmly replied. I trust the law and I believe you'll give me a reasonable outcome. Of course, definitely. Wang Mei kept shouting, annoying the chief. Chief Li, have you forgotten? I even treated you to a meal. I'm the victim here. Chief Li, a police officer ran over in panic to report. Chief, we received an anonymous letter in the district bureau's mailbox. It contains evidence of Li Wangchun of the Li group hiring a hitman to commit murder. Chief Li angrily said. Hiring a hitman? How audacious. Apply for an arrest warrant. The scene shifted to the Li group headquarters. Handcuffs clinked. As Li Wangchun's hands were cuffed, he hung his head dejectedly as the police officer beside him announced, Li Wangchun, you are suspected of hiring a hitman to commit murder. You need to come with us for investigation. the scene shifted to Wushuang's residence. She excitedly said, Han, did you hear that Li Wangmei got beaten by Chen Yuan? Great. Yi Han calmly took a sip of tea. I heard. Li Wangmei picked a fight with Chen Yuan's sister. She asked for it, she continued. And I heard the police received evidence of Li Wangchun hiring a hitman. But the Li family has deep roots. It's unrealistic for Chen Yuan to get rid of them in a short time. Wushuang suddenly became serious. If I marry Chen Yuan one day, then Meng Meng will be my sister-in-law. So this time the Li family is bullying my sister-in-law. She angrily picked up her phone and typed quickly, I can't stand it. Deep roots, huh? Then I'll pull them out by the roots. A statement appeared on her personal page. Miss Tianxia Wushuang. From today, I, Qin Wushuang, announce the severance of all ties with the Modu Li family. Friends of the Li family are my enemies. Anyone who helps the Li family is an enemy of the Qin family. A clear statement also appeared on Yi Han's personal page. Yi Han unilaterally announced the severance of all relations with the Li family. Friends of the Li family are enemies of the Yi family. The upper-class people sitting on the fence were also watching the drama. Damn it. Are the Qin and Yi families joining forces to crush the Li family? The key is that the Li family also offended President Yan. We can't pick the wrong side now. A group of wealthy women also made a decision. I had some Li family stocks. I sold them all last night. Tell me about it. They've all hit the limit down. Good thing I stopped my losses in time. At the police station, Wang Mei questioned, Chief Li, what do you mean by this? Chief Li looked helpless. Wang Mei, I have some connections with your brother, but I advise you to stop your losses in time. Don't keep getting entangled. Wang Mei was unconvinced. Why, he's just a nouveau riche, she turned away angrily. If you won't help me, I'll find a way out myself. Wang Mei called her husband, crying, Honey, I was bullied in Shanghai. Someone even knocked out my teeth. You have to stand up for me. Du Dian stood up angrily. Which bastard is so bold? I'll crush him. Wang Mei complained. It's that Wang Mengmeng. I found her and her brother hit me. They call him President Yan. Du Dian's face instantly turned pale. President Yan, the mastermind behind Hancheng Pharmaceutical, the boss of Feidan, the heir of a hidden family. His tone softened, but it chilled Wang Mei's heart. Ami, let this go. Go apologize to President Yan, come back to Shangjiang and I'll find you the best dentist. She couldn't believe her ears. What? Then Wang Mei hung up. Du Tian, you coward. I want a divorce. She called Li Wangchun again. Can't count on this coward. I'll have to rely on my brother. But the line was busy. No one answered. Why isn't anyone answering? Suddenly, Wang Mei stared at her phone screen in surprise. She was puzzled. Why is Dad calling? Wang Mei continued to complain. Dad, why isn't brother answering? I was beaten in Modu. Dad, you have to stand up for me. A voice came through the phone. Wang Mei, can you go apologize to President Yan? The next message hit her like a thunderbolt. Our family really can't hold on anymore. His power is too great. Your brother has also been dealt with by him. He's been arrested and put in jail. Go apologize to him and beg him to show mercy. Her face turned pale. Was I really wrong? Should I not have provoked President Yan? She looked fearfully at Chen Yuan outside the door. Wang Mei was terrified. Is it too late to apologize now? Meng Meng felt guilty. I'm sorry, brother, I caused you trouble again. Chen Yuan gently comforted her. Meng Meng, don't apologize. It's not your fault. Besides, protecting you is what I should do as your brother. At that moment, Jila interjected worriedly. That shrew seems to be from the Du family, very influential. You hit her. Will it cause trouble? He patted her head, his tone calm. It's fine. The Du family has power, but I'm not easy to mess with either. Wang Mei ran over in panic. She knelt down and tugged at Chen Yuan, begging, Mr. Chen, I was wrong. Please, in your magnanimity, spare me, spare the Li family. But he only looked down at her coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. Wang Mei burst into tears. It's all my fault. Please understand a mother's heart. I'm willing to compensate you with 10 million as the price for offending you. Chen Yuan sneered. 10 million? You hit my sister. You think 10 million is enough to settle this? Who do you think you're insulting? At that moment, Wang Mei suddenly realized, damn it, I'm used to solving things with money. I forgot about President Yan's wealth. 10 million is nothing to him. She quickly adjusted. Mr. Chen, I'm willing to compensate with 100 million. As long as you calm down, I'll pay any amount, Chen Yuan said indifferently. To calm me down, I don't need money, he smiled sinisterly. Kneel down and kowtow 100 times to my sister. Then this matter is settled and I'll spare you. Chen Yuan leaned down and asked, What? Not willing, old woman putting on airs. Is this your sincerity? Wang Mei reacted. President Yan, people should know when to stop. Don't push things to the extreme. A fight to the death benefits no one. Chen Yuan coldly turned and walked away. Then let's fight to the death. Remember, that was your last chance and you missed it. Wang Mei went mad with rage. I'll settle the score with you sooner or later, Chen Yuan. Don't be smug. Even if the Li family is gone, I still have the Du family. Just wait. The scene shifted to Juxing Group. Yan wondered. The Qin and Yi families are joining forces. How does President Yan plan to topple the Li family? The secretary replied, Yes. Li family head Li Chunwang has been arrested for murder. Other Li family members involved in gambling, money laundering, unfair competition and tax evasion will all be investigated. Kei Yan's face immediately darkened, but the secretary didn't notice. President Qin, you were very wise to align with President Yan early. A few days later, and you'd be buried with the Li family. Kei Yan thoughtfully dismissed her. All right, you can go out, the secretary obeyed. Yes, President Qin, when the room was empty, she pondered. If the Li family falls, wouldn't my undercover work be in vain? What else can I do? Suddenly, her phone screen showed the name Li Jiamu. She recognized it as the young master's name. Calling at this critical moment must mean something important. Jiamu's voice roared over the phone. Qin Qian, you've really got some nerve daring to betray me, his words stunned Kei Yan. She quickly explained, young master, my loyalty to you is as clear as the sun. How could I betray you? Jiamu still didn't believe her and questioned, do you dare say you didn't know about Chen Yuan targeting the Li family for revenge? She tried to defend herself. Young master, I was deceived by Chen Yuan. He appointed me chairman and had me scheme for him. But in reality, he was striking the Li family like this. It's clearly a diversion, Kei Yan revealed. He also colluded with the Qin and Yi families. This was a premeditated checkmate. We can't fight back. Chen Yuan's mind is truly terrifying, however. This only made Jiamu misunderstand more. Enough. I don't want to hear you talk about how powerful Chen Yuan is anymore. If you're still loyal to me, come to the dock immediately. The dock, he ordered. There's a private plane at the dock. I'm taking you out of China, first to Singapore, then transfer to the US. I've arranged new identities. The capital I've accumulated over the years is enough for me to make a comeback. Kei Yan hesitated. Young master, what about your father? Jiamu snapped angrily. You mean I should die with that old man, Wang Chun? Damn it. Don't talk nonsense. Get to the dock now. If you dare betray me, you know my methods. She had no choice but to submit. Young master, I understand. I'll go to the dock immediately. Kei Yan, wearing a mask, quietly walked down the corridor. She took the elevator to the first floor. Coincidentally, Kei Yan passed by Chen Yuan and his group. A voice from behind immediately put her on alert. Isn't this Chairman Qin? He asked coldly. Where are you going in such a hurry? Don't you greet your boss? Kei Yan stammered. I'm off work and going home, sorry, Chen Yuan spoke. Chairman Qin is going home alone. Why not join us for dinner? You just took office, and we haven't formally reported on work yet. I've already eaten, he pressed. Then eat again. Chairman Qin, why are you trembling? Is there something you're hiding from me? Kei Yan felt guilty. No, how could I dare deceive you? Chen Yuan proudly turned and walked away. Then let's go. No more nonsense. The scene shifted to a shopping mall. Kei Yan followed behind Chen Yuan and his group. She sent a message to Jiamu. Young master, I have something to deal with. I might be a bit late. You must wait for me. She thought to herself, I can't let Chen Yuan get suspicious or he'll find out something and definitely ruin the young master's escape plan. Then Kei Yan quickly turned off her phone. If we eat quickly, it shouldn't delay the young master's escape. Chen Yuan suddenly turned around and asked, Chairman Qin, who were you texting? Kei Yan evaded. Work, just work, he sarcastically said. Chairman Qin is truly dedicated, still busy with work after hours, leading by example. Kei Yan could only force a bitter smile and brush it off. Since you trust me, I naturally have to put the company first at all times. At that moment, Jila excitedly pointed into the distance. Brother Chen Yuan, there's a claw machine over there. I want to catch a bear. Chen Yuan, always doting on her, naturally agreed. He smiled and put his arms around the two of them. Then let's go catch some dolls. Meng Meng and Jila cheered excitedly. With a thud, a large bag of game coins was placed on the ground. Chen Yuan generously said, have fun. And so their doll-catching journey began. The claw moved slowly, but the loose grip barely lifted the little bear before dropping it again. The poor bear got its head stuck first, then its butt, but it still couldn't get near the exit. After a long while, the toy bear and the trembling claw slowly moved toward the door. At that moment, anyone holding the joystick would be holding their breath in tension. Just when success seemed within reach, the bear fell off the claw again, plummeting straight to the bottom. A disappointed voice rang out, almost on the verge of tears. But it was okay. Failure is the mother of success, so they tried again. They continued frantically grabbing at the bear, and the string of failures didn't dampen their enthusiasm. Instead, it grew even stronger. A determined voice sounded again. This time we'll definitely get it. Kei Yan stood not far away, watching the three of them play the claw machine, feeling extremely irritated. She thought, how long is this going to take? Young master, you have to wait for me. The scene shifted to the dock, where the Li family's helicopter was already waiting. An urging voice called out, young master, we need to leave immediately. The old butler added with a worried look. We just received intelligence that the police have arrived at the villa on the Shanghai dock and are searching everywhere for you. A warrant will be issued soon. We must set off now. Jia Mu listened and said thoughtfully, wait a little longer. This is my secret hideout. No one knows about it. There's no immediate danger. Secretary Qin sent me a message. She might be facing some obstacles. Let's wait for her a bit longer. Hearing this, the old butler had no choice but to comply. Yes, young master. but we can only wait until 9 o'clock at the latest. Jia Mu raised his wrist to look at his gold watch. Unlike his cold exterior, he was extremely nervous inside. It was 7:30 now, an hour and a half should be enough. Kaiyan, don't let me down. Back at the mall, Jila and Meng Meng were no longer as optimistic as before. Jila rolled up her sleeves aggressively and said, I don't believe it. Today I'm going all out against this claw machine. Meng Meng chimed in. Lila, I think the claw is too loose, it can't grab anything. Jila, holding a handful of game tokens, said, What's there to fear? I bought 10,000 yuan worth of tokens. Enough for us to play for hours. Kaiyan was still waiting behind them, but she seemed to have lost patience, frowning and cursing under her breath. Damn it, idiots, playing a claw machine for hours? By the time we eat, it'll be midnight. Thinking this, Kaiyan walked up to Chen Yuan with a worried look and said, Boss, I have something at home. Can I leave early? Chen Yuan's face was cold as he turned to look at her and asked, What is it? I remember you're an orphan with no family, just like Xiao Yu. You live alone and have no boyfriend. So what's the matter? Kaiyan panicked and made up an excuse. My pet is sick. Chen Yuan frowned. You can see the vet tomorrow. Is there something you're hiding from me? Kaiyan, caught off guard, turned away with a dark face and replied, No, nothing. It was 8:15 p.m. now. Lin Jila and Meng Meng finally had some success, cheering happily. We got it? Then Chen Yuan said, Come on, let's go eat. Watching the three ahead, Kaiyan dragged her tired body along listlessly. Jila, arm in arm with Chen Yuan, said as they walked, Brother Chen Yuan, I want to eat at that restaurant called Yi Zan Deng. Chen Yuan confirmed, The one that serves Hunan cuisine, it seems pretty crowded. But if you want to go, we will. The three happily headed toward the restaurant. There was a long line outside like people queuing for free concert tickets. Meng Meng pointed at the place and said, With so many people in line, it must be good. I'll get a number. Kaiyan was stunned at the sight. Their queue slip read Private Room Restaurant, Yi Zan Deng, number A30, Lucky Table 2, Party of 4. Kaiyan, terrified and pale, opened her mouth wide and said, 30 tables ahead. That'll take forever. Chen Yuan looked at the slip and asked gently, Lila, there are 30 tables. Should we wait? But seeing Ji Li's eager expression, Chen Yuan made up his mind. All right, we'll eat here. Kaiyan stood behind, her face devoid of hope, but inside she was boiling. Damn it, is this just to mess with me? By the time it's our turn, the young master will already be in Singapore. Kaiyan immediately ran over and snatched the cue slip from Chen Yuan's hand. She put on a professional smile, pointed at herself and said confidently, Boss, leave it to me. Kaiyan used the power of money, walked up to the cashier, and raised her phone saying 50,000 yuan, move my spot to the front. Money really can make the world go round. Then Kaiyan and the cashier came out together. She called out, Boss, it's done. We can go in and eat. Chen Yuan looked at her without saying a word. The scene shifted back to the dock where Jia Mu was waiting. He kept calling, but the only response was the operator's voice. Hello, the number you dialed is switched off. Jia Mu, losing patience, roared angrily, It's already 8:30. Why hasn't Secretary Chin arrived and her phone is off? Just then a convoy of police cars with sirens appeared at the dock. The old butler looked out the window and shouted urgently, Oh no, it's the police are here. Jia Mu, panicked, ordered, We must have been discovered. Take off immediately. No more waiting, the pilot acknowledged. Yes, young master. The helicopter quickly took off. Inside, Jia Mu cursed angrily. Damn it, how were we exposed? There must be a mole. The old butler added fuel to the fire. Young master, you only told Secretary Chin about our whereabouts. She's late and the police show up. That says it all. Jia Mu flew into a rage, raising his hand to pound the seat beside him repeatedly. Chin Kaiyan, you dare betray me? The helicopter was already over the sea and inside. Li Jia Mu's hateful roar rang out. I'll make you pay. At the restaurant it was 9:30 p.m. and the dishes on the table were almost finished. Satisfied voices sounded. I'm full. Chen Yuan turned to ask Kaiyan, Chairman Chin, I noticed you didn't eat much. Kaiyan suppressed the anger in her heart and replied with a smile, I'm not hungry. A system prompt appeared. Chin Kaiyan's affection decreased by 10, current affection is minus 90 points. Then she stood up, turned, and left saying, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Chen Yuan watched her leave with a pleased expression. He said, Don't go, Secretary Chin. Stay a bit longer. We're going to the mall later. Hearing this, Kaiyan immediately sprinted toward the door like an athlete. Jila, noticing Chen Yuan's unusual behavior, asked, Brother Chen Yuan, it seems Chin Kaiyan doesn't listen to you much. I heard she used to follow Li Jia Mu. Chen Yuan smirked slightly and replied, Talented people are often arrogant. I value her highly. The city's streetlights lit up like a festival. Meanwhile, Chin Kaiyan ran while praying, Young master, you have to wait for me. I'm coming now. On the other side, Meng Meng rested her chin and judged, This Chin Kaiyan doesn't respect you at all, and she's still Li Jia Mu's person. How can you trust her? Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind, and she looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Are you setting a trap? You used this trick before with Sister Xiao Yu. You must be planning something again. After resolving her doubts, Meng Meng looked at Chen Yuan with admiration again. She smiled and thought with interest, What role does this Chin Kaiyan play in your plan? How do you plan to win her over? At the dock, a taxi known as a flying coffin was speeding at full throttle. Chin K-Yan got out while calling, but the phone only emitted a beep-beep sound. She prayed silently, "Young master, please answer. Where are you?" At the dock, on the plane, a bodyguard handed a phone to Jia Mu with both hands and said, "Young master, it's Chin K-Yan." Just as Jia Mu was about to take the call, the old butler immediately shouted to stop him. "Don't answer," he explained. "Chin K-Yan has betrayed the Li family. The call must be tapped or monitored. If you answer, the police will track you." Jia Mu's face twisted in anger as he cursed, "That bitch. She definitely wants to use me as a stepping stone to curry favor with that bastard Chen Yuan." Then he threw the phone out the window without hesitation. He turned and ordered a subordinate, "Notify our people to Photoshop Chin K-Yan's nude photos and spread them. I want her ruined." The subordinate bowed and replied, "Yes." The old butler continued, "Chin K-Yan knows our route. We can't go to Singapore. We must go to the UK and transfer." Jia Mu, like a bull being led by the nose, nodded and said, "Fine, do as you say." Back to K-Yan, she wandered sadly around the dock calling. Seeing only the beep sound from her phone, her voice choked with tears. "The young master won't answer. He must have left." The image of Jia Mu flashed in her mind and she cursed, "Damn it, if it weren't for him I wouldn't be late. I'll have to go to the US to meet the young master." The next morning at the Giant Star Group, rumors were flying. "Did you hear? There's progress in the Li family case." "Yeah, I heard they caught a lot of illegal operations." "It's terrifying. I never thought the Li family, on the surface, seemed decent, but besides hiring killers and tax evasion, they were also trafficking people. I saw the news when they raided the trafficking den. There were even children inside. The Li family deserves to die." Just then a young man walked in carrying a stack of packages. He said, "Hello, there's a package for Miss Chin K-Yan." The female receptionist picked up a package and looked at it, asking, "So many? Are they all for Chairman Chin?" At that moment an unsealed package fell open and a few photos spilled out. Several people saw the photos and blushed in embarrassment, choking on their words. But it wasn't over. Another person walked in with a stack of packages and said, "Hello, there's a delivery for Chin K-Yan." Then 2 more people came in and said, "Is Chin K-Yan here? There's a package. Chin K-Yan, delivery." The female receptionist felt weak, sweating profusely, and stammered, What's going on?" The packages those people brought were all filled with explicit photos of Chin K-Yan. The photoshopping was truly impressive. At that moment, Chin K-Yan was in the parking lot receiving a call. She asked, "What's up, Secretary Cao?" Secretary Cao's tense voice came through. "Chairman Chin, something bad happened. This morning several packages arrived, all containing your nude photos. Someone even plastered them on the elevator." Hearing this, she froze in disbelief. Then K-Yan quickly ran toward the company. "It's all over the company now. You need to come see." Seeing the photos with her own eyes, K-Yan was stunned. The elevator doors were covered with them. The photos were enough to make anyone blush. Having been around Li Jia Mu for so long, she knew no one else could be behind this, but she still couldn't believe it. How could the young master? Her eyes welled up. "But I didn't betray you. I was loyal and devoted. Why do this to me?" As she was lost in her emotions, she was startled by voices behind her. "Did you hear? Someone spread nude photos of Chin K-Yan. Last time she wanted to fire me. Now that President Yan knows, will she still have the face to stay here? I heard Chairman Chin is very skilled. She climbed up thanks to that." What a hypocrite. K-Yan hid in a nearby corner, hearing everything they said, trembling and weakly refuting, "That's not true." The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Tears streaming down uncontrollably. Inside she couldn't help but scream, "I'm not like that. Those photos aren't me. I'm not some slut. Chin K-Yan, I earned this position through real ability." A stack of K-Yan's explicit photos was thrown onto the table, and Chen Yuan's voice rang out, "Outrageous. It's appalling just to hear about it." Standing at the head of the conference table, he said loudly, "I've only been here a few days and this happens in the company." Chen Yuan's face darkened as he picked up the photos and held them up, saying, "I want to know what's going on. Can someone explain this to me?" Chin K-Yan was also in the meeting room, sitting silently with her head down, thinking to herself, "Things have come to this. I have no face left to stay at Giant Star. That's it." K-Yan looked at the woman standing behind, and Chen Yuan thought, "You, Leng Xuan, I've fought you for so long. I have to admit I admire you. You betrayed the Li family but found your own path, shining even brighter." K-Yan seemed completely broken at this point. Her eyes filled with sorrow. "Maybe everyone has their own fate. Mine is to be a failure, a slut in others' eyes." The entire meeting room fell silent, with no one answering his question. Chen Yuan, his face dark, barked, "Are you all useless? The company's chairman is being slandered like this and you do nothing. You don't stop the rumors. And you let these photos spread all over the company. Do you want to be fired? If not, get out." Hearing his words, K-Yan looked up at him in surprise. Chen Yuan is helping me?" Chen Yuan's voice continued as he threw the stack of photos at someone nearby. "These photos are obviously photoshopped. Anyone can see that. So why can't the design department? Damn it, how are you the design director?" Then he said, "Within 3 days the PR department must clear up all negative online content about Chairman Chin." Fail and you're fired. Chairman Chin remains chairman, and I support her. I dare anyone to talk nonsense behind her back. Meeting adjourned. After Chen Yuan said this, the people in the meeting room looked at each other, whispering about solutions. Kei Yan watched the radiant Yu Leng Shuang and thought, now I know why Yu Leng Shuang is so devoted to Chen Yuan. After what just happened, Kei Yan's heart seemed to change. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she thought, even knowing he's deep and fickle, I still feel drawn to him. He's a man with a sense of responsibility. A system notification popped up. Qin Kei Yan's affection increased by 100, current affection is 10 points. Yu Leng Shuang, who had been silent, finally spoke. Everyone heard the boss's meaning, lead by example and quell the rumors. At the same time, deal with the media smearing Chairman Qin. Then she walked up to Kei Yan and said, Chairman Qin, there's something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Later, in the chairman's office, the two sat facing each other. Kei Yan spoke first. What is it? Go ahead. Yu Leng Shuang sighed softly, then said seriously, Kei Yan, you don't need to be hostile toward me. We used to be rivals, but now the Li family is gone. To be honest, we were both brainwashed pawns manipulated by others. Kei Yan lowered her head without speaking, her eyes slightly red. Yu Leng Shuang told her story. I used to be an orphan. After the orphanage was demolished and the director passed away, our group became homeless, wandering the streets, and eventually fell into the hands of human traffickers. I thought the Li family helped me escape that hell and gave me a fresh start. Hearing Li family, Kei Yan reflexively retorted, isn't that true? The Li family gave us a new lease on life. The young master saved you, and you betrayed him. Yu Leng Shuang said sadly, no, you're wrong. I used to think that too, but then I investigated and found out the Li family orchestrated the demolition of the orphanage. Her eyes sharp and filled with anger, she continued, the director's death is also connected to them. Even the human trafficking ring they controlled was the same. Qian couldn't believe what she heard and shouted, you're lying, do you have proof? Yu Leng Shuang stood up, pulled out a stack of documents and said while searching, I knew you'd say that. Then she pushed a newspaper in front of Qian. See for yourself. Qin Qian trembled as she read. Ling Shuang's voice rang out. Qin Qian, your real name is Qin Shaoyi. You were born in Changde, Hunan province. At 3, you were abducted by traffickers, and at 7, you were adopted by the Li family. You came from a middle-class family, but searching for you destroyed them. After you went missing, your mother fell into severe depression, and consumed by guilt, she slit her wrists. Your father spent years riding a motorcycle looking for you, eventually dying from exhaustion. Besides all this, these documents contain financial transaction records between the Li Corporation and the human trafficking ring. Every single transaction destroyed a girl's happy life. Do you still think the Li family saved you and raised you? Qian trembled with pain, her hands instinctively clenching the documents. Then, with a sudden sweep of her arm, she scattered the papers all over the room. She screamed in despair, no, that's not true, I don't believe it, surrounded by the irrefutable evidence scattered on the floor. Qian covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. On a private helicopter, an urgent voice sounded, young master, I found out why our dock was raided by the police. Jamu's subordinate answered the phone and reported, I asked around. It seems the police were investigating some smuggling, not targeting us. He suddenly asked, really? Jamu fell into a panicked thought and said, so it wasn't Qian who betrayed me. There's a misunderstanding. Then he picked up his phone, calculating that she was still very useful at this stage and couldn't be completely abandoned. He needed to appease her quickly. At that moment, Qian, after being suspected by Jamu, was on the verge of collapse, muttering to herself that her life was a joke. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message, startling her. She pulled out her phone and saw the notification. The young master sent a message. She wiped away her tears and looked at the screen. Reading the messages, she was shocked to find they were from Jamu. Li Jamu, young master sent a message. Qian read his fawning messages. Young master, Qian, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you yesterday. I believe in your loyalty. I shouldn't have doubted you. I'll find someone right now to minimize the impact of that photo. Her mouth fell open in shock as she read. He's actually apologizing to me. Qian clenched her fists in anger, thinking about everything he had done to her. If apologies worked, what would be the point of the police? It was utterly ridiculous. Didn't he know how much damage this would cause her? Did he still think she was the Li family's dog, ready to come when called? Qian's grievances reached a peak and she was determined to take revenge. Your Li family has done too many evil things. You destroyed my life and my family. I'll make you pay 100-fold. Jamu's private helicopter was still in the air. He was reading Qian's reply. Go to hell. Jamu was so angry he stammered. How dare she curse me? Is she rebelling? On Qian's side, she gradually calmed down, stood up and said to Langsheng, I know why President Yan and you want to protect me. You want evidence against the Li family, right? A look of contempt filled her face. I can give it to you, Qian said decisively, pulling out a USB drive. All the accounts of Li Jiamu's tax evasion and money laundering over the years are in here. His smuggling warehouse holds billions in goods, with over 90% in overseas accounts. The account numbers and passwords are also in my hands. Ling Xuang looked at the USB drive in front of her, thinking, the boss is truly amazing. This time we'll definitely destroy the Li family. In another country, Country A, Jiamu went shopping in casual clothes at a supermarket. The cashier asked him to pay, totaling 167 yuan. He pulled out a bank card and said, charge it. But the card didn't work, making the cashier lose patience. I'm sorry, sir, this card can't be used. He looked at his bank card in embarrassment, puzzled. What, it can't be used? Jiamu panicked and wondered. It can't be swiped? This card has billions in it. How can it not work? The cashier said. Sorry. No matter how much money is in it, it can't be swiped. He impatiently pulled out a stack of cards from his wallet. Try these then, the cashier informed him. Sorry, sir, none of these cards can be used either. Jiamu's face turned pale. He sensed something was wrong. None of them worked. What was going on? Just then, Wenqing came out from behind the shelves and asked, Young master, is something wrong? Jiamu immediately asked for help. There's a problem with my bank cards. Steward's son, can you pay for me? The two then walked out of the supermarket with their purchased items and stopped in front of a row of luxury cars. Jiamu's subordinate came up to report. Young master, as you instructed, we've ordered 3 Rolls-Royces and 2 Bentleys. Upon hearing this, he was stunned and asked, Huh, so fast? A car salesman approached with documents and greeted them warmly. Hello, Mr. Li, here's the bill. Please pay for the cars. Jiamu panicked because of the card issue. Why did payment have to come at this moment? He pretended to cough to stall for time and said, Okay, hold on, let me make a call. The salesman waited patiently. Sure, please hurry. Our finance department is about to close. He called several banks, but the answer was the same every time. Hello, your card balance is 0, said the Swiss bank customer service. Hello, all the money in your account has been transferred out, said the U.S. bank customer service. Hello, your current card balance is 0, said the Morgan bank customer service. Jiamu stood frozen as if struck by lightning, unable to believe what he was hearing. All the money was gone. Billions all gone. Wenqing stepped forward to urge him. Young master, let's go pay first. We've already paid the deposit for the cars. Jiamu angrily pushed him away and shouted, Pay my head, all my money has been transferred out. Billions are gone, what am I supposed to pay with? He began to suspect Qian, and immediately ordered Wenqing, It must be that Qin Qian, she's the only one who knows my account numbers and passwords now. Steward, send someone to kill her, kill her. Seeing no reaction, he rushed forward impatiently, grabbed him by the collar and yelled, Steward, did you hear me? Arrange for someone. Go, are you deaf? Suddenly, Jiamu was slapped across the face, accompanied by a curse. You little brat, quit the act. Wenqing looked at him with contempt. The group of people around him all changed their attitudes and betrayed him. I've put up with you for too long. Now that you're broke, do you still think you're some rich young master? That's right, you have no money now. Why should we still follow you? They said this and turned to leave, leaving him sitting alone. Let's go, let him fend for himself. Jiamu now cried out in fear. No, everyone, please. He hurriedly ran over, hugged Wenqing's leg, and flattered him. Steward son, you've watched me grow up. Even though I have no money now, I still have a villa here. You can't just abandon me. Wenqing's expression changed, and he said calmly, Your villa, that villa was bought under your name. It's registered in my name. What does it have to do with you? Jiamu realized he had been thoroughly set up and roared, You old bastard, how dare you treat me like this? Wenqing no longer held back. He grabbed him by the collar and humiliated him. You're a homeless dog now. Do you still want to act like before? Get lost. With that, he led the group away. Let's go. Jiamu fell silent. He put his sunglasses back on and slowly stood up. Do you think I'm really finished? Just wait and see. He lifted his clothes, revealing the watch on his wrist. Luckily, I still have a Patek Philippe. With this watch I can sell it for a few $100,000 easily. I can lose this round and still make a comeback, Jiamu muttered to himself, following his phone map. It should be around here. He stood in front of a lavishly decorated shop. Jiamu's face lit up with a look of salvation. It was a pawn shop. He was saved. Suddenly a gun pressed against his lower back. Freeze! 3 tall thugs appeared out of nowhere and threatened, Hand over the watch now. He immediately complied in fear. Okay, let's talk. The thugs took the watch and said smugly, Hey, this watch is nice. It'll fetch a good price. Jiamu, pale with fear, asked, Can I go now? But the thugs weren't done. They surrounded him. It's not that easy. Sweetheart, we want to take you to a fun place. Jiamu trembled under the threat of the gun. A place where you can try some special American cigars. He collapsed to the ground in terror and screamed for help. Help! Someone save me! Don't come near me! His miserable cries rang out. A few hours later, Jiamu lay motionless on the ground, a pathetic sight. The thugs left laughing heartily, leaving him in his misery. That was great, this kid can really take it. Here's some pocket money for you. He clutched the meager amount of money in humiliation, gritting his teeth in fury. Chen Qian, Chen Yuan, just you wait. I swear I'll have my revenge. In a cafe, Chen Yuan was sitting with Wang Wei and sneezed. Wang Wei asked with concern, Chen Yuan, are you okay? He waved his hand and laughed happily. I'm fine, I'm fine. Someone must be thinking of me. "Teacher Wang, what did you want to see me about?" Wang Wei didn't beat around the bush. "I'm planning to resign." Chen Yuan was silent for a moment in surprise. He seriously asked Wang Wei why he wanted to resign. "Old Wang, why would you resign when everything's going well? Aren't you happy working at the budget fund?" Wang Wei seemed to radiate a kind of benevolent light as he replied, "No, I'm very happy working at the budget fund. What I mean by resigning is quitting my job at the school. During my time at the company's budget fund, I've never felt so fulfilled and meaningful in my life. Being able to help so many people has elevated my teaching career." Chen Yuan was stunned and looked at him silently. He nodded and listened as he continued. "But juggling 2 jobs is too hard, so after much thought, I've decided to resign from the school." At this, Chen Yuan looked at Wang Wei happily and said, "Old Wang, I support you. You should shine on a bigger stage." He smiled, and then brought up another topic. "Enough about me. Before I go, I want to ask, I heard that Lake University wants to directly admit you for graduate studies to recognize your contributions to Hubei's economy. What do you think?" Chen Yuan admitted that it was true. He opened up to Wang Wei. "Actually, it's not just Lake University. Over a dozen universities have already offered me guaranteed graduate admissions. Among them are top schools like Yanqing University and Tsinghua University." He crossed his hands on his chest and explained his reason for choosing Yanqing University. "I've decided to go to Yanqing for graduate school. It's convenient since I'm also preparing a talent show in Yanqing right now." Wang Wei was a bit puzzled by his plan. "A talent show? You really know how to stir things up." The White House was in chaos and uproar. "We've been fooled by Chen Yuan." Mr. It slammed the table in fury and roared. He didn't care about Lin Shutong at all and just went straight back to China. "Damn it, all our intelligence was wrong." His subordinates trembled in fear and asked, "What about Lin Shutong? Should we kill her?" Mr. It's eyes glowed red as he emphasized, "No need. Everything has its use. It must be fully utilized. Even a pair of underwear or a piece of toilet paper has its value." He made a ruthless decision. "Throw her into the genetic modification lab. This experiment has already killed many people. One more test subject won't matter." Mr. It calmed down and announced to all his subordinates, "The reason we've been losing to Chen Yuan is that we know nothing about him, which is why we keep miscalculating. I've found out that he's recently preparing to host a talent show." He mentioned the operation being planned. "The top-ranked assassin, Endless Reincarnation, has already arrived in China to participate in this show and get close to Chen Yuan." He confidently believed that even if the assassination failed, they could still collect Chen Yuan's genetic samples. "Let's study the secret of why he's so powerful. Chen Yuan is a womanizer. Most of the people he trusts are women. He'll eventually die at the hands of a woman." Someone slammed the table in indignation and shouted, "This Chen Yuan is really relentless." This was Man in a meeting with everyone. She couldn't hold back and thought that his talent show was clearly just a way to pick concubines. Yuki glanced at Kuan Yin and said, "It seems Miss Gao is even a judge." Kuan Yin quickly explained, "I admit I lack experience. Chen Yuan forced me into it. I had no choice." Bing Shui and Yumo spoke up in Chen Yuan's defense. "I don't think Chen Yuan would stoop that low. He's not that kind of despicable person." Yuki expressed her concern. "But now Chen Yuan's career is growing and his horizons are expanding. It's hard to prevent women from throwing themselves at him. Maybe one day this meeting room will be too crowded to sit." However, Ruoyu remained silent and suddenly raised her hand to propose, "In my opinion, let's join the competition too." The girls looked at each other unconsciously upon hearing this. "Join the competition?" Ruoyu deliberately provoked them. "What? Do you think that now that you have careers, achievements, and status, you're too good to join a talent show?" Man impulsively slammed the table and agreed, "Fine, we'll join. I want to see what Chen Yuan is really up to." They all stacked their hands together in agreement. "All right, we'll all join." Each of them was filled with competitive spirit, wanting to see who would come out on top. On a dazzling stage, the host announced, "Are you a hidden talent? Do you have a God-given beauty with nowhere to showcase it? This year's hottest talent show is here. It's True Actor." The host introduced the regional auditions shown on the screen. 10 national regions are holding simultaneous selections. The final 120 stunning beauties will advance to the Yanqing PK competition. Just by advancing, you'll immediately receive a 1 million signing bonus. The champion has the chance to become the Silver Screen Queen. Wu Shuang was watching the show on her phone. Registration was incredibly popular. "What are you waiting for?" Wu Shuang turned to ask Yihan. Han. Haven't you seen Chen Yuan lately?" She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, "No, I haven't. It seems he hasn't gone out. He's probably in seclusion training." Suddenly, she said something embarrassing that gave Wu Shuang goosebumps. "It's all my fault. If he hadn't passed 10 years of his power to me through the bank, he probably wouldn't be so weak." Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang asked in surprise, "What, he passed 10 years of power to you?" Even Wu Shuang became embarrassed and fell into a reverie. "So that's how power is transferred? No wonder Yihan is ahead of me. Suddenly, she slammed the table in a fit of pique, leaving Yihan confused. No way, why is he treating me so differently? Then she hurriedly made an excuse to leave. I need to go find Chen Yuan and demand an explanation. In a quiet, dimly lit space, Chen Yuan sat in front of a computer screen in a room. He looked disheveled with heavy dark circles under his eyes, but he cheered happily. It's finally almost done, my AI system. He pressed a key on the computer and countless lines of code appeared. The numbers were forming another shape, activating the AI program. Chen Yuan faced the camera, which was scanning his facial features and collecting his voice. A cute little girl made up of the previous numbers appeared on the computer screen and said, "Initiating master recognition protocol. Please give your orders, master." Chen Yuan smirked proudly. "I'll call you Wang Sai." The little girl system's emotionless voice rang out. The system confirmed its name as Wang Sai and thanked its master for the naming. Chen Yuan sat in front of the screen and asked, "Wang Sai, do you know what love is?" The little girl Ni Wu shook her head and said, "No." He then asked, "Then do you know the difference between he, she, and it in Chinese?" The little girl rested her chin on her hand, puzzled, and said, "Master, I don't understand what you're saying. Please say it again." Chen Yuan looked exhausted, frowning in frustration. Her comprehension was a bit low. After all this effort, had he created a fool? Just then, the doorbell rang. He turned to look at the door and muttered, "Who's that ringing the doorbell like it's urgent? There's a camera at home, so why ask?" He quickly moved the mouse. The next second, the screen showed the person at the door. He said, "Qin Wushuang, what's she doing here?" Then he stood up, shoved his hands in his pockets, turned around, and left in a hurry, not knowing what was up. Watching him leave, Wang Sai looked sad. It said, "Is master annoyed that I'm dumb? So sad. Wang must study hard to get smarter." Chen Yuan, with eyes darker than a panda's and messy stubble, went to open the door. Coming, stop rushing." As soon as she saw Chen Yuan, Qin Wushuang was stunned. She wondered, what's wrong with Chen Yuan? He looked like a young internet addict who'd stayed up for 3 days straight. But as the camera zoomed in, she began to observe every contour of his face, his hollow eyes, heavy dark circles, and messy stubble, enough to turn a handsome guy into an uncle. All these features on one face, plus the gesture of him lifting his hand to brush his hair. Qin Wushuang, relying on her own aesthetic sense, felt her heart race as she looked at Chen Yuan. She covered her blushing face and thought, "But I'm used to his usual look, and now I find Chen Yuan has a kind of melancholic, decadent handsomeness, as if written with stories." Then the two sat in the living room, and Qin Wushuang asked with concern, "Chen Yuan, did you break up?" Chen Yuan leaned back, casually picking his nose, and replied, "I don't even have a girlfriend." "What breakup?" Wushuang blushed and shyly suggested, "Then if you don't have a girlfriend, how about I be your girlfriend?" Chen Yuan was taken aback, stopped his action, and looked at her. "Did you come here in broad daylight just to joke with me?" But she said firmly, "I'm not joking, I'm serious." Her face grew redder, and she continued, "Do you know how many times I've called you and looked for you? You ignored me every time. No guy has ever been so cold to me. I'm really mad." Chen Yuan still asked coldly, "So what do you want?" Seeing his attitude, Wushuang swiftly raised her hand. She grabbed Chen Yuan by the collar and pinned him down. She sat on his stomach and said, "I want you to be my man, don't ignore me anymore." Faced with this sudden situation, Chen Yuan was a bit flustered. What are you trying to do? Calm down." But she didn't listen and said, "I don't care what you think. Whether you think I'm shameless or impulsive, I don't want to wait anymore." With that, she didn't give Chen Yuan a chance to respond, leaned in and forcefully kissed him on the lips. Chen Yuan pushed Wushuang away and said, "I haven't brushed my teeth." Hearing this, Wushuang covered her mouth and laughed. "What are you pretending for? I know you passed on your skills to Yi Han. I want it too." As she spoke, she lowered her head and licked his neck. Chen Yuan resisted a bit, saying, "What do you know? Passing on skills isn't done this way." Ouch, but under her stimulation he soon stopped resisting. He slapped her butt hard, startling her, and said, "Qin Wushuang, you're going too far." Wushuang looked at him, her face bright red, and let out a soft hum. Chen Yuan swiftly flipped over, pinning her beneath him, regaining the upper hand. Looking at the hot-bodied girl under him, he grinned and asked, "Ready for your punishment?" At this moment, Wushuang's eyes were full of pink. She looked at him and thought, "Is this bad guy going to hit me again? I'm so looking forward to it." Just as Chen Yuan was about to help Wushuang stretch her legs, the doorbell rang again. Wushuang reached up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered in his ear, "Ignore it. Let's continue." In this atmosphere, Chen Yuan naturally followed his instincts. But just as they were about to continue, the beeping sound of someone entering a password rang out. Both were startled and turned to look at the door simultaneously. The door quickly opened after the password was confirmed. Looking at the open door, Chen Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. He asked himself, "How does she know my door password? Who is it?" Kei-yan walked in looking innocent and said, "Boss, are you home? Why didn't you open the door?" Only then did she look up and an indescribable scene came into view. Kei-yan was startled, covered her face and screamed inwardly, "Oh no, bad timing. But isn't that the eldest daughter of the Qin family? Didn't expect the boss to have conquered her. Li Jiamu probably died without knowing why the Qin family went after him. The boss is amazing. The two quickly composed themselves and sat down on chairs. Chen Yuan still had a few lipstick marks on his face. He cleared his throat and asked, "Secretary Qin, is there something you need?" Kei-yan reported professionally, "Yes, there is. The next project for the Giant Star Group, a 38 billion acquisition and merger of Tianda, needs your decision." Chen Yuan replied bluntly, "I agree, go handle it." Wu Shuang, sitting nearby, became even more captivated seeing him like this. This was probably Chen Yuan's charm, seeming unreliable but actually extremely decisive. A 38 billion project without batting an eye. The system popped up another notification. Qin Wushwang's affection 1, current affection 97. Now only the two of them remained. Kei-yan continued, "Boss, actually I have one more thing to report." Chen Yuan said casually, "Go ahead." She handed Chen Yuan a gold bank card and said, "Li Jiamu has fled abroad, but I've transferred all the money from his overseas accounts. It's all here, totaling 93.5 billion. Looking at the card in his hand, Chen Yuan mused, "That bastard Li Jiamu fleeced a lot from the family, but only got this much. Qin Kei-yan has cleaned him out." Then he handed the card back to her and said, "This money is yours now that it's in your hands," she replied, confused. "Boss, this is over 90 billion. Seeing her attitude, Chen Yuan smiled and said, "You've worked hard lately. Consider it a bonus. Recently, many shareholders in Giant Star want to sell their shares. You can use this money to buy them out. That way, you'll become the second largest shareholder. No one will dare question your decisions anymore." Hearing this, Kei-yan was moved to tears. She remembered her past self. Before meeting Boss Yan, she couldn't even sleep well. She never expected him to trust her so much. Kei-yan's cheeks flushed, her eyes moist, and she silently resolved, "A scholar dies for his confidant." Then she bowed 90 degrees and said loudly, "Boss, thank you for your trust. From now on I will be loyal to you and never betray you." The system immediately displayed, Qin Kei-yan's affection 50, current affection 60. Looking at the system panel, Chen Yuan was very satisfied. It seemed that to boost affection you had to target the right spot. She liked power, so give her more power. Then Chen Yuan adjusted his expression, looked at Kei-yan and said, "All right, that's it for the group matters. Help me change the password. I don't want anyone to be able to come and go freely in my villa." Hearing this, Kei-yan thought, "The boss seems really angry. This villa used to be Li Jiamu's and I had the password, but now it's changed owners. The boss is reminding me to know my place." She knew she had ruined the boss's fun earlier, so she bowed apologetically and said, "Boss, I'll go change the password right away. This won't happen again." Chen Yuan showed a slight smile and said, "Good." Watching Kei-yan leave, the business was done and the irrelevant person was gone. Wu Shuang quickly returned to his side. She walked up to Chen Yuan and asked, "Chen Yuan, are you done talking?" He looked at her and replied, "Done." Hearing this, she tightly hugged Chen Yuan's arm and said, "Great, then go shave and wash your hair. Let's continue the skill transfer." He was startled and said, "Stop." His attitude turned serious as he looked at her and asked, "Do you really want to cultivate immortality?" Wu Shuang excitedly replied, "Of course I dream of it. Hurry up and pass on your skills to me. I'll do anything for you." His face darkened as he countered, "Really anything?" Finding the question a bit odd, Wu Shuang thought for a moment and then said firmly, "Anything. A word spoken is a word that can't be taken back." Then Chen Yuan suddenly placed his hand on Wu Shuang's head, startling her. He thought, "System. Strengthen bound target Qin Wu Shuang." Then as the system ran, Qin Wushwang's face turned red and she stared at him without blinking. The system scan showed some information. Name Qin Wushuang, appearance 96, body 93, health 85, strengthening in progress. Then Wushuang immediately felt changes in her body. "Is this the skill transfer? So comfortable. I feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entering my body." Early morning in Chen Yuan's villa. After transferring skills to Wushuang, the system displayed various data. Name Qin Wushuang, appearance 97. Body 96, health 98, strengthening complete. Host remaining strengthening point 60. Wu Shuang stood there dazed, covering her face and asking Chen Yuan, "What was that just now?" Chen Yuan lowered his eyes and nodded. "Yes, I just gave you 10 years of cultivation. You should have felt it." Wu Shuang, upon hearing this, placed her hand on his chest and said worriedly, "But doing this will deplete you." In an instant he looked at her deeply and said, "It's fine, I was born with blocked meridians and can't cultivate, but now I'm using my true energy to pass on my cultivation to you, allowing you to instantly feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This skill transfer will let you enjoy it endlessly, and you can comprehend it on your own later." After saying this, Chen Yuan suddenly coughed violently. Wu Shuang supported him worriedly and asked, "Chen Yuan, what's wrong?" Chen Yuan said weakly, "I just depleted 10 years of cultivation. My body is temporarily weak, but it's nothing." Wu Shuang was moved to tears upon hearing this. "I've been so willful." "Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. Why are you so good to me?" Chen Yuan lifted her chin and covered her mouth with his hand, not letting her speak. "Don't say that about yourself." In the midst of the touching atmosphere, the system popped up. Activate special acting skill. Chen Yuan quickly got into character like a professional actor. He said affectionately, When I first met you, I thought you were just a willful young lady, but later I slowly discovered your straightforwardness and cuteness. I know about the many things you did to protect me. There are very few women who can make me feel affection, and you're one of them. That's why I revealed to you the secret that I'm a cultivator." Wushuang looked at him, moved. "Does Chen Yuan like me too? All my efforts have meaning." The system quickly updated the notification. Qin Wushuang's affection 1, current affection 98, Simp target. Qin Wushuang has released the grievance of bearing the host's burden. Generating happiness points, affection reached 98, reward 10 strengthening points. Current strengthening points 70. Chen Yuan looked at the system panel in surprise, not expecting to get 10 points back. Then he lowered his head, leaning against her full chest, and thought happily, this benefit really comes from the people and goes back to the people. No loss at all. Seeing Chen Yuan so weak, Wushuang quickly helped him sit down on a chair and said, "Chen Yuan, rest here for a while. I'm going out for a bit." Chen Yuan looked at her and asked, "Where are you going?" She turned back and replied, "Wait for me. I'll go get something and be right back." At the Mado Qin family villa, Wushuang walked into the living room and called out, "Grandpa, are you home?" The old man sitting in the chair asked with a smile, "Xiao Shuang, what brings you to see Grandpa today?" This was Qin Tianfang, the head of the Qin family. Wushuang walked up to him acting coy and said, "Grandpa, I want to eat the eel noodles you make." Grandpa Qin would never refuse his granddaughter such a small request. "All right, Grandpa will make some for Xiao Shuang." Watching him leave, Wushuang's expression changed. She walked over to a safe as big as a cat clock. Wushuang quickly entered the password and took out a wooden box from the safe. Her eyes lit up as she confirmed, "This is it." Opening the wooden box, inside was a large ginseng, a 1,000-year-old snow ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Chen Yuan is saved, Wushuang thought. With her goal achieved, Wushuang quickly left. She walked to the door and said, "Grandpa, I have something to do. I'm leaving now." Grandpa rushed out of the kitchen, busy cooking, and asked, "Leaving already?" He placed a steaming, fragrant bowl of eel noodles on the table and said, "Grandpa made the noodles. Eat before you go." "Grandpa, I'm in a hurry, bye." With that, she slammed the door shut and quickly left. Watching his beloved granddaughter leave, carrying something in her hand, he wondered, what is that girl carrying away? Suddenly, his eyes widened and he shouted in surprise, "Oh no!" Walking into the room and seeing the box for the 1,000-year snow ginseng lying outside, he yelled, "My treasure, my snow ginseng!" In the antique villa, his piercing scream rang out, "My 1,000-year snow ginseng!" Meanwhile, Wushuang, lost in love, was cheerfully heading back, silently apologizing, "Sorry, Grandpa. Since you just leave it there without eating, it's a waste. Better to make soup for my boyfriend to nourish him." Soon, Wushuang returned to Chen Yuan's villa. Pushing the door open, she looked at him and said, "Chen Yuan, I'm back." She smiled and handed him the bag containing the ginseng. "Here, take it." Chen Yuan took the bag from her hand, puzzled. Looking at the ginseng in his hand, he blurted out a crude remark, "What's this, a dried radish?" Seeing her lover's ignorance, she explained, "What dried radish? This is a 1,000-year snow ginseng from Changbai Mountain. I stole it from my grandpa to nourish your body." Then the system notified, discovered 1,000-year ginseng, age 1,121 years. Effects: can increase lifespan by 1 year, enhance physique, replenish chi and blood, and prolong life. If the host uses 10 strengthening points for enhanced absorption, it can unleash full medicinal effects, increasing lifespan by 100 years. Hearing the number 100 years of life, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. Staring at the gleaming ginseng in his hand, he thought, "Damn, 100 years of life, that's amazing." Then Chen Yuan turned and kissed Wushuang on the cheek. She was stunned by the sudden move. Coming to her senses, she looked at Chen Yuan, even more immersed in love, thinking, he kissed me, he kissed me. This ginseng was totally worth it. Then she walked up to him and said, "Chen Yuan, eat the ginseng quickly." Chen Yuan thought, conflicted, "Ly, how do you cook this thing to make it taste good? Braised? Steamed? Why overthink it?" He thought, "Screw it, I'll just gnaw on it raw." System enhanced absorption. With a bang, a dazzling light appeared. A golden glow emanated from Chen Yuan. The system then updated. Name Chen Yuan, age 22, height 1.85 meters, weight 78 kilograms, strength 160, physique 210, spirit 160, agility 160, average adult standard 10 points, status breaking physical limits, remaining lifespan 180 years, remaining strengthening point 60. Beside him, Qin Wushuang, seeing no movement, showed a worried expression and asked, "Chen Yuan, how are you feeling?" After eating the ginseng, Chen Yuan was full of energy. He looked at the girl and said with a smile, "I'm fine, thank you, Wushuang." Just then, Wushuang's phone rang. She glanced at it and said, "It's Dad." The moment she answered, her father's furious voice exploded like thunder. "Qin Wushuang, you've grown bold, stealing your grandfather's ginseng. Now he's been so angry he's in the hospital." As soon as Wushuang pressed the phone to her ear, a furious roar erupted, leaving both of them stunned. "Get the hell back here right now." After a day of chaos, Chen Yuan forced a bitter smile. Cold sweat trickled down his temples and he cried out in despair, "Oh my God. So this girl stole the ginseng." The next second, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheek gently brushing against his forehead, her tiny voice sounding from inches away. "Chen Yuan, I have something to take care of and need to head back first." He looked at Wushwang's flushed cheeks, his eyes full of tenderness, and he comforted her softly. "I'm sorry I got you scolded because of me." She straightened up, composed herself, and reassured him. "It's fine, it's not the first time I've been scolded. At worst, I'll just get a lecture." Seeing this, Chen Yuan had no choice but to comply gently. "All right, if you run into any trouble, make sure to contact me." A few minutes later, he stood still, watching the car gradually disappear into the distance. After a long while, he finally snapped out of it and muttered hoarsely to himself, "I never realized I meant so much to Xiao Shuang that she'd go against her own family for me." As he stepped through the door, he let out a soft sigh, as if releasing the exhaustion in his heart. "There are too many people tied to me now. I can't take care of everyone's feelings. If only I had a helper to chat online for me." Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, frowning, muttering a few complaints under his breath. But given Wangke's intelligence level, it probably couldn't handle the job. Meanwhile, in a server room crammed with electrical cabinets, a computer screen suddenly lit up, emitting a cold blue glow. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in the silent space, steady and ruthless, detected the master's need. Code scrolled across the screen like a flickering ribbon of light. Various social networking sites gradually appeared, and the mechanical voice reverberated through the room as it began taking over all of the master's social accounts. At that moment, he was still lounging in the living room looking relaxed, completely unaware of the undercurrents quietly stirring. The phone screen suddenly flickered, and a message signed by Chen Yuan was sent out in the silence. "Xiao Ying, how have you been lately?" Over at the school, the lawn was packed with students, and the noise spread across the campus. She only glanced at the screen and sprayed out a mouthful of water in shock. Her eyes widened in surprise, her lips slightly parted, and her cheeks suddenly flushed, a mix of doubt and panic rising in her heart. "Chen Yuan is reaching out to me." The chat window was now clearly displayed on the screen. "Chen Yuan, Xiao Ying, how have you been lately?" "Pretty good. I recently signed up for the show True Actor. I've already passed the auditions." "Really, congratulations. You're so beautiful, you'll definitely make it straight to the finals. I have high hopes for you." "Really? You have high hopes for me?" "Of course. In my heart, you're the most stunning sight on the Huada campus." Ziying's gaze lingered on the last message. She covered her face, her cheeks burning red, and let out a soft sigh as she turned around, countless little sparkling hearts flying out. Chen Yuan really knows how to flirt. Meanwhile, in the towering skyscraper that pierced the clouds, sunlight reflected off the transparent glass, revealing a completely different scene. In the reception hall, Ruoyu's phone suddenly vibrated, the message alert clear in the quiet space. As soon as she opened her phone, her eyes logged onto the brief message from Chen Yuan that made her heart flutter. "Ruoyu, how have you been lately?" A hint of doubt rose in Ruoyu's mind. "Chen Yuan?" After a moment of stunned silence, she quickly snapped back to reality and replied promptly, "I've been busy with work lately. The Divine Scar Removal Cream brand has been established and there's a lot to handle." The next second, just 1 second later, a message full of concern from Chen Yuan appeared on the screen. "Don't work too hard, it breaks my heart." Ruoyu raised her hand to gently touch her burning cheek, confusion flickering in her eyes. She couldn't believe it and could only think to herself, "Chen Yuan is so gentle today." At the same time, from Chen Yuan's end, a stream of messages was being sent to countless different names. "Chen Yuan, Yuki, how's it going lately?" "Chen Yuan. Luoluo, have you adjusted to the budget fund job?" "Chen Yuan. Bing Shuang, don't push yourself too hard at work. Be kind to yourself." "Chen Yuan. President Chu, busy?" "Anya Xiao Nu am I, how are you?" "Chen Yuan. Shen Shu, are you free tonight for a drink?" Everyone who received the message blushed shyly, their eyes flickering with emotions they could barely contain, each silently asking themselves, "Chen Yuan, he's reaching out to me." Back at Chen Yuan's ancient and stately villa, silence enveloped the cold stone walls. In the quiet living room, he focused on the editor's voice coming from the TV screen. The show True Actor, hosted by President N, has recently taken the entire country by storm, revealing many incredibly talented non-professional contestants. As Choji's graceful figure appeared on the screen, her voice gradually grew excited. The most outstanding and well-known is undoubtedly the contestant Ni Wen Choji. On stage, she wielded a flowing sword technique, her skirt and ribbons intertwining elegantly, creating a dreamlike and enchanting scene. Even more striking was Choji's beautiful face, with big eyes and full lips blending together, exuding an irresistible charm. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to explode. Every judge smiled excitedly, raising their scorecards in unison, gleaming under the lights. On the other side of the screen, Chen Yuan couldn't help but blush, his eyes fixed on the screen as he muttered to himself, "Ni Wen Choji, Japanese, but she's pretty, on par with Harvey." But just a moment later, his expression darkened, and his voice carried an unmistakable doubt. At this critical moment, a stunning beauty suddenly appears out of nowhere. Could she be an assassin? Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, clawing at his hair in frustration, and let out a furious roar that echoed through the room. "Damn it, the black web has me paranoid." Then, as he walked toward the training room, he muttered softly to himself, But as they say, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. The black web has been quiet for too long, they're definitely plotting something nasty. I need to take them out. Meanwhile, at the Tech Institute, nestled among green hills and clear waters, night had quietly fallen, shrouding the entire area in silence. Suddenly, alarm lights flashed red and a piercing siren blared from the speakers, tearing through the dead of night. Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert! The server is under attack. A hacker sprang up from his chair, tears streaming down his face, his desperate shout echoing through the control room. Mr. X, that bastard Chen Yuan is attacking our server again. Can't stop him, can't stop any account. The server is about to crash. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mr. X erupted in fury, letting out a thunderous roar. Attacking again? Which one of you provoked him this time? The group of hackers, all in tears, shouted in grievance, making Mr. X's face turn ashen. No, who knows what bug bit him? After a moment of thought, Mr. X finally muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. Looks like he's trying to force us to release Lin Shutong. He's retaliating. At that moment, Choji's graceful figure suddenly flashed through his mind, causing Mr. X to pause, lost in thought. Endless reincarnation, you're my last hope. If we don't eliminate Chen Yuan, he'll eventually destroy us all. On the other side, Chen Yuan lounged with his hands behind his head, grinning smugly, then said, "This time I'll directly attack the black web server cluster, as a warning punishment." Then he leaned forward slightly, tapped a few keys on the keyboard and muttered to himself as if talking to no one. Next, I'll use their website architecture to rebuild a new site, replacing the black web and pissing off those black web rats. Watching the core code scroll across the screen, Chen Yuan curled his lips slightly. A smug glint in his eyes, he slowly announced that the new site would be entirely under his control. He pressed the enter key firmly and continued in a determined tone. The name will be... After a series of lightning-fast operations, two large characters gradually appeared on the screen, Dark Web. After finishing, Chen Yuan's eyes shone with confidence. He whispered to himself, "I'll post a bounty to test the site's stability." On the screen in front of him appeared a photo of Shutong with a striking announcement below it. Bounty, target name, Lin Shutong. Target location, USA. Mission, bring the target back to the country by any means necessary. Bounty amount, 10 million dark coins, dark web exclusive currency. He clenched his fist, raised an eyebrow slightly, and smiled smugly before slowly saying, "I've done my best for Lin Shutong. This is a humanitarian rescue." His eyes fixed on the screen, Chen Yuan said quietly, "From now on, all dark web mission settlements will use the new currency, dark coins. Each dark coin corresponds to 1 gram of international gold. The bounty is 10 million dark coins. Dark web exclusive currency." He paused for a moment, then judged softly, his tone certain and cold. 10 million dark coins is equivalent to 3.7 billion in local currency. The system interface that popped up next left Chen Yuan puzzled. Chu Yumo's affection 1, current affection, 95 points. Chu Yumo's affection 1, current affection, 95 points. Watching the series of prompts flash on the screen, he twitched his lips slightly and asked himself in a trembling voice, "How did I randomly gain affection?" The system interface lit up again, and 2 new prompt boxes appeared one after another. Target Chu Yumo's affection has exceeded 95 points. Congratulations, host, on completing the reversal mission. Just a second later, another massive interface suddenly appeared. Light flickered, enveloping the entire space. Host has spent 360 billion on the Simp, receiving 360 billion enhancement points, 35 bonus points. Skills: gun proficiency, boxing proficiency, English proficiency, Go proficiency, piano proficiency, Guzheng proficiency, painting proficiency. Looking at the information panel before him, Chen Yuan frowned slightly, his mouth twitching and his voice choked with despair as he asked himself, "How did I reverse again? What did I do?" He couldn't believe his eyes and quickly grabbed his phone, repeating confused words. "This is too strange. I'll go ask her." But as soon as he glanced at the phone, Chen Yuan froze, his eyes wide with terror. Barely able to breathe, the screen clearly displayed the message history between him and Chu Yumo. Every line cut into Chen Yuan's heart like a knife. "Chu Yumo, no matter what, Momo, you're the most important person to me. Really? Don't be so glib. Of course it's true. You have to believe me. Get lost, you pathetic simp." Chen Yuan's face turned pale, his lips trembling. And then a terrified scream filled the room. "What the hell is this? My phone is chatting on its own?" Watching a series of similar conversations pop up one after another, he completely broke down, shouting in disbelief. And with a bunch of people, that familiar doghead avatar was now sending countless cheesy messages, leaving Chen Yuan staring blankly at the screen. "Qin Bingshui, my ice baby, I want to sleep with you so badly. Xiao Nuo Mi should be renamed Quan Ming, you're a song in my heart. Suddenly a flower blooms, Sister Shu, a woman 3 years older is like holding a brick of gold. A woman 30 years older brings a kingdom. I think you're really charming." The further he scrolled, the deeper his despair grew. The atmosphere around him seemed to freeze, heavy and suffocating. After a moment of stunned silence, Chen Yuan finally snapped back, his face twisted with rage as he let out a deafening roar. What the hell is this? Disgusting. He's even hitting on Shen Shuyi. Is my phone infected with a virus? As soon as he said that, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, making him pause. His expression gradually shifted. Chen Yuan hesitantly looked up at the screen and tested in a hoarse voice, "Wang Sai, was it you?" Wang Sai, upon hearing this, happily appeared on the screen and confirmed with an excited tone. Yes, it was. Wang Sai was just carrying out the master's orders. The master wanted someone to help handle these complex relationships. In contrast to Wang Kei's excitement, Chen Yuan could only turn pale, clutching his head in his hands, letting out a desperate groan. This behavior is way too frivolous. Once his sadness subsided a bit, Chen Yuan frowned slightly, his eyes thoughtful as if calculating something. Could Wang Kei's intelligence level be far higher than I expected? He raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze deepening, and his mind began to dwell on this newly formed hypothesis, being able to handle conversations autonomously and having opinions. This level of intelligence far surpasses all current AI on the market. The next second, Chen Yuan suddenly lowered his head, gripping the screen in front of him tightly, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Wang Sai, you're much smarter than I thought." Upon hearing this, Wang Sai swayed excitedly from side to side, and seeing the outstretched hand, it cooed in a childish voice, "Thank you for the compliment, master." He smiled gently, a warm smile spreading across his lips, and then said softly, "Then I'll test you. There's a man named Li Jiamu, former chairman of Juxing, who fled to the US after committing crimes. Can you help me locate him?" Wang Sai didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. "Okay, master, please wait a moment." Right after Wang Kei's childish voice, information about Li Jiamu immediately appeared on the screen. Matching identity, name confirmed. Li Jiamu. Collecting portrait data, matching, initiating global satellite search. After searching for a while, Wang Sai suddenly called out, and a satellite image showing Li Jiamu's location appeared on the screen. Target identified. Chen Yuan was startled the moment he glanced at it and quickly leaned in to confirm again. A doubtful voice softly sounded, "This is Li Jiamu?" Looking at his gaunt, sickly figure curled up among a pile of old newspapers, he couldn't believe it, and blurted out in confusion, "How did the young master Li end up in such a miserable state?" Meanwhile, at the place where Li Jiamu lay, a group of young people suddenly appeared. Footsteps echoed through the empty narrow alley. A coin suddenly dropped, spinning and rolling to a stop beside his face, making him frown slightly, but still not open his eyes. Li Jiamu frowned slightly, looking with a hint of confusion at the faintly glowing coin beside him. Then he suddenly sprang up, threw the coin aside forcefully, and roared in fury, "I'm not a beggar, are you all stupid?" Li Jiamu exploded, his face red with anger, pointing at their noses and shouting, his hoarse voice seemingly carrying the burning rage in his heart. "I used to be richer than all of you, stop pretending." The three of them, upon hearing this, immediately darkened their faces. They couldn't help but shout back in anger, their tone full of venom and provocation. "I kindly gave you money and you curse at me. Enough talk, let this trash know what's what." As soon as the words left their mouths, the three rushed forward, raining punches down on him, hitting and cursing. Shouts filled the entire corner. "You curse my mom, I love my mom the most, go to hell." After a thorough beating, Li Jiamu collapsed to the ground, his face bruised and swollen, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his breathing weak, but a glint of defiance still shining in his eyes. He lay motionless, his body covered in bruises, dried blood staining his clothes in patches, looking so pitiful that it stirred sympathy. Just then a delicate cake box was gently placed beside Jiamu, accompanied by a tender voice that felt especially warm amidst the chaos. "How pitiful." An elderly woman with a kind face slowly sat down next to him, her gentle gaze resting on him as she whispered comfort, as if trying to soothe the pain in Jiamu's heart. "May the Lord bless you." "Child?" The old woman turned and left, leaving only her slowly retreating legs, and beside his blood-stained body the abandoned cake box. Jiamu suddenly burst into tears, snot mixed with blood, his mouth clenched tightly and trembling, desperately holding back the sobs in his throat. He fumbled with the cake in his hands, tears streaming endlessly. His voice choked as if he wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. "This cake is so delicious." Seeing this, Chen Yuan remained completely unmoved, just lightly rubbing his nose, smacking his lips, and then commenting with a hint of mockery, "If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place?" With that he looked down at his phone, muttering a few sighs. It only took Wang Sai 3 minutes to find Li Jiamu. Truly amazing. Chen Yuan then launched into an excited rapid-fire monologue, his words tinged with a sense of satisfaction. As if he had discovered something particularly interesting, this meant he now had a magical tool. He could find anyone instantly. It would be incredibly useful in critical moments. A few days later, in a certain cafe, Yi Han's voice suddenly rang out, full of confusion, breaking the stifling atmosphere. "Also, you seem to have gotten prettier lately." Wu Shuang, upon hearing this, gently propped her chin, her tone both casual and contemplative. "Probably because Chen Yuan passed some of his power to me a few days ago." Surprised and disbelieving, she asked, "Doesn't that mean he lost some of his cultivation again?" She tilted her head, her gaze wandering aimlessly into the distance, speaking slowly as if recalling an old memory. Yeah, I stole my grandpa's 1,000-year ginseng to give to him, and I got grounded for it. Now my dad has frozen all my allowance. Yihan's mouth fell open after hearing this, her expression a mix of doubt and surprise. It took her a while to stammer out a few words. You, then, under her speechless gaze, Wushuang suddenly jumped up excitedly, slammed the table and announced loudly with full momentum, "Freeze it then, I'll support myself." Her face flushed red with excitement, her eyes shining as she enthusiastically recounted every detail, her voice full of passion. "A few days ago I signed up for a real acting, and passed the initial selection easily." Yihan was surprised, her eyes wide, leaning forward instinctively, and then asked in confusion, "You signed up too?" Wushuang paused, a flicker of doubt in her eyes, repeating her words as if to confirm she hadn't misheard. "Two? Don't tell me you signed up too." The next second she rested her chin on her hand, laughed and then shouted excitedly, her tone both teasing and mischievously proud. "No way, someone actually gave up the position of CEO of Longhua Emperor Group to join a talent show." Yihan smiled awkwardly and replied, "I did sign up." She then dropped her smile, her expression turning serious. She began to explain clearly, word by word, "I'm just the vice president. The elders in my family and many company veterans oppose me. Several of my projects are hard to push forward, so I wanted a change of pace." But soon, Wushuang retorted loudly, her voice full of confidence and authority, making Yihan awkwardly lower her gaze to avoid it. "Liar, you did it for Chen Yuan." She quickly snapped back to reality, her expression becoming more serious as she tried to change the subject. "Forget about me, your grandpa's ginseng was stolen." "Was he furious?" she answered loudly. "Of course." Wushuang held up the invitation, looking dejected, her voice gloomy as she recounted, "But my grandpa is still in great shape. He's planning a 75th birthday banquet soon and wants me to invite Chen Yuan." She repeated the words she had just heard with some doubt, her tone uncertain. "Invite Chen Yuan?" Wushuang immediately leaned forward and confirmed quickly, "Yeah, my grandpa specifically asked to see him." Just then, Zhu Hong suddenly walked over, his voice cutting through the conversation, making both of them turn and look at him in surprise. "Excuse me, ladies." He smiled slightly, his voice soft but firm as he made a suggestion, suddenly turning the atmosphere serious. "Our CEO would like to get to know you two beautiful ladies." With Zhu Hong's steady voice, everyone's attention turned to the Crown Prince of Samsung Group. Bei Rongye lightly raised his hand as if greeting them. "Could we exchange contact information?" The two exchanged glances, remaining silent, neither responding, just sitting quietly as if waiting for him to say more. After a moment of silence, Yihan lightly pursed her lips, her gaze turning cold, and then calmly refused, her tone flat. "Not interested." Zhu Hong looked a bit embarrassed, his expression awkward, and quickly tried to clarify. "Miss, it's just getting to know each other. Why refuse? You might gain something unexpected." Wushuang couldn't hold back anymore, her face darkening, her voice irritated as she questioned, every word dripping with displeasure and doubt. "What, is he that impressive?" Then, as he made a gesture to stop them, she suddenly stood up, grabbed Yihan's hand tightly, and pulled her away without looking back. Han, let's go." Zhu Hong returned in defeat, bowing his head slightly and apologizing, his voice so soft it almost faded into the wind. "Sorry boss, I failed. I didn't expect Chinese women to be so arrogant and rude." Bei Rongye didn't mind, just calmly replied, "It's fine." He gently picked up his teacup, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, showing a confident grin as he uttered a meaningful sentence that made people ponder. "There's an old saying in Korea, good food is worth the wait. This lady is so outstanding, I will definitely win her over. Look into her background for me." Zhu Hong frowned slightly, his tone hesitant but still calm, gently reminding him, as if afraid of offending. "But your engagement?" Bei Rongye shrugged calmly, his expression indifferent, as if nothing mattered. His reply was light but meaningful. "One thing at a time. For someone like me, engagements are for profit, but that doesn't stop me from pursuing who I truly love." He could only smile bitterly, feeling speechless inside, wondering how to react. The boss is the boss. He can talk about being unfaithful so casually. Meanwhile, at Chen Yuan's magnificent castle, a figure quietly walked out the main door. The hand tightly gripped a trash bag, walked to the bin and tossed it in cleanly. The sound of the bag landing echoed softly in the quiet space. Just as he turned to leave, a loud shout suddenly rang out, pulling his attention back. Chen Yuan, Wushuang and Yihan walked side by side, their voices chattering with a hint of confusion in the silent space. "Chen Yuan, you're taking out the trash yourself? No maid?" Chen Yuan could only smack his lips, looking helpless, and then slowly explained, "I have hands and feet, why would I need a maid? By the way, what do you two want from me?" Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up and she immediately pointed to the distant house, her voice excited as she introduced, "Han and I came to look at houses. She's planning to buy the villa next to yours." He paused slightly, his expression a bit dazed mixed with confusion, repeating to confirm, "Buy a villa." Just after saying that, Chen Yuan lowered his head slightly, furrowed his brows, and his eyes sank into thought. Was she going to be his neighbor? Why did it feel like he was being watched? Lost in thought, Wu Shuang suddenly approached and shoved an invitation into his hand. "And this?" Seeing Chen Yuan's stunned expression, she calmly explained as if she had anticipated his reaction. "My grandpa is throwing a 75th birthday banquet. You already agreed on WeChat, don't forget." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, his gaze fixed on the invitation in his hand as a series of irritated questions flooded his mind. 75th birthday banquet? When did I agree? It must be that bastard Wang Sai. Across from him, Wu Shuang curled her lips into a smug smile, quickly glancing at Yi Han, who was silently looking down behind her. "Han, what's the point of buying a villa? Chen Yuan is going to meet my grandpa and soon we'll be in a relationship." Just then she gently lifted her head, her voice soft and hesitant. "Chen Yuan, are you free at 7 tonight?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuan quickly replied, "I'm free. What's up?" Under her surprised gaze, Yi Han blushed slightly, her voice tender as she extended an invitation. "Let's go see a movie tonight." Hearing this, Chen Yuan frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, and slowly asked, "A movie? What movie?" Yi Han gently raised her hand, her eyes lighting up, her voice excited as she introduced, "Wandering Universe, the movie you starred in before. I had a cameo in it, and tonight's the premiere." As soon as he heard this, a series of familiar beautiful faces flashed through his mind, stirring his heart slightly. Chen Yuan lightly stroked his chin, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes showing interest as he thought to himself, "It's been a while since I've been to the cinema. Not only am I the lead in this movie, but all the bound targets are in it too. I should go see it." He paused for a moment, then couldn't help blurting out his agreement, "All right, let's go to the movies tonight." Seeing this, Wu Shuang refused to be outdone, rushing over and waving her hands repeatedly. "I'm going too. I'm also a cameo actress." Looking at the awkwardly smiling face behind her, she pouted and muttered angrily, Han is so sneaky, trying to steal Chen Yuan." "No way." Chen Yuan didn't pay much attention and quickly agreed, his gaze still fixed on his phone screen, making Wu Shuang curious. "Then let's go together. I'll make a few calls first." In another corner of the city, the towering corporate building stood tall, its glittering glass windows reflecting the dazzling sunlight. The phone screen suddenly lit up with messages and call notifications clearly appearing. "Boss." Kei Yan was startled by the sudden voice, turning her gaze with some confusion in that direction. "The boss is calling." His excited voice came clearly through the phone. "Kei Yan, I'm inviting you to a movie at 7 tonight. Wandering Universe." She blushed shyly, her voice soft as she replied, "Okay, boss." Kei Yan stared at her phone screen, her fingertips unconsciously touching her flushed cheeks. Her mind kept racing with various assumptions, her hands clasped together as she thought, "He's already given me those hundreds of billions in assets and now he's asking me to a movie. Could he be trying to pursue me?" She held a small mirror, touching up her makeup while muttering to herself, her voice so low only she could hear, "I have to put on a perfect look. Which dress should I wear?" Meanwhile, across the city, amidst the rows of towering skyscrapers under the sky, Ji Le and Meng Meng both blurted out simultaneously after receiving their calls, "A movie at 7 tonight." After finishing the last call, Chen Yuan looked up, a bright smile spreading across his face as he began to explain, "All set. This way everyone can watch together. More people, more fun." After hearing this, both girls and Wu Shuang simultaneously wore speechless expressions, silently cursing in unison. What a lunatic, calling so many women to watch a movie together. Is he trying to have a team-building event at the cinema? Ignoring the two girls' irritated glares, he thought smugly to himself, "This way everyone watches together, and I only have to go once instead of 3 times like last time. I'm a genius." Chen Yuan turned gently and walked away calmly. "See you tonight, bye." Watching his decisive retreating figure, Yi Han furrowed her brow, her eyes darkening, her voice low as if asking herself, "Chen Yuan always thinks ahead. Could this arrangement mean something else?" Just then, a barrage of comments appeared on the phone screen like a machine gun. "Wandering Universe is definitely a flop. If it's not, I'll eat a banana upside down. This kind of movie is obviously a cash grab. Yan always, get out of the Chinese film industry. Born Beautiful. Yan Always' movie Wandering Universe is out. He plays the lead, acting with 7 or 8 beauties. What a pig of a man." Seeing the constant stream of insults directed at him, he went crazy, rubbing his hair vigorously, his voice filled with grievance as he squeezed out the words. "A pile of negative reviews, and they haven't even seen the movie yet." As dusk fell, the last rays of the sunset gently spilled over the glass windows, casting a warm orange glow on the Wandering Universe movie poster below. When Chen Yuan appeared, he was fully disguised, his hat pulled low and a mask covering most of his face. Amidst the bustling crowd in front of the cinema, Chen Yuan stood quietly, as if isolated from the world around him, his gaze fixed ahead. Lost in thought, an irritated voice suddenly came from behind. pulling Chen Yuan's attention back. Can we watch this movie? I want to see Wandering Universe. The boy frowned deeply, impatience written all over his face, his voice filled with dissatisfaction as he objected without hesitation. What's so good about this movie? Let's go see Hot and Spicy instead. His girlfriend's single reply eased his mind a bit. I've been waiting for this movie for a long time. Can we watch it tonight? But the boy's next judgment was like adding fuel to the fire, instantly making Chen Yuan furious. Wandering Universe sounds like a flop, and it's made by that scumbag Yan always. He's playing the lead, so his acting must be terrible too. The next second, Chen Yuan strode over, gently patted the frowning boy on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Bro, your girlfriend wants to see it, so just take her. And judging it's bad without even watching it, that's too subjective." Upon hearing this, the boy immediately flushed red, boiling with rage as he snapped back, "What's it to you if I curse Yan Always' movie? You're obviously a single dog coming to the cinema alone. You'll never find a girlfriend in this life." As soon as he finished, Chen Yuan's two hands were suddenly grasped by two small hands, followed by two angry voices speaking in unison. Who says he can't find a girlfriend? It turned out to be Ji Le and Meng Meng, both stunningly beautiful, making people turn their heads to stare. Seeing this, the crowd immediately stirred, their gazes filled with envy, murmurs surging like waves. "So beautiful. Each one is at least a 9 out of 10. Who is this guy? Bro, you're lucky with women." Respect. Unable to help but admire. The boy's nose started bleeding as soon as he spoke, making his girlfriend's face darken. Too beautiful. In a fit of anger, she just shouted and turned to leave without looking back. "If you love watching so much, go find someone else." He panicked and chased after her, begging, "Baby, baby, don't go, I was wrong." Watching the scene, he just lightly smacked his lips and sighed to himself, what a sin breaking up another couple. Chen Yuan could only sigh, turned his head and scolded with a hint of indulgence, his eyes still showing helplessness and a bit of fondness. "Lele, you're too mischievous." Ji Le just puffed out her cheeks and glared at him, answering loudly without backing down. "I don't like them putting you down." Meng Meng chimed in from the side. "Exactly, you're the best person in the world." Just then, Wu Shuang and Yi Han, dressed in captivating outfits, drew everyone's attention as they walked over together, calling his name Chen Yuan. Seeing this, the group of men simultaneously flushed red, their noses uncontrollably bleeding. Angry shouts echoed throughout the area. "Two more top-tier beauties have arrived. I wish I were him right now. Can he handle 4 girls? Let me take over." Kei Yan noticed the crowd gathered in a huddle as soon as she arrived and asked curiously, "What's all the commotion over there?" Amid the chaotic crowd, when she spotted a familiar figure, she froze, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. That person seemed to be 4th boss. Kei Yan quickly lowered her head, thinking to herself, this unspoken pain. So he didn't just invite me. Pulling herself together, she stepped forward lightly and greeted softly, "Hello, boss. Hello, Miss Chin. Hello, Miss Yi." Hearing her voice, Wu Shuang turned her head slightly, a strange question rising in her heart. Is that Kei Yan? Isn't that Li Jiamu's person? Has she been recruited by Chen Yuan? Watching the two talking, she fell silent for a moment, a sigh rising in her heart. What an unfathomable man. After the conversation ended, Chen Yuan glanced around lightly, sighed, and a hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. It seemed only Xiao Yue hadn't shown up. The movie was about to start. Soon, a golden taxi screeched to a halt in front of the cinema. Ling Chong almost rushed out of the car, his brows furrowed, muttering under his breath, his face etched with anxiety. Oh no, I'm late. Will the boss be mad at me?" The figure flashed past, leaving Rongdi stunned. His eyes widened, and he let out a surprised cry. His cheeks flushed as if burned by fire. His gaze was dazed with infatuation. The girl ahead was so I feel like I've fallen in love again. Just then, Ling Chong, panting heavily, glanced at her phone screen and let out a soft sigh of relief, made it just in time. As he was still lost in thought, a tall figure suddenly appeared before him and greeted him, startling Ling Chong, whose eyes turned wary. "Hello, beautiful lady." Rongdi gently smoothed his hair, a charming smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He handed a business card forward and asked in a low voice, "Can I get to know you?" She couldn't be bothered to listen further, and refused loudly, shoving Rongdi's hand away forcefully, her eyes filled with determination and anger. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." "What are you doing?" Unwilling to be rejected, he immediately stepped forward to block her way, a rogue grin on his lips, his voice laced with feigned pleading. "Just add me as a contact, it won't take long. Let's be friends. If it doesn't work, you can delete me. Give me a chance." In another corner, Rongdi raised his hand slightly, shielding his sharp, calculating gaze, sizing up the scene in his mind. This girl has more and more class, with a seasoned and mature aura. Absolutely captivating. However, his only response was Ling Chang's blade-sharp glare and icy words, freezing the atmosphere instantly. "Friends, are you worthy?" Stung by the sarcastic remark, Rongdi gritted his teeth in anger, his mind racing with self-justification. I'm the crown prince of Samsung, holding shares worth hundreds of billions, free to come and go from the Blue House. He couldn't believe it, screaming inwardly. Am I being looked down on by a Chinese woman now? With that thought, Rong Di clenched his jaw, his eyes darkening, his voice seething with rage as he hissed through his teeth. Am I not worthy? In a moment of losing control, he roared, swinging his arm violently toward her shoulder. The shout echoed through the space, even more piercing. You're asking for it. Say that again if you dare. But before he could touch her, Ling Chong swiftly grabbed his arm, causing Rong Di to cry out in pain. Instantly, her face darkened, and with a fierce throw, she slammed Rong Di heavily to the ground. Rong Di's curses of pain rang out in the tense air. Which bastard did that? Rong Di snarled. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted, arms raised high in cheers and excitement. Nice throw, serves you right for showing off. Beautiful lady. Impressive moves. Ling Chong stood up calmly, lightly dusting off her hands as if flicking away dirt. Her voice rang out slowly, cold and with a clear warning. Don't bother me again or face the consequences. After she left, Zhu Hong snapped back to reality and rushed over. Anxious shouts rose among the still chaotic crowd. The manager, helped up by those nearby, trembled unsteadily, cursing incessantly with hatred. Damn it, no woman has ever treated me like this. I'll make you regret it. Meanwhile, Ling Chong had already walked into the cinema with composure, her demeanor calm as if nothing had happened. Once inside, the light from the big screen immediately fell on her face. Above, the movie's opening scene was playing slowly. Ling Chong walked down the steps, and when her gaze landed on Chen Yuan's seat, her cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of doubt rising in her heart. She sat down gently beside him, a shy smile flickering at the corners of her mouth, then spoke softly. Sorry I'm late. After hearing her words, he nodded silently, his voice calm and unremarkable. It's fine, let's watch the movie. Still, a happy smile spread across Ling Chang's lips, a tender thought flickering in her eyes. The boss not only saved me a seat, but it's the closest one. She secretly glanced at Chen Yuan, the screen's glow reflecting on her flushed cheeks. At that moment, a thought gently crossed her mind. In his heart, I'm this important. The big screen's light filled the cinema, illuminating Chen Yuan's lowered face as his hand trembled, stroking the dirty little face in his arms. Sensing that the faint breathing had completely stopped, he suddenly burst into tears, 2 streams of tears silently sliding down his pained face. The entire cinema was immersed in silence, only the faint sound of sobbing could be heard. Everyone was moved by this scene. Wu Shuang and Yi Han were no exception. She reached for a tissue while sobbing, her voice trembling with emotion. This is really the movie we made together. How can it be so touching? Wu Shuang, tears streaming down her face, gently turned to look at Chen Yuan beside her, unable to suppress the various doubts in her heart. To make a movie like this, you must be a sincere, emotionally rich person. Chen Yuan, this is the real you, right? Beside her, Meng Ming was also moved, gently wiping the corners of her eyes, thinking to herself, even though I was a cameo in this movie, I never expected it to be this good after release. She suddenly noticed him sitting in the row below, completely absorbed. Her eyes lit up, shining with pride, as if she had discovered a small miracle. He seems to have a magic touch. Everything he does succeeds. After a while, the movie finally reached its end. Only the words, "the end," remained on the screen, quietly leaving an unforgettable echo in the audience's hearts. As the audience filed out, they chatted animatedly, laughter and comments mingling to create a lively, vibrant atmosphere. I thought it would be a flop, but it was amazing. The special effects blow away American blockbusters. The plot was great too. President Yan is reliable. President Yan made me cry so much. My eyes will definitely be swollen tomorrow. Though it was already dark, the cinema entrance was still bustling with people. Footsteps and chatter intertwined under the flickering lights. In front of a fiery red supercar, Zhu Hong lit a cigarette for Rong Di, while reporting softly, "Manager, that girl should be out soon." He held the cigarette in his mouth, his eyes dark as he surveyed the surroundings. "Where did you find these people to stir up trouble?" Zhu Hong, after listening, bowed slightly, a flattering smile on his face, and explained softly, "These are rich second-generation kids from Shanghai. Their families have business with our group. When they heard you needed help, they came right away." Rong Di let out a faint, satisfied smile and praised, a hint of contentment flickering in his eyes. "Good job. I'll just stand here and wait for that woman to come out, then humiliate her properly." The group of rich kids behind him, upon hearing this, eagerly crowded forward, their fawning words mixed with eagerness and self-satisfaction. "Manager Bei is too polite. If anyone dares to disrespect you, I'll be the first to object." He smoked, scanning them, and spoke coldly. "Good, good. When I get back, I'll definitely support your family businesses." Just then, mingling with the crowd, Chen Yuan and his group also came out, each step confidently blending into the lively rhythm around them. Lin Shuang hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and reported softly, her tone carrying a hint of hesitation but still earnest. "Boss, tonight I'll organize the recent work progress into an email and send it to you." He listened, glanced back lightly, and quickly replied, "No rush, it's a rare break. Don't always think about work." But just then, a row of supercars suddenly blocked their path, their glaring high beams blinding them, startling both of them into stepping back involuntarily. Instantly, a group of burly men surrounded them. She frowned slightly, her eyes full of vigilance and caution. They suddenly parted to make way, allowing Rongdi to step forward and greet them with a flirtatious yet confident look. "Fancy meeting you again, beautiful." Ling Shuang frowned as soon as she saw him, her eyes filled with disgust, questioning in a cold, sharp tone, "Why is it you again? Can't you just stop?" Despite being surrounded, Chen Yuan calmly asked, his voice steady and powerful. "Xiao Yue, do you know him?" Ling Shuang, impatient, spat out a string of sharp words. "No, when I came to the cinema this guy hit on me and when I refused he wouldn't let go." Seeing this, Rongdi stepped forward, flashing an arrogant smile, and introduced himself softly, his eyes full of confidence and provocation. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Park Dong-in. If you're not familiar with it, you can look me up online." Then, under her surprised gaze, he stepped forward, heavily patted his shoulder and spoke flippantly with a hint of pride. "So you're her boyfriend? I have something to discuss with you. Take off your mask first." Chen Yuan, without any courtesy, frowned in disgust, shook off Rongdi's hand and spoke coldly, each word like a clear warning. "Take your hand off. Get lost before I lose my temper." Treated this way, he didn't get angry but stepped back, laughed with interest and waved his hand lightly, his voice carrying a hint of challenge. "Don't get worked up. Let me show you something." With that, Rongdi gave a smug look, raised his hand and gestured lightly. Immediately, two men in black suits, each carrying a suitcase, slowly stepped forward. Once in front, they quickly unlocked the suitcases. The movements were crisp and professional, heightening the tension. As the suitcases opened, they were filled with stacks of US dollars, gleaming under the light, making the scene even more suffocating. The onlookers gasped in shock, their eyes lighting up, cheers mixed with surprise and excitement. "Oh my God, so much money. Is this a tycoon moment? Must be millions, right?" Watching the crowd's uproar and his smug expression, Chen Yuan squinted slightly, a hint of anger in his eyes, thinking to himself, "Looks like it's just for show, but these two cases don't even add up to $1 million, less than what I tipped that female streamer in a minute." Unaware of his thoughts, Rongdi confidently picked up a thick stack of bills and proposed with a provocative tone, "I want to take your girlfriend out to dinner tonight. Agree and this money is yours." As Chen Yuan stared coldly at him, Ling Shuang suddenly leaned in, frowning, and reported softly, "Boss, I just checked. This guy is the heir of Samhan, notorious in the circle." Hearing this, he pulled down his mask, revealing a meaningful smile. Chen Yuan showed his full face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his eyes full of cunning and confidence, each word dripping with sarcasm. "So it's the crown prince of Samhan. Truly impressive." The group of rich kids who had been cheering upon seeing his face turned pale and stepped back in fear, a shocking name popping into their minds in unison. "President Yan," one of them couldn't help but gasp. His face pale, his eyes panicked, screaming inwardly, "I thought it was just a bit of fun, but who knew we'd run into President Yan? It's over." Another person also stumbled back, sweating profusely, both shocked and annoyed, cursing under his breath. "Bei Zai Rongdi, this idiot dares to chase President Yan's woman? Doesn't he know how to spell death?" At this point, Rongdi still didn't know his identity, nodding and looking him up and down with contempt. "Just a pretty boy, but he's good looking." The young master, seeing this, couldn't hold back and quickly stepped forward. He coughed softly a few times, then whispered a reminder, "Master Bei, you should say less." Instead of being grateful, Rongdi turned around angrily and shouted in a sharp, commanding tone, "Why, whose side are you on? Know your place." As his words fell, Wu Shuang and her group stepped forward, shouting in a rapid, oppressive tone, "The one who doesn't know his place is you, shameless." Seeing a group of beautiful women approaching, Rongdi's eyes lit up, his cheeks flushed, and he thought happily, infatuated and excited, "It's those two beauties from the cafe this afternoon. What a coincidence. I'm so lucky today." The young master beside him stumbled back in panic, his face pale, wailing in despair. "Oh no, Miss Qin from the Qin family, Miss Yi from the Yi family, and the new chairwoman of Juqing." At this point, all the rich kids called in were hanging their heads, sweating profusely, thinking in unison, "Bei Rongdi, you're on your own." Chen Yuan, hearing Rongdi say, "Beautiful lady, we meet again," was instantly furious. He was suddenly grabbed by the collar and dragged away. He silently raised his hand and punched Rongdi in the face. Zhu Hong roared angrily, "Manager, how dare you hit our manager? Do you know who he is?" "Bastard!" He turned and shouted at Shen Yi and his group, "What are you standing there for? This guy has to pay. Damn it." Shen Yi approached Chen Yuan and said, "Sorry, President Yan, we didn't know it was you. Our own people didn't recognize you and caused trouble. Please don't blame us. I'll come and apologize at your door another day." Rongdi's men roared angrily, "Whose side are you on? Do you still want your family business?" Shen Yi thought, offending the Korean just means losing business, but offending President Yan means getting kicked out of Shanghai. He suddenly walked up to him and shouted loudly. A group of people trampled over the two, saying, "How dare you act tough after offending President Yan? I've had it with you two." Rongdi had his teeth broken, blood splattering everywhere. As he was helped away, he said, "I'll remember you, President Yan, right?" Rongdi gritted his teeth in hatred. "I'll repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future." Chen Yuan spoke up, don't wait for the future. Let's do it today. From now on I can tell you, Samsung will cease to exist. Shan Yi thought if it were anyone else it might just be tough talk, but when President Yan says it he has the power to do it. Han Yu spoke up. Is this a declaration of war against Samsung? Xiao Lan chimed in. A giant like Samsung ranked 18th globally, is President Yan going to go against them just for face? Ling Shuang thought. The boss isn't doing this for face, he's been planning this for a long time. Ah, she mused, although Phaeton is growing fast, it's hit obstacles. The boss is swallowing Samsung as a springboard to go global, leading national industry to the world. Ling Shuang thought to herself, compared to the boss, my vision is too narrow. In an underground experimental base in the US, a huge culture container sat on the floor. A person looked at the girl in the test tube and said, the final injection, if she can just survive the last rejection reaction, will succeed. The man spoke up, I can feel a terrifying power within her. She will become our strongest warrior. In the silent room, a loud bang suddenly rang out, as if heralding an unexpected event. Two people in protective suits hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the sound. Someone said, Lin Shutong is in this lab with a bounty of 3.7 billion. Charge, 3 men who had just been shot fell to the ground on the spot. A soldier rushed in to report, it's no use, we can't hold them off, there are too many of them. One person said angrily, a bunch of useless trash. Another spoke up, stop cursing, hurry up and retreat to the safe room, call for headquarters backup. The man shouted. But this test subject is about to, the other man yelled as he ran. Forget the test subject, saving our own skins is the priority, let's go. Shutong was still unconscious in the test tube, her eyes closed, her body slowly sinking into the water. Bubbles of all sizes rose around her. The sunlight shone brightly, filtering through the dense leaves below. Shutong still had her eyes closed, her face showing a serene beauty in the soft light. She jolted awake in the car, thinking, where the hell am I? Fiona turned to look at Shutong and said, you're really tough. You had a fever of 50 degrees earlier and still managed to pull through. She looked at her and asked, did you save me? Why? Robert, while driving, turned his head and replied, we received a mission to send you back to China. Shutong pressed on. Who gave the order? He continued. We don't know that. The employer offered a reward of 10 million dark coins, roughly equivalent to 3.7 billion US dollars, to send you back to China. Now all the assassins in the world are on the move. She thought it was Chen Yuan. It had to be him. He still cared about her. He had never given up on her. Shutong mused to herself. She had once had the most precious person, but she had lost him with her own hands. She was such a fool. She sat there sobbing. Fiona thought impatiently, why is she crying out of nowhere? Is this girl crazy? Suddenly, many cars caught up from behind. Robert shouted worriedly, damn, the lab people have caught up and they've even mobilized the military. Fiona ordered, there's an abandoned factory up ahead. Drive there and we'll split up. A group of jeeps gathered in a ruined building area surrounded by dust and destroyed structures. A group of people in military uniforms fired continuously, the muzzles flashing fiercely. Robert raised both guns, shooting at targets all around him. He was hit and fell backward to the ground, writhing in pain, bright red blood gushing out. Rows of bodies fell, covering the floor. Someone ordered them all shot, not a single one left alive. The leader reported over the walkie-talkie, the target is gone, we've been tricked. Outside the forest as the two ran, Shutong said, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Fiona gasped and snapped, less talk, move it, we're in this line of work, we knew this day would come. She suddenly suggested, sis, I want to be an assassin too, can you teach me? From a high vantage point, a dirt path wound through the vast verdant forest. Fiona stopped and looked at Shutong, asking, are you serious? She thought, her physical condition is excellent, she could become a great asset. That way, the 3.7 billion bounty would all be mine. She replied, I'm serious. I want to gain power. I don't want to be a burden to anyone anymore. Shutong thought to herself, since I can't win you back, let me protect you in my own way. Chen Yuan, the tallest building, stood out sharply against the bright sky. Sunlight shone on its peak. Many trending news stories appeared online. Hot searches. My Cosmic Wandering released for 3 days, public opinion reversal. Box office exceeds 500 million. Heaven and Earth Ambition. The supporting actresses in Cosmic Wandering, all shining. Though only appearing for a few minutes, they're unforgettable. Begging for a quick escape. Actors in the movie like Qin Wushuang and Yi Han really want to see them in deeper roles. Real actors are amazing. This time President Yan really went all out to pave the way for others. Rong Di stared at his phone screen and shouted angrily, damn it, this guy called President Yan is really persistent. He's everywhere. His subordinate handed over a stack of documents and said, Director, this is the information on President Yan. His background is very mysterious, but he's incredibly wealthy, he continued. According to estimates, the rewards he gave to those actresses exceed 5 billion. At the same time, he's also versatile and is hailed as the national heartthrob. Rong Di snapped impatiently. These are all trivial details. Get to the point, the man replied. Yes, the man continued. He's also a businessman, and his company's market value exceeds 6 trillion. he pressed. Damn it, is he that rich? He replied. Yes, the data shows that Chen Yuan has a vast number of businesses, and he has also built a commercial empire spanning multiple fields through indirect shareholding. Rong Di fumed. So what? He can't threaten our Samsung group. I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later, he reminded him. Director, at 7:30 tonight is Patriarch Qin's birthday banquet in M City. Many celebrities will attend. It's a great opportunity for you to break into the Chinese market. Rong Di said, I know all that, and I also know that the Qin family's daughter and the Yi family's daughter will be there too. He laughed smugly. This time I'll definitely salvage my image. Rong Di ordered, investigate Patriarch Qin's preferences and prepare plenty of gifts. If President Yan is also there tonight, that'll be my chance for revenge, he responded. Yes, Director. At the Wushuang Premium Hotel, she was on the phone reminding Chen Yuan, don't forget to come to my grandfather's birthday banquet tonight. The car stopped at the hotel entrance and he replied, I know, I've arrived at the hotel. Chen Yuan opened the car door and stepped out. Chen Yuan adjusted his clothes and said, It's been a while since I've been out. I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Two girls sitting in a convertible sports car smiled at him with admiring looks. Chen Yuan felt a stranger's hand on his shoulder and was startled. Handsome, want to add me on WeChat? The sisters Ting Ting and Nana suggested. Add me as a friend, okay? Chen Yuan replied without looking up. Sorry, not interested. Ting Ting blushed and said, Sis, I think this is the first time someone's turned us down. The sisters were famous beauties from the Zimin family in M City. Nana said, Wait, this guy seems to be President Yan, the famous beauty sisters of M City. Zimin Nana. She walked up to him and continued, President Yan, don't rush off. I'm your fan. Ding Ding chimed in. Yeah, we both really like the movie Cosmic Wandering. Chen Yuan said bluntly, Sorry, I don't sleep with fans. The two thought angrily, Sleep with fans? Is President Yan this direct? Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Nana's shoulder. Ding Ding looked at her and said, Sis, President Yan is also attending the banquet. We still have a chance, Nana agreed. Right, as long as we can conquer him, even if it's just one night, we'll be set for life. In the hotel lobby, the crowd was bustling under the ornate luxurious chandeliers. Yi Han was surprised to see him. She approached and said, Brother Chen Yuan, you seem completely different from what I imagined. He looked at Yi Han in surprise and asked, Different how? She replied. I just saw the Zimin sisters hit on you, and you politely declined. The rumors outside say you're a playboy who never refuses anyone. It seems they're all slandering you, the system panel prompted. Yi Han's favorability 1, current favorability 94 points. Chen Yuan looked at the system panel and thought this also increases favorability. I even made plans to watch a movie with 6 girls yesterday. You're too subjective, Yi Han continued. Cultivators have no desires or attachments. How could they be greedy for female company? Your heart holds only the supreme Tao. Your eyes see only all beings and the world, not romantic love, he muttered. Should I remind Miss Yi to read fewer novels? Yi Han suggested. Would I have the honor of inviting you to be my dance partner tonight, Mr. Chen? He took her hand and replied, Of course, no problem. The sisters Ting Ting and Nana watched from the side very annoyed but remained silent. Nana said, I didn't expect the Yi family's daughter to be involved with President Yan. Ting Ting complained indignantly. Yi Han looks dignified. But she's the same kind as us. Hypocritical. Chen Yuan stood beside Yi Han, the two of them standing out among the lavishly dressed crowd at the grand banquet. Wu Feng was standing with his grandfather and sister and seemed to have noticed something. He tattled, Grandpa, that person is Chen Yuan. Sister stole your ginseng and gave it to him. Tianfang looked at him and said, So young, truly, a daughter is hard to keep. Wushuang was surprised to hear him speak. Little girl, go call him over. I heard he knows how to play chess. I want to have a match with him, Wushuang asked worriedly. Grandpa, are you sure you want to play chess with him? Tianfang asked in confusion. What, already protecting him, he continued. To make my granddaughter so infatuated that she'd even cheat her own family for him, I want to see what he's made of. He was startled by a shout from behind. Chen Yuan, Wushuang blushed and said, My grandfather wants you to come over. He asked in surprise, Your grandfather wants me? Chen Yuan thought worriedly. Could it be about marriage? With so many people here, why call me a junior specifically? She was a bit surprised by his attitude. Wushuang said softly, My grandfather wants to play chess with you. He exclaimed in surprise. Play chess? That won't do. Today is your 75th birthday. If he loses, what if the old man gets upset? She instructed. So go easy on him later. I'm not asking you to deliberately lose, just don't make my grandfather lose too badly, the people present murmured in surprise. Did you hear that? Old Master Qin wants to play chess with a young man. Isn't that bullying? Back in the day, Old Master Qin beat the chess champion who was his son-in-law, a man said. But I heard that the one playing chess with Old Master Qin this time is Sunslayer Chessmaster President Yan, who once defeated Kimura. Chen Yuan and Tianfang sat facing each other, focused on the chessboard on the wooden table. Many people stood around watching them. He looked at Chen Yuan and asked, Kid, did you eat that 1,000-year ginseng? Chen Yuan replied calmly. Yes, it felt a bit dry, sticky, and didn't taste great. He shouted angrily. How is that fair? I've treasured that ginseng for years. It's priceless. And you've wasted it all, you brat, he said. It wasn't wasted. I absorbed it all. Giving it to someone else would have been the waste, Tianfeng pressed. Then what are you going to give me in return for eating my ginseng? Chen Yuan said, I've already repaid you. Chen Yuan looked at her blushing face and said, haven't you noticed that your granddaughter Qin Wushuang has been looking rosy and her skin smooth lately? That's all thanks to me. He looked at Wushuang and thought, what does he mean? Has my girl already? Tianfeng thought angrily. Bastard, this kid ate my ginseng and is now bragging to my face about sleeping with my granddaughter. This is too much. He slowly reached out and picked up a black stone. Tianfeng tossed the piece forward and muttered, today, no matter what, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Outside the building, many luxury cars and well-dressed people gathered. Tianfeng's face was flushed with anger, his eyes red, exuding an immeasurable aura. Chen Yuan thought, what's wrong with him? Stomachache. Then I need to play quickly. The old man's health is important. He decisively placed a white stone on the board, making the winning move. He slammed the table in anger, sending the white stones scattering. Chen Yuan gently placed a stone, the black and white pieces entangled on the board in a complex situation. He moved quickly across the board, preparing to make a decisive move to end the game. Chen Yuan declared, I've already held back. Old Master Qin, you've lost, the crowd thought in surprise. Old Master Qin lost, and so quickly, Wushuang thought angrily. Damn Chen Yuan, I told you to go easy on Grandpa. And you didn't hold back at all. He stood up and looked at Tianfeng, saying, Old Master Qin, your chess skills are truly excellent. I'm impressed. Now that the game is over, you should go rest, he interrupted. No, Tianfeng shouted angrily. Best of 3, win 2 to win. Keep playing. Chen Yuan looked at him and reluctantly said, all right then. Wushuang thought worriedly. Grandpa is going all out against Chen Yuan. What do I do? He's no match for Chen Yuan at all. 15 minutes later he said, Old Master Qin, I've held back. Tianfeng roared furiously. Keep playing, I don't believe it. 8 minutes later, Chen Yuan calmly looked at him and said, Old Master Qin, I've held back again. Tianfeng stared at the board, silent as if deep in thought. Suddenly, a hand gently tugged at his clothes. Wushuang walked up to him and said, Didn't I tell you to go easy on Grandpa? Chen Yuan, are you serious? He stood up and looked at her, replying, I did hold back. I only used half my strength. Tianfeng slammed the table in anger and shouted, I'm not playing anymore? He turned and walked away, looking back and saying harshly, What kind of chess is that? Young people have no martial ethics. Wushuang called out worriedly, Grandpa, slow down, where are you going? She quickly caught up with Tianfeng, and the two walked in silence. Suddenly he looked at her and said, Little girl, this Chen Yuan kid is interesting. Wushuang thought worriedly, Oh no, has Grandpa gone crazy from losing at chess? Tianfeng said firmly, Grandpa has seen plenty of sycophants in his life. This Chen Yuan kid has ability and guts. His decisiveness reminds me of myself in my younger days, she asked doubtfully. Grandpa, aren't you angry about losing at chess? Tianfeng explained. Grandpa is this old. Why would I hold a grudge against a junior? You underestimate my magnanimity. Besides, the point of playing chess with him wasn't about winning or losing, it was about picking a husband for you. Wushuang blushed and scolded, Grandpa, who said I'm going to marry him? Rongdi cursed angrily. Damn it, that bastard Chen Yuan stole the spotlight again, but luckily I was prepared, he ordered. Proceed with our plan. Give that painting to old Master Chen. Rongdi thought, now it's my turn to take the stage in a large hotel. The night was brilliantly lit, reflecting a rainbow of colors. Everyone was eating and drinking happily. Tianfeng turned and said, Old Wei, your granddaughter. Before he could finish, he was startled by a voice from behind. Old Master Qin, Zhu Hong spoke up. I've long heard that Old Master Qin has expertise in antiques. If you could authenticate this painting, I would be happy to present this ancient work to you, Tianfeng suggested. Then open it up. Let me see what painting it is, he replied. Yes, an ancient painting depicting a serene natural landscape was slowly unrolled. Many people crowded around the table, closely examining the long scroll of the ancient painting as it was spread out. Tianfeng carefully examined the painting and spoke. Could this be Tang Bohu's 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix? He continued. I've heard this painting was damaged during the Republic of China era. Although there's no signature, based on the paper's texture, it must be from the Ming dynasty. Tianfeng continued scrutinizing the painting. Judging that its technique was identical to Tang Bohu's, he raised his hand to stroke his beard and said in a deep voice, Tang Bohu painted 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix several times. This is likely a discarded practice piece. But the brushwork is unmistakable. It's extremely valuable, one person exclaimed. If it's genuine, it's worth over 100 million, another chimed in. Money is secondary. Such a genuine piece is priceless. Rongda thought smugly, this is just one step in my plan. Giving this painting to Elder Qin alone would be too ordinary. It's time for me to make my entrance. His associate asked Elder Qin doubtfully, is this painting truly Tang Bohu's original? Tianfeng hesitated. This painting, before he could finish, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It is genuine, but there's a small issue. Tianfeng and the others turned to look. Chen Yuan continued, it's genuine, but not Tang Bohu's genuine work. Rongda roared angrily. Why is it him again? The man looked at him and demanded. Young man, you say it's genuine, then say it's not. What do you mean? Someone questioned. You're just a wet behind the ears kid, daring to meddle in art appraisal? Chen Yuan turned to the waiter and said, give me a pair of tweezers. He replied calmly. All right, use the tweezers carefully to hold the painting and examine its texture and authenticity. Chen Yuan deftly flipped open the ancient painting, revealing more exquisitely painted scenes inside. Tianfeng shouted in shock. This is actually two paintings, a painting within a painting, the scroll fully unrolled, revealing a majestic landscape with incredibly refined and harmonious brushwork. Tianfeng examined it again. He confirmed the painting's paper belonged to the Tang and Song dynasties. Tianfeng focused on the painting and continued. The myriad miles of rivers and mountains. He put on his glasses and commented further. This is the seal of the heavenly Khan. Tianfeng looked at Chen Yuan and said, this is the myriad miles of rivers and mountains, Emperor Li Shimen's authentic brushwork, but I've never heard of any paintings by Emperor Taizong surviving. Chen Yuan replied, the Book of Tang records that Li Shimen loved calligraphy. Though none have been passed down, that doesn't mean he couldn't paint. Look at this signature, it's definitely the emperor's genuine work. A man marveled at the painting. This is a national treasure. Someone said, its value is immeasurable, 10 times more precious than Tang Bohu's painting. A crowd gathered around him bidding. Zhu Hong, I'll pay 500 million, sell it to me. I'll pay 700 million, I want this painting, I'll pay 1 billion. Don't anyone compete with me. Tianfeng frowned and said, enough, what kind of behavior is this? He looked at him and asked. According to the bet, whoever identifies it gets it. This painting should belong to Chen Yuan, right, Mr. Zhu? Zhu Hong forced a smile, sweating profusely. Yes, he thought anxiously, it's all ruined, Chen Yuan said calmly. Today is Elder Qin's birthday banquet. I'll give this painting as a gift to Elder Qin. Everyone present was stunned, so generous. A painting worth hundreds of millions just given away like that, someone praised. This is a national treasure. Elder Qin is truly fortunate. He patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder and said happily, then I'll graciously accept it. Rongda thought angrily, this was my script and now he's stolen the spotlight. Damn it, Wu Shuang looked at him and thought, I didn't expect Chen Yuan to be so skilled in calligraphy and painting. She blushed and mused. Could this be his betrothal gift to me? Chen Yuan must like me. System notification. Qin Wushuang's affection 1, current affection 99 points. Ding, the simping target. Qin Wushuang's affection has broken through 99 points. Reward 10 enhancement points. Chen Yuan was still standing beside Tianfeng, unaware that someone was silently admiring him. System notification. Qin Qian's affection 10. Qin Qian's affection 10. Current affection 80 points, she thought. The boss is truly charming and talented, with great skills but always keeping a low profile. Qian mused, but the more outstanding he is, the further I feel from him. But my admiration for him can't stop. She was startled by Nana's voice. President Yan is indeed President Yan. This time we must join forces to conquer him. Ting Ting chimed in. He's surrounded by wealthy heiresses, we have no advantage, but what man can resist two pretty sisters working together? Qian thought smugly. Two hens trying to seduce the boss, someone as unparalleled as him. How could he ever fancy you? Chen Yuan was holding a wine glass when he was startled by a voice behind him. Mr. Chen, Ting Ting began. Mr. Chen, earlier at the door it was a bit rude. Please don't take offense. I'm Zimin Nana, Nana continued. Brother Chen Yuan, I really admire you. I'm Zimin Ting Ting. Could I toast you? He thought. Just a toast should be fine. 3 glasses of red wine gently clinked, as if signaling something about to begin. Chen Yuan stood between the Zimin sisters. When they pressed their glasses close to him, he wore an awkward expression. When they slipped notes into his pocket, Chen Yuan showed displeasure. He set down his glass and quickly pulled out 2 notes from his pocket. He read them. Waiting for you in room 1608. Your Nana, President Yan loves you. See you at 1608. Your Ting Ting. Chen Yuan looked at the notes and thought, what's this? Both inviting me to the same room, he pondered. This is too enthusiastic. First meeting and both sisters are already on board? Chen Yuan thought. Coming on this strong, could this be another black web trap? He casually tossed the notes into the trash bin, thinking, trying to trick me? No way. The notes were forcefully thrown into the bin, mingling with the trash. A hand reached into the bin trying to retrieve the discarded notes. Yi Han picked them up and said. She thought, the Zimin sisters are shameless, trying to get with Chen Yuan. Yi Han mused. What will Chen Yuan choose? Will he firmly reject them like last time? These are 2 sisters. No man can resist, she thought. Mr. Chen Yuan, I'll keep a close eye on you, never letting you sink. Rongda said angrily. Damn it, what luck does Chen Yuan have, stealing the spotlight and getting hit on by sisters? Zhu Hong said to him. Boss, don't worry. I just bribed the host. There'll be a temporary calligraphy competition later. This is your strong suit. You'll definitely turn things around. Rongda's face reddened, his eyes full of calculation. Zhu Hong said, Chen Yuan seems popular, but he's not really valued. Among all the pretty girls here, the only ones worth caring about are the heiresses of the big families, he continued. Chen Yuan is like an intermediary. He's probably already upset the Qin and Yi family heiresses. Rongda said smugly, You're right, he declared. Next, I'll outshine Chen Yuan, a voice rang out. Distinguished guests, the painting appraisal just now was truly eye-opening. We've decided to add a calligraphy competition segment for everyone's enjoyment. Let's befriend each other through art, Elder Wei said. Old Qin, you must show off your skills. Your cursive script is unparalleled, Tianfeng replied. Old Wei, your clerical script isn't bad either. Elder Wei, from the Wei family, one of the 8 great families in the capital, he continued. In art there's no first, in martial arts no second. All right, today we'll befriend each other through art, Rongda thought. Finally, it's starting. I'll show you Chinese why calligraphy is our Korean traditional skill. Suddenly a loud shout came. What's wrong, Elder Wei, what happened to you? He put down his brush, wondering what was going on. Someone screamed in panic. Oh no, someone's had a stroke, Tianfeng asked in surprise. Old Wei, what's wrong with you? Zilling said worriedly. Grandpa, don't scare me, Grandpa Wei Zilling, the Wei family heiress. Rongda thought, this sister is really beautiful. Is this the Wei family heiress? In 2 years, when she's fully grown, she'll be devastatingly stunning. Suddenly a loud shout came from behind and everyone looked there. Everyone make way, Rongda thought. No way, could it be? Shi Yun said. Sister, I'm here to save your grandfather. He thought, thank goodness it's not Chen Yuan. A young man shouted angrily, Who do you think you are? What right do you have to treat him? If something happens to Elder Wei, can you bear the responsibility? He looked at the man and retorted, Bear the responsibility? Baikun Xian, a disciple of the current generation. He flashed a token and demanded, The Baikun token is here. Do you think I'm qualified to treat him? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. The Baikun token, the token of Master Baikun, the divine doctor who healed the world 60 years ago. 10 minutes later, Shi Yun said while performing acupuncture, He's out of danger. Elder Wei opened his eyes and asked in surprise, What happened to me? The crowd shouted joyfully, Amazing, Elder Wei had a stroke and now he's fine. Truly the disciple of the divine doctor. Zilling bowed and said, Thank you for curing my grandfather's illness. Brother, what's your name? He replied. My name is Shi Yun, you can call me Brother Shi Yun. Elder Wei took his hand and said, Brother Shi Yun, I owe you for this old bones. From now on in the capital, if the Wei family can help with anything, we'll go all out. He greeted. Brother, please sit. Is Master Baikun in good health? He replied. My master is in excellent health, Rongda thought angrily. One leaves, another comes. Heaven is unfair, Tianfeng said. You are Master Baikun's disciple and thus an benefactor to the Qin family. If not for Master Baikun's rescue back then, I might have died long ago, Shi Yun said modestly. Elder Qin is too kind. Healing the sick and saving lives is the principle of the Baikun lineage, 2 young men thought. We didn't expect this kid to be so valued by Elder Qin. The Baikun lineage is like legendary immortals, Tianfeng instructed. Wushuang, pour wine for Mr. Shi Yun, she said softly. Yes, Grandpa, Shi Yun said. No need, Miss Wushuang, I'll just have cola. He smiled meaningfully, one eye glinting with calculation. Shi Yun tightly gripped an acupuncture needle, its tip gleaming sharply. The tiny silver needle shot out like lightning, tracing a sharp streak of light in the air. Wushuang picked up a cola bottle and poured him a glass. Chen Yuan frowned, staring intently ahead as if he had noticed something. He thought, So you're this kind of divine doctor, first harm then save. No wonder Elder Wei suddenly had a stroke out of nowhere. Chen Yuan deduced, With such a disciple the master is probably no better. Shi Yun looked at Wushuang and said, Miss Qin, if you ever feel unwell, feel free to come to me. She replied displeased, Don't trouble yourself, I'm in great health. Tianfeng looked at her and reminded, Xiao Shuang, don't be willful. Mr. Shi must have his reasons for saying that. Why don't you add his WeChat? Wushuang said angrily. Grandpa, why do you always side with outsiders? She walked away angrily saying, I won't add it. Add it yourself if you want. He explained awkwardly, This child has been spoiled by her father. Please forgive her, Mr. Shi. Shi Yun pretended to be magnanimous. Not at all. Miss Wushuang is truly straightforward. How could I take offense? Zilling walked up to him and suggested, Brother Shi Yun, add my WeChat instead. You saved my grandfather. I must repay you. Shi Yun patted her head and said, All right. Sister Zilling is so sensible. Shi Yun looked at Tianfeng and said, I have a mission this time in Modu. My master asked me to prepare a 1,000-year-old snow ginseng for him. I wonder, Tianfeng said hesitantly. Well, let's talk about that later. Tianfeng was startled by the young man's question. Elder Qin, should the calligraphy competition continue? He quickly replied, Yes, continue. Mr. Shi, let's watch the competition first, he said. All right then. Outside the Grand Hotel, through the long floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling lights below could be seen. Wushuang looked at him in surprise and asked, Chen Yuan, why did you drag me here? He said in a commanding tone. Come upstairs with me to the hotel room. She blushed, looking at Chen Yuan without objection. Chen Yuan took Wu Shuang's hand and walked together to the door of a large room. He pulled out a gold VIP room card and touched it to the lock. The door immediately opened, she thought. Chen Yuan brought me here. Could he be thinking of doing that kind of thing? Wu Shuang said worriedly. Chen Yuan, you? He looked at her and said, no time to explain. I'll tell you later. They entered the room and the door closed. Immediately after, in room 1608 across the hall, a pair of round eyes gleamed with a bronze light. Ting Ting turned to look at Nana and said, Sis, I think I saw President Yan taking Qin Wushuang into the room across the way, she asked in surprise. Really? He's getting a room with Miss Qin, Nana said. No wonder he was so cold to us. He had a date with her. And I thought he was so pure. Ting Ting called out, Sis, come look. Though she didn't understand what was going on, she still leaned in. Ting Ting continued, Isn't that Miss Yi? Why is she here too? Mohan thought. I clearly saw Chen Yuan heading to room 1608 over here. She stared intently as if sensing something unusual. Mohan mused, could it not be him? Is Chen Yuan that kind of hypocrite? She held the note, looking around as if searching for something. Suddenly, Chen Yuan walked out of the room, and the two met eyes unexpectedly, falling silent. He said, Miss Yi, perfect timing, come in quickly. Mohan exclaimed in surprise. With that, Chen Yuan took her hand and led her inside. Ting Ting wondered. Yi Han went in too, Nana exclaimed. The heiresses of two major Modu families serving one person together. Unbelievable. Wu Shuang was surprised to see Mohan. She said, Han Han. Wu Shuang shouted angrily, Chen Yuan, what exactly are you trying to do? He approached her and explained, I want to treat your illness. Wu Shuang was stunned. Treat my illness? Are you kidding? I'm not sick. Chen Yuan reached out to take her pulse and explained. You weren't sick originally, but when you poured the wine, Shi Yun secretly poisoned you with a needle, he continued. If we don't expel this needle, you might be in danger. Wu Shuang recalled, when I poured the wine, there was indeed a moment when my lower abdomen felt a bit numb. But Shi Yun is a disciple of the medicine king Bai Kun. He wouldn't be so despicable, would he? Chen Yuan took off his jacket and said, You never know a person's true heart from their face, she asked doubtfully. If that's really the case, how do you plan to remove the poison needle? He looked at Wu Shuang and suggested, Now take off your clothes. She blushed, her eyes wide, staring blankly at Chen Yuan. Wu Shuang asked Chen Yuan awkwardly. Take off my clothes, he soothed. Don't worry, I won't offend you. Miss Yi is here too, she replied hastily. Yes, Wu Shuang thought to herself. If only Yi Han weren't here. She watched Chen Yuan speak, realizing that Shi Yun was such a despicable person. He concluded that tonight's incident with Old Wei's stroke must also be related to him. Yi Han continued, using the favor of curing illnesses to befriend major families and climb into China's top elite society. This man was deeply calculating. Chen Yuan admitted that even if he exposed him on the spot, he would be bitten back and end up with no good outcome. When the two heard Wu Shuang's voice, they both turned around. I'm ready. She blushed as she looked at him and asked, Chen Yuan, can you take the needles out now? With Yi Han's help, he began removing the needles from Wu Shuang, who kept crying out in pain. Chen Yuan placed his hand on Wu Shuang's stomach and said, It seems to be here, he added. Luckily we found it in time. In a few more days this needle would have pierced your kidney, causing organ failure. Even if treated, there would be lasting effects. Chen Yuan looked at Wu Shuang and instructed, The process of removing the needle will hurt a bit. Bear with it. She blushed, opened her eyes wide and whispered, Okay. It's out. He pressed down firmly on Wu Shuang's abdomen with both hands. She closed her eyes tightly, bit her lip and let out a soft moan. The silver needle was forced out by the force of Chen Yuan's palm. Yi Han covered her with a blanket and said, It's okay, Shuang. Put this on first so you don't catch a cold. Wu Shuang blushed and replied softly, Okay, she thought to herself. She had wanted him to look at her body a little longer. Chen Yuan held the needle in his hand and stared intently at Wu Shuang, thinking that the way she had been looked at by his gaze earlier had made her feel too excited. Finally, the three of them left room 1605 together. Ding Ding shouted through the window. Sis, it looks like President Yan, Yi Han said. He left with Qin Wushuang. Nana spoke up. That fast? Seems like only 20 minutes, she said. 20 minutes is quite a while. The last time you saw him it was less than 2 minutes. Everyone make way for young Master Rong, they murmured. Is that the crown prince of the Samsung Rong family, so handsome? I didn't expect him to be so skilled in Chinese calligraphy, he spoke up. President Yan, letting a Korean steal the spotlight at a time like this, young Master Rong thought. Finally, I don't have to watch others shine. I can be the center of attention. Shi Yun approached and said, I too know a bit about calligraphy, and would like to have a friendly competition with young Master Bei. Is that possible? Young Master Rong looked at him and asked, You know calligraphy too, he thought. Where did this hick come from? Not content with stealing the spotlight through medicine, now he wants to be first in calligraphy too, Shi Yun replied confidently. Of course, on the land of China there are countless people with profound calligraphy skills. I only know a little, but crushing you should be no problem. Young Master Rong stared at him with cold eyes. Shi Yun picked up the ink box and began to write. He recited loudly, "Angry, my hair stands on end, leaning against the railing. The fine rain has just ceased. Looking up, I roar at the sky, my passion fierce and intense." This was his work. 30 years of fame and glory are but dust and dirt, 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. The onlookers began to murmur. This is definitely master-level calligraphy. Only a master can infuse such heroic spirit into the writing. The momentum is too strong. Mr. Shi Yun is truly extraordinary. No wonder he is the proud disciple of Mr. Baikun. His future is limitless. Ziling looked at Shi Yun and whispered, "With both calligraphy and medicine at the pinnacle, Mr. Shi is truly a dragon among men," she said. "Brother Shi Yun is amazing, way better than that so-called President Yan. A man of such good character is definitely a national idol. That womanizer President Yan is disgusting," young Master Rong thought. "I didn't expect it to be so close. If I had known this hick would steal the show, I'd rather have President Yan take the spotlight. At least President Yan has money." Shi Yun approached him and said, "Young Master Bei, next time don't show off your calligraphy in China. You can't even beat a country bumpkin like me." He patted young Master Rong's shoulder and taunted, "You'd better go back and practice for a few more years." Young Master Rong turned angrily to Shi Yun and shouted. Young Master Rong thought, "What's going on?" Suddenly, an intense itch spread all over his body. He glared at him angrily and shouted, "What did you do to me? You set me up." Shi Yun said softly, "Kneel and beg me and I'll cure you." Young Master Rong turned and left in a rage, saying, "Just you wait. Damn it, manager, are you okay, manager?" The crowd murmured again. Mr. Shi is truly formidable. With a few words he made the Samsung Crown Prince lose face. But offending the Samsung Crown Prince, they won't let this go easily. What's there to fear? With King of Medicine Baikun as his backing and the Qin and Wei families supporting him, what is the Samsung Group? Wu Shuang shouted angrily. That hypocritical scumbag Shi Yun is stealing the spotlight again. I'm going to expose that despicable man's deeds. Chen Yuan quickly stopped her. "Wait," he said softly. "If you go now, no one will believe you. I have another way." The crowd murmured. "Isn't that President Yan? Why didn't we see him earlier? Isn't that the Qin family heiress and the Yi family heiress, both taken by President Yan?" Shi Yun looked at Chen Yuan and thought, "President Yan," he mused. "Such stunning beauties are being wasted on a rich second-generation playboy," Shi Yun thought to himself. "And that Qin Wushuang, sooner or later I'll make you kneel and beg me." He walked up to Chen Yuan and said, "President Yan, right? I've heard a lot about you. I hear you're an excellent chess player. Would you honor me with a game?" "No," Chen Yuan replied. "Actually, chess isn't my strongest suit." Shi Yun asked in surprise. "Then what is?" Chen Yuan stepped forward, attacked Shi Yun and said, "What I'm best at is slapping faces." Caught off guard, Shi Yun was sent flying, tumbling through the air and landing far away. He lay on the ground unconscious, his face bruised and swollen, foaming at the mouth. He had been thrown into the air, crashed down, and shattered a marble table, sending dust flying everywhere. The two girls were stunned, thinking, "Is this what you meant by another way? This is way too blatant." Chen Yuan looked at his hand and thought, Shi Yun's physique is several times stronger than an average person's. His skin felt really tough. Old Wei was fuming. "Shi Yun is my lifesaver. Hitting him in public, are you disrespecting the Wei family of the capital?" Ziling said. "Oh no, Grandpa, brother Shi Yun has been knocked out." Tian Fang glared at him and shouted, "Chen Yuan, I admit you're talented, but Shi Yun's mentor, Mr. Baikun, has done me a favor. Today, no matter what, you must give me an explanation." Chen Yuan looked at him silently and didn't answer. The crowd murmured again. "Is President Yan throwing such a big tantrum because he's jealous of Shi Yun's limelight? Just because he has money, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. This is too arrogant. This is assault. Arrest him." Wu Shuang approached Tian Fang and said, "That's not it, Grandpa. You've misunderstood Chen Yuan. That Shi Yun is a despicable man," she pointed and continued. "He was the one who secretly caused Old Wei's stroke earlier." Old Wei's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Wu Shuang, waiting for more. Ziling was equally shocked, staring intently at Wu Shuang. Suddenly Ziling shouted, "You're lying, brother Shi Yun is a good man. Don't slander him without evidence," Wu Shuang retorted without backing down. "Believe it or not," she said excitedly, detailing the events to Tian Fang. "Earlier, when I was pouring wine for Shi Yun, I suddenly felt a numbness in my lower abdomen, but I didn't think much of it. Then, just now, Chen Yuan removed a poisoned needle from my body. I almost ended up with kidney failure because of Shi Yun," he exclaimed in surprise. "Is that true?" Yi Han spoke up. "I can vouch for that. This is the poisoned needle that was removed." At the entrance of a brightly lit hotel, an officer turned and announced the inspection results. "Report, some suspicious items were indeed found on Mr. Shi." Old Wei looked at the item with extreme surprise. He picked up the bottle and quickly recognized it. "Love powder." Old Wei's face flushed red as he held the item, his expression strange. "Soul loss powder, dragon young pills. What kind of messy stuff is all this?" Wu Shuang appeared with her arms crossed, standing in front of him and speaking contemptuously. "Is this the upright, kind, and talented brother Shi Yun you were talking about? What kind of normal person carries things like this around? This left Ziling stunned at the moment, unable to believe it. Could Brother Shi Yun really be a shameless lecher? Shi Yun had already opened his eyes by then, holding his aching head. My head hurts, he sat up looking very uncomfortable and indignant. As a disciple of the prestigious Medicine King sect, he had been humiliated like this. Shi Yun clapped his hands, burning with a desire for revenge. Just wait, I'll make you pay tenfold. Just then he looked around in panic, bewildered. Damn it, where's my medicine? At that moment Ziling called out Shi Yun's name. She approached her father with a displeased expression and asked, Brother Shi Yun, is this yours? Still dazed, he confirmed without understanding. It's mine. What's the problem? Why did you go through my pockets without my permission? What's going on? Why is Ziling looking at me like that? After hearing his answer, Ziling was already furious. I never thought you were such a beast in human clothing, carrying around such filthy things. Shi Yun tried to stay calm and find an excuse. Filthy? You've misunderstood. Love powder can be used to boost a critically ill patient's spirit and forcibly stimulate their will to live. You should all understand that, right? But in reality he was already sweating with fear. The most important thing now was to absolutely not admit it. She still wasn't fully convinced and continued to doubt. Then was what President Yan said about you plotting my grandfather's stroke also true? Shi Yun then patted his knee, slowly stood up and said, I see. So that's what President Yan said. He put on an extremely angry and wronged expression. I treated you with good intentions, yet you doubt and humiliate me in every way. You are truly ungrateful people. Then Shi Yun turned and left, showing indignation and confidence. Shi Yun, I have a clear conscience. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Ziling immediately changed her attitude and chased after him. Brother Shi Yun, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Tian Fang stood at a distance observing, seeing him like this. It didn't seem like he was lying. He really seemed to have been greatly wronged. Old Wei looked on, his tone becoming hesitant. Could it really be that we wronged Mr. Shi? She then burst into loud tears, anxiously accusing. It's all your fault, you bad person. You've made my Grandpa Wei an unjust man. She pointed at his face, filled with immense hatred. I hate you. You'll get what you deserve. At that moment the system immediately updated with new information. The Simp target Ziling's favorability towards the host decreased by 60 points. After some time flew by. After the birthday banquet, Tian Fang walked alongside, leaning on his cane, and reminded, Old Wei, make time to go to the hospital for a checkup. Even though Shi Yun claims he's innocent, we still need to be vigilant. He turned his head, having his own opinion. I have a handle on this. Earlier at the banquet, with so many people, I had to side with Shi Yun. After all, this concerns the Wei family's reputation, and also involves King of Medicine Baiken. Tian Fang also turned his head, his expression very troubled. That's true, but being too biased will also offend Chen Yuan. Old Wei still didn't understand at this point, his expression indifferent. That President Yan, he's a junior. Offending him is no big deal. But then he became serious, emphasizing he's not simple. He started from scratch, and his wealth has already surpassed several of our major families. Either he's a once-in-a-generation genius, or he has a terrifying force behind him that we can't even fathom. Tian Fang's heart was now in turmoil, sensing unease. When the wind rises, the tower will shake. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. The scene shifted to an old apartment where Shi Yun was washing his face in the bathroom. He took out a satisfactory suit jacket. Finally finished, Shi Yun put on the clothes, his eyes cold and arrogant. This time, it's enough to fool anyone. He revealed a sinister smile, ready for battle. Chen Yuan, I admit I underestimated you, but you shouldn't have provoked me. Using your face, from now on, no matter what happens, it will be blamed on you. Shi Yun had calculated everything. This time, even if you jump into the Yellow River, you won't be able to clear your name. The scene shifted to outside the hotel after dawn. In the corridor, an employee was pulling a suitcase. One person stood outside, reporting into an earpiece. Commander Doom, we have investigated room 1605 where Chen Yuan checked in tonight. The rocket launcher is ready. Should we act immediately? But the commander on the other end cautioned carefully. Don't act rashly for now. Him checking into room 1605 doesn't mean he'll stay there tonight. They had conducted thorough investigations and tracking. Chen Yuan not only stole the Black Net secrets but also sent people to destroy the lab. This man is extremely cunning. We must be cautious. And we must strike a fatal blow. The 5 men acknowledged the order and immediately replied in unison. Understood. The next day, in the hotel restaurant, Shi Yun was leisurely walking in when he suddenly glanced and noticed a certain corner. Shi Yun fixed his gaze on a dining table, Old Wei and the girl, and then he reached out and picked up a dining knife. A vicious plan had already formed in Shi Yun's mind. What would happen if he used Chen Yuan's face to kill Old Wei? He was really looking forward to it. Then he slowly approached his target. A waiter in the restaurant had already locked onto the target. Attention all units, the target has appeared in the restaurant. Prepare to begin the plan. Shi Yun's expression also changed. He sensed the dangerous situation and immediately turned around. murderous intent radiating from him. At that moment she also started shooting. Shi Yun luckily jumped in time to dodge the bullets. 5 silver needles appeared in his hand. Shi Yun's eyes changed, his movements agile. Ignorant bastard. She was immediately struck in the neck by a silver needle, blood spurting out. He spoke angrily at that moment. Daring to ambush me, you're tired of living. Just then, a bodyguard with a gun stood up and acted. They simultaneously aimed their guns at the target and fired. Shi Yun could only turn and run. Damn it, what the hell? Luckily, despite stumbling, he still wasn't hit. Shi Yun broke a glass window to escape. The assassins panicked when they saw him running towards a car. Don't let him get away, keep shooting, get the rocket launcher. He was unfortunately hit, in excruciating pain. But Shi Yun still gloated secretly to himself. Thank goodness for my heavenly silkworm treasure armor. Otherwise, with all this heavy firepower, I would have been riddled with bullets. He rushed into the car and pulled the person inside out. Hey, what are you doing? But the response was Shi Yun's bloodshot eyes as he shoved him away. The man was extremely panicked, his eyes wide with shock. The car sped down the road. The man was still sitting dazedly on the ground, unable to believe it. Oh my God, he's driving like a maniac, completely clueless about what's happening. Bastard, what the hell is going on? A bunch of people want me dead. Has my identity been exposed? No reason for it. Earlier, the front desk clerk inside reported the situation. Report, Chen Yuan has driven away from the hotel, heading towards the river. The other side made the final decision: evacuate the hotel, continue the pursuit, deploy heavy firepower to suppress, and make sure to kill Chen Yuan. Subsequently, an urgent order was issued: continue pursuing the target. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, blood pooling like a river. Zilling was terrified out of her wits, turning around to hug Wei Lao tightly. Grandpa, I'm scared. Seeing the scene, he was furious, utter lawlessness. Wei Lao, unable to tolerate it any longer, decided that staging a terrorist attack in broad daylight was too much. Call the police. The car was still speeding down the road. Shi Yun sat inside, turning the steering wheel in confusion. If Chen Yuan wanted to kill him, he wouldn't make such a big scene. But then a thought struck him. What if these people weren't targeting him? A flash of insight hit Shi Yun. It was Chen Yuan. He immediately floored the accelerator. The car shot forward at a terrifying speed. Shi Yun was livid. Damn it, I'm being framed. His face darkened, his patience wearing thin. No, he had to tear off the mask on this person's face. But suddenly a helicopter followed behind. Shi Yun rolled down the window, startled. Can't you stop the helicopter? Instead of stopping, it accelerated. He tried to turn around to explain. You've got the wrong guy. I'm not Chen Yuan, it's a misunderstanding. They wouldn't listen, firing a rocket directly. Shi Yun was hit by a powerful force and jumped out of the car. He spat blood, clutching his wound in agony. Just then, Shi Yun turned and saw a lake. Water could help remove the mask. So he hastily stripped off his clothes and headed straight for it. Taking the chance, he dove directly into the water. The pilot immediately reported nervously, "Target has jumped into the river." But they refused to stop, ordering a rocket to kill him. The pilot complied at once, firing the rocket. Then, relieved, he spoke into the radio. "Captain Doomsday, target eliminated, mission complete." That day, explosive news spread through the city like wildfire. Reporters rushed to cover the story. Chen Yuan had been attacked by terrorists. In broad daylight, gunfire thundered, and the famous tycoon Yan was dead. On social media, everyone immediately started buzzing. Is this heaven's jealousy of talent? Yan is dead, God envies the gifted. The cosmic robot had just come out this morning. Yan had been attacked at a hotel, fleeing all the way to the river, but still couldn't switch to that familiar hotel interior scene. Just then, Chen Yuan woke up and walked into the hallway. Haven't slept this well in a long time. I wonder if there's still food in the restaurant. Security was quickly sealing off the scene. He squeezed through the crowd to see what was happening. What's going on? A robbery. Suddenly a mournful cry rang out. No, I don't believe it. Unless I see the body, I won't believe Chen Yuan is dead. Wu Feng stood nearby, constantly comforting her. Sis, calm down. Chen Yuan is really dead. They only fished out some bones from the river. How could they find a body? Hearing this, he flew into a rage. Nonsense, who says I'm dead? Wu Shuang heard the familiar voice and immediately turned around. Yi Han also noticed, observing in surprise. Wu Feng turned around, ecstatic, shouting, Chen Yuan, you're not dead. Completely clueless about what was happening, he quickly clarified to everyone. Who says I'm dead? I'm alive and well, she cried, tears of joy, running over to hug Chen Yuan tightly. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. That's great. Staying calm, she recounted what had just happened. This is a video circulating online. It shows someone who looks like you being attacked by terrorists. Yi Han handed over the phone screen to explain, adding, hotel surveillance shows you appeared in the restaurant around 7, were attacked, jumped 3 floors to escape and stole a Porsche 911. The face Shi Yun had disguised himself with appeared. He took the phone, examined it closely and admitted, impressive, it's exactly like you. Then Chen Yuan turned to the two of them to explain, that wasn't me. Last night I booked a room and slept until 10. He rested his chin on his hand, starting to speculate about various scenarios. I don't have a twin brother, so this person must have used disguise to impersonate me. But Chen Yuan felt no pity. He must have had some scheme, and then he ran into those scumbags from the dark web courting death. Suddenly, his eyes widened with a flash of insight. He reached into his pocket for his phone, opened the call log, and looked at the missed calls. Zhao Yuki, Gao Quanming, Wang Mengming, Xu Lele, Xiao Ruoyu, Hai Sui, Qian Mengming, Old Zhang, Mosquito, Chu Yumo. Chen Yuan held his head, looking exhausted as he speculated. It's going to take a lot of effort to explain this. On the other side, she slammed the table, furious. How is that possible? We killed the wrong person. Listening to the report, she couldn't believe it. Chen Yuan slept safely at the hotel until 10 a.m. We caused such a commotion, killed so many people, and it was the wrong guy. She couldn't swallow this, speculating on the reason. Did he know our plan in advance and find a stand-in? Just then her phone rang, showing a strange name on the screen, Mr. X calling. On the other end he had already figured out the truth. What's going on? Wrong target, she quickly confessed. Sorry sir, it was my oversight. I didn't expect Chen Yuan to find an identical double, and I suspect there's a mole inside. Chen Yuan knew our plan beforehand. He showed no sign of blame, only urging earnestly, all right, I understand. You're in danger now, but you must overcome all obstacles. This is the chairman's order. She immediately acted on the order. Understood. On the other side at the hospital, the doctor informed Wei Lao that his test results were out. After waiting, he finally got the final result. There was indeed a residual toxin in his blood. This toxin could cause full-body paralysis and convulsions, symptoms very similar to a stroke. Zilling suddenly realized, stammering, Grandpa, Yan didn't lie. Did we wrong him? Is Shi Yun the real scumbag? Wei Lao sighed helplessly, exhausted. He hadn't expected that Baikon's disciple would stoop so low. She irritably pulled out her phone, her face full of anger. I'm going to call Shi Yun and get to the bottom of this. But all that responded to Zilling was the phone's prompt tone. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. She stared at the unresponsive phone, crestfallen. Can't get through. Zilling looked up, her face full of worry and guilt. Grandpa, we wronged a good person. I should apologize, but the news reported that Yan was already. She collapsed to the ground in despair, full of regret. I didn't mean to curse him. I'm a bad person. Wei Lao quickly helped his granddaughter up and comforted her. Girl, everyone makes mistakes. What matters is admitting them and correcting them. We really should apologize to Chen Yuan. Just then, a nurse saw them and opened the door to inform them. Hey young lady, are you a fan of Yan? The news just said Yan isn't dead. Zilling was very surprised, whispering, not dead. Then who was blown up? But the nurse couldn't give an accurate answer. I don't know. I heard they were blown to pieces, identity unconfirmed. It might become a cold case. The sky turned unusually gloomy. Back at the hotel, Chen Yuan received a system notification in his room. Wei Xiling's affinity 10. Wei Xiling's affinity 10. Wei Xiling's affinity 10. Current affinity -30. He looked at the result, puzzled. Did Wei Xiling take the wrong medicine? Why would her affinity increase? Could it be that Wei Lao finished his checkup and saw Shi Yun's true colors? Then Chen Yuan stretched, wondering to himself, where did Shi Yun go? That guy isn't one to let things go. Suddenly his eyes widened with a flash of insight. Chen Yuan finally understood the truth. Was the person impersonating me Shi Yun? That's right, he's the Medicine King's disciple, so knowing disguise makes perfect sense. He recalled the specific footage from the video. In the surveillance, Shi Yun was walking toward Wei Lao with a fork. Was he planning to kill him and frame me? After some calculation, Chen Yuan reached a final conclusion. Shi Yun ended up being targeted by the dark web and took the bullet. He felt no pity as he opened his computer to check. Shi Yun deserved to die, but those dark web bastards aren't done yet. I have to fight back. Just then, Chen Yuan's computer received an important notification, a global kill order, tasking the elimination of 107 members of the dark web management. Dead only, no survivors. The scene shifted to distant America. A person lay in agony on the ground, clutching a bleeding heart. On a high building, a sniper rifle was aimed and fired. An employee was stabbed straight through the heart with a dagger. Blood kept flowing onto the ground. People chased him relentlessly, killing him. He was the one with the highest bounty. Groups of people pursued him. I think I saw him run this way. Chase, a hand reached out from behind a wooden wall. He fled in disgrace, full of hatred. Chen Yuan, even if the dark web is gone, you won't have it easy. Back in America, at a port with ships coming and going, a diver surfaced holding a strange object. I found something. Come look. Others took it, asking in confusion, what is this? Someone touched it, feeling like a vest, and marveled at the sensation. What material is this made of? They decided to put it in a plastic bag for testing. Got it. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle. Chen Yuan sat leisurely with his arms crossed, clearly explaining, for this plan I want to set up a game development department, and launch a new game. He harbored a grand dream to bring it to the community, a battle royale game map supporting thousands of simultaneous players. Yen listened and expressed her concern. But boss, there are already many battle royale games on the market. Promoting a new one will be tough. But Chen Yuan calmly proposed a simple solution. If it's tough, just hand out red envelopes. Play our game and you can win $1,000 directly. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Both turned their heads as a police officer walked in with a smile, holding something. "Hello, Mr. Chen Yuan, we're from the Shanghai police. This officer is here to deliver a recently found important item. We fished it out of the river. It might be yours, right?" The officer leaned in to explain clearly. "We checked the material of this garment. It's a new type of material never seen before. It's exceptionally tough, not only knife and bulletproof, but it can even stop bullets." Hearing those 3 words, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. "Even stops bullets?" He immediately shook the officer's hand, thanking him repeatedly. "Thank you, officer. This is indeed mine. Much appreciated." Then he took out a photo and mentioned some details. "Oh, and one more thing. This gentleman says his Porsche 911 was driven off and now it's damaged. He needs some compensation from you." Chen Yuan listened, stammering in confusion. "Compensation?" Yan stepped forward to help. "Boss, leave the compensation to me. You go inside." He nodded, satisfied, and turned to leave. "All right, it's in your hands." Chen Yuan stood in front of the mirror, putting on the garment. It actually looked pretty good. Suddenly, the system detected a rare item, heavenly silkworm armor. It sent Chen Yuan the item's description. Heavenly silkworm armor, defense item, defense attribute 100. Item description. Wearing this on the host increases defense by 100 points, protecting vital areas. Can block sniper shots. Heavenly silkworm armor. Chen Yuan was thrilled after hearing this. A Porsche for a heavenly silkworm armor? What a steal, brother Shi Yun, you died well. A plane was landing on a long runway. The flight attendant announced, "Distinguished guests, the flight from Las Vegas to Shanghai has arrived. Please prepare to disembark. Exit in order." Xiao Li pulled her suitcase, striding confidently through the airport. She took off her sunglasses, marveling happily. This trip to Las Vegas was like a dream. She recalled the glorious past in the bustling city of Las Vegas. She was the woman of Huang Beishan, the first gambling god, the renowned gambling god's wife. Countless industries were sought after by her. Looking around, she felt a bit lost. Coming back to the country is really hard to adjust to. As she walked out, Zhang Dao had been waiting for a long time. "Xiao Li, you're back. I missed you so much." He pointed to the lavish gift he brought. "This is my new Maserati 1.8 million. I'll take you to a movie later." But Xiao Li seemed thoughtful, only responding lightly, Seeing her lukewarm reaction, Zhang Dao leaned in. "Xiao Li, you're too cold. Come on, let me kiss you." She dodged slightly, covering his mouth. Xiao Li opened the car door and sat inside, looking tired. "I'm a bit exhausted, let's go." Seeing this, Zhang Dao immediately deflated in disappointment. "All right, let's go." They went to a large cinema together. The place was packed and a movie was playing. Xiao Li was moved to tears as she watched, exclaiming, "Is this the movie Yan directed? Amazing. Only a man with such talent is worthy of my love." Zhang Dao glanced at his girlfriend, secretly pleased, feeling that Xiao Li had changed after this business trip. Her demeanor was different, more captivating. He glanced, blushing with ulterior motives. "Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Tonight we can have a big battle." But as they flowed out of the cinema with the crowd, she called out, "Ah Dao." Xiao Li turned around and suddenly said bluntly, "Let's break up." He was dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. "Xiao Li, what did I do wrong for you to leave me?" She turned coldly and walked away without looking back. "You didn't do anything wrong. I just don't love you anymore." Zhang Dao collapsed to the ground in pain, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Li Zilling was also crying while watching the movie. Wandering the universe is so touching. Yan is truly talented. Suddenly, someone burst in, shouting in panic, "Master, news has come. It'll shock you both. Baiken has come out of seclusion." Wei Lao was very surprised, asking in confusion, "Baiken has really come out of seclusion?" The man immediately confirmed again. "Yes, master, the Qin family has sent word that Baiken will arrive in Shanghai in 3 days, and he also sent an invitation to old Master Qin." He also mentioned the situation outside. Now, all the major families have heard the news and are acting immediately to welcome Baiken's emergence. Zilling wiped her tears and turned around, puzzled. "Grandpa, who is Baiken? Everyone seems to respect him so much, but I've never heard of him." Wei Lao calmly explained to her. "It's normal that you don't know. When Baiken dominated the north and south, I was just a child." He stroked his beard, lost in thought as he recounted the past. 60 years have passed and I'm almost in the grave. The Baiken medicine king is still alive. Legend says he can cure all diseases and even extend people's lifespans." Wei Lao emphasized an important detail. "I've heard that Medicine King Valley emerges once every 20 years. Seeking a kindred spirit is a great opportunity." Zilling cheered excitedly, her face full of elation. "Grandpa, I understand. No matter how rich someone is, they still fear illness and death, which is why the Medicine King Valley is so revered." Old Wei closed his eyes again, lost in thought. That's right, but not everyone can gain the Medicine King's favor. It requires a connection and method. However, she crossed her arms and pouted critically. You make him sound so amazing, but his apprentice is a scoundrel too. He even poisoned Grandpa, so the master can't be much better. Hearing this, he immediately warned. Don't talk nonsense, Mr. Baikun is highly respected. If others hear that, our Wei family will be in big trouble. Zilling stopped after being warned, and firmly said no more. Then she blushed, seeming puzzled as she retorted, Really, just in time, I was about to call old Chin. He opened his phone and a greeting came from the other end. Hello, Brother Wei, I was just about to call you. Have the test results come out? Old Wei immediately confirmed again. Yes, they're out. It's indeed poisoning a neurotoxin. Shi Yun used despicable means to win our Wei family's favor. He recounted what had happened here, reproaching. Mr. Baikun came to invite me, saying he wanted me to take care of his apprentice Shi Yun. But since he's so despicable, how can I do that? Seeing this reaction, Old Wei quickly comforted him. Don't be troubled. I'm not here to blame you. My granddaughter wants to invite Chen Yuan to dinner but doesn't have his number. He calmly agreed with a smile. That's simple. I'll have Wu Shuang send it to her. Tianfang was surprised by this and retorted. Zilling wants to invite Chen Yuan to dinner? After hanging up, he stared at his phone, thinking, her attitude changed too much. Could she have fallen for Chen Yuan? I need to tell Wu Shuang to be careful and not let someone steal her man. Chen Yuan was still in the car admiring himself in the mirror. When he saw his phone ring, he immediately answered and waited. Yuki, holding her head in frustration, reported the situation. Chen Yuan, someone's made a move against us. Recently, Penguin has been secretly contacting our Big Cat TV streamers. Several streamers have already signed agreements in secret. Not only that, but Penguin has also blocked Big Cat's login connections, and official departments have called out Big Cat TV's recent live streams. Hearing this, he calmly gave a solution. If a few streamers leave, let them leave. Sue them. Just claim they breached the contract, no matter the cost. Chen Yuan also took this opportunity to show off, then issued an announcement. The penalty fees will be donated to disaster areas, and I'll add another 100 million. She couldn't help but admire this. That's right, it's a good idea. Yuki blushed and smiled shyly. Indeed, Chen Yuan is my anchor. With him around, the sky won't fall. After hanging up, Chen Yuan thought carefully. Someone was targeting him, and it might not just be Big Cat TV. Just then, the TV was broadcasting recent consumer complaints received by 315. It said a certain scar cream contained carcinogenic ingredients, and some consumers were disfigured after using it. He listened intently to the news. The police are currently investigating the legal representative of the Scar Cream production company, Xiao Ruoyu. The Drug Administration has temporarily removed it from shelves. Chen Yuan's face completely changed, filled with worry. Ruoyu has gone to the company. In the meeting room, someone spoke up. I've already mobilized connections to strike at Chen Yuan's several companies. The real estate will soon have quality issues. Boss Gao, cigarette in mouth, emphasized. President Yan rose too fast, but that also means his foundation is unstable. This time, we must blow things up big and not let him recover. Jiamu looked around with a worried expression. Good heavens, he looked at these big shots with suspicion. Penguin, Boss Gao, Hangsen, Ruanjun, all heavyweights. How many people has Chen Yuan offended, and they all want him dead? Then Jiamu turned to another direction and asked curiously, Miss Mogan, we've already struck at Chen Yuan as you instructed, but I don't know what conflict you have with him. Tina impatiently emphasized, a big conflict. She held a cigarette and detailed, he stole secrets from our American pharmaceutical group. We will pursue this to the end. Tina of the Morgan family, head of the dark web's Morgan organization, his face turned dark and arrogant. Chen Yuan is getting what he deserves. No matter how powerful he was before, he'll suffer even more now. Meanwhile, on the other side, he picked up the phone with disdain. Trying to mess with me, a bunch of little brothers. Chen Yuan's face turned sinister as he ordered, Wang Sai, appear. The little girl appeared on the screen and responded, Master, I'm here. He had already prepared a plan and ordered, hack into all platforms, seize backend permissions, including Penguin, WeChat, Weibo, Douyin, Liu. Delete all negative comments, ban all fake accounts, focus on monitoring the top brass of Samsung, Penguin, and the American group, get chat records, find dirt, and release it publicly. Wang Sai quickly prepared to obey. Yes, master. Immediately, system data changed. Someone pushed open the door and rushed in, shouting in panic. Bad news, something's happened, an employee reported to the crowd. Major social platforms have been hacked, and a lot of dirt related to President Ma, President Liu, and President Chen has appeared. There are also some videos. Someone immediately stood up and ordered, get the tech guys to block that stuff. We tried, but it can't be blocked. It's chaos outside now. Everyone opened their phones and looked, feeling hopeless. This is the end. Jiamu held his phone, his face dark and sweating profusely, stammering. This couldn't be Chen Yuan's doing, could it? Unbelievable. Chen Yuan opened his phone, very worried. The scar cream issue must be giving Ruoyu a headache. I wonder how she's doing. Seeing an incoming call, he pressed answer and waited. Ruoyu, it's Chen Yuan. Ruoyu answered the call and asked curiously, "Is there something you need?" His gaze softened as he asked about her condition. "Are you okay?" She gave a very calm smile and confirmed, "I'm fine, I'm good." But through the phone, Chen Yuan quickly noticed it was already on TV and she said she was fine. She's really stubborn. "All right, I'm relieved you're okay. I'll hang up." Then he hung up, sighed and ordered, "Wang Sai, check the address of that number just now." The little girl quickly executed the order. "Yes, master." In an instant, Wang Sai returned the result. "Master, the address of that number is behind your villa." He was shocked as if struck by lightning. "What?" Chen Yuan stood by the window in disbelief. "She secretly bought a villa behind my house without telling me." Meanwhile, in Ruoyu's villa, she sat on the bed very dejected. "Chen Yuan, you won't even say one more word to me." Ruoyu couldn't help but cry. He still cares about that incident, but I've apologized many times and know I was wrong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang loudly. She went out to open the door. "Who is it?" Chen Yuan poked his head in and then emphasized, "It's me." He stepped closer with a hint of reproach. "Why did you move near me without telling me?" Ruoyu pretended not to notice and changed the subject. "Are you hungry? I'll cook for you." But Chen Yuan suddenly grabbed her hand and quickly gave Ruoyu a kiss. Her face instantly turned red, shy and surprised. Ruoyu was still immersed in shyness. "Chen Yuan, you..." Chen Yuan pulled her into his arms, gentle and caring. "Let me cook for you instead. You must have been very tired these past few days." The food on the table was devoured, delicious. And Ruoyu had already fallen asleep on the table. He gently carried her to her room. Chen Yuan was carrying Ruoyu back to the bedroom. She stirred slightly in his arms. When Ruoyu was placed on the bed, she murmured in her sleep, "Chen Yuan, don't leave me." He gently kissed her forehead. "Don't worry, I won't leave you." Melodious music came from the villa. "Girl, my story unfolds because of you. For you, I've learned patience, and I'll break all my bad habits." He picked up his phone and heard Wushwang's voice. "Chen Yuan, why aren't you home? I've been ringing the doorbell for a long time." He answered a bit surprised and waited. "Is there something you need?" She got straight to the point and told him everything. "Old Wei's granddaughter, Wei Zilling, says she wants to invite you to dinner. She said she misunderstood you before and now wants to apologize. Her attitude is quite sincere." After hanging up, Chen Yuan reported truthfully, "All right, I'll go over soon. Ruoyu, I have to go out for a bit." She was sitting eating, smiling happily in agreement. He took off his apron and carefully reminded her, "You eat. Don't worry about outside matters." The door closed and Chen Yuan left. Ruoyu stayed there looking at the food very happy. "This is the meal Chen Yuan made for me. I have to finish it all." She saw her phone vibrate. Ruoyu immediately picked it up and was very surprised to find all the negative news about her was gone. Did Chen Yuan do all this? He handled all the negative news. Her face completely changed, shocked. He mobilized all these resources. What a huge cost it must have been. Ruoyu was moved to silent tears again. He had already shouldered everything for me, but I knew nothing about him before. Meanwhile, the system updated a message. Ding! Xiao Ruoyu's favorability increased by 1, current favorability 100 points. Ding! The host's actions deeply moved Xiao Ruoyu. Favorability exceeded 100 points. Became the third Simp trigger point. Reward, all attributes 10, enhancement points 50. The scene switched to another Chinese restaurant. Zilling sat across from the two and urged, "Chen Yuan, stop daydreaming and eat." She was sweating and awkwardly reminded them, "I apologize for last time. Everyone eat up." Wushuang looked a bit embarrassed. Sister Zilling, with your monthly allowance, you're the young lady of the Wei family in the capital, and this is what you're treating us to?" Zilling still seemed naive and straightforward. "Don't worry about my money. My monthly allowance of 5,000 is enough." She was very surprised and said judgmentally, 5,000, old Wei is too stingy." Then Zilling stood up and turned back to order 10 more plates of American beef. Chewing sounds arose as plates were continuously brought up. Hot slices of meat were picked up one after another. Chen Yuan ate with relish. Zilling watched his eating manner, feeling a bit uneasy. President Yan sure can eat. He's already eaten over 3,000 worth. It hurts. I should have let Grandpa pay. Suddenly, she remembered something and awkwardly said, "By the way, Chen Yuan, how did you know my grandpa was poisoned back then?" He was still chewing food in his mouth. This suddenly made Zilling turn pale, sweating profusely, and she screamed. Wushuang quickly stood up, very worried. "What's wrong, Sister Zilling? Are you unwell?" Her face was ashen, trembling all over, stammering. "My stomach suddenly hurts a lot. I feel like my whole body is shaking." Chen Yuan took a quick glance and understood the reason. "She's been poisoned. It might be from Shi Yun's poison needle. It's taking effect now." Wushuang hurriedly helped. "Then I'll open a room for you, Chen Yuan, to take it out. Last time But he firmly opened his phone to call an ambulance. Number 120. "I don't know Miss Wei well. This could easily cause misunderstandings. It's better to let professional doctors handle the emergency." Finally, they rushed to the hospital's emergency surgery. The surgeon came out to report, "Old Wei, your granddaughter may have acute kidney failure. I suggest a transplant as soon as possible." He ran out to emphasize the key issue, but her blood type is rare Rh-negative panda blood. Matching kidney sources are too rare. He held his face looking dark and utterly despairing. How could this happen? She was fine before leaving. Am I going to have to bury a child before an old man? Suddenly, Old Wei opened his eyes, enlightened. No, there's still Mr. Baiken. Mr. Baiken can definitely save Zilling. A luxury car sped down the road. Wu Shuang drove while turning her head, very puzzled. Chen Yuan, why didn't you save Zilling directly back then? Her condition is very dangerous, he calmly explained. It's not that I won't save her, but they might not agree. She frowned and deduced the reason. Your excuse is that you want them to beg you. Wei Ziling's apology didn't satisfy you. But Chen Yuan didn't care much and said calmly, if you say so. Fine. Wu Shuang stopped arguing and concluded. All right, I'll go back and tell Grandpa to have Old Wei personally apologize to you. Hearing this, he quickly turned and urged. Then hurry up. If Wei Ziling's condition continues like this, she might not last much longer. Finally, the car arrived at his villa. Wu Shuang turned around a bit awkward and emphasized, Chen Yuan, we're at your place. I'll go back and explain everything to Grandpa and he'll relay it to Old Wei. He slowly got out of the car and left a reminder. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Ruoyu was outside watering flowers. She stood at a height and noticed everything, feeling puzzled. Chen Yuan is back. Whose car is that? Suddenly, Wu Shuang shouted again. Wait, Chen Yuan. Yi Han turned back and unexpectedly recognized Chen Yuan and Shuang. She hurried after him. Behind him, Wu Shuang suddenly gave Chen Yuan a kiss, then shyly covered her face and ran off. Oh, so embarrassing. Time to escape. Wu Shuang's car drove away. He touched the spot where he was kissed and blushed. Kiss and run. A hooligan. Ruoyu suddenly appeared, dazedly witnessing all this. Did Chen Yuan go on a date with Miss Qin today? These thoughts flashed through her mind. Too many competitors, and all from better families than me. Ruoyu used this as motivation, becoming more confident. But Chen Yuan might really care about me. I have to quickly improve myself. Yi Han walked around the yard, her mind wandering. Shuang is so proactive. It seems she's determined to pursue Chen Yuan. She blushed and speculated mysteriously, but Chen Yuan is a cultivator. He might not have the concept of monogamy. Outside the city's Grand Hall at midnight the next day on the early train to the city, a powerful figure stepped off. Baikan looked around and sighed. Decades have passed. The magic city has changed so much. Young girls saw him and admired. That uncle over there is really handsome, like a character from a manga. Everyone has gathered to welcome Mr. Baiken, he commanded with authority. No need for formalities. Everyone rise. Tianfeng stepped forward, bowed and said, Mr. Baiken, Qin Tianfeng pays respects to you. It's been years since we last met. Your appearance remains the same, but I have aged. Baiken patted his shoulder and praised, your little Qin, 60 years without seeing you, and you've turned into this. Everyone around was stunned by the number. Just how many years had this Mr. Baiken lived? Baiken then steered the conversation back to business. Xiaoxin, I don't know where that guy Xian of mine is right now. I originally sent him to fetch some ginseng, but he hasn't contacted me for days. Tianfeng then admitted with a guilty look in his eyes. Sir, please don't blame him. After Mr. Xian attended my birthday banquet, he vanished without a trace. I thought he had already returned. He immediately speculated nervously. Missing, could something have happened to my disciple? Old Wei then appeared, once again pleading for help. Mr. Baiken, I am Wei Shang. I beg you to save my granddaughter. She is in critical condition. But he showed a resentful attitude and refused to accept. Get lost, my disciple's whereabouts are unknown. What do I care about your critically ill granddaughter? Tianfeng sighed helplessly, caught in a difficult position. Mr. Baiken is as unpredictable as ever. Brother Wei, getting him to help will be tough. Poor Zilling, that girl. Old Wei suddenly dropped to his knees, willing to endure humiliation, and kowtowed repeatedly, pleading, I beg you, sir, have pity on this old bones. Please save my granddaughter. I am willing to give you all my wealth. Tianfeng also joined in the plea. Sir, saving a life is a greater merit than building a 7-story pagoda. Old Wei's granddaughter is now suffering from acute kidney failure and doesn't have long to live. Hearing this, Baiken immediately realized the problem. Acute kidney failure. This condition looks very much like the work of that kid Xian. He probably used my exclusive golden needles. Finally, he picked up his case and decided to go to the hospital. Old Wei's eyes lit up and he thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Baiken, thank you. Everyone quickly returned to the hospital together. He sat down on a nearby chair and took Ziling's pulse. As soon as Baiken took her pulse, he understood the whole story. Xian probably took a fancy to the Wei family girl and wanted to show off. He used these golden needles to make her suddenly ill. He frowned but didn't blame him. A real man acts without being bound by trivialities, nothing to blame there. But now the Wei family girl is critically ill and Xian has never shown up. Baiken's face darkened as he gradually thought of the worst-case scenario. Could he have? Old Wei stood beside him, bowing, and asked, "Mr. Baikun, do you have a way to cure my granddaughter?" But he turned his head, his eyes icy cold as he scolded. "When did I ever say I would treat her?" He couldn't believe it, his whole body trembling. "But didn't you say we were going to the hospital?" Then Baikun walked out of the room, emphasizing, "I said I came to the hospital to confirm one thing, and now I have." Then he turned around and questioned, "I'm asking you, have you seen my disciple Xian?" Old Wei, though frank, stammered, "I have seen him, but he—" A person suddenly spoke up to report the situation. "Mr. Baikun, on the night of Old Wei and Old Qin's birthday banquet, Old Wei had a stroke, and it was Xian who saved him," Tianfeng then shouted loudly, emphasizing, "But after Old Wei recovered, he joined forces with President Yan and bit the hand that fed him, framing Xian for poisoning. Xian was even slapped by President Yan." Du Tianfeng of the Hong Kong Du family's face completely changed, filled with extreme anger. "Who is President Yan to dare insult my disciple?" Old Wei's face turned pale, and he stammered worriedly, "This matter." Tianfeng then spoke up to explain everything clearly. "President Yan's name is Chen Yuan. He has a mysterious background and is a wealthy young master, but he is arrogant and overbearing. Mr. Shi stole his thunder at the birthday banquet and was humiliated by him in every way possible. He even boldly put forward a speculation. It's possible that Mr. Shi's disappearance is related to him." Baikun couldn't take it anymore. He stomped his foot heavily, cracking the ground. Burning with rage, he opened his mouth to question. "The Wei family didn't thank my disciple for saving their lives, but instead let him be humiliated. And now you want me to save your granddaughter? Wishful thinking." Baikun frowned, already prepared to hold a grudge, his attitude firm. "Don't worry, I've remembered that name. Insulting the Medicine King Valley is forbidden, and the offender must die." Then he directly turned and questioned, "I'm asking you, after the birthday banquet, did anything strange happen to that President Yan?" Tianfeng immediately perked up and began to recount with interest. "Strange things, of course. After the banquet, he seemed to be chased and suffered a terrorist attack." He took out his phone to show evidence, saying he had video evidence. Baikun took the phone and recognized it. He was furious and couldn't bear the blow. It must be Yuner who used a disguise to teach him a lesson, but was used by the other party and made a scapegoat. Then Baikun squeezed hard, crushing the phone to pieces. "Damn it, Yuner, how dare you?" His eyes changed, turning bloodshot and sharp. Baikun suddenly struck the person in front of him with a palm. Seeing this, the others screamed in panic. "Brother, do." Then he took out a handkerchief to wipe his fingers and said contemptuously, "This kind of dog that wants to use me, do you think I can't see through it?" Baikun's eyes flashed with a dangerous red light as he etched the hatred into his heart. "But Chen Yuan is dead for sure." Over at the villa, Wu Shuang was on the phone. "Chen Yuan, something's wrong." He was sitting leisurely in a chair, answering calmly, "What's wrong, Wu Shuang? Is Wei Zilling about to die? Come to the hospital and listen." She was hiding behind a wall, reporting the situation on the phone. "Don't come to the hospital right now. The Medicine King Baikun has already arrived in Modu. He wants to kill you." Wu Shuang had witnessed the whole process and was very scared. Even the head of the Du family in Hong Kong was killed by him with one slap. "Don't come." Chen Yuan received the news and immediately changed his expression. "Okay, I understand." Then he put down his phone, pressed the end button and stopped. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan's face completely changed, filled with malice. "What Medicine King Baikun? Killing people to vent his anger. He's just an old bully who picks on the weak. If Xian has a master, don't I, Chen Yuan, have one too?" Back in his huge luxurious villa, Chen Yuan was adjusting the fake beard on his face. "This is perfect." He used a disguise technique to change his appearance. "This is flawless disguise. Shiyun's disguise skills are far from good enough." Then Chen Yuan stroked his beard and tried a different voice proudly. "I am Chen Yuan's master, the Eastern Medicine Venerable." The scene shifts to the hospital area. Zilling was lying down. Old Wei sat outside the ward, holding his face in despair. "Mr. Baikun is so heartless. What should we do about Zilling?" The heart monitor inside suddenly sounded an alarm. The doctors inside began to panic. "Not good. All indicators are starting to drop." Hearing the commotion, he quickly opened the door and ran in. "Doctor, what's wrong?" A doctor nervously reported the situation. "The patient's condition has worsened, but there is no suitable kidney source available yet." Old Wei's face was pale, his whole body trembling as he stammered. "So there's no way?" He was shaking all over. But the doctor was also helpless, emphasizing the need to inform in advance. "I'm sorry, Old Wei. This time Miss Zilling might," but at that moment, Chen Yuan pushed the door open and confidently retorted, "Who says there's no way?" Seeing someone come in, Old Wei quickly chased after him and questioned, "Who are you? What do you want?" At this, he squinted one eye and deliberately announced his name. "If you don't want your granddaughter to die, shut up. If it weren't for my disciple Chen Yuan begging me earnestly, would I, the Venerable, have easily stepped in?" His attitude gradually softened as he asked. Old Wei stroked his beard and spoke the name he had just thought of. "I am the Eastern Medicine Venerable." Everyone was extremely surprised to hear this name. "What, the Eastern Medicine Venerable?" After hearing this, Old Wei's face darkened as he pondered. This man has an extraordinary aura, like a transcendent master. Could Chen Yuan have a powerful backer? Then he ordered the door closed and announced, I, the Venerable, am going to save this girl. All unrelated people get out or face the consequences. The surrounding doctors urged hurriedly, Is this a short drama? Old Wei, you can't let him mess around. Miss Xiling's condition is very critical. Yes, call security, but he had already made his decision. Enough, if he's a fraud, he will naturally face the wrath of my Wei family. Xiling's condition, the hospital has no other options either. If he really has the skill, we have nothing to lose. My granddaughter still has a chance to live. Xiling had been lying on the hospital bed for a while. Half an hour later, she slowly opened her eyes and spoke. Grandpa, I'm thirsty. Old Wei was overjoyed and agreed repeatedly. Xiling, you're okay. That's great. The surrounding doctors couldn't believe their eyes. No way, she's really healed? Xiling drank the entire bottle of water in one go, then recovered and said, Grandpa, I want to go to the bathroom, still in the big hospital scene. Xiling was being helped out by a nurse, while a doctor stood behind, his eyes flickering. Acute kidney failure cured, a medical miracle. Old Wei was in the ward, bowing his head sincerely in thanks. Sir, thank you for saving my life. I am willing to give you all the wealth of my Wei family and serve you like an ox or a horse to repay your kindness. But Chen Yuan acted composed, waving his hand. Spare me the worldly wealth. I, the Venerable, have no need for it. Then he pretended to stroke his beard, emphasizing his kindness. If you want to thank someone, thank my disciple. That kid knelt outside the door for a whole day and night before I agreed to act. Hearing this, he was stunned, unable to believe it. The Wei family had only known Chen Yuan for a few days and had even suspected him before, but he, Old Wei, shed tears, his eyes moist, admitting that this truly had the style of an ancient chivalrous hero with noble character. Then Chen Yuan continued, turning to ask, I heard that recently a man called the Medicine King Baikun wants my disciple's life. Hearing this, he immediately stammered. This, he turned and left, leaving behind an instruction. You go and deliver a message to that kid named Baikun. In 3 days, I, the Venerable, will meet him for a battle by the Huangpu River. If he doesn't dare to come, he'd better pack up and go back to the mountains. Chen Yuan stepped onto the windowsill, then jumped straight down. I, the Venerable, am leaving. Old Wei couldn't believe his eyes and looked down in fear. This is the 8th floor and he just jumps? Then he stared blankly. Finding that the figure was already gone, vanished. Old Wei thought carefully for a moment, scratched his head, and breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Eastern is a true living immortal, proficient in medicine. But how can the gap between people be so big? The scene shifts to G Amusement Park. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Did you hear? Wei Xiling of the Wei family was critically ill with kidney failure and was cured. I heard it was someone calling himself the Eastern Medicine Venerable. The news had spread, known to all. This Eastern Medicine Venerable also issued a challenge to the Medicine King Baikun. A battle in 3 days. I heard he is Chen Yuan's master. He can not only fly through the sky and escape into the earth but also travel 1,000 miles a day. He's a living immortal. Baikun held a teacup, murmuring the name Eastern Medicine Venerable to himself. The assistant immediately confirmed the information again. Yes, it's all over the streets and the major families are spreading the word. His face changed at that moment, becoming serious. Although I've never heard of this person, being able to break the golden needle technique means he must be a master who has unlocked the gene lock. The assistant's jaw dropped at the term. Gene lock, so Baikun had to explain. It's useless to explain to you. The human body is a huge treasure trove. Experiencing life and death limits can unlock the gene lock and grant extraordinary abilities. The person continued, curious. So how many layers does the gene lock have? He then explained in detail. Historical records say the strongest person only unlocked 5 layers. Being able to jump from the 8th floor, he's probably only unlocked 2 layers. Then Baikun suddenly revealed a slight smile. As for me, his eyes became sharp, full of confidence. I have already unlocked the 3rd layer. These frauds who deceive the world are not worth mentioning. The person immediately excitedly acknowledged. The 3rd layer of the gene lock? Then winning against this Eastern Medicine Venerable this time will be a piece of cake. Baikun turned around, his expression calm. Strong doesn't mean a piece of cake, but it won't take much effort either. His eyes were bloodshot, and he replied with extreme venom, You go spread the news. I accept the challenge. In 3 days I will use that Eastern kid's corpse to uphold the dignity of the medicine sect. Time flew by, and they had reached the day of the duel. 3 days later, by the Huangpu River, the crowd had already gathered at the agreed location. After waiting for a while, the crowd was already getting discouraged. It's been hours. Why hasn't he come? Did we come too early? We're just afraid of missing the exciting moment. This is the battle of the century. If only I could have a transcendent master as a teacher. Someone to take me flying and show off. Suddenly, a young man ran in frantically. Make way, the others turned around and said impatiently. What's the rush? We've been here since early morning. Yeah, get in line. Baikun appeared on a large wooden raft, and the crowd immediately cheered excitedly upon seeing him. He's here, the crowd buzzed with excitement, praising him continuously. It's the Medicine King Baikan. This is going to be a good show, worth the trip. The Medicine King Baikan is here, so the Eastern Medicine Venerable should be arriving soon, right? A luxury yacht on the opposite side also slowly approached. He looked on with a mocking gaze and smiled contemptuously. Interesting. The clown actually dares to show up. Chen Yuan sat on it, his posture relaxed and at ease. The crowd was extremely excited at the sight. The Eastern Medicine Venerable really has class. First time seeing someone arrive by yacht. A strange light emanated from him. Chen Yuan suddenly opened his sharp eyes. He upgraded before the start. System, add 100 points to my strength. Done. Strength increased by 100 points. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 22. Height, 1.85 meters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 270. Physique, 220. Spirit, 170. Agility, 170. Remaining lifespan, 185. Remaining enhancement points, 20. He looked at his hands, already calculating. This way, even if I can't win, I should be able to escape. Meng Ming used binoculars to observe from a distance, puzzled. Is this your master? Why didn't brother Chen Yuan come? Wu Shuang also looked clueless. I called him. He said he wanted to play games. I really don't understand him. Yi Han then cleverly became suspicious. Last time the Eastern Medicine Venerable appeared, Chen Yuan wasn't there either. Could it be? Baikan suddenly leapt violently from the wooden raft. He rushed forward with a resentful expression. Yuner, pay with your life, avenge my disciple. Seeing this, someone suddenly exclaimed, Holy crap, the Medicine King Baikan is flying on water? Isn't that unscientific? Yi Han then slightly lowered his head, emphasizing, theoretically, if a person's running speed is fast enough, the soles of their feet can generate a reaction force against the water's surface, but that's just theory. Wu Shuang's eyes flickered as she watched the scene with envy. Is this the world Chen Yuan lives in? So thrilling. At this moment he was already pale with fear, sweating coldly. Is this a martial arts movie? Is this old guy really cultivating immortality? Chen Yuan was carefully calculating his plan. I'll test him with a kick first. If it doesn't work, I'll run. Baikan was still charging forward with a ball of flame. Yuner, die, he kicked out according to the plan. Who dies is still uncertain. Then Chen Yuan aimed at that spot and kicked hard. He suddenly froze, his whole body stiffening, feeling strange. This feeling on my foot, Baikan had already been kicked far away. The crowd was stunned at the sight. What the hell is going on? Is that it? He coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Baikan bent over, coughing violently. Wu Shuang never expected things to turn out this way. This Eastern Medicine Venerable was too terrifying, a one-shot kill. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. Was this what it meant to be a living immortal, worthy of someone who had lived for centuries, the pinnacle among pinnacles, a true transcendent master? At that moment he forced himself to stand up and wipe away the blood, unlock third layer. Baikan began to assume a stance, ready to unleash his power. Chen Yuan saw this movement and quickly judged that he was about to burst forth with strength. Ah, this was for real. His eyes narrowed coldly as he prepared for battle. Bring it on. But in the blink of an eye, Baikan vanished. Had he fled? Chen Yuan stood there stunned, utterly confused. What the hell? On a bustling street filled with traffic, Baikan kept leaping from one spot to another. Run, I must run. If I don't, I'll die. Yet he still clung to the fantasy of returning for revenge. The East's strength far surpassed his own. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Amid the chaotic crowd, Wu Shuang sadly placed her hand on Yi Han's shoulder. Han hit me. Baikan, the Medicine King, fled the battlefield. Doesn't he care about the Medicine King Valley's dignity? She frowned slightly, glanced to the side and spoke seriously. You don't need to hit me to see that. A small plane soared into the blue sky, making a flag-like sound. Chen Yuan pretended to be startled, glanced over and muttered to himself. A drone? Is it live streaming? He closed his eyes and murmured. Forget it. Considering your cultivation wasn't easy, I'll spare your dog life today. If you dare cause trouble again, I'll make sure you're crushed to dust. Chen Yuan leapt up and disappeared into the lake that the curious crowd was watching. The onlookers all shouted excitedly, That's insane, this is definitely immortal cultivation, it's amazing, my 9 years of compulsory education were a waste. Exactly, the end of science is theology, an unbelievable change. A flicker of regret crossed Yi Han's face. From today onward the name Eastern Medicine Venerable would crush Baikan the Medicine King, shaking the world and becoming the most revered person. The scene shifted to Los Angeles, USA, where harsh sunlight shone on the skyscrapers. Shutong drove, turning her head to say, Sister Scorpion, we'll be at LAX soon. I'm almost home, her eyes coldly fixed on the weapon in Bai Bao's hand. Too bad I don't have a passport. If I want to go home, I'll have to hijack a plane. Seeing this, Fiona couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat from fear. Her face turned pale, clearly terrified inside. She wondered, who exactly had she saved? In just a few days she'd become this ruthless. More of a killer than herself. Fiona recalled Shutong's frenzied attacks with weapons covered in blood, eyes red, mastering all killing techniques in just a few days, even taking out an entire elite squad alone. It was too terrifying. She couldn't help but guess that the mysterious research institute must have given her a complete overhaul. Just then, Shu Tong pressed on. "What's wrong, Sister Scorpion? Don't you think hijacking a plane to go back is a good idea?" Fiona jumped in fright and forced a smile as she replied. Sweating profusely, she answered, "No, great, I totally agree." As soon as she got out of the car, she asked doubtfully, "But can you fly a plane?" Shu Tong said calmly, "No, but it shouldn't be hard. I'll take a look and I should be able to learn." A ragged beggar on the roadside shouted loudly, catching their attention, "Chinese, Chinese, help a fellow Chinese, spare some change." Shu Tong frowned and scolded, "You have hands and feet, but you're begging, shame on the Chinese people." Then she gently handed him a Kur 100 bill. The beggar clutched the bill tightly and looked up. In his eyes, Shu Tong became dazzlingly radiant, with a virtuous face and sparkling eyes. Jamu, he opened his mouth wide, secretly sighing, "So beautiful." He stood up to stop her. "Beautiful lady, wait," Jamu grinned, pulled out his phone and suggested, "We're both Chinese, let's add each other on WeChat." Fiona and Shu Tong froze, frowning at Jamu. Fiona glared at him with sharp eyes and said angrily, "You beggars sure have confidence. Even in this state, you still remember to hit on girls." Jamu flashed a sly smile and replied, "Don't take me for a beggar. I'm just experiencing life. You can see me as an artist. My real identity is a tycoon's son. I've had thousands of beauties before. Assets in the billions." He even chuckled and continued, "I won't be a beggar forever. Sooner or later I'll make a comeback and make those who humiliated me pay, especially Chen Yuan." At this, Shu Tong shouted excitedly, "Did you just mention Chen Yuan?" Jamu adjusted his glasses and revealed a grim smile as he answered, "That's right, Chen Yuan, aka President Yan. It's him or me," he laughed inwardly. "See, Big Brother's rivals are all tycoons like President Yan. She must be interested in me." In less than 3 seconds, Shu Tong angrily kicked him hard in the groin. Jamu screamed and collapsed to the ground. She shrugged her shoulders and turned away. "Don't let me see you again. If you dare insult Brother Chen Yuan next time, I'll make you regret being born." Fiona worriedly warned, "Security's coming." The airport security had been alerted. "If we're still going to hijack the plane, we need to act fast." On the runway, a plane was taxiing for takeoff. Fiona used her weapon to forcefully open the door and stepped into the cabin full of passengers. She frowned and shouted an order, "Freeze, hijacking." Shu Tong pressed her weapon against the pilot's head, threatening him, making him terrified. "Fly now to South Korea." The plane immediately took off and ascended. Just then a car appeared, and the person inside cursed angrily. Xiao Meng slammed the steering wheel and shouted, "Those 2 women got away again, damn it." The woman beside her frowned and said, "This is tough. The gene sequence of this second test subject is different from the other samples, which is why she's so strong. Letting her escape is a huge loss for Skull Island." 2 people carried a wooden frame away, and one reported, "A Chinese man was found at the scene. Surveillance shows he talked to the second test subject like an acquaintance." Xiao Meng waved her hand and ordered, "Take him back to the lab base. Interrogate him about his connection to subject 2. Then use him for experiments too." The group immediately acknowledged the order. Hearing this, Jamu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat from fear. The scene shifted. Baiken suddenly spat out blood. He sat down to regulate his breathing, thinking, "That old Easterner's kick has already injured my internal organs. Good thing I unlocked, or the consequences would be unthinkable." Baiken frowned, wrinkles appearing on his forehead, and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "I can't beat him. Master, can I at least handle a disciple? Once I kill Chen Yuan, I'll flee far away." "What can you do to me, old Easterner?" Voices came from a public restroom. "Hey, Wushuang." On the ground was a disguise outfit. Chen Yuan said, "I'm at home playing games. What's up?" Wushuang's eyes lit up as she praised. "Chen Yuan, your master is amazing. He beat Baiken the Medicine King." He smiled contentedly and replied, "As expected. What level is my master? He's been famous since the Qianlong era. A mere Baiken the Medicine King is nothing." Wushuang was stunned and pressed. "The Qianlong era, then Senior Eastern must be over 300 years old? What kind of ancient monster is that?" She suddenly realized she'd misspoken and panicked. "Sorry, Chen Yuan, I didn't mean to insult Senior Eastern." Chen Yuan gently reassured her. "It's fine, it's normal. We cultivators seize the essence of heaven and earth. Longevity is only natural. I'm going into the game now. Talk later." Wushuang muttered in complaint. "Chen Yuan, that jerk, hanging up just like that. I was about to tell you I want to invite your master to dinner with my grandpa." Seeing this, Yi Han rested his chin thoughtfully. The Eastern medicine venerable acted twice, and Chen Yuan wasn't there either time. How can a disciple be so careless? The methods of cultivators are unfathomable. Maybe Chen Yuan is the Eastern medicine venerable. As soon as he hung up, Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. "This duel's act was a bit over the top. I'll have to keep a low profile for a while." Suddenly, his phone rang again. It was Wang Mengming's number. He answered without hesitation, speaking in a warm, teasing tone. "Mengming missing me?" Mengming excitedly bragged. "Bro, my mom and uncle came to see me. We're at your Shanghai villa's front door now." Hearing this, Chen Yuan's face immediately darkened, and he exclaimed in shock, "My dad and aunt showed up?" The scene shifted. He walked to the front door of Chen Yuan's villa. Meng Ming stood nearby, worriedly watching Tang Xi and Jianmin exchange affectionate glances. Chen Yuan's smile gradually stiffened. Sure enough, it was that bastard dad of mine. But Aunt Tang's belly, could it be Jianmin's? He turned his head in surprise. Noticing Chen Yuan's arrival, he said softly, I never thought the Yan Corporation's CEO, famous across China, would be my own biological son. Xiao Yuan, Dad's sorry. Chen Yuan coldly turned and entered the house. Then he said, Jianmin began to pour out his heart. At first, your Aunt Tang and I went to Yunnan and opened a small grocery store, planning to cut ties with everyone. He spoke, gazing affectionately at Tang Xi. I just didn't expect that at my age, I'd still have some vitality left. Your Aunt Tang is pregnant, and we need to register the child's household. Your Aunt Tang and I can't keep hiding like before. Chen Yuan impatiently cut straight to the point. Get to the point. What do you want from me? Jianmin didn't beat around the bush either. Chen Yuan, I plan to marry your Aunt Tang. Meng Ming outwardly pretended to be calm, but inside she felt like she was about to explode. Uncle is going to marry my mom. Then I can legitimately stay by his side forever. Chen Yuan said bluntly with a displeased look. Get married then, why tell me? Don't tell me you want me to pay for the wedding, Jianmin quickly explained. Xiao Yuan, you've misunderstood your dad. Before I came I already discussed it with your mom. I didn't take a single cent of the demolition compensation. I left with nothing as compensation to her. He confessed, your mom and I never got along. These 20+ years were just going through the motions. Jianmin's words made everyone tense up. There's a secret I've kept in my heart for a long time. I came this time to tell you, he spoke, recalling the scene of going to the doctor with his mother. After your mom and I got married, we went to the hospital for a checkup, but the doctor said your mom couldn't get pregnant. That hit her hard. I comforted her for a long time. Jianmin recalled the pitch-black rainy night outside the hospital. That day it was pouring rain outside the hospital. Your mom and I found a newborn baby at the hospital entrance. We posted missing person notices for a long time, but no one ever contacted us. We decided to adopt the child. Jianmin said softly, remembering Chen Yuan as a child. That child was you. Even though we're not blood-related, I've always treated you like my own son all these years. Now that your mom and I are divorced, you have the right to know this secret. Hearing this, Chen Yuan was utterly shocked, unable to believe his ears. His brows furrowed tightly, his mouth wide open, and he asked himself, what the hell, I'm not biological. Noticing the collapse in Chen Yuan's expression, Meng Ming asked worriedly, Bro, are you okay? Chen Yuan stood up in pain. You guys talk, I need some time alone. Seeing this, Meng Ming immediately grabbed his hand and shouted, Bro, are you alright? Chen Yuan angrily shook off her hand and pressed. You knew all along. He looked at her with murderous eyes, thinking, it seems Meng Ming has been too close to me. No wonder the system bound her as a sister with such high affinity. The system really doesn't make mistakes, only people do. Meng Ming, frightened, replied with tears in her eyes, Bro, I didn't mean to lie to you. I was just scared. Chen Yuan asked coldly. Scared of what? Scared I won't give you money anymore, or scared I won't treat you specially anymore? His face darkened as he scolded. Meng Ming, I always thought you were pure-hearted, but in this matter, you've shown me deception, selfishness, concealment, and even ulterior motives. Meng Ming's eyes widened in pain as she tried to grab him. Bro, but Chen Yuan directly turned and left. Go, I don't want to see you anymore. Jianmin and Tang Xi stepped forward to comfort her. Meng Ming, let's go first. Xiao Yuan needs some time alone. Give him some space. As soon as they walked out the door, the three of them ran into Ling Shuang. Meng Ming called out, Sister Yu. Ling Shuang smiled and said, Meng Ming, perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you. That night in a high-rise building, the restaurant was brightly lit. Meng Ming sat at the table with her parents and asked, Sister Yu, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Ling Shuang took out a piece of paper and suggested, take a look at this equity authorization document first. Meng Ming picked up the paper, and her eyes widened in surprise. Ling Shuang said, this is the shares the boss gave you. You might not remember, but you once owned shares in Fadian real estate. The boss has been keeping them for you all this time. She began to analyze seriously. Now Fadian is growing rapidly. Your 10 stake is already worth 100 billion and still increasing. Memories flooded back, moving Meng Ming to tears. She thought to herself, 100 billion, he's been so good to me, and I keep causing him trouble. He's always silently giving and I lied to him. The atmosphere grew heavy. She covered her face with her hands filled with guilt. Bro, I'm sorry. I don't deserve your kindness. Chen Yuan stood on the balcony, anxiously muttering to himself, did I go too far? Meng Ming probably doesn't have such malicious intentions. He couldn't help but shout in frustration. What is all this? Dad's not dad, mom's not mom. Then where did I come from? Popped out of a rock, the system panel prompted. Ding, Wang Meng Ming's affection 1, current affection 100 points. Ding, simp target Wang Meng Ming has been moved by the host's selfless devotion. Affection reached 100 points. Congratulations to the host for a successful reversal. Ding, detected that the host has a 4th maxed out simp target. Reward, all attributes 10 reward. Enhancement points 50. Chen Yuan looked at the system panel and asked himself, how did Meng Meng reverse? Did I wrong her? Ling Shuang handed her a tissue in confusion and asked, Meng Meng, why are you crying? Meng Meng wiped her tears and sobbed as she calmed down. It's nothing, Sister Yu. I'm just too moved. She placed the paper directly on the table and immediately refused, but I can't accept these shares. I haven't contributed anything to Fadian. Taking them would make me uneasy. Give them back to Brother Chen Yuan. Ling Shuang pressed again. Have you thought this through? Meng Meng smiled softly and replied, he gave me the shares because he sees me as a real sister, but we're not blood related. I have no right to take what isn't mine. Tang Si turned to Jianmen and said, Old Chen, it seems Meng Meng has fallen for Chen Yuan. He revealed a smug smile. That's great, a foster son becomes a son-in-law. Relationships grow closer and the two of them are truly a perfect match, a couple destined for each other. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Jianmen and he clenched his fists resolute. This is a great idea. I must bring them together. The scene shifted to 8 a.m. the next day in South Korea, where an airplane hurtled straight into a high-rise building, striking it dead center and destroying it. Zhu Hong shouted in panic, President, something terrible. Terrorists have hijacked a plane and crashed it into the building. Upon hearing this, Master Rong's face darkened, his brows furrowing deeply as he asked repeatedly, What? His anger was evident, his forehead creased with wrinkles. What? A plane crashed into the Samsung building. Who would dare? Zhu Hong lowered her head to report, saying it was said to be an Asian girl of unknown identity. On TV, a female anchor was also broadcasting the recent incident. The event had occurred suddenly today. A plane hijacked by terrorists had slammed into the Samsung building, resulting in 1 death and 28 injuries. According to the investigation, the deceased was the current chairman of Samsung Group. Hearing this, Master Rong's face lit up with obvious delight. The old man is dead? Excellent. Zhu Hong excitedly chimed in. President, you are the first in line to inherit. This was good news. Master Rong abruptly stood up, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he immediately took action. I'm returning to the country now. As Zhu Hong hurriedly packed his suitcase, he stood by the window musing to himself. Wait for me, Chen Yuan. I'll return like a king and make you pay. Zhu Hong pulled out his phone, smiling as he added, President, actually you don't have to wait to get back at Chen Yuan. We can hire a hitman to take him out. Master Rong's expression shifted, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Damn it, that's a bold move, Zhu Hong said. President, this is the dark web. With enough money, you can hire the top assassins to eliminate your rivals. Master Rong stared for a long time, thinking that even becoming the chairman of Samsung might not surpass Chen Yuan. Assassination was a good approach. His face darkened, his eyes glowed red, and a cruel smile appeared as he ordered a bounty of 10 billion to deal with Chen Yuan. Zhu Hong immediately responded, Yes, President. The scene cut to Chen Yuan calmly brushing his teeth in front of a mirror. When Wang Kai reported, Master, someone has placed a bounty on you on the dark web. Startled, he quickly pulled out his phone to check. Really? Let me see. Sitting before the computer screen, Chen Yuan demanded, Wang Kai, who put the bounty on me? The girl said the task poster was anonymous, but the registration location was in South Korea. Hearing this, he curled his lip in disdain and replied, South Korea, someone with a grudge against me. Probably that bastard Park Yong-dae. Has anyone taken the job yet? Wang Kai immediately answered, Not yet, probably because your track record against the black web is too fierce. No assassin dares to take it. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the screen. New bounty task. Assassinate Park Yong-dae. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was taken aback. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes sharpening as he muttered to himself, It seems after the Samsung chairman's death, more than just Park Yong-dae is eyeing that position. Family feuds are always the most entertaining. Chen Yuan ordered, Since someone has put a bounty on Park Yong-dae, I'll switch targets. That old man Bei Chen has run off, hasn't he? Put a bounty of 100 million dark coins on him? Wang Kai smiled and replied, As you command, Master. System announcement, assassination task, target. Bei Chen, the Medicine King. Identity, Chinese Medicine King Grandmaster, mysterious origin, first-generation legend, age unknown, bounty amount 100 million dark coins. The scene shifted to Bei Chen's hideout in Shanghai. Though it was night, a few rooms still had lights on. Bei Chen sat silently in his training room. He took out a yellow pill and muttered to himself, Good thing I brought a secret medicine, but this injury will take at least a month to heal. I can only use 30% of my strength now. Suddenly, a noise startled him, and he whipped around, shouting, Who's there? The person outside the door, carrying a tray, said, Mr. Bei Chen, it's me, Xiao Li. Come in, he replied. The man gently placed the teacup on the table and asked, Sir, are you all right? Bei Chen said, Just a minor injury, nothing serious. I'm almost recovered. Alan showed a concerned expression and quickly added, Good to hear you're fine, sir. I didn't expect the Eastern Medicine Venerable to be so powerful. After your defeat this time, many families outside seem to be wavering, and they're saying nasty things. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, What did they say? The man nervously repeated, They all say you're not capable enough, and even your medical skills are far inferior to the Eastern medicine venerable who casually cured Wei Xiling's illness." At this, Bei Chen was so enraged he spat blood and roared, "Despicable scum, do they think I can't deal with them?" Alan widened his eyes in feigned surprise, thinking to himself, "It seems this old man Bei Chen's injuries haven't healed at all." He smirked cunningly to himself. Bounty target, Bei Chen, the Medicine King. Identity, Chinese Medicine King Grandmaster. Mysterious origin, first-generation legend, age unknown, bounty amount, 100 million dark coins. Now the dark web has a bounty of over 100 million dark coins on this old man, worth over 3 billion Chinese yuan. This is a golden opportunity. But on the surface, Alan still showed support, clenching his fists and encouraging, "Sir, don't get angry. Once you've recovered, those turncoats will pay. If you need anything, just tell me." Without suspicion, Bei Chen handed him a piece of paper and suggested, "All right then, here's a prescription. Go get the medicine, it's useful to me. I have something to do with it." Alan took the prescription, his eyes wide, calculating inwardly. "If I tamper with the medicine at the pharmacy, no, this old man knows pharmacology well. Poisoning him probably won't work either." As he walked out the door, he grinned slyly and triumphantly. Better to use international assassins and reap the benefits cleanly, eliminating the threat without a trace. The scene shifted a few days later to Chen Yuan's villa in Shanghai, where Bei Chen, looking disheveled, was rummaging through a trash bin. This was indeed Chen Yuan's villa. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. His brows were tightly knit, his face dark and obvious. Long Shen calculated, "Last time I was careless. Even for small matters I must go all out, even if it's just dealing with that old Eastern guy's disciple. I need to figure out his background first before acting." Bei Chen grinned a terrifying smile. "After killing Chen Yuan, I can consider going back to reward Xiao Li. He's been serving me tea and water these days, showing me great respect." Just then, Chen Yuan walked out, catching his attention. "It's Chen Yuan." Seeing this, Bei Chen was ecstatic. "A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He has no bodyguards now. Should I kill him now or wait until I'm fully recovered?" Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out as bullets flew forward. Just as the bullets came, Bei Chen instinctively dodged. Countless gun muzzles attacked in succession. He rolled and dodged through the relentless barrage. Finally, a bullet hit Bei Chen. Blood gushed from his shoulder. Bei Chen frowned at the wound. Looking disheveled, he clutched his bleeding shoulder and looked around, roaring, "How dare you who ambushed me?" He gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes glowing as he ordered, activating the third layer of his genetic lock. A golden energy burst out in a circle, sending several people flying. Standing alone in the center, Bei Chen threatened, "Do you think hiding will keep me from finding you?" He stretched out his hand and loudly called out the technique's name. Rainstorm soul-stealing needles. Several beams of light shot out, aiming straight for the heads of those trying to attack him. He ordered sternly, "Come out." A truck appeared from behind him out of nowhere, charging at high speed. He widened his eyes in surprise, looking behind him. Unfazed, Bei Chen raised his hand and threatened the driver. "You're asking for death." He shot a beam of light straight at the man's forehead. The truck went out of control, charging forward and slamming Bei Chen into a wall. The wall cracked and shattered. The truck gradually smoked. Bei Chen, covered in wounds and tattered clothes, slowly emerged from behind the wall. Others raised their guns and shouted, "He's done for, finish him." He waved his hand and ordered loudly. One by one they were struck by the beams he shot. Bei Chen grinned slightly. He looked up and laughed. "I, Bei Chen, the Medicine King, even with my strength greatly reduced, am not someone you nobodies can handle." Another team of people, armed with weapons, continuously sprayed bullets at Bei Chen. Startled, he covered his head and ran, asking himself, "Where did these killers come from? They're so tough." Bei Chen gritted his teeth, looking back with a face full of resentment. "If it weren't for my injuries, you'd all be dead." He widened his eyes in shock. It turned out Chen Yuan was leisurely sitting in a chair, eating potato chips. Bei Chen cursed under his breath. "I didn't expect this kid Chen Yuan to sit here watching my misery." He excitedly chased after them. "Die, you all must die." Chen Yuan beamed with joy, giggling incessantly. "Just coming out to throw away trash, and I get to see such a thrilling scene. Shanghai really is Shanghai." Under the clear sky outside the skyscraper, Bei Chen fled alone. Ducking into a dark alley, covered in wounds, blood dripping from his mouth, he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I need to heal immediately. That kid Chen Yuan was prepared and set an ambush for me." Bei Chen looked around, pondering, "I wonder if going back to Xiao Li's place will implicate him, but I can't worry about that now." He had no choice but to remove the mask from his face. This face was no longer safe. Revealing his true appearance, he looked up with a face full of resentment. "Never mind them. No one would expect this to be my real face." That middle-aged face was just another disguise mask. Outside the skyscraper, the streets were bustling with people. William sat at the dining table and spoke first. "Li, my men just reported that Bei Chen, the Medicine King, has been severely wounded by us. But he also killed many of our people." He picked up his wine glass and continued, "This old man is indeed formidable, ranking second on the assassin list as Hell's Baron William." Alan was startled and asked anxiously, "What do we do then? With his intelligence, won't he suspect me?" William glanced up, his eyes sharp and calculating. "Don't worry, he's badly injured and probably needs a place to rest. I'm 50% sure he'll return to the hideout you provided." He flashed a fake smile. "We've planted a large amount of explosives in that hideout. Once he enters, he's dead for sure." Hearing this, Alan's face lit up with joy and he raised his glass in response. "Mr. William, you're truly a top-tier assassin. Real strength lies in using wisdom. A toast to you," he thought to himself. "Sorry, old man Bei Chen, 30 billion is just too tempting." The scene shifted outside where Bei Chen was hiding in an alley, calling out to a passing delivery driver. "Young man, come here a moment." He put on a kind smile and suggested, "Could you do me a favor?" The delivery driver replied with a smile. "Sure, I respect the elderly and cherish the young. Sir, just tell me." Bei Chen took out his mask and said, "Put this mask on and go into the neighborhood. After it's done, I'll give you 10 million. The delivery driver obediently did as told, put on the mask and went to deliver food as if nothing was wrong. A nearby stall vendor had already noticed. The vendor secretly signaled through an earpiece, "Target has entered the neighborhood, disguised as a delivery driver. Activate the plan." Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the building with thick smoke billowing. Curious onlookers gathered to watch. Seeing this, Bei Chen was furious, gritting his teeth and saying, "Fooled so many times, but I was smart enough to keep an eye out. Xiao Li, even you betrayed me. Just wait for the wrath of Bei Chen, the medicine king." People came and went below the skyscraper. William raised his phone, showing a burning apartment building on the screen. "Mr. Li, the target has been eliminated." Seeing this, Alan excitedly chimed in. "Really? Let me see." Watching the burning building, he said joyfully, "Excellent. Pleasure working with you." The scene shifted to outside a grand castle with sunlight streaming in. Wang Kai reported, "Master, the task for Bei Chen, the medicine king, has been submitted as completed by Hell's Baron, ranked 2nd. But there's an issue during review." Chen Yuan sat before the computer screen and suggested, "So fast? Let me see." Through the screen he saw the delivery driver calmly wearing Bei Chen's mask. Chen Yuan furrowed his brows deep in thought and said with suspicion, "No, that old man Bei Chen was riddled with holes. How could he look so unharmed?" He suddenly jolted and ordered loudly, "That's not Bei Chen. Wang Kai, pull up the cameras around the apartment." Wang Kai immediately responded, "Yes, master." The screen showed Bei Chen removing his mask. Seeing the scene of Bei Chen talking to the delivery driver, Chen Yuan deduced, "It seems this old man is the real Bei Chen. Those assassins were fooled. Killing a decoy and expecting a bounty?" He raised his hand and ordered, "Reject the task and explain the reason so they don't complain." Wang Kai replied without hesitation, "No problem, master." The scene shifted to 2 glasses of red wine clinking together. Alan, overjoyed, directly raised his glass and proposed, "It seems Bei Chen, the medicine king, is just a name. He died so easily. Mr. William, a toast to you." William also happily responded, "Technology is advancing. No matter how strong Bei Chen is, he's just an individual. He can't beat collective wisdom and technology." Suddenly his phone on the table vibrated with a message. William's face immediately darkened as he read the content. "Task submission failed, review not passed." Alan was also startled and blurted out, "No way, is the dark web trying to cheat?" The phone screen displayed, "According to dark web review, the task you submitted has not been completed. Target Bei Chen is still alive." William slammed his phone down on the table in frustration, lowering his head with a sigh. "It seems we killed the wrong person. That was an innocent guy." Alan immediately broke out in a cold sweat from nervousness. "What do we do now?" His face darkened. His heart raced with fear. "That old man Bei Chen must know I betrayed him. With his personality, he'll kill me sooner or later." Alan abruptly stood up, forcing a faint smile, and turned to leave. "Mr. William, I have urgent matters. I need to go. Bei Chen isn't dead, so I have to flee for my life. Farewell." Just 3 seconds later, William picked up his phone and ordered, "Attention all units. The target is not dead. He's skilled in disguise. Continue the pursuit." The scene shifted to an apartment building. Zhu Hong, bent over with a stack of documents, reported earnestly, "President, here are the Korean ID and passport you requested. They're all done." In Park Yong-dae's office in Seoul, South Korea, Master Rong took them with a smile, looking very satisfied, and instructed, "Very good. Hand them over to Miss Benefactor later. We were nearly assassinated as soon as we landed this time. If it weren't for that young lady, we'd be dead for sure." Zhu Hong said seriously, "President, it seems someone within the group doesn't want you to succeed." Master Rong angrily affirmed, "It must be Park Sam-mang. He's had it in for me for a long time, but I'm the first in line to inherit. Once I take that seat, this group will still be under our control." A knock came, and he immediately said, "Come in." The secretary pushed the door open and questioned, "Is my ID card ready?" Rong Di smiled as he handed over a document folder. "It's ready, Miss Lin." The bookkeeper took it, then showed her own ID card and passport. She stared at them for a long time, a hint of sadness in her eyes. There was no way to mend things with Mr. Chen Yuan anymore, but now she had a new identity and a fresh start. maybe she still had a chance. Rong Di reluctantly leaned in to ask, "Miss Shatong, are you planning to return to China?" Shatong replied coldly. "Yes," she added. "From now on, please call me Jun Suna. I don't want to hear the name Lin Shatong anymore." His face darkened, showing a pitiful expression as he tried to hold her back. "But if you leave, what if I run into danger again?" Shatong turned and walked away without mercy, leaving Rong Di in tears. "I'm not your bodyguard. I have no obligation to protect you. You're rich enough, hire a few more bodyguards. I have things to do," Zhu Hong spoke up anxiously. "Manager, how dare she disrespect you?" Rong Di immediately scolded him. "Shut up, what do you know?" He waved his hand in admission, saying he admired Shatong's proud, unyielding spirit that refused to bow to the powerful. Rong Di's face twisted with anger, his teeth clenched as he glared and warned sternly, "If you dare speak ill of her again, get out." The scene shifted to a black car driving down the road. A voice came from inside the car. "Lin, have you planned it out?" Fiona asked doubtfully. "Hijacking the plane to South Korea instead of China is to change identities," Shatong replied, frowning as she stared straight ahead. "That's right, only by changing identities can we start over, and also to escape the Skull Society's pursuit." She turned her head to apologize. "It's just a pity that Sister Scorpion didn't get the 3.7 billion bounty for saving you." Fiona smiled gently to comfort her. "Lin, having an outstanding apprentice like you is more precious than any bounty." Shatong's face darkened, exuding a murderous aura. "I've already registered on the dark web, the next mission. The bounty target is named Baikun Medicine King. Once I get the reward, I'll pay you back." Fiona was startled and blurted out, "Even the Hell Count failed that mission. The target is incredibly powerful and dangerous." Shatong shrugged and said, "Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I still want to see Chen Yuan again." She frowned and pressed, "What kind of man is Chen Yuan? Is he worth you going this far?" Shatong's face suddenly showed sadness. She spoke vaguely with a heavy heart, "You'll never understand the story between us. I owe him something I can never repay in this lifetime." The scene shifted to Mochung Airport, where a voice came, "Boss, going out again?" Chen Yuan frowned as he looked at his phone, deep in thought. "Mochung has been too chaotic lately. Gunfights, explosions. I need to get away and relax." Xiao Li leaned in, smiling brightly, and pressed, "Where does the boss want to go to relax? A casino abroad, that would be great." He said he was going to Yanjing, and she asked in surprise, "Why?" Chen Yuan looked up, smiled meaningfully, and replied, "The reality show Real Actor I set up is nearing the finals. I'm a mentor, so it's only right for me to attend." He shrugged and continued, "Besides, I've been admitted to Yanjing University as a graduate student. I have my own ideals in research and academics." Hearing this, Xiao Li's cheeks flushed, and she secretly admired him. Truly the boss, already so accomplished yet still eager to learn and improve, leaving other men 10 steps behind. The scene shifted to the Longtong International Villa on Yanjing's Third Ring Road, where sunlight glistened through the ancient roof. Zijin walked out, eyes shining, hands clasped together as he said, Boss, you're truly far-sighted." Now the show Real Actor is getting more and more popular. Chen Yuan, sitting in a chair opposite, asked, "More popular? That must have cost a lot of money, right?" He replied calmly, "Of course." Zijin's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists with determination. "Before launching this show we invested a huge sum, but because of the high attention many advertisers jumped in, and in the end we actually made tens of billions." Chen Yuan was shocked, unable to believe his ears. "What, we made money?" Then he raised his hand and gestured to stop, leaving Zijin confused. "All right, stop. I'm not interested in making money." Chen Yuan's heart wept a river. He had originally wanted to spend money. How did it end up making money? But Zijin secretly admired him. Indeed, tens of billions meant nothing to the boss. He was the one with short-sightedness. He cheerfully pulled out a stack of recommendation lists. "Boss, these are the profiles of the 120 contestants who made it to the finals. Please take a look." Chen Yuan took them, propped his chin on his hand, and read thoughtfully. "Ni Wenzhuzi Yi Han Qin Wushuang," Zijin said. "All contestants are now housed in villas in our same area." The scene shifted outside where voices came. "Did you hear? President Yan is here." The gathered contestants, chatting and laughing, began to buzz with discussion. "This is huge news. Our idol is here." A girl leaned in to tease Shiwen. "Luo Shiwen, I heard President Yan is a player. Aren't you afraid he might try to take advantage of you?" Shiwen immediately replied. "Afraid? I'm afraid he won't." She lowered her head, showing a regretful expression. "Too bad it won't be me." Among the contestants this time, there's Yi Han from the Long Group and Qin Wushuang from the Qin family, both heiresses. "President Yan probably won't look at us," another girl chimed in teasingly. "You're overthinking it, you wretch." Shiwen replied shyly, "Asking like you haven't thought about it." Shuzi stood alone nearby, her heart full of anticipation. "Chen Yuan, I've waited so long. You're finally here. If you hadn't come, I'd be a rising star by now." The contestant most likely to win, Ni Wenzhuzi, her face suddenly darkened, and she lowered her head, glancing up at Mingren, thinking she had endured so long and must be cautious at this critical moment to strike the target hard. Suddenly Shiwen approached and asked with concern, "Sister Shuzi, what are you thinking about?" Shuzi placed her hand on her chest and answered honestly, "I'm wondering if there are countless parallel worlds out there, and if each of us is like a character in some story with fate already set and unchangeable." Shiwen gently placed her hand on Shuzi's forehead and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Before leaving, she turned back to remind her, "Sister Shuzi, you're saying things people don't understand again. Go to sleep. We have the full rehearsal tomorrow." Shuzi replied softly, good night." The scene shifted to the next morning under a blue sky with rainbow-like sunlight. Zijin got out of the car and said, "Godfather, all contestants are in the studio. 9 regions, 120 people total." Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, that many?" He announced enthusiastically that today's full rehearsal would be live-streamed on Big Cat TV, with each region performing a show. Hearing this, he paused, frowned, and broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, "Perform a show? That's too extravagant. This really has turned into a selection of concubines." As soon as he entered, Chen Yuan called over the cameraman, "Hey buddy, come here. Give me your hat." He took the hat and put it on, smiling meaningfully. "I don't want to alert the enemy. Let's give them a surprise." Seeing Chen Yuan pretending to be a cameraman, Zijin was a bit puzzled. You're really into this." What? Follow me." Zijin hurried over and shouted, "Godfather, wait for me." The other contestants filled the entire studio. Everyone was dressed in gorgeous costumes with creative poses, looking stunning. Someone struggled under the weight of a giant rock on their back, still shouting, "President Yan, I love you." Chen Yuan suddenly stopped, as if he had spotted something particularly striking. Before him stood Yi Han with a slender figure, flowing clothes, and an ethereal, otherworldly aura. Chen Yuan thought to himself, "Isn't this Miss Yi? Why is there no expression on her face when she dances? No one else is like her." He frowned, thinking, come to think of it, he hadn't spent money on Yi Han yet, but her favorability was already at 94 points. Chen Yuan turned and said, "Director Yang, you said the full rehearsal is being live-streamed, right?" Zijin smiled and replied, "Yes, each contestant has their own live room on Big Cat TV." He took out his phone and looked at it, then said, "That's simple. It's time for Lone Smoke to make a comeback." On the phone screen, comments kept flooding the live rooms. "The god of reason, is President Yan. President Yan is back. Tower plane planet collision worth 1 million, directly sent 100 of them. The guy upstairs from Little Dragon is too conservative. President Yan gives gifts in the billions." Suddenly, Chen Yuan tapped continuously on the phone screen, making Zijin blurt out in shock. Meteors from outer space kept hurtling toward Earth. Planet collision multiplied by 10,000 N. A staff member shouted, "President Yan is sending gifts, the server can't handle it, get more people to maintain the system." Shiwen looked at her phone and exclaimed in amazement, "Oh my god, Han, look, President Yan is sending gifts worth billions in your live room." "So domineering." Yi Han turned back in surprise and asked, "President Yan is sending billions in gifts to me?" Yi Han placed her hand on her chest, thinking, her eyes wide with shock. Billions are no small amount. At that thought, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile, and her cheeks flushed. "Could it be that he likes me?" System prompt. Yi Han favorability 1, current favorability 95 points. Congratulations host on completing the reversal. Host spent a total of 2 points in yuan on the target this time. Reward. Profit of 260 million yuan. Reward. Enhancement point 60. Chen Yuan grinned smugly, looking at his phone and thinking happily, "Finally reversed, but next time I need to talk to Chairman Zhao. Design a way to send gifts worth billions on Big Cat TV. Tapping like this all the time makes my hands sore." Shiwen was about to run off when she saw Chen Yuan disguised as a cameraman and froze in shock. "Why does this person look so familiar?" She hurried over, her eyes full of love, and shouted excitedly, "It's President Yan, my idol, you're here." Hearing this, everyone turned back in surprise and shouted, "President Yan is here? Where? I want to have his child. I joined this show for him." Chen Yuan had no choice but to take off his hat and explain in a warm voice, "I wanted to interact with everyone as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be recognized. Then I won't pretend anymore." The scene shifted to after the full rehearsal, in a spacious room where the contestants sat upright in their chairs, eyes fixed ahead. Zijin handed over the microphone and said, "Godfather, everyone is looking forward to your arrival. Say a few words." Chen Yuan took the microphone and began to speak. "All right, everyone knows I set up this show and I'm also one of the mentors." His voice gradually turned serious. "Next, I'll call out names. When I call your name, answer here and stand up, understood?" The contestants below shouted excitedly, "Understood." Chen Yuan picked up the paper and started reading names. Luo Shiwen. Shiwen happily raised her hand immediately and answered, "Here." Suddenly, a system panel prompt startled him. Ding, Simp action initiated. This girl's favorability toward the host is 95 points. Binding failed. Host encountered an unbound beautiful simp who has already reversed. Reward enhancement points 50. Chen Yuan's face darkened, his brow furrowed, and he broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, Damn, this is too ridiculous. She's already a simp before binding. I've never met her before. He continued reading. Chen Tianchen. Tianchen happily shouted. Here, the system prompted again. Ding, high favorability. Binding failed. And so it went one by one. Every time Chen Yuan called a new name, Meng Ran. Meng Ran answered here. And the system prompted. Ding, binding failed. Lu Yufei. Yufei answered here. And the system prompted. Ding, binding failed. Wan Xiaojia. Xiaojia answered here. And the system prompted. Ding, binding failed. As he read, he scanned the entire room. Ni Wenzhuzi. Shuzi calmly raised her hand, her face slightly flushed, and said here. The system prompted. Ding, simp action initiated. Name Ni Wenzhuzi. Appearance score 9.8. Favorability toward host minus 95 points. Bound to simp system. When this girl's favorability toward the host exceeds 95 points, reversal succeeds, identity swap, and the other party becomes the host's simp. Reversal complete. Reward 10 of simp spending amount. Reward enhancement points 200. Another prompt appeared. Reward top-tier assassination skills, headshot sniping, hacking expertise, bomb expertise, 16 languages expertise, ambush expertise, counter-surveillance expertise, acting expertise, appraisal expertise, classical dance expertise, yoga expertise, boxing expertise, singing expertise, physics expertise, chemistry expertise. After hearing this flood of information, Chen Yuan was stunned, his face darkening. Headshot sniping, 16 languages. What kind of girl is this? Chen Yuan thought about Shuzi's back, propping his chin on his hand with a contemplative expression. Sure enough, she's a killer with favorability at minus 95 points. She probably wants to cut me down at any moment. His face darkened, his eyes sharpened, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Want to play Mission Impossible with me? Let's see who's afraid of whom. The scene shifted to half an hour later outside the building under harsh sunlight as an announcement came. All right, the roll call is over. Chen Yuan said into the microphone. Now let's talk business. From now on I will act as a mentor and record the show with everyone alongside the other mentors. I hope you cherish the time ahead. The selected contestants sat below, listening intently to his speech. In half a month, we'll start eliminations, cutting half of the contestants. Chen Yuan's words startled Zijin, who broke into a sweat. The specific rules will be explained in detail by Director Yang. Holding the microphone, Zijin forced a smile, trembling all over, thinking to himself, elimination rules? When were there rules? I'm the director, why wasn't I told? Zijin had to struggle to regain his composure, silently resolving that although he didn't know what tricks his godfather was up to, but he's the boss, and the boss calls the shots. He stepped forward calmly and announced, "And next I will announce the elimination rules for the competition." The scene shifted. Meanwhile, somewhere in Hong Kong, under a blue sky and between modern skyscrapers, a loud cry for help came from a vast space. "Spare me!" Master Allen knelt on the ground, one hand covering his bleeding chest, his face bruised and swollen. "Master, it was those killers who forced me. I didn't mean to betray you." Dijang grinned with a terrifying smile. "To me, the reason doesn't matter. Only the result matters." A tiny needle shot out at lightning speed. The needle struck Allen's forehead directly, sending him falling backward. Dijang gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "Chen Yuan, this old man never forgets a grudge. Even if you run to the imperial capital, it's useless." The scene shifted to Chen Yuan standing on stage, speaking with a smile. "All right, the competition rules have been announced. Would the contestants like to show off some talents?" The people below widened their eyes in admiration and said, "President Yan, how about you start? I've seen videos of you playing piano before, but never live." Every girl seemed entranced in his web of charm. "Yeah, President Yan, play one. Brother wants to see it too." "I came to the competition because I saw President Yan." Only Choji forced a smile, her heart full of disgust. This guy named Chen Yuan loved putting on airs the most. Today, surrounded by so many beauties, he was probably going to show off his piano skills again. She looked up at the stage, watching Chen Yuan walk toward the piano. "I've already planted explosives inside the piano. Even if he's a master who has unlocked the 3rd level of genes, he'll die on the spot." He said helplessly, "Fine, I can't do anything about you all. I'll just have to make a fool of myself." Chen Yuan's favorite lyrics rang out again. "Girl, my story will unfold for you. Because of you, I've learned patience. I'll change all your bad habits." Just as he was focused on playing the piano, something suddenly happened. Chen Yuan saw an unfamiliar caller on his phone screen. He answered, and a voice came through. "Mr. Chen Yuan, I've returned to Huasha," he exclaimed in surprise. "Lin Shutong." Chen Yuan angrily hung up the phone. He thought bitterly, what bad luck, that persistent ghost. Chen Yuan turned back and said, "Everyone keep filming, I'm not in the mood to play anymore." Choji closed her eyes tightly, her brows furrowed as if angry about something. The people present began to murmur. Ning Xin spoke up, "What a shame, I won't get to see my idol play the piano." The girl next to her said, "Can rich people really be this capricious?" Another person asked curiously, "Who is Lin Shutong to make President Yan so furious?" Choji thought to herself, "Just let it go like that. Did he get suspicious?" Chen Yuan left the studio, walking silently along the corridor with his head down. He sighed, a contemplative expression on his face. Chen Yuan thought, just now when I agreed to play the piano, Ni Wen Choji's eyes seemed to widen. That's worth pondering. What was she nervous about? He deduced. Could the piano have been tampered with? Early morning, inside the towering glass building of Giant Star Corporation. The secretary handed in a report saying, President Yan, our newly developed game God of Electric Warfare has received great feedback since its market launch. In just 1 month, the number of players has increased by 100 million. Kei Wu looked at the document in surprise and said, 100 million? How is that possible? She continued. Moreover, this game type is very unique, only suitable for domestic mobile phone products. Its performance far exceeds that of the iPhone. Kei Wu said, could this be the boss's new strategy, using games to break into the phone market? This is truly the greatest business tactic of the 21st century. System prompt. Chin Kei Wu favorability 25, current favorability 95. Prompt the host to engage in consumption with the simping target. Total amount 100 billion. Host reward 10 billion. Host enhancement points reward 50. Host skill rewards, proficient in English, proficient in psychology, proficient in business management, proficient in enterprise resource integration, proficient in accounting, proficient in law, proficient in planning. The entire city was displayed under the blue sky and white clouds. Chen Yuan appeared on a poster amidst a great battle. He held a gun, his eyes full of determination. Chen Yuan's master Baikun, disguised as Wang Shi, stopped by the gate above which was a large photo of Chen Yuan in battle. He thought to himself, Chen Yuan, you didn't expect me to come to the imperial capital, did you? Pretending to be your master, you're waiting to die. Dongfang Yaozun, disguised as Baikun, wandered aimlessly through the crowd. A black car pulled up beside him, and a man approached asking, Are you Senior Dongfang Yaozun? He stroked his beard and replied, That's right, it is I, someone shouted. Senior Dongfang Yaozun has arrived in the imperial capital. Hurry and pay your respects. This is a living immortal, Dongfang Yaozun Baikun, the medicine king. Everyone got out of their cars and walked toward Baikun. Some bowed their heads in salute, greeting Senior Dongfang. Old man Wei spoke up. Senior Dongfang is kind and benevolent. You cured my granddaughter Wei Xiling's illness in Magic City before. Now that you've come to the imperial capital, the Wei family is willing to serve you like dogs and horses. Baikun thought to himself, my disguise skills are unmatched in the world, easily fooling these big families. The others continued to bow their heads respectfully. Senior Dongfang, my family's patriarch is critically ill. I beg you to save him. Senior, my Li family has a daughter bedridden with a strange illness. I beg you to intervene, he thought. Damn it, I'm here to kill, not to save. Who has time to care about your lives, Baikun thought darkly. But refusing to save would not fit old man Dongfang's character, and would raise suspicion. He stroked his beard and said, I have always cared for all beings. Take me to the patients quickly, someone said. Senior truly has a noble character. At the film set, many people were preparing when suddenly a loud shout came. What? Chen Yuan asked in surprise. My master Dongfang Yaozun is in the imperial capital, Yihan replied. Yes, I heard that as soon as he appeared at the airport, he was invited by the Zhao family to treat illnesses, she continued. Senior Dongfang is so eager to help others. I heard he examined everyone from the major families. They are all very grateful. Chen Yuan thought, Dongfang Yaozun is a character I made up, he deduced. It must be that old bastard Baikun, trying to disguise himself as my master to ambush me. Chen Yuan spoke up. My master is probably worried someone might harm me, so he came to the imperial capital to protect me, Choji thought. Dongfang Yaozun is in the imperial capital, she pondered. Dealing with Chen Yuan alone was hard enough. And now with a master added, it's even more difficult. Xianwen asked worriedly, Sister Choji, are you feeling unwell? She replied flusteredly. Sister feels a bit stuffy, going out for some air. With that, Choji left the dressing room and walked out. She was on the phone with someone. I am Doom's Cycle, requesting backup. All agents, follow my orders, assist me in killing Dongfang Yaozun. A voice came from the film city. The first round of the show would divide into several groups. Each group had a script. This competition would select the top 30. Qianwen grabbed her hand and asked, Sister Choji, what script did you get? She replied with a smile. A spy film, she suggested. Sister Choji, you're so popular and well-liked, advancing is a sure thing. Can I join your group even as a maid? She thought to herself. The film city was a mixed bag. Skeleton Society agents could easily blend in. Ambushing and killing Dongfang Yaozun here was a golden opportunity. Choji spoke up, sure, you can join my group. Qianwen said excitedly, really, Sister Choji, thank you so much. The next day, Ni Wen Choji's group started filming. Someone shouted, everyone pay attention. Filming starts in 10 minutes, take your positions, a young man said. Our group is really rich, paying extras 500 a day with room and board, another chimed in. Of course, our group is full of beauties, let alone 500 a day. Even if I had to pay, I'd come. They suddenly saw two young men carrying a rather large box. The young man asked curiously, Bro, is that a prop? "It looks real?" the other replied flusteredly. "Yes, it's a prop." The young man said, "It looks too realistic. No wonder it's a big group." That young man quickly reported, "Reporting to Commander Doom, Agent 156 is in position, awaiting further instructions." A voice came from inside the car. "Mr. Dongfang, we've arrived at the film city," the driver said respectfully. "Your disciple, President Yan, is recording a show at this film city. Should be easy to find." Baiken, disguised as his master, spoke up. "All right, you go back. I'll walk on my own," that young man reported. "Attention all units, Dongfang Yaozun has appeared at the film city, target spotted." Choji said, "Don't act rashly, everyone get ready. Wait for the target to enter the ambush circle." She reached out and picked up a nearby gun. Choji commanded, "All snipers find suitable positions, pay attention to the wind direction." Zi Jin said, "Godfather, among the groups the spy group has the fastest progress. Look, Ni Wen." Choji is acting well, very professional, clearly putting in effort. Chen Yuan agreed, "Indeed, very professional." He frowned and thought, "What is she up to? Can't hold back anymore." Chen Yuan thought, "Agents have clearly infiltrated this group. Does she want to surround and kill me? No, I need to prepare." Chen Yuan thought as he walked, "System, enhance my strength, physique, spirit and agility. All attributes by 50 points. System prompt, this scale armor enhancement requires 200 enhancement points from the host. Does the host confirm the enhancement?" He replied affirmatively, "Confirm." Chen Yuan stood in the space, raising his hands to accept the power of flames and light radiating around him. He clenched his fist and thought, "This finally gives me some sense of security." Baiken, disguised as his master, used lightness skills to leap over a very high wall, landing safely. He continued to land on the rooftop amidst the amazed gazes of the crowd. People watched in astonishment, murmuring. A girl asked curiously, "How did that person fly over?" A man replied, "Wirework." Baiken landed in front of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was very calm when he saw him. Baiken looked at Chen Yuan and thought, "Didn't expect this, did you? I come in the guise of your master, and when you respectfully welcome me, that's when you little brat, will die. My rain of pear blossom needles will pierce you to death." Chen Yuan thought, "This old bastard Baiken thinks I can't recognize him. He's really brain damaged." The director shouted, "All departments in position, action." A large sniper rifle was set up, its muzzle flashing with dazzling golden light when fired. A man in a blue jacket lay down, squinting through the scope of the long gun to aim at the target. The large sniper rifle fixed on a stand fired, a golden light flashing from the muzzle. Baiken looked in that direction and thought, "Damn it, snipers again." He held 3 needles in his hand, threw them forward with force and shouted, "Go to hell." The sniper who was aiming was suddenly hit. Bright red blood spurted from his head. Choji shouted in shock, "The target is too strong. All personnel, listen up, launch a full assault, kill that old thief Dongfang." "Everyone point your guns forward," they replied in unison. "Understood." Baiken muttered a low word and quickly leapt up from the ground. "I've been prepared for this trick of yours for a long time. This thing is useless against me." Choji held the long gun, her eyes cold, showing high concentration on the target. A huge bullet flew out at a terrifying speed, forming circles of dazzling white halos around it. Baiken cried out in terror. "This is the bullet fist technique." Baiken frowned and glared, seemingly gathering power to counter the attack. Chen Yuan looked ahead and thought, "What's going on? Why are they fighting?" He frowned, a look of confusion and bewilderment on his face as he watched the scene unfold. Chen Yuan figured it out. "I understand. It's that old Baiken disguised as Dongfang Yaozun, and Ni Wen Choji mistook him, so she wants to kill him." Choji raised her gun and loaded it, her eyes fixed firmly on the target. Baiken was hit, cried out in pain, blood splattering. He held a poisoned needle, gritted his teeth and shouted, his face full of anger, blood still on his hands, "Go to hell." She curled her lips, raised the long gun again, ready to launch a new attack. Baiken, clutching his wound, thought, "No, retreat is the best option. I need to run." He quickly leapt into the air. Choji gritted her teeth in anger, standing still and watching. She muttered to herself, "Can't let him escape. Success or failure hinges on this." Choji suddenly widened her eyes as if sensing something unusual. She reached out to touch the wound and thought, "No, the needle is poisoned. That despicable old thief." Choji fell to the ground amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd. A young man said, "So realistic. That scene just now was top-notch. How much did that cost?" Another added, "Yeah, Ni Wen Choji's fainting looked so real, her face even turned pale. No wonder she's a professional actress." Qian Wen ran over worriedly, shouting, "Sister Choji, are you okay?" She yelled. "Sister Choji fainted, call an ambulance." Chen Yuan approached and said, "Everyone move aside, her condition is very dangerous now, leave her to me." He laid Choji down on the bed and muttered to himself, "That's 200 enhancement points, how could I miss out?" Chen Yuan leaned down and used his mouth to suck out the poison for Choji. She kept her eyes tightly shut, mumbling vaguely. Choji thought, "Am I dreaming? It feels so strange," she muttered to herself. "So this is what death feels like." Choji suddenly sat up, her eyes wide open as she looked around. She exclaimed in surprise, "I'm alive." She was startled and turned back to see Qian Wen joyfully shouting, "Sister Choji, you're awake." Qian Wen said, "Sister Choji, you were so unlucky." Some bad guy disguised as crew members tried to assassinate you, and you were accidentally hit. Qian Wen continued. I wanted to take you to the hospital, but President Yan insisted on handling it himself, she asked in surprise. President Yan saved me, Qian Wen replied. Yes, I'm so glad you're okay. President Yan personally sucked out the poison with his mouth. If only it had been me who was poisoned, Choji thought. I didn't expect Chen Yuan to save me. This means he hasn't seen through my identity yet. I can continue to get close to him this time, she thought to herself, but that feeling at the time was so strange. System prompt, Ni Wen Choji favorability 10 current favorability minus 85 points, she spoke up. Qian Wen President Yan saved me. I want to give him a gift, Qian Wen asked in surprise. A gift? Qian Wen exclaimed in horror. Sister Choji, you're not thinking of offering yourself to him, are you? She blushed and replied, of course not, just an ordinary gift. Qian Wen said, well, President Yan is so rich he lacks nothing. A handmade gift should be the most suitable. Choji replied, handmade. Sister understands. The next day on set, someone shouted, President Yan. Chen Yuan thought, it's her. What does she want now? What's that in her hand? Could it be a bomb? He spoke up. Miss Choji, is there something? She stammered. Oh, well, I have it. Before he could finish listening, he was startled by a call. Chen Yuan Wushuan came up to him, handed over the keys and said, for Valentine's Day I'm giving you a Bugatti. Everyone present exclaimed in shock. A car worth tens of millions. Given away just like that. Yi Han spoke up. Chen Yuan, I have a gift for you too. I bought a prince's mansion in Beijing. Here's the deed. The crowd was stunned again. A prince's mansion. That place is incredibly expensive, costing several billion at least. He stood between the two beauties, both looking at Chen Yuan with charming and alluring eyes. He held the red deed in his hand, turned back and asked Miss Choji, what were you about to say? She was so embarrassed she didn't know how to speak, so she just smiled silently. Choji stood there awkwardly, watching Chen Yuan and the two girls. She thought to herself, what the hell, one gives a luxury car, one gives a mansion. How am I supposed to give a gift now? Choji spoke up. President Yan. To thank you for saving my life, I knitted a scarf for you, she thought to herself. No choice for the mission. I have to grit my teeth and give it. Chen Yuan looked at the gift in Choji's hand in surprise and asked, a scarf? She blushed and thought, he'll definitely mock me for giving such a cheap gift. I miscalculated. I need to request funds from the organization. He wrapped the scarf around his neck and said, thank you, Miss Choji. I really like it. She was so surprised that she opened her eyes wide, looking at Chen Yuan, and let out a soft exclamation. He left with the two girls, not forgetting to say to Choji, let's go. It seems Chen Yuan isn't such a bad person after all, she muttered to herself. End of the world cycle, stay sharp. This is your assassination target, you can't afford to pity him. Choji pondered, thinking that those two women seemed to be the biggest obstacles to getting close to Chen Yuan. If necessary, she could eliminate them. The Kunlun Mountains, majestic and grand, were shrouded in a hazy mist, creating a beautiful scene. Baikan had reverted to his original form and walked while thinking, damn it, that kid Chen Yuan tricked me again. If I don't get revenge, I'm not human, he mused, but the whole thing was strange. If the person who attacked him was arranged by Chen Yuan, there was no reason for them to target his master. Baikan deduced, could it be that the attacker wasn't sent by Chen Yuan, but by one of his enemies? Then it all makes sense. Damn it, I took the blame for that kid, he thought further. And that little thief Chen Yuan and that old thief Dong Fong never seemed to appear at the same time. Could they be the same person? Baikan stopped at the Medicine King Valley and muttered to himself, forget it. I'll go back and get reinforcements first. We'll see. Qingtan was watering flowers when she saw Baikan appear and screamed in terror. Senior Uncle Baikan, what happened to you? He said calmly. It's a long story. Your senior brother Shi Yun was killed outside. I went to investigate and ended up falling into the same trap, Qingtan said angrily. Outrageous, those shameless scoundrels from the outside world are lawless. Senior Uncle Baikan, go rest for now. I'll go ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion. She stepped forward to help Baikan inside. As he walked, he thought, Chen Yuan, you're dead, whether you're Dongfang Yaozun or not. Once the ancestor comes out, you'll have no place to be buried. At the Cheng film set, there were many large trucks loaded with goods. Everyone was busy loading the trucks. Xiaolu reminded, hurry up, we're leaving tomorrow. Choji asked in surprise, Qianwen, aren't we filming the show anymore? Why are we packing up so urgently? She replied. Sister Choji, you were unconscious and don't know. Next, we're going to continue filming at President Yan's old mansion in Huncheng. Choji said doubtfully. Change the filming location? Why? Qianwen said angrily. It's because of the attack a few days ago. President Yan said it's not safe here. Sister Choji, please bear with it. All right, she thought. This is trouble. All the personnel arrangements are messed up. There are no people from our side in Huncheng. I'll have to ask the Skull Society headquarters for reinforcements. The car stopped in front of a shop, revealing an ancient-style tiled building with many bright red lanterns hanging outside. Choji said, Boss, give me a serving of meatballs. She quickly placed a note on the stainless steel tray. The landlady understood and glanced at Choji. Chef Lao Li looked at Choji and thought, new intel. The dim kitchen was filled with metal utensils and large stoves. She was shocked when she saw the note. What? The plan has changed. I have to notify headquarters. The city at night was particularly dazzling. Tall buildings stood under the starry sky. A voice came. According to intel from the end of the world cycle, our previous attack has failed. Chen Yuan is about to arrive in Hancheng, at the Skull Society headquarters. A core figure said, Chen Yuan's power is growing day by day. If we let him run wild here, where will our authority be? He continued. We must activate the knife unit to go to Hancheng and execute the plan to behead Chen Yuan. A young man who was actively exercising, Jamu exclaimed in amazement. Incredible. The genetic modification in the US is really strong. He threw continuous punches and said, in just a few weeks I've been reborn. With this speed and power, I'm invincible. A young man approached and said, test subject number 2, headquarters has issued a mission. Jamu turned to look at him and asked, what mission? He handed him a key and replied, headquarters has assigned you as the commander of the knife unit, leading 500 top-tier mercenaries. The mission is to go to Hancheng. Jamu frowned, his eyes sharp as he looked ahead, and widened his eyes upon hearing the young man's words. Kill Chen Yuan, Jamu laughed triumphantly. Great, who would have thought? Li Xiaowingzi, I'm back. He gritted his teeth and said, Chen Yuan, this time I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Chen Yuan's home in Hancheng. Oh my God, someone exclaimed. It's so luxurious, like a castle, the girls praised. We thought Yi Han giving President Yan a prince's mansion was already over the top, but President Yan's home is even more beautiful than that. Chen Yuan said, everyone make yourselves at home. I'll have the butler arrange for the chef to cook for us. Later, we'll go to the film studio to shoot, everyone said in unison. Thank you, President Yan. President Yan is so handsome. Only she looked at his back and thought, Chen Yuan is truly a perfect man, she mused to herself. Not only is he rich and talented, but he's also so gentle and refined. A man like that is worth loving, the system panel prompted. He Jian's favorability 1, current favorability 100 points. The Simp target He Jian has been captivated by the host, reaching 100 favorability, detected the 4th maxed out Simp among the host's targets. Reward, all attributes 10/50 enhancement points. Chen Yuan looked at the system panel in surprise. He was stopped by He Jian. Senior Chen Yuan, she handed him something and said, this is the pork rib and lotus root soup I made for you. You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Chen Yuan looked at her intently, surprised and silent. She blushed and thought to herself, before, when I faced him, I wasn't this nervous, but he's getting better and better, and I feel like I can't be as casual as before. He took the lunchbox and said softly, thank you, Jian. Chen Yuan ate and praised, delicious. Hancheng's lotus root is the most authentic. She excitedly suggested, Senior Chen Yuan, be careful, it's hot. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day. Outside, 2 people were talking about her. He Jian looks like a good girl, but she can even make soup. She has big ambitions, secretly trying to win over President Yan, Choji thought. Where did He Jian come from? Don't mess up my plan to get close to Chen Yuan, she thought. If she gets in my way, I'll get rid of her. She was startled by Qianwen's voice. Sister Choji, there you are, she said. Sister Choji, we're starting filming this afternoon. I heard President Yan is the male lead. Choji asked in surprise. What? He's the male lead, Qianwen replied. Yeah, he is. He's not just the male lead for our group, but for all the groups, Choji muttered to herself. That damn pervert, he's not even pretending anymore, openly trying to start a harem. She suddenly remembered, oh right, there's a kissing scene between us this afternoon. Choji blushed at the thought. A kissing scene, she whispered. The organization's mission comes first. This is the best chance to get close to Chen Yuan. If necessary, I'll give everything, even if it means sacrificing myself. Qianwen looked at her in confusion and muttered, Sister Choji is so dedicated. With this effort, she'll definitely become famous. At Hancheng Airport, a plane had just landed. Jamu said, finally back on Chinese soil, he said coldly. Everything I lost I'll take back, everything I've been through, Chen Yuan. You must pay it back 100-fold. Jamu got into a luxurious black car that was waiting. The car sped down the wide road. The driver handed him a stack of documents and instructed, this is the identity the organization has arranged for you. Your mission is to infiltrate Faden Capital and wait for orders from the end of the world cycle. He read carefully. Your name is Li Mu, architecture major, overseas returnee with a master's degree from MIT, he said excitedly. Faden is Chen Yuan's foundation. Lurking here, I'll definitely land a fatal blow on that bastard. In Chen Yuan's ancient tiled mansion, sunlight formed a beautiful rainbow on the ground. Ling Shuang said, Boss, recently the HR department suddenly received a lot of resumes from overseas elites. It's a bit strange. Chen Yuan asked doubtfully, isn't it good that overseas talents are coming? He looked at the screen and called, where's Wang Sai? The little girl happily replied, here master. Chen Yuan ordered. Wang Sai, assist President Yu in monitoring these overseas applicants. The little girl replied, Yes, master. Ling Shuang exclaimed in surprise. Is this artificial intelligence? He looked at her and admitted, Yes, it's a little result of my recent research, Ling Shuang thought. Now all the major countries are deploying AI, but the boss has quietly invented this, and it looks extremely advanced, as expected of the boss, Chen Yuan said as he walked. All right, my scene is about to start. Talk to you later. In a tall building, a shout came. What? Say that again, the female secretary said happily. Mr. Li, you've been hired as an intern architect. The probation period is 6 months, and the monthly salary before tax is 5,000 yuan. Li Mu looked at her in silence as if thinking. He muttered to himself, Although I'm not here to work, 5,000 is too insulting. I'm a returnee. The female secretary continued. If you have no questions, you can sign the contract. Li Mu reluctantly agreed and said, All right, I'll sign. Li Mu thought to himself, Chen Yuan, you bastard, I'll remember today's humiliation. We'll see. Chen Yuan and Choji were filming their kissing scene. The director said, Good, one take. Prepare for the next scene. She looked at his back in silence as if thinking. Choji thought, Is that it? Just a light touch, not even tongue, but it was quite gentlemanly. Chen Yuan casually continued sitting for makeup, preparing for the next scene. She thought to herself, It seems he's not as frivolous as I imagined. He's a worthy opponent. The system panel prompted, Ni Wenchoji's favorability 30, current favorability minus 55 points. He looked at the panel and thought, What beautiful woman haven't I kissed? Do you think you can make me slip up? Li Mu shouted angrily, Damn it, didn't we agree on a beheading plan? It's been days. Why hasn't the end of the world cycle sent word? He thought. I hope she's not like those two women messing things up and defecting. A young man opened the door and asked, Are you Li Mu? Just started today, he replied. Yes, the other ordered. Go clean the conference room. The department manager has a meeting today. Make sure it's spotless. Li Mu thought, This fat bastard wants me to clean, he's asking for trouble. The other shouted, What are you standing there for? Go, he quickly replied. Yes, Li Mu muttered under his breath. The other said, What? Think you don't have to clean just because you graduated from MIT? He was startled by a shout. Li Mu, go buy the manager a coffee. Before he finished, another call came. Li Mu, go print the documents. The clock on the wall pointed to 6 o'clock. Li Mu slumped wearily on the desk, cursing under his breath. Finally, almost off work. Today was like a war. When have I ever suffered like this? Suddenly, there was movement outside the door and it was pushed open. A girl walked in and said, President Yu needs to see these plans tonight. You do it. Li Mu thought angrily, Yu Lingshuang. He gritted his lips in fury, thinking, That damn woman making me work overtime. After I kill Chen Yuan, I'll kill you. Li Mu went to the reception desk next to the chairman's office and said, Hello, I'm the new guy, Li Mu. Is President Yu in? I have some plans to submit to her. The other replied, Plans? President Yu left long ago at this hour. Besides, these things should be handed to the chairman's assistant. Don't you know the rules? Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. President Yu left, so I worked overtime for nothing, the secretary said. Yeah, President Yu went to President Yan's banquet. What have you been doing all day? Your efficiency is so low, it'll be hard to get a permanent position. What are you doing? He looked at her and asked. Do you know anything else about President Yan's banquet? The secretary said. Since you're a handsome guy, I'll tell you a bit. President Yan has a manor. He's hosting a banquet there today. And he even brought 2 little tigers in. Why are you asking? With your status, you can't get in. Li Mu clenched his fists in anger and turned to leave. She called after him. Leaving already? How boring. Just a few words and you're so fragile. Li Mu stood silently at the elevator door waiting. He was plotting a damn ambush. A banquet, huh? A manor, huh? I'll make you Lingshuang and Chen Yuan pay with blood. Huge red fireworks bloomed in the night sky, reflecting on the calm water. The 3 girls all looked at Xiao Mao. So cute. A little tiger. Wu Shuang held it in her arms and said, So cute. I want to raise one too, he advised. Better not. When it grows up you won't have enough meat on your bones to fill its teeth. She shouted angrily. Chen Yuan, you're so mean. He looked at Xiao Mao and thought, I wonder if tigers can be enhanced. The system panel prompted, Pet world activated. Host pet. Artificially bred Northeast tiger cub. Combat power 5, loyalty 0. Host can use enhancement points to strengthen the pet. Each enhancement point increases combat power by 10 and loyalty by 1. Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise, It can be enhanced? He thought, Let's enhance this little tiger a bit. Xiao Mao had golden fur and round eyes with a surprised expression on its face as if it had seen something. System prompt enhancement complete. Current pet loyalty 1 point. Combat power 15. Xiao Mao opened its eyes wide, looking ahead, and let out a loud roar. Wu Shuang looked at it in confusion and asked, Why did it suddenly get so fierce? Xiao Mao turned its head and bristled at her. Chen Yuan replied, It might be hungry. The head of the security team called to report, Captain requesting backup. Someone has broken in, the young man said. Understood. Immediate backup. Where are you? Before the other could finish, he was already charging into the manor. Whee! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded and debris flew everywhere. a group of bodyguards was sent flying into the air by a powerful force. A man in a black robe and ghost mask appeared, with red flames burning fiercely. Li Mu thought, the immense power from this armor feels great, I should have done this a long time ago. Forget lurking and ambushing, just come straight here and kill Chen Yuan, the bodyguard shouted. Boss, it's dangerous here. The enemy is unimaginably strong. Get into the manor and take cover. He looked ahead and thought, this guy's punch is 20 times stronger than an ordinary person's. Chen Yuan thought, his strength is close to half of mine. Is he an accomplice of Ni Wenchoji? He mused. If I act now, I might scare Ni Wenchoji and alert the enemy. Chen Yuan thought. System, enhance Xiao Mao by 50 points. The system panel showed enhancement complete. Xiao Mao's appearance also changed after being enhanced. System prompt. The host pet has become a 1-star fierce beast belonging to the Tiger Clan. Current combat power 515 points, loyalty 51 points. Li Mu stepped on the bodyguard's corpse and said, game over Chen Yuan. Long time no see. Ling Shuang looked at him and said, that voice? Li Mu slowly pulled off his mask and said loudly, Xiao Yu, remember your old master? I'll take good care of you soon. He faced Chen Yuan directly and proposed, Chen Yuan, if you kneel down and kowtow 10 times to me today, maybe I'll let you die a quick death. Chen Yuan replied, I thought it was someone important, but it's just the young master of the Li family from the Magic City. Why aren't you begging in America and instead showing up at my place? Want me to spare you some change? Li Mu roared in anger. Chen Yuan, you're asking for death. He pointed ahead and ordered, Xiao Mao, take him out. Xiao Mao understood and charged forward at lightning speed. Xiao Mao let out a fierce roar, its golden eyes blazing with extreme fury. Li Mu frowned, watching it intently in silence as if pondering something. Xiao Mao dashed toward him at breakneck speed, breaking through his outer defenses. Li Mu cried out in panic, what is this? It can easily break through my defenses? Xiao Mao roared loudly, baring its sharp teeth and extending its claws. Its howls echoed through the sky, accompanied by claw strikes and flashes of claws in the white smoke. Li Mu was covered in wounds, thinking to himself, damn it, I can't even beat Chen Yuan's pet. Bastard, it must be that working overtime tonight weakened my strength. He ran while saying, Chen Yuan, just you wait. One day when you're in a critical moment, I'll take your head. Chen Yuan mused. That stray dog from the Li family has actually gained this kind of power. Looks like the Heavenly Gate won't be peaceful soon. He looked at his phone screen and ordered, Wang Kai, keep a close watch on the Heavenly Gate and Hancheng for the next few days. Report any suspicious figures to me. The little girl replied, yes, master. The ambulance has arrived at the scene. The staff are urgently transporting the injured. Wu Shuang hugged Xiao Mao and asked in confusion, how did it turn white? Brother Chen Yuan, are you doing magic? Chen Yuan analyzed. Maybe it was always white, just faded. Chu Zi thought, this test subject is too reckless, acting on his own. Success is nowhere to be seen, but failure is everywhere. She considered that she must report this to her contact. Such an unstable element must be eliminated. At the film company, numerous high-rise buildings stood in modern architectural style, striking under the blue sky. A phone on the table right next to a knife vibrated violently. Li Mu was sleeping soundly when the phone vibrated, signaling an incoming call. He was startled awake by the sound but still didn't open his eyes. Li Mu sat up abruptly, clutching his head, staring at the phone with a worried expression. The phone showed a new message. He read it intently. Doomsday Cycle, test subject number 3 acted without authorization. To prevent any changes to the plan, they must be eliminated. Li Mu thought in panic, is this a snitch trying to get rid of me? He fumed inwardly. Damn it, damn Doomsday Cycle. The door opened a crack at lightning speed, letting in light from outside. The woman looked at Li Mu and said, you're awake? She continued, rest here for a few more days. Wait for the organization to contact us. We all need to await Doomsday Cycle's next instructions, he said coldly. Instructions? I don't think so. She was surprised but remained silent. In an instant, Li Mu silenced her to eliminate future trouble. He gritted his teeth and said, with such little skill, you think you can play me, overestimating yourself. Li Mu muttered, Doomsday Cycle has indeed been seduced by Chen Yuan, that bitch. He picked up his phone and said, truly no one can be trusted. If I hadn't come to the contact's place to recover first, I'd probably have been reported already. Li Mu looked at his phone screen and whispered, if you show no mercy, don't blame me for being unrighteous. You think only you can snitch. You say I acted without authorization, but I'll say you betrayed the organization. The high-rise buildings stood out prominently in the night, their lights illuminating the entire street. At the Skull and Bones organization, Mr. Yi exclaimed in surprise after reading the message. What? Doomsday Cycle betrayed? Alan said. Impossible. Doomsday Cycle has never failed a mission and has always been loyal to us. He angrily thrust his phone toward him and roared, loyalty my ass, this is a message from the contact. Doomsday Cycle's betrayal caused the mission to fail. Mr. Yi continued, the kissing photo has already been sent to me. What else is there to say? He ordered, better to kill the wrong person than let the right one go. Conduct an internal purge on Doomsday Cycle. She must be eliminated. Ching Tan exclaimed in surprise. What a lively scene. I've been out for so long and things have developed so fast out here, the elder said. Don't just watch the excitement. Bei Chen, you know where Chen Yuan's lair is. Lead us there quickly. He looked at the elder and replied obsequiously, yes, elder. He roared in anger. I'll make that brat pay with blood. The supreme elder of the Medicine King sect, Wang Kai, urgently reported. Master, there's a situation, the little girl continued. My cameras show 500 armed troops approaching your estate, Chen Yuan said. It's because of Li Emu's attack on the estate last time. He said, they came fast. Perfect, I'll catch them all in one net, saving me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Let the bodyguards help, but don't accidentally hurt anyone. Chen Yuan cracked his knuckles and said, I haven't fully unleashed my power yet. I hope they can give me a better fight. A convoy of yellow off-road vehicles sped along the highway bumper to bumper. The driver said while driving, Captain, according to intelligence, Chen Yuan is still in the estate, but we need to finish this quickly. Li Mu replied, no problem, he commented. As long as we move fast, level this estate to the ground and then we're out of here. The Chinese authorities won't have time to react. And this person, a traitor to the organization, is another target tonight. With that, Li Mu pulled out a photo of Chu Zi. The driver stared at her photo intently before stopping in front of a majestic castle. Bei Chen said, Elder, we've arrived. Qing Tan asked in confusion, why is there no one around? He said, we're here for revenge, not as guests. It doesn't matter if there are people or not. The elder instinctively looked ahead and seemed to notice something unusual. The convoy of off-road vehicles had also appeared right in front. The elder said smugly, no wonder the house is empty. They're like fish in a barrel. Interesting. The elder and Bei Chen both stared intently ahead as if scheming something. Chen Yuan asked himself in surprise, why is that old man Bei Chen here again? He said, I didn't want you to take the blame this time, but you're walking right into the line of fire. Chen Yuan said, and you brought 2 teammates to take the blame too. The yellow jeep convoy moved quickly on the ground with 2 large helicopters circling overhead for escort. The elder asked, Bei Chen, these must be powerful weapons from the mortal world, right? He replied. Yes, elder, Bei Chen said. That brat Chen Yuan really went all out to ambush us. Elder, I've dragged you into this. The elder waved his hand to reassure him. It's fine. While channeling his energy, he said, today I'll teach you the final lesson of the Medicine King sect. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. The driver said, Captain, 2 old men and a young girl have appeared in the target estate. Should we attack? Li Mu roared angrily. They might be Chen Yuan's reinforcements. Kill them all. No one leaves this estate alive today. Many soldiers were continuously firing from the jeeps, their muzzles flashing with light. The soldiers were attacking the target with full force, massive bullets flying toward the elder and his 2 companions at incredible speed. The elder stood in front and ordered, you 2 step back. He let out a roar, releasing a burst of powerful energy. Go to hell. Several soldiers were struck by golden needles, piercing their heads. Li Mu stood up in panic and ordered, what the hell? Telekinesis, use heavy machine guns to intensify the fire. Many vehicles sped toward the 3. Bei Chen said, Junior disciple, they're too strong. I'll hold them off, you go. Qing Tan whispered, Uncle Master, I won't leave. If we die together. He suddenly widened his eyes as if noticing something unusual. Countless bullets rained down on the 2. Bei Chen quickly pushed Qing Tan behind him and roared, Junior disciple, watch out. She lost her balance, fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Qing Tan cried out in terror, Uncle Master. A massive explosion erupted, flames burning bright red, and Bei Chen was engulfed in the sea of fire. The elder ordered, Qing Tan, go quickly. I'll fight them to the death. With that, he activated his protective aura, blocking the oncoming convoy. She ran while crying, Elder, Uncle Master, I will avenge you. Li Mu stood still, staring blankly ahead as if not understanding what had happened. Chu Zi roared angrily, do you know you're acting without authorization? The 5-man vanguard team has suffered heavy casualties because of you, he ordered. What kind of authority does a traitor like you have? Kill her. Instantly, many soldiers aimed their guns at Chu Zi. Red laser dots shone directly on her. Chu Zi thought, what's going on? Is the organization abandoning me? Many bullets flew toward her at high speed. Chu Zi mused, trying to get rid of me. A massive explosion erupted with towering flames. A cloud of white smoke seemed to swallow the entire vehicle. The huge yellow truck was sent flying by a powerful force, tumbling through the air amid clouds of dust. Chu Zi cried out in terror, I'm not dead, who saved me? Chen Yuan, disguised as his master, appeared and saved Chu Zi. A pair of men's feet gently touched the ground. Chen Yuan stood on the vehicle observing intently. He mused, I've been itching for a fight all day. Finally it's my turn to show off. Li Mu roared, kill him, I don't believe he's stronger than those old men just now. Chen Yuan saw many bullets flying toward him and said, stubborn and unrepentant. I'll have to rid the world of this evil. He pushed off with his foot and shot into the air. The soldiers cried out in panic. What? He disappeared. They watched in alarm as he flew toward the helicopter. They said, over there. Chen Yuan roared angrily, take this old man. Sniper. A massive fireball erupted between 2 yellow trucks, sending up a black column of smoke, terrifying everyone. Li Mu, after enduring a massive attack, howled in agony, blood splattering everywhere. "Damn it," he issued a challenge. "I won't die so easily. I still have to take revenge." Chen Yuan. Before Li Mu could finish, Xiao Mao charged over. Its eyes were wide open, its face filled with extreme fury. Xiao Mao roared, swiftly rushing over and biting off his head. Chen Yuan said disappointedly, "How boring, no challenge at all." The lyrics echoed in his mind again. "Little girl, my story continues because of you. For you, I've learned patience. I'll change all my bad habits." Suddenly his phone showed an incoming call from Shu Luoluo. He answered, but before he could finish, Luoluo's voice rang out, "Brother Chen Yuan, come save me." Without another word, Chen Yuan flew off like the wind. Chu Zi asked herself in surprise, "He's not going to kill me? Why?" In a modern high-rise apartment complex with glass curtain walls and spacious balconies, he called out, "Luoluo?" Chen Yuan urgently opened the door and asked worriedly, "Luoluo, are you okay?" Suddenly, a huge paper party popper shot out sparkling gold flakes and colorful streamers. Many girls were already waiting inside, shouting in unison. "Happy birthday," Chen Yuan asked himself in surprise. "Is it my birthday today?" Ruo Yu took his hand and said, "Chen Yuan, stop spacing out. Come on in." Yu Qi added, "Yeah, don't just stand there." She said, "Come over and see. This is the birthday gift we prepared for you." Beside her, Meng Meng was pushing a gift cart. Ruo Yu said, "Don't blame us for tricking you. It was all Luoluo's idea." She walked up to him and whispered, "Brother Chen Yuan, you said before not to let me come to your house without permission." Luoluo asked, "Brother Chen Yuan, you're not upset, are you?" He looked at her and replied, "How could I be? I'm overjoyed." Everyone cheered in unison. "Happy birthday," Chen Yuan said excitedly. "All right, let's cut the cake," Meng Meng reminded. "Luoluo, be careful with your hands." Chen Yuan turned to her and said, "Thank you, Luoluo. This is the first time someone has celebrated my birthday." And with that, Chen Yuan's epic journey comes to a close. From a broke college student ruthlessly dumped by his girlfriend, he rose to become an absolute boss, dominating in both wealth and sheer power. Those billion-dollar spending sprees, the ultimate face-slapping moments, and the way he used his brilliant strategies to build a business empire and crush hidden syndicates truly delivered an incredibly satisfying experience. It wasn't just the system, but Chen Yuan's own decisiveness and ruthlessness that kept us hooked on every single detail. The content you've just watched wraps up the storyline perfectly up to chapter 528 of the original comic. This serves as a complete and deeply satisfying conclusion to the MC's long action-packed ride. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell to support Hali Recaps. Your support is the greatest motivation for our team to keep hunting for and bringing you even more epic and top-tier comic recaps. Make sure to check out our channel page. There are plenty of other highly addictive stories waiting for you to discover. Thank you so much for sticking with us until the very end. Take care, and we'll see you in the next brand new story.